Xiao Ruo Zhi, an ardent admirer of Pokémon, unexpectedly finds himself reincarnated as Ash Ketchum, the protagonist of the Pokémon world. He captures Pokémon but resolutely refuses to release them, embodying emotional intelligence rather than a stereotypical stoic demeanor. This time, he aspires to become a Pokémon master, sweeping through various leagues and embarking on a journey without regrets. Chapter 1. Ash Ketchum. Pallet Town, the place where dreams commence. At this moment, it is summer, and the Pokémon Summer Camp organized by Professor Oak is about to commence. The intention behind Professor Oak's summer camp is to provide aspiring Pokémon trainers with an opportunity to interact with Pokémon, while also serving as an excellent practical teaching activity that allows these children to accumulate a modicum of travel experience. Within a modest two-story building in Pallet Town, a young boy with short black hair, adorned with a red and white cap, clad in a black tank top and a blue jacket, and sporting black training gloves, essentially a quintessential outfit of Ash Ketchum, prepares for the day. This boy is named Ash, but he is not the original Ash. He is a reincarnated soul, or perhaps a hapless individual who drank insufficient Mangpa soup. His original name was Xiao Ruo Zhi, an extraordinarily mundane name that, in his previous life, he was an inconsequential office worker and a fervent fan of Ash, affectionately dubbed a diehard supporter. After years of following the series, he experienced a moment of impulsive fervor upon witnessing Ash's victory at the Indigo Plateau Conference, leading him to recklessly invest his entire savings in figurines, only to meet an untimely demise while retrieving his package, tragically crushed by a sudden oncoming dump truck, devoid of any suffering, and without the chance to format his phone. Then, in a rather hasty turn of events, he blinked and found himself transported to another world. Ash, it's time for breakfast. Today marks the first day of Professor Oak's summer camp, so don't be late, called Hanako from downstairs. Understood, Mom. He'll be down shortly. After tidying his bed, Ash descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Upon seeing Ash, Hanako remarked, "Breakfast is on the table once you've finished. Head over to Professor Oak for registration." Mom, is it really necessary to go so early? The camp doesn't officially start until 10 a.m., and it's only 7 a.m. now. What are you saying? Have you forgotten that you're still Professor Oak's assistant? But I've already become a level 1 researcher. Professor Oak doesn't require me for menial tasks anymore. Ash spoke the truth. With his extensive knowledge of Pokémon from his previous life and the aura power he awakened shortly after birth, he had entered Professor Oak's research facility at the age of 5. In just 5 years, he had ascended from a most junior assistant to a level 1 researcher, now only one research paper away from earning the title of Pokémon Doctor. According to Ash's understanding, researchers are classified into 3 levels: Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3, with Level 1 being the highest, granting the privilege to apply for research funding from the Pokémon League. This funding encompasses various resources, including but not limited to financial support, bodyguards, and Pokémon. Above researchers are the esteemed doctors. Certainly, should Ash wish to pursue a doctorate, he could do so at any moment, as the simplest task would be to compose a thesis on the evolution of EV. However, considering his youthful age, Ash has not rushed to obtain his certification, though he has already showcased numerous accomplishments to Professor Oak, who has assisted in filing them with the League. Nonetheless, Ash has yet to compile these achievements into a formal document. My dear child, Flower, his mother, expressed with a touch of exasperation at her prodigious son. Ash swiftly devoured his breakfast, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm heading out. Be careful on your way." Flower admonished. "I know." Ash waved dismissively, confident in his familiarity with the route to Professor Oak's laboratory, having traversed it countless times. He could manage even with his eyes closed. Upon exiting his home, Ash activated the panel of his extraordinary ability, Host. Ash. Ability, Aura Power, Super Newcomer. Skills, Photographic Memory, Advanced Energy Block Crafting, Intermediate Pokémon Breeding, Culinary Mastery. Items: Rare. Candy X10, Ultra Ball X45, Great Ball X10, Luxury Ball X5, Pokeball X100, Potion X404, Antidote X202, Exceptional Leaf Stone X1, Exceptional Firestone X1, Iron Tail Skill. Learning Opportunity X1, Rain Dance Skill Learning Opportunity X1, Aura Sphere Skill Learning Opportunity X1. Points: 87.99 League Currency, 15,574, 396 Pokemon, none. This extraordinary ability, known as the Pokémon Master Assistant System, was bound to Ash 3 days after his birth. Its primary functions include the ability to view Pokémon information, the option to engage in random draws using League currency, the capacity to purchase items obtained through draws in the system's shop using points, which occasionally features limited-time goods from both the Pokémon world and others, as well as the issuance of random tasks with variable rewards. Most of Ash's current items are the result of these random task rewards. That IT has been 3 months without any tasks. Can the system show a little more support? Ash lamented, gazing at the system panel. In just 5 years, I can embark on a journey. A little assistance with point rewards would be greatly appreciated, as this arduous journey is rather dull. This world differs significantly from the one Ash previously knew. To become a trainer and travel, one must be at least 15 years old. After all, parents are understandably anxious about 10-year-olds venturing out, especially in a wilderness teeming with wild Pokémon, where even an adult could inadvertently cause a feast for the entire village. Before long, Ash arrived at the entrance of Professor Oak's laboratory and made his way to the Pokémon breeding area with ease. Ah, Ash, why are you here so early today? Professor Oak, who was feeding the Pokémon, looked up in surprise. Based on his understanding of Ash's routine, the boy would typically be exercising around 8 o'clock. Professor, isn't today the first day of summer camp? I wanted to come early to see if there's anything I could assist with. Do not run about recklessly. Your mere presence is already a form of assistance, Professor Oak remarked with a hint of irritation. In recent years, Ash occasionally ventured alone into the Viridian Forest. Professor Oak was aware of Ash's mastery of aura, yet he understood that entering such a perilous environment without Pokémon could be exceedingly dangerous, as the forest harbored numerous formidable creatures that mere aura could not contend with. The summer camp was scheduled to take place on the outskirts of the Viridian Forest, and Professor Oak's greatest concern was that, once the camp commenced, Ash might wander into the forest, leading the other campers astray. Professor, will there still be 45 slots for the summer camp this time? Ash inquired. That he had been attentive to previous summer camp activities and noticed that the number of participants seemed to remain fixed. It was originally 45, but the League recognized the substantial benefits such activities provide for you children. Thus, this year, they have permitted me to increase the number by 10, Professor Oak explained. Then you must be reaping quite the rewards, Professor, Ash said with a mischievous grin, knowing that the camp was organized by Professor Oak himself, and that he had set the participant limit. Given the League's generosity, Ash was certain that Professor Oak's compliance with their request was undoubtedly advantageous. IT amounts to just a few evolution stones and a singular evolution keystone, nothing more, Professor Oak replied. Chapter 2. Summer Camp. Ash expressed his exasperation, saying, Doctor, instead of all this, I believe it would be wise for the League to assign you a chef. That way, you wouldn't have to rely on laboratory instruments to prepare instant noodles every day. As for evolution stones and similar artifacts, given Professor Oak's stature, acquiring the finest would be merely a matter of asking. They would be delivered to him in an instant. While the megastones might be somewhat more precious, researching mega evolution is not Professor Oak's primary focus. Ash had previously lent him one for his studies, which was entirely sufficient. Ahem. It's just an occasional preparation of noodles, he added. Grandpa, it seems Ash hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a boy with a spiky hairstyle approached, yawning. Appearing utterly unawake, Ash was at a loss for words. Did the boy not notice him standing there? With a resigned expression, he remarked, Hey, Green, I believe the latecomer here is you. What? Ash, what are you doing here? Green retorted, I am your grandfather's assistant, so how could I not be here? How infuriating. Ash, you only flaunt that title. Green exclaimed, a mix of anger and helplessness evident in his voice. Sighing, Ash shrugged, displaying his own sense of resignation. You. Green seemed poised to erupt, but Professor Oak quickly intervened, urging, the summer camp is about to commence. You two should maintain a cheerful demeanor to make new friends. Causing a ruckus will only frighten others away. Professor Oak often found himself perplexed by these two. They seemed to always bicker for a variety of reasons. Was it a clash of personalities, or were they simply putting on a show? Ash, I'll let it slide this time as an act of maturity, he continued, feigning magnanimity. In truth, Ash did not harbor animosity towards Green. Rather, he found Green's personality difficult to command. The other staff members at the Research Institute, recognizing Green as Professor Oak's grandson, tended to flatter him, and the leniency from his family had fostered an arrogant and reckless disposition. What did you say? At that moment, Professor Oak felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Children could indeed be exasperating. Well, time is of the essence. The children attending the summer camp should be arriving shortly. Let us proceed, he concluded. As per tradition, Professor Oak had chosen the edge of the Viridian Forest as the venue for the summer camp, a considerable distance from his own research facility. Stepping out of the institute, he observed the two boys still engaged in their rivalry, silently hoping this summer camp would not attract any more troublesome children. At the entrance of the summer camp site, a boy with dark skin, clad in a gray t-shirt and sporting an unkempt hairstyle, leaped from the vehicle, exclaiming loudly, "The future, most powerful Pokémon master, Shota, has arrived." Indeed, this boy was none other than the infamous Shota, a name well known in the realm of Pokémon. As a little girl alighted behind him, she discreetly shifted aside, feigning ignorance of the boy, wishing to distance herself from the fool. Xiao, Pokémon possess no inherent strengths or weaknesses. With proper training, they can exhibit remarkable battle prowess. Moreover, your disposition will render it impossible for you to forge new friendships, Xiao Chun expressed with a hint of irritation. As the daughter of Dr. Sakuragi, the esteemed director of the Sakuragi Institute, her perspective on Pokémon starkly contrasted with Xiao's. She yearned to befriend them, while he viewed them merely as tools, instruments of ostentation. In essence, Xiao Chun embodied the spirit of Ash from the original tale, cherishing and adoring Pokémon, whereas Xiao resembled a player, fixated on supremacy and collection. Making friends is a frivolous waste of time. My ambition is to capture the most formidable Pokémon and ascend as the mightiest Pokémon master. I have no time for camaraderie. Besides, what use are friends? They cannot satiate my hunger or present me with powerful Pokémon, Xiao declared with disdain. His remarks, however, succeeded in inciting discontent among the surrounding children. Those attending Professor Oak's summer camp, apart from a select few from Pallet Town, often hailed from backgrounds of some distinction, and the glances directed at Xiao were far from friendly. Is this the Kanto region? It certainly differs from Kalos, yet it seems somewhat at odds with what Mother described. I hope to make new friends. A girl in the corner, her hat pulled low, spoke with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Upon catching sight of Xiao, who appeared almost clownish in the limelight, a flicker of disdain crossed her features, and she promptly excluded him from her list of potential friends. She would never associate with someone so repugnant. "Professor, is this the list of participants and the activities planned for the summer camp?" Ash inquired upon entering the vehicle, spotting a folder on the passenger seat. The list was accurate, yet the outlined activities were merely a rough framework, requiring adjustments based on circumstances. Although he articulated this, in reality, Professor Oak had not meticulously planned the summer camp. He had merely drawn upon previous year's processes. This was not entirely his fault, as Professor Oak's research demanded considerable time, compounded by the fact that Ash had provided numerous research directions in recent years, rendering him busier than in the original narrative. Eagerly, Ash reached for the folder and began perusing its contents, having anticipated the summer camp activities for quite some time, particularly because Serena was among the participants this year. Before long, he found Serena's information. Unbeknownst to him, Gary had sidled over, and upon observing Ash gazing intently at Serena's photo, he jested, "Ash, you've been fixated on this girl's profile for quite a while. Could it be that you have a crush? Would you like my esteemed guidance?" Chapter 3. The Prank Mission and Props. Ash chose to ignore Gary and continued to sift through the profiles, soon encountering the information on Xiao. Dogs are humanity's loyal companions. Referring to them as mere canines is somewhat derogatory, and even the dogs themselves might take offense. This little how, if blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your screenwriter. I am merely following the system's directives, not acting out of malice. A sense of joy surged within Ash. Even without rewards, he would undertake this task. It was simply too timely, allowing him to vex How, vent his frustrations, and potentially earn a reward. Ding. The system detected that the task assigned to the host was rather unique, and a limited-time selection of items had been refreshed for purchase. Goodness, this how truly is despised by both man and beast. The task had been triggered, and the shop had been refreshed. Very well. I have decided. Should I encounter How again during my journey, I shall be sure to give him special attention. Upon opening the system's shop, Ash's gaze immediately fell upon 5 items available for a limited time. The first item was the ever-common Misfortune Talisman, which lasts for 7 days, disregarding distance. With effects that can be stacked, it is conveniently used by simply holding the talisman and reciting the name of the intended target. Priced reasonably at 100,000 Alliance coins each. Seeing this, Ash promptly purchased 10. He would have acquired more, but the system imposed a limit. The second item was the Stone of Hatred, which, when worn, emits a unique wave that mocks all nearby beings for a duration of 30 minutes. The third item, the Social Death Sticker, binds to a target and ensures that all their embarrassing moments are witnessed and spread by others, lasting 1 year. The fourth item, named the Voice of the Heart Transmitter, when bound to a target, conveys their mischievous thoughts to the minds of those around them, with recipients automatically filling in the gaps. It lasts for 10 days. The final item, aptly named the Disgust Amplifier, works exactly as its title suggests. Once a target is selected, all creatures encountering this person will instinctively feel a sense of aversion. All 5 items are single-use consumables, with the latter 4 limited to 1 purchase each. Aside from the Stone of Hatred and Social Death Sticker, which must be placed on the target, the others can be activated by simply speaking the name. Without further contemplation, Ash spent over 80 million Alliance coins to acquire these items. Naturally, he did not rush to use them. After all, the summer camp had yet to commence. And should the Misfortune Talisman prove too effective, how could be swiftly dispatched, rendering the other 2 items idle. Before long, Professor Oak arrived with the 2 companions at the summer camp's base. As they disembarked, the trio became the center of attention. More specifically, Professor Oak attracted the gaze of nearly every child, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Children, welcome to this Pokémon summer camp," announced Professor Oak, the initiator of this event. "This summer camp will last for 10 days. These days represent a rare opportunity for you to engage with Pokémon in the wild before you embark on your journey as trainers. Cherish this chance. Before I officially declare the commencement of the activities, you must adhere to the rules that have already been laid out. Above all, do not leave the camp without permission, and certainly do not venture recklessly into the Evergreen Forest. It is home to countless wild Pokémon, many of which possess aggressive tendencies. It is fraught with danger. Do you understand?" "Understood, Professor." "Good. Obedient children are always a delight," Professor Oak said, casting a pointed glance at Ash. He was uncertain if the others would dare to enter the Evergreen Forest, but he was certain that Ash would seize any opportunity to sneak in. Although Ash was protected by the power of Aura, which eased Professor Oak's concerns for his safety, he feared that other children might follow Ash's lead and slip away unnoticed. Even though he had sent his Dragonite ahead to greet the wild Pokémon in the forest, he believed in being prepared for any eventuality. Ash, understanding the gravity of the situation, offered Professor Oak a reassuring look. The professor then shifted his focus away from Ash and led the group of children to a clearing, where he commenced the first lesson of the summer camp, setting up tents. Throughout this process, he also shared a wealth of outdoor camping tips with the children. Once the camp was largely established, Professor Oak began his inaugural lesson on the Evergreen Forest, the largest forest in the Kanto region, teeming with various Pokémon. The most common being the bug-type Caterpie. As he narrated the characteristics of the prevalent Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest and introduced the renowned starters of the Kanto region, Ash found himself exceedingly bored. After all, he was a seasoned researcher who had spent considerable time at Professor Oak's lab. He had encountered not only the Kanto starters, but also those from other regions, and he had frequented the Evergreen Forest at least once a week. Observing his companions, Ash noticed that the other children were engrossed in the lesson, which sparked a mischievous idea to sneak away. Unbeknownst to him, several individuals had already strayed from the group. With swift movements, Ash soon found himself within the borders of the Evergreen Forest. Could it be that Professor Oak's words have some magical quality? Everywhere I look, I see only low-tier Latios. Did he perhaps send his Dragonite to clear the area? Ash pondered, bemused. Normally, the outskirts of the forest were alive with a variety of Pokémon. Caterpie, Pidgey, Nidoran, and Oddish were usually abundant, yet now it appeared to be exclusively Caterpie. Lost in thought, Ash suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras nearby. They belonged to his friend, Ko, along with the daughter of Professor Sakuragi, Koharu. Wait a moment. Wasn't Ko involved in the incident with the elusive Mew during the summer camp? With this realization, Ash retrieved a device resembling a Pokédex from his system space. This was a recording device provided by the Pokémon League for researchers, capable of capturing video, accessing information, and functioning as a Pokédex. He then produced 3 prank items for Ko and, after handing them over, stealthily made his way towards Ko's location. Chapter 4, Ko's Ordeal. Koharu tugged at Koharu's sleeve with a hint of anxiety, recalling her father, Dr. Sakuragi, had specifically cautioned her on the way here to strictly adhere to the summer camp rules, particularly not to defy Dr. Okito's words. Their venture into the forest was a blatant violation of these rules, and should anything occur, the repercussions would be severe. This concern primarily stemmed from their respective families. For Dr. Okito was no ordinary individual. He was one of the most esteemed scholars in the realm of Pokémon research, and his influence was far-reaching. Especially considering that Koharu's spot in the summer camp was among the additional 10 participants, it implied that he was merely a supplementary addition. Should any mishap transpire outside the camp, Dr. Okito's response would depend on his mood. Koharu, unfazed, remarked, "What is there to fear? This place only sounds intimidating. We've been here for quite a while without incident. I want to leave until I find a powerful Pokémon that captivates me." No sooner had Koharu's words faded than an inexplicable voice echoed in Koharu's mind. "This Koharu is such a coward. If it weren't for the fact that you are my sole recognized friend, I wouldn't even bother with you." Perplexed, Koharu glanced around, confirming their solitude before timidly inquiring. "Koharu, did you just hear another voice?" "No, not at all. There are hardly any Pokémon here. Where would a voice come from?" He replied. "Had I known Koharu was so timid, I wouldn't have brought her along. She is a nuisance." A moment later, Koharu's thoughts were once again intruded upon by the voice, startling her anew. "It's back." "Huh?" Koharu looked at Koharu in confusion. "Come on. You followed me in like a shadow, and now you're staring at me like that?" At that moment, it dawned on Koharu that she was not regarded as a friend by Koharu. Rather, he viewed her as an inconsequential sidekick. With tears brimming in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Koharu, you're so annoying." Meanwhile, Koharu remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, finding her reaction utterly bewildering. Bizarre, if a coward is afraid. They should just say so. With your acting skills, even a dog would outperform you. His thoughts resonated once more in Koharu's mind. Coupled with the growing disdain instilled by Satoshi, any lingering fondness Koharu had for Koharu swiftly transformed into negativity. The system's items were indeed exquisite, and their effects manifested rapidly. Satoshi observed the scene of Koharu storming off, fully aware of Koharu's misconstrued thoughts. However, it appeared that the girl was not departing towards the exit of the Shiranui forest. Satoshi gazed worriedly in the direction Koharu had taken, invoking his aura. "With the power of aura within me." Uneasy, he activated his aura sense to gauge Koharu's departure. Only when he sensed a familiar aura did he feel reassured. It belonged to none other than Shigeru, and he detected no particularly aggressive Pokémon nearby. Confirming there was no issue, Satoshi redirected his attention to Koharu. To be frank, while Koharu was indeed attractive, Satoshi harbored no particular feelings towards her. Certainly, if it were possible, he would not mind creating an opportunity for Xiaomao, as it would be a sheer waste for Xiaochun to be paired with Xiaohao, given her qualifications. Meanwhile, a petite pink kitten floated in midair, curiously observing Xiaoji. It sensed that this young human child possessed something uniquely captivating. At that moment, the effect of the misfortune talisman activated, and a newly fledged Spearow, while soaring over Xiaohao, delivered an unfortunate gift onto his face. Xiaohao felt a warm sensation spread across his visage, reached up to touch it, and then brought his fingers to his nose to sniff, only to find that his already dark complexion had grown even darker. "Ah, the wretched Spearow dared to relieve itself upon my face. I shall have my vengeance." Blinded by fury, Xiaohao disregarded the consequences and seized a stone, hurling it at the unfortunate Spearow, bringing it crashing down. Xiaoji, witnessing this scene, could not help but muse to himself, such accuracy, truly deserving of the title Superman. Yet, one must question the intellect of one who dares offend a Spearow. The next moment, an enraged chorus of bird calls erupted from a nearby tree, as nearly 10 large-mouthed sparrows, accompanied by countless Spearows, descended upon Xiaohao. The Spearow he had struck did not let him escape either. It concentrated its strength into its beak, and, with incredible speed, pecked at Xiaohao's rear. The other Spearows and large-mouthed sparrows soon joined the fray, not holding back in their retribution. First, the Spearow clan bestowed upon Xiaohao a monumental gift of excrement, followed by a series of painful pecks that left his posterior in disarray. This misfortune talisman was indeed remarkable. Should it become a permanent fixture in the market, Xiaohao would be wise to procure it indefinitely, regardless of cost. One could only wonder about the efficacy of the other 2 items he had hastily added amidst the commotion. Having witnessed the effects of the misfortune talisman, Xiaoji felt a burgeoning anticipation for the additional 2 items he had bestowed upon Xiaohao. Thus began Xiaohao's designated day of tribulation. as he was relentlessly pursued by the avenging Spearows, dashing about with his head cradled in his arms while continuously stepping in the droppings of unseen Pokémon. He sought refuge in a patch of grass, only to provoke yet more Pokémon whenever he paused to catch his breath. He was either struck on the head by falling berries or startled nearly to death by an unexpected attack from the skies. In his frantic escape, Xiao arrived at the banks of a crystalline river, yet the string of misfortunes had not imparted any wisdom upon him. Unfazed by possible dangers lurking within, he boldly plunged into the water, unabashedly exposing his rear. Moments later, a crimson figure swam toward him through the river, engrossed in cleansing himself of excrement. Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the approaching threat. Even if he had noticed, he would not have deemed it particularly perilous, for the figure was none other than a Kingler. As the Kingler approached, it seemed to regard Xiao as a nemesis, persistently disrupting his attempts to wash. Growing increasingly impatient, Xiao seized an opportunity and delivered a resounding slap to the Kingler. In an astonishing turn of events, the Kingler became enveloped in a radiant light of evolution, its form expanding significantly. Observing this transformation, Xiao hurriedly swam toward the shore, scarcely caring whether he had finished washing. Just as he clambered onto the bank, the Kingler completed its evolution, a surge of energy particles coalescing at the mouth of the now-evolved Gyarados. It has been demonstrated that a loudmouth, regardless of the creature in question, is a profound affront. As the footage unfolds, Ash gazes in astonishment at the scene, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, the hyper beam!" In that instant, he swiftly conjures a wave projectile with his left hand, successfully intercepting the impending strike of the ferocious Gyarados aimed at his companion, Max. Without pausing to ponder the origin of the wave projectile, Max seizes the opportunity amidst the rising cloud of dust to dash back into the forest. Muttering curses about his inexplicably ill-fated day. Just moments ago, he had nearly faced a dire fate. Ash wipes away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, knowing all too well that while the hyper beam may not claim Max's life, it could certainly inflict severe injury. The spectacle has only just begun, and Ash is not inclined to see it conclude so swiftly. Just as he prepares to pursue the unfolding drama, a small pink cat floats into his view. Chapter 5, Mew. Mew. Ash gazes in surprise at the pink feline hovering before him. Mew places a paw over its mouth, curiously circling Ash a few times before gently descending to stand before him. "You are quite extraordinary. I sense a familiarity about you. Do you know me?" Mew's voice resonates within Ash's mind. Ash nods in affirmation. "Yes, I've come across some accounts of you. By the way, my name is Ash, and I hail from Pallet Town. The aura you possess resembles that of the Aura Guardians I have encountered. Do you aspire to become the next Aura Guardian?" Mew inquires. "You mean this power?" Ash replies, gathering another wave projectile in his hand. "Precisely," Mew confirms. "Although I yearn to be an Aura Guardian, I am currently too young to receive my initial Pokémon. Thus," Ash feigns reluctance, yet his eyes subtly implore Mew for some form of compensation. After all, he remains a minor, and Mew's interest in enlisting his aid could be construed as child labor. It would be unreasonable to expect his compliance without some form of reward. Upon hearing this, Mew gently shakes its head and replies, "No matter. As long as you are willing to be my emissary, I can afford to wait." Having roamed for so long, it is the first time Mew has encountered a human so adept at manipulating aura at such a tender age. Such potential is not something it wishes to overlook. Realizing that feigning disinterest would yield him no benefits, Ash speaks up, "Mew, I am indeed willing to serve as your emissary, but should we not establish a contractual relationship? Wouldn't a gesture of goodwill be appropriate?" "A contractual relationship? A gesture?" Mew tilts its head in confusion. "You could interpret it as a friendly gift," Ash suggests subtly. "Very well, if that is the case. I shall bestow upon you a modest gift." Mew presses a paw against Ash's forehead, its luminous eyes sparkling with mysterious light, and a radiant spectrum of colors illuminates the air. In an instant, Ash finds himself within an enigmatic, colorful realm, feeling a surge of mystical power coursing through his body. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have received Mew's blessing, granting you super abilities." The system's voice echoes within Ash's mind, as the ethereal Mew playfully covered its mouth. Concealing its inner joy, it circled Ash several times before proclaiming, "Very well, Ash, from this moment forth, you shall be my envoy. Whenever you find yourself confronted by an insurmountable crisis, simply whisper Mew, super cute, and I shall promptly appear to fight by your side, to win the heart of a Pokémon." one must first conquer its stomach, a lesson Ash had deeply absorbed during his time at Professor Oak's laboratory. Of course, the bag of energy cubes was not Ash's own. Rather, it was something he had acquired from the lab for self-defense. Mew accepted the bag of energy cubes and slowly opened it, releasing a delightful aroma of berries infused with potent energy. It casually picked one up and tasted it, instantly captivated. Delicious. Ash, these energy cubes are far superior to any I have ever tasted. As a seasoned rogue, Mew had wandered to many places and savored various types of energy cubes, designed specifically for nurturing Pokémon. A faint smile graced Ash's lips. I'm glad you like them. By the way, Mew, I trust you won't be leaving this forest so soon, will you? Indeed. Ash, do you wish to explore the depths of the forest with me? Well, Mew, there is something you should know. The unsightly individual resembling a piece of charcoal, he treats Pokémon as mere tools, displaying the most deplorable character. Most importantly, he harbors intentions to harm you and other mythical beings. Should you encounter him in the forest, I implore you to punish him severely. Furthermore, please inform any Pokémon resembling you to deny him the opportunity to capture them with Pokeballs in the future. With the favorable rapport he had recently established with Mew, Ash boldly instigated animosity towards the troublesome Gladion, unafraid of Mew discerning his motives. He believed that Mew possessed the capability to perceive a child's thoughts. Moreover, given that Gladion was currently under siege by wild Pokémon within the forest, it was impossible for him not to harbor resentment. Ash was confident that should Mew cross paths with Gladion, the latter's reputation among mythical and legendary Pokémon would be irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, on the other side, the upset Koharu had also encountered the same forest intruder, Shigeru. Indeed, these two collided. More precisely, Koharu, with her head covered, ran into Shigeru, who was observing a wild Nidoran, resulting in a rather unfortunate mishap. Ouch, that hurts, Shigeru groaned, clutching the spot where he had been struck. Koharu, likewise, held her head, tears welling in her eyes. It hurts so much. I must have hit something. What do you mean by hitting something? I am a person, a living, breathing person. Koharu, what on earth are you doing? As descendants of the local Pokémon researchers from the Kanto region, both Shigeru and Koharu were of the same age and had naturally met before. Sniff. Upon Shigeru's inquiry, Koharu burst into tears, leaving Shigeru utterly bewildered. After bidding farewell to the dream, Ash once again utilized the power of aura to sense his surroundings. He had already captured enough of the sordid history of his companion, and further following him seemed futile. It would be far more meaningful to seek out Serena, who had also ventured into the forest, and cultivate their bond. Soon, he detected two distinct auras. One belonged to a Pokémon, while the other was human. The human aura, of course, belonged to Serena. Ash had memorized the essence of her aura the very first moment he laid eyes upon her. As for the aura belonging to the Pokémon, he could not discern its exact nature, yet it evoked a striking sense of familiarity within him. The two auras fortuitously aligned in a straight line, bringing Ash joy as he realized he need not take a detour. Chapter 6. Capturing Piku and encountering Serena beneath an unknown fruit tree. A Piku was defiantly clutching a fruit while facing off against a Nidorino. The Piku's cheeks sparked with electricity, presenting an intimidating visage at first glance. The Nidorino stared intently at the fruit in Piku's grasp and let out a growl. Although the fruit was sour and unpalatable to it, that did not mean this yellow rodent could simply waltz into its territory and steal the fruit. Upon witnessing the standoff between Piku and Nidorino, Ash felt a surge of surprise, yet the familiarity that Piku exuded was remarkably enchanting. Sensing Ash's presence, Piku tilted its head in his direction. In that moment of distraction, Nidorino, without a hint of honor, launched a headbutt attack. Ash was nearly certain that this Piku was destined to be his future companion, Pikachu. With this realization, he could not allow his future friend to be ambushed. He enveloped Piku in a protective aura shield and swiftly conjured an aura sphere to redirect Nidorino's attack. Although Ash exerted minimal force, the aura sphere successfully altered the trajectory of Nidorino's assault, causing it to crash headfirst into the trunk of the fruit tree. Piku, are you alright? Ash inquired as he leaned down to check on it. Thank you, human, Piku conveyed, its thoughts crystal clear to Ash, enhanced by the powers of aura and Muse gifts. Piku, my name is Ash. My dream is to become a Pokémon master. Would you like to join me, to become my family and partner? Together, we can strive to grow stronger. Piku, it inquired, puzzled. What are dreams, family, and partners? Ash was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Piku would be unfamiliar with such concepts. He then earnestly explained their meanings. Upon grasping the idea, Piku's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, revealing a deep yearning. From its birth, it had observed countless Pokémon and felt an inexplicable void within itself, always longing for something more as it witnessed their lives. Piku too sensed an uncanny familiarity with Ash, and as their gazes met, filled with sincerity and clarity, it slowly extended a tiny paw. Then let us embark on this journey together, Piku, Ash declared, lifting Piku onto his shoulder. Piku. Thus, a bond was officially forged between one person and one mouse. After ascertaining Piku's disposition, Ash, for once, activated the system to inquire about Pokémon information. The system's detection function could transform any Pokémon's data into a digital format. Yet Ash had refrained from using this feature, wishing to hone his own skills by deliberately keeping it turned off. In his eyes, the system was merely an external tool. Only the knowledge he possessed was truly his own. Pokémon. Piku. Gender. Male. Level. 12. Level classification. Normal. 110. Elite. 1120. Exceptional. 2130. Gym. 3140. Near Champion. 4150. Champion. 5160. Near God. 6170. God. 7180. Semi-Divine. 90100. Secondary God. 101110. Primary God. 111120. Creator God. 121. Unique. Ability. Lightning Rod. Performer. Acting. Double-edged. Stronger against the strong. Weaker against the weak. Potential. Potential classifications. Ordinary. Elite. Exceptional. Gym. Near Champion. Champion. Near God. God. Semi-Divine. Secondary God. Primary God. Potential does not define all. As stated in a certain book, there are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. A gentle reminder. Please refrain from applying the settings of other books to this one. Skills. Tail Whip. Thunder Shock. Nuzzle. Volt Tackle. Description. This is a unique yellow mouse, the highest evolutionary form being Pikachu, which cannot evolve into Raichu using a Thunderstone. Piku. Indeed, you are remarkable. This ability is truly exceptional. Observing Piku's 3 abilities, Ash felt a surge of emotions. Ding. The system detected that the host had established a bond with the future deity of lightning in advance, rewarding 10,000 points. 1 Super Electric Ball, Piku. A custom top-tier energy cube for Pikachu with a 5-year quota and 1 million alliance coins. Oh wow, this system is quite generous. The offerings are splendid. The energy cubes produced by the system are significantly superior to those of the same grade available on the market, and with a 5-year supply, Ash could conserve a great deal of resources. Ash retrieved a luxury ball from the system's space and asked, Piku, would you like to enter the Pokeball and officially become the first Pokémon in my life? Piku tilted its head in confusion, gazing at the luxury ball in Ash's hand. The Pokeball is a tool for forming bonds between Pokémon and humans. Ash explained the information about the Pokeball to Piku. After listening, Piku nodded in a somewhat understanding manner and then reached out a tiny hand to tap the luxury ball. With a flash of red light, Piku was drawn into the luxury ball. As it was a voluntary capture, the luxury ball merely shook symbolically before emitting a satisfying sound of successful capture. I have successfully captured Piku, Ash exclaimed, raising the luxury ball triumphantly. Moments later, the luxury ball burst forth with a white light, and Piku reappeared on Ash's shoulder. Compared to the red and white ball adorned with a lightning bolt in the original story, the space within the luxury ball was far superior. However, Piku truly disliked the feeling of being inside the ball, and it promptly broke free and ran out. Is anyone there? Beneath a tree on the outskirts of the Tokiwa forest, Selena huddled in fear, the serene surroundings amplifying her unease as she sensed an omnipresent danger lurking nearby. With tear-stained eyes, she murmured softly, had I known it would be like this, I would never have come. Summer camp is truly dreadful. Her sprained ankle throbbed painfully with the slightest movement, leaving her no choice but to call out for help, hoping someone would rescue her. Are you here for summer camp too? At that moment, a boy's voice reached Selena's ears. The sudden sound filled her with joy as she lifted her gaze. She saw a boy significantly taller than herself, with a Piku perched on his shoulder. This boy was none other than Ash, who had rushed over to find Selena after successfully capturing Piku. Noticing Selena's swollen ankle, Ash gently inquired, Are you hurt? Why yes, Selena shyly lowered her head. Would you mind if I checked it? I learned about common injuries from Professor Oak. That's fine, she replied, granting her consent. Ash knelt down carefully to examine her injury. It's just a sprain, no bones are damaged. Is there any other part that's hurt? He asked. No, that's all. With a theatrical flourish, Ash retrieved a spray from his pocket, a medicinal spray he had purchased for 50 points from the system's shop. Piku, observing its newly appointed trainer being so attentive to a female human, fell into contemplation. So, love can indeed transfer, huh? As the spray was applied, Selena instantly felt a significant reduction in the pain in her ankle. Thank you. My name is Selena, and I hail from the town of Osaka in the Kalos region. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I'm Ash, from Pallet Town, and this is my partner, Piku. Even if I hadn't found you, Professor Oak would have sent someone to look for you. Regardless, you saved me, Selena insisted, firmly attributing her rescue to Ash. Unlike the straightforward Ash from the original story, this version was keenly aware of the opportunity for intimacy with his future partner. As for why he didn't carry Selena on his back, it was not merely to showcase his strength. He was also wary of making Piku jealous. Chapter 7. Assistance from the system. Since the age of 3, Ash had consciously engaged in physical training, and with the exceptional physique granted by his unique heritage, he could match even the most elite fighting Pokémon with his bare strength. Such extraordinary capabilities meant that not only could he easily carry Selena, but he could also manage several others without difficulty. Ash's directness caused Selena's cheeks to flush a bright red, resembling a luscious apple. She wrapped her arms tightly around Ash's neck, burying her face shyly in his embrace, too bashful to meet his gaze. Relishing the softness in his arms, Ash felt immensely satisfied. Piku, the little Pokémon, tilted its head and greeted Selena, nestled in Ash's arms. Is this the Pokémon you captured? Yes. I just caught him, Ash replied. So adorable, exclaimed Selena. Piku. Upon hearing himself praised, Piku's face lit up with delight. Thus, the trio, 2 individuals and a mouse, engaged in conversation as they ventured out of the forest. Just before exiting, Ash spotted Gary, who was similarly accompanied by a girl. Gary, noticing Ash holding a girl, teasingly remarked, Ash, impressive. You've made the acquaintance of a lovely lady so quickly. At this, Serena and May felt their cheeks flush once more at the exchange between the 2 boys. Why don't you 2 introduce yourselves? Gary suggested, prompting a seamless shift in the atmosphere. The 2 girls proceeded to introduce themselves to one another. It was then that Gary noticed the Piku perched on Ash's shoulder. This is a Pokémon I just captured in the forest. Ash explained briefly about his encounter with Piku. Ash, you're incredible. In that moment, Serena's admiration for Ash surged, and she gazed at him with great reverence. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Ash's ear, ding. Detecting Serena's affection for the host, at 100. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task of winning her heart, earning 2 Ralts eggs, 2 Mega Stones, and 2 shiny stones. The system's voice resounded, and Ash mused to himself how the system was becoming increasingly perceptive and supportive. 2 Ralts eggs, along with 2 sets of Mega Evolution items for the Psychic Queen. This reward was indeed bountiful. Ash, unlike the naive character from the original narrative, understood the system's intentions quite well. However, he realized that he needed to find the right moment to present these gifts. Otherwise, mishandling the situation could lead to undesirable consequences. Piku, are you alright, Ash? Piku tilted its head, looking at Ash with confusion. I'm fine. Apologies, I was just reminded of something and momentarily lost my focus, Ash replied, feigning embarrassment. What could distract you? Gary inquired, puzzled. Serena and May also looked at Ash with curiosity, having gathered from their earlier conversation that Ash and Gary shared a particularly close bond. Oh, it's nothing really. I just suddenly remembered that I encountered someone in the forest who was attending summer camp. This person seemed a bit off and, unfortunately, had terrible luck. First, they provoked a flock of Spearows, and while fleeing, they attracted the attention of several wild Pokémon. Ash fabricated a tale about the misfortune of his friend, Max. Upon hearing Ash's account, Serena couldn't help but compare it to her own experiences that day. What? There are indeed people who can be that unfortunate? She mused. With such a comparison, she felt as though today was her lucky day. Seriously? Is there really someone who has been that unlucky? Ash, you aren't just trying to amuse us, are you? Gary responded, his expression one of disbelief, a sentiment echoed by May. They figured that if the younger kids were to witness Max's unfortunate exploits, their desires to sneak into the Viridian Forest would likely be thwarted, thus sparing Professor Oak from worry. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the nearby thicket. Recognizing that familiar voice, May's mood instantly soured. Soon, a disheveled figure emerged from the thicket, clad in tattered garments, with swollen cheeks and arms adorned with festering boils, and a backside that had become grotesquely swollen, exuding a repugnant odor. This unfortunate soul was none other than Xiao Hao, and he was not alone. Two fiercely territorial and vengeful species, the Spearow and Beedrill, trailed closely behind him. Xiaozhi, you don't mean him, do you? Upon the appearance of this hapless individual, Xiao Mao was both surprised and amused. After all, it was an extraordinary rarity for the Spearow and Beedrill to unite in their aggression towards a single target, a phenomenon scarcely observed across the globe. Judging by his attire, it certainly seems so. Xiaozhi feigned uncertainty. Should we lend him a hand? Serena, unfamiliar with the specifics of the situation, innocently inquired. Before Xiaozhi could respond, Xiao Mao calmly assessed. The numbers of Spearow and Beedrill are overwhelming. A mere Piku cannot assist him. However, if this continued, and that individual were to come to harm, Professor Oak would certainly be troubled. Serena, fret not. The professor has already arrived. Xiaozhi pointed toward the approaching figure of the corpulent Professor Oak. Is that your grandfather's Dragonite? Xiao Mao, being Professor Oak's most cherished grandson and well acquainted with the Pokémon the professor had cultivated, recognized it immediately. The moment Dragonite neared, its formidable presence sent both the Spearow and Beedrill into a hasty retreat into the forest. Before Professor Oak could utter a single word, Xiao Hao lost consciousness, succumbing to darkness. Perched atop Dragonite, Professor Oak felt a pang of regret for potentially rescuing the wrong person upon hearing Xiao Hao's words. Dragonite's gaze toward Xiao Hao was laced with a hint of malice, uncertain whether it was provoked by Xiao Hao's remarks or by Xiaozhi's mockery of him. Ugh, Professor Oak, have you lost your senses? You dare call me to take away such a foul creature? After voicing its protest, Dragonite did not hesitate to unleash a thunderbolt upon Professor Oak. Mother help! Xiaozhi, Xiao Mao, what on earth are you two doing? Professor Oak, upon confronting Xiaozhi and his companions, intended to admonish them, but upon noticing Xiaozhi cradling Serena and Xiao Mao holding hands with Xiao Chun, his tone shifted dramatically. You two truly are something. How could you take your girlfriends on a date to such a perilous place as the Forest of Stone? If you wish to see Pokémon, you could have easily gone to the Research Institute's backyard. If you desire to shop in the big city, simply call a driver to take you. Serena and Xiao Chun, upon hearing Professor Oak's playful teasing, blushed deeply, instinctively burying their faces in their significant others. Professor, enough of your jokes. Serena is injured, and I must hurry to find a doctor. Xiaozhi exclaimed. By the way, when you're done, do remember to come find me. Professor Oak remarked, curious to discern whether Xiaozhi had any recollection of the impudent child from earlier. His ability to arrive on Dragonite indicated he had discovered that, aside from Xiaozhi and Xiao Mao, 3 other children had also ventured into the forest. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the 2 young girls were relatively unharmed, which was a fortunate turn of events for him. The boy, however, posed a different concern. Judging by the raucous outburst he had just made, Professor Oak could ascertain that the lad was ill-suited to be a Pokémon trainer. Fortune is lacking, fate is unkind, and one is burdened with numerous flaws, rendering such a person a bane to trainers, whether in relation to Pokémon or other trainers alike. All right, I understand, Professor. Chapter 8, The Transaction. Soon, Ash led Serena to the medical staff. Those selected to be part of the summer camp's medical team possessed exceptional skills. The treatment for Serena's sprained ankle was executed with remarkable swiftness. With Ash applying a special healing agent, Serena could already stand and walk, albeit not as nimbly as usual. Thank you so much, Ash. Serena expressed her gratitude. Ash waved his hand dismissively. We're friends. No need for such formality. Ash, where's the evidence you mentioned about that unfortunate soul? Gary rushed in with May in tow. I can show you the video, Gary, but don't share it recklessly. This is first-hand material and quite valuable. Ash retrieved the recorder, having processed the video to conceal the content regarding Mew, while making the unfortunate incident involving his rival appear as if it were a mere accidental capture. It's just a bit of pocket change. Any research outcome you produce would yield far more. As a privileged young master, Gary had little regard for money. Research outcome? Serena questioned. Ash, have you become a Pokémon researcher? It's all thanks to Professor Oak. I merely proposed a line of thought with significant research value. My dream is to become a Pokémon master, and I wish to learn more about Pokémon through this path. Gary, while the video's value may not be exceptionally high, placed correctly, it could easily secure a Pokémon with champion potential. Working as a researcher at Professor Oak's lab? That's impressive. Both Serena and May were astonished. Seeing the admiration in May's eyes, Gary felt a twinge of jealousy. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from such comments. After years of rivalry, he found himself inadvertently aiding that fool in gaining recognition, especially with May, who was now his recent acquaintance. However, Gary was indeed taken aback by the video's potential worth. Pokémon of champion caliber were rare. With proper training, such a Pokémon could certainly become a near champion, a status already integral to many gym leaders' main teams. Yet, what troubled Gary the most was Ash's superior ability to nurture Pokémon. With 5 more years until he could embark on his journey with his initial Pokémon, Ash had already captured a Piku of commendable potential. If Ash were to acquire another Pokémon of champion caliber, Gary could foresee a lifetime of being overshadowed by Ash. Ah, it hurts terribly. Anesthesia, why hasn't it been administered? Suddenly, a scream echoed from the next room. My apologies. I assumed you had already received anesthesia since you weren't responding. Listening to the commotion next door, Ash and his companions fell silent. The uncertain Green asked, "Is that unfortunate fellow next door?" "It appears so," Ash nodded. "By the way, are you hungry?" "That's not urgent. Let us first have our eyes opened." Green replied as he took the recorder from Ash and called over May to watch with him. Pikachu, who had been perched on Ash's shoulder, curiously jumped onto May's shoulder to observe the screen. "May, do you know that unfortunate fellow?" "Not very well." As they were engrossed in the video, the unfortunate individual, due to the excessive accumulation of Beedrill toxins in his body, was urgently transferred by the camp's medical staff to the nearest Pokémon Center in Jubilife City to prevent any impact on the upcoming summer camp activities. Before long, half an hour had passed. After watching the highlights of the unfortunate moments of the individual known as Shin, Green remarked, "I didn't expect this kid to be so audacious. But his luck is indeed hard to articulate." Ash smiled mysteriously and said, "Green, this isn't merely a matter of luck. It seems he is not well regarded by Pokémon. Did you not see how the Caterpie, Kakuna, and Magikarp with weak aggression all chose to attack him in the video?" The simple prank on Shin was far from meeting Ash's expectations. He had deliberately edited the video to magnify the moments where Shin was shunned by Pokémon, intending to thwart his chances of becoming a qualified Pokémon trainer. After living in this world for many years, Ash understood that obtaining the qualifications of a Pokémon trainer was not as effortlessly depicted in the animations. Any eligible youth aspiring to become a Pokémon trainer must undergo a rigorous review process. Those who fail to pass this scrutiny cannot even acquire a Pokédex, let alone purchase ordinary Pokéballs, nor can they receive them as gifts. Without Pokéballs, Shin would be deprived of his potential as a Pokémon trainer. This qualification review encompasses the receipt of initial Pokémon and the issuance of the Pokédex. Thus, it fundamentally requires parents to pay a certain fee annually for their children, serving as a measure of the family's financial capacity to nurture Pokémon. Furthermore, there is an assessment of the child's knowledge of Pokémon, which schools evaluate through examinations, though the difficulty is not particularly high. These schools differ greatly from those Ash attended. They function as primary education institutions, admitting children at the age of 5, with graduation contingent on passing the exams. Of course, individuals like Ash, who have earned the recognition of Professor Oak, are exempt from attending such institutions. The final review is comprehensive, predominantly assessing values and character, and it is evident that Shin does not meet these criteria. Indeed, based on the video Ash recorded, this child is clearly not favored by Pokémon. At that moment, Professor Oak unexpectedly appeared. "However, Ash, I must say your progress is quite astonishing. If I am not mistaken, the aura sphere that blocked the destructive beam of Gyarados was indeed your doing?" Professor Oak inquired, stroking his chin. That was indeed me," Ash replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. If Dr. Oak were to uncover any clues, his plans would be utterly foiled. After all, to strip Xiao Hao of his qualification as a trainer, the esteemed Dr. Oak is indispensable, particularly for Xiao Mao, who remains blissfully unaware. Following his grandfather's words, it seems he is the one left in the dark. His grandfather had long been aware of the foolish boy's extraordinary abilities. Dr. Oak, visibly pleased, patted Ash on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, you acted decisively. However, It was an unintended display born of urgency. By the way, Doctor, what brings you here? Ash was reluctant to dwell on the matter of the wave missile and Xiao. I came to inquire about your thoughts on the child involved in the incident. But having viewed the video you recorded, your opinion is no longer of consequence. I have resolved to apply to the League for a temporary suspension of that child's trainer qualifications until the summer camp concludes. By the way, Ash, your recorded video, I've noticed it's not entirely complete. Did you edit it? Upon hearing this, Dr. Oak's interest was piqued. The legendary Pokémon? Over the years, aside from Celebi, he had yet to encounter any others. As he thought of Celebi, a subtle shift appeared in Dr. Oak's gaze directed at Ash. Doctor, how much are you willing to offer for the video footage of Mew? Ash asked with a cheerful smile. 80. Doctor, this is the sole video of a starter Pokémon of elite status from any region. Add another 100. The two engaged in an extensive bargaining process, ultimately resulting in Dr. Oak acquiring the Mew video from Ash in exchange for one starter Pokémon, 5 million League coins, and a single training session with any Pokémon from his main team. Chapter 9. The Shimmering Ralts. Bearing the weight of his considerable expenditure, Dr. Oak departed with Ash's recording device, his expression one of reluctant pain. The video's content was of utmost importance, lacking protective measures. Its loss would result in a leak of information concerning Mew, and as a witness, Ash could easily become a target for the nefarious Team Rocket. Thus, for Ash's safety, Dr. Oak intended to secure the device. Wait a moment, I seem to have forgotten to inquire about that Piku. But I feel I have seen that Piku somewhere before. Never mind, I'll ask tomorrow, Dr. Oak murmured to himself before dialing a number with ease. The call connected swiftly. Hanako, there is something significant regarding Ash. Indeed, Dr. Oak had called Ash's home. Before he could finish, Hanako eagerly interrupted. What? Dr. Oak, has something happened to Ash? Something has occurred, but it is fortuitous. Your son Ash has finally awakened to his potential and found a lovely girlfriend on the very first day of summer camp. As he spoke of Ash's romantic exploits, Dr. Oak wore an affectionate smile. Time flew, and the summer camp was nearing its conclusion. Throughout these days, Ash had nearly always been inseparable from Serena, their relationship blossoming remarkably. If it weren't for the time constraints of the summer camp activities, Selena would soon have to leave. And Piku was beginning to feel as though it had been deceived by its caretaker's affections. Time truly flies. Ash, the summer camp is about to conclude, Selena said with a tone of melancholy. Yes, I understand. But parting is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion, Ash replied. Selena, you know my dream is to become a Pokémon master, which is why I have always looked forward to traveling, to encountering various Pokémon and companions. In the future, the Kalos region will also be a destination for my journey, and I hope that you, Selena, will be my travel companion there, Ash said earnestly. At his words, a smile returned to Selena's face. All right then, it's a promise. We shall explore the Kalos region together. By the way, Selena, I have prepared a gift for you, Ash exclaimed as he produced a Ralts egg and a Mega Evolution set for Gardevoir, which consisted of 2 pendants. As rewards from the system. This Pokémon egg is something I obtained in the forest that day. Ash fabricated a story casually. Selena quickly waved her hands in refusal. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Moreover, this egg is far more beneficial in your possession than in mine. I have received 2 of them, and they are identical, Ash said, presenting his own egg as well. The system's rewards were quite considerate, providing an incubator along with the egg. Very well. Selena conceded upon seeing Ash's determination. As she took the egg, both eggs began to emit a shimmering white light simultaneously. Seeing the eggs glowing with the imminent signs of hatching, Ash's face lit up with joy. He had previously consulted Professor Oak about the egg, confirming its health and energy, which meant it could hatch at any moment. Initially, Ash had planned to wait until it hatched before gifting it to Selena, but after so many days without any movement, he had begun to doubt it would hatch so quickly. What is happening? Selena inquired, looking at Ash with confusion. It's about to hatch, Selena. Professor Oak mentioned that when Pokémon hatch, they consider the first person or Pokémon they see as their closest companion, Ash reminded her. As the frequency of the eggs glowing intensified, a brilliant light erupted, and both eggs cracked open simultaneously, revealing 2 humanoid Pokémon with blue, fragmented hair before them. Ash's heart raced with astonishment as he realized, wow, the system is incredible. He had initially expected 2 ordinary Ralts with decent potential, but to his surprise, they were actually shiny versions. The 2 Ralts focused their gazes on Ash and Selena, curiously examining them. "Ralts," they softly called out, before instantaneously appearing in Selena's arms and on Ash's shoulder. Meanwhile, Piku, who had been observing the scene from Ash's shoulder, was unceremoniously dislodged to the ground by the sudden movement of the Ralts. "Piku!" it exclaimed, bewildered as it looked up at the Ralts that had taken its place. "Hello, Ralts," Ash greeted enthusiastically. "Piku, so love can indeed shift, huh? Piku, from now on, Ralts will also be regarded as part of our family. Your statuses are equal." Ash bent down to lift Piku and placed it on his other shoulder. After comforting Piku, Ash took out 2 luxury balls, handing one to Serena. "Serena, Ralts is an emotion Pokémon. It can sense human emotions, and when it perceives joy or optimism from others, it becomes braver. Ralts thrives when its trainer maintains a cheerful disposition, allowing it to grow happily. The horn atop its head can capture the warmth of human or Pokémon feelings, gradually warming its body." Ash meticulously shared information about Ralts with Serena. "I understand now, thank you, Ash," Serena responded, and after seeking Ralts' consent, she captured it with the luxury ball. However, she quickly released it again, as it was evident that her Ralts, much like Piku, preferred not to stay in the ball. "Ralts, I look forward to our journey together." Ash swiftly captured his own Ralts as well. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny, Ash. Gender, female. Level, 1. Ability, telepathy, synchronize. Potential, champion. Skills, growl, charm, confusion, teleport, psychic, safeguard. Description, a newborn with exceptional talent. Pokémon, Ralts, Shiny, Serena. Gender, female. Level, 1. Ability, telepathy, synchronize. Potential, champion. Skills, growl, charm. Confusion, teleport, psychic, safeguard. Description, a newborn with exceptional talent. Ash glanced at the data of both Ralts, astonished. The 2 little creatures possessed identical configurations. Unbelievable. While no 2 leaves are alike, here we have 2 indistinguishable Ralts. "Serena, let us consult the professor for a health checkup for our little companions," Ash suggested. "Absolutely." Serena nodded in agreement. Although the summer camp was nearing its end and Professor Oak had numerous responsibilities, he readily agreed to examine Ralts when Ash and Serena approached him. Following the examination, Ash requested Professor Oak to take a photo to commemorate the moment. Thus, the summer camp officially concluded, with the majority leaving with a sense of fulfillment and joy. However, there was one exception, a mischievous troublemaker, who served as the sole negative example of the camp. Professor Oak decisively revoked his status as a Pokémon trainer, requiring him to undertake a more rigorous theoretical examination and participate in designated practical activities, the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, without any complaints to regain his trainer qualifications. A gentle reminder, this character will be unable to become a trainer in this narrative. Aside from this troublesome matter, the little dark-skinned imp has successfully gained notoriety across all regions, becoming a widely recounted figure of infamy. His unfortunate video was inadvertently leaked by a temporary worker from the League, and almost simultaneously, it was designated as an official cautionary tale in various regions. Chapter 10. The journey about to begin. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Ash has now turned 15, the age at which one embarks on a journey. During these 5 years, Ash and his partner Piku have grown significantly. Under Ash's guidance, Piku continually challenged the Pokémon in Professor Oak's backyard, and after numerous battles, Piku evolved into Pikachu. Unlike Piku, Ralts did not have a penchant for combat. However, when she first encountered Professor Oak, she caught his keen interest. After all, whether in the Kanto region or elsewhere, Ralts is a rare Pokémon, particularly Ash's shiny variant. Upon seeing her, Professor Oak's obsession with research, which bordered on fanaticism, awakened, and he consistently employed various tactics to lure Ralts into his studies. In a battle of wits with Professor Oak, Ralts eventually evolved into Kirlia, mastering skills such as telekinesis, confusion ray, teleport, and psychic. Host Ash. Abilities, Aura Power, Super Newcomer. Telekinesis. Skills, Photographic Memory, Expert Energy Cube Creation, Advanced Pokémon Breeding, Master Chef, Master Fisherman. Items, Rare Candy X23, Master Ball X2, Ultra Ball X65, Great Ball X56. Luxury Ball X15, Pokeball X300, Potion X666, Antidote X323, Premium Leaf Stone X1, Premium Firestone X1, Beautiful Scales X5. Points, 121,380. League currency, 233333333. Pokémon, Pikachu, Kirlia. Identity, Pokémon researcher, novice trainer. In these 5 years, Ash accomplished a breakthrough to become a level 1 researcher, emerging as the youngest and most revolutionary Pokémon doctor of his time. He discovered the 8th evolutionary form of EV, the fairy-type specialist, and refined the theoretical framework for EV's 8 evolutions. Following the certification of his doctorate, Ash's system updated his identity information, revealing a glimpse of the system's intelligence. Despite its limited utility, the 2 Master Balls he received were rewards for his doctoral certification. Throughout these years, aside from Pikachu and Kirlia, Ash nurtured several other Pokémon. But they were merely applications he submitted to the League, all possessing exceptional qualifications. Ash did not intend to capture them for personal use. Instead, he allowed them to roam freely in Professor Oak's research facility. It was not dissatisfaction with their qualifications that led him to this decision, but rather a lack of personal connection. Nevertheless, those Pokémon have come to acknowledge Ash, and after obtaining authorization for Ash's research achievements, the League has assigned those Pokémon to him. Pokémon, Pikachu. Gender, male. Level, 40. Ability, Lightning Rod. Performer, acting, fair and square, stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. Qualification. Skills, Iron Tail, Surf, Thunder, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Electric Terrain, Electric Web, Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle. Pokémon, Shiny Chikorita, Ash. Gender, female. Level, 35. Ability, Synchronize, Telepathy. Qualification, Champion. Skills, Protect, Growl, Charm, Shadow Clone, Psyshock, Hyper Beam, Teleport, Psychic Terrain, Psychic, Mystical Shield, Heal Pulse, Illusion Beam. Pikachu has reached the pinnacle of Gym Leader level, just a moment away from attaining the status of a quasi-legendary, while Chikorita lags slightly behind. A reflection of her disinterest in battles. Pallet Town, early morning. Professor Oak's lab. Eager to embark on his journey, Ash appeared at the lab bright and early, backpack slung over his shoulder. In his pajamas and stifling yawns, Gary, who had just finished watering his plants, spotted the prepared Ash and couldn't help but remark, "Ash, there are only 4 trainers in Pallet Town this year. Is it necessary to be so eager? It's not even that early. The sun is already up. Aren't you the one who was up chatting with Dawn last night and forgot about today's departure?" Ash shot back, caught off guard by Ash's observation. Gary fell silent for a brief moment, then blushed and retorted, "Mind your own business. Didn't you say you wouldn't be taking a starter Pokémon? You only need a Pokédex and Pokéballs. Is there really a need to rush?" Ash had discussed with Professor Oak that he did not intend to claim a starter from the traditional trio. Instead, he transferred his claim as well as the qualifications for the starter Pokémon from any region he had traded for with Professor Oak to Serena. Besides rare Pokémon, Ash only intended to capture those that caught his eye. Once captured, he had no intention of following the original storyline of becoming a so-called master of release. If he were to release them, they would first need to be fully caught, and then he would release them in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab. Serena's family was of moderate means, and the starters from any region she could obtain were quite promising, having already proven their worth in gym challenges and performances. Considering all factors, transferring the selection rights of the starters to Serena seemed the most advantageous to Ash. Furthermore, Serena was younger than Ash by at least a year, meaning she would not be able to travel until Ash embarked on his journey in Kalos. The selection rights Ash transferred this year effectively allowed Serena to outpace most trainers of her age. By the time Ash arrived in the Kalos region, Serena would likely have a Sylveon trained for 7.5 years and 2 other starters trained for a year, in addition to the selection rights she possessed for Kalos starters. When she debuted, she would superficially appear as a novice trainer. Yet she could very well possess gym leader level strength. The thought alone was quite daunting. This day has been long awaited, hasn't it? Pikachu, Chikorita, Pika Pika. Indeed. Forget you crazy folks. Ash, you are the opponent I have chosen. Just don't collapse on the roadside. With that, Gary yawned and quickly retreated to his room. Indeed, if he does not hasten his pace, he will find himself relegated to an inconsequential position. As I anticipated, Ash, you are the first to arrive. Professor Oak entered through the door leading to the backyard, evidently having gone there to tend to his duties as a caretaker. Good morning, Professor. Ash greeted along with Pikachu. However, upon reaching Cherry Grove City, the dynamic shifted. It was clear that Professor Oak had already been placed on her list of unwelcomed individuals. Ash, please wait a moment while I fetch your Pokédex, he said. According to the standard protocol for novice trainers, this typically includes a Pokédex and 5 empty Pokeballs. Given that you have been exempted from the limit on carrying Pokémon, I have prepared additional Pokeballs for you. As for this Master Ball, I specifically requested it from the League on your behalf, Professor Oak explained. Although the Master Ball is designed to capture legendary Pokémon, its success rate is not particularly high. Yet this does not diminish its status as a non-tradable item within the League. Professor Oak understood Ash's remarkable fortune and anticipated that he would encounter numerous rare Pokémon on his journey, which is why he made the special request. I understand. Thank you, Professor. Chapter 11. Capturing the Shiny Spearow. Gary, I look forward to an all-out battle with you at the Indigo League, Ash declared after receiving the Pokédex and Pokeballs. He did not intend to linger any longer, calling out to Gary upstairs before making his exit. Upon leaving the laboratory, Ash, adhering to the choices made in the original narrative, set his course straight for Pewter City. Not long after, he entered the Viridian Forest. Ding. Host detected embarking on a journey. Main storyline Pokémon Master Quest initiated. Main Quest First Phase. Achieve victory as the champion of the Indigo League. Rewards: 10 million League coins, 100,000 points, and a random draw for a legendary Pokémon. The optional side quest section has opened, allowing the host to freely accept random missions released by the system during the journey. Side Quest 1. Capture the Colossal Onyx, the ruler of MT Miacha. Task rewards: 1,000 points, a premium metal film, and several League coins. Side Quest 2. Foil Team Rocket's nefarious schemes upon acceptance. This will automatically convert into a permanent task. Task rewards: several League coins, various points, and a random unknown reward. Side Quest 3. Capture. Side Quest 4. Investigate. Side Quest 5. Resolve. Ding. Host detected as being observed by the Level 1 Ho-Oh. Fortune on the rise. Granted the favor of Viridian Forest. Congratulations, Host. You have awakened the Viridian Power, basic level. Ding. Host has awakened the Viridian Power. Congratulations on completing the hidden task Heaven's Feeding. Rewards: Title of the Chosen One and 1 Master Ball. A flurry of system notifications flooded Ash's mind. The multitude of side quests left him feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, these tasks were optional. Otherwise, he would have felt as though he might never leave Pewter City. Given that there were over 200 side quests limited to that very area, continually refreshing. The final reward notification left Ash momentarily stunned. Could it be that the illustrious photographer had been waiting outside Pallet Town for him all along? Sunko, are you serious about this reward? Why can the photographer trigger a special reward, yet the previous scoundrel received nothing? Could it be that you have kept it for yourself? In his mind, Ash attempted to communicate with the system. To him, the supernatural abilities were a result of his dealings with the scoundrel, and the system merely indicated that he possessed such a power. Upon inspection, it was revealed that the host had not completed the hidden mission during the encounter with Mew, thus rendering him ineligible for rewards. Ah well, if it hasn't been triggered, then so be it. Ash's attention shifted to the so-called title of the Chosen One. Title: Chosen One. Effect: upon wearing, the probability of encountering divine beasts, mythical creatures, increases by 1, initial affinity with Pokémon is 20, luck is 1, charm is 1. Pathetic. Ash had never seen such a lackluster title. Aside from a boost of 1 to all attributes, the other 2 effects were of little value. After equipping the title, he selected several tasks related to capturing Pokémon in his side missions, then closed the system interface. Pikachu, Chikorita, it's all up to you before we leave the forest and enter the city. Pikachu, no problem, I've got this. Are we really the only ones relying on? After 5 years of companionship, Chikorita had long since adapted to Ash being a human-shaped Pokémon. Setting everything aside, Chikorita herself was uncertain about defeating Ash. Chikorita, this is your training. With Ash's encouraging words, a spark of determination ignited within her. Thus, the trio, 1 human and 2 Pokémon, embarked on a journey of dominance through the Viridian Forest. Even the passing Caterpies had to endure a few hits. It made sense. Both Pikachu and Chikorita were gym-level Pokémon, while these wild creatures were at most exceptional level, making it no different from bullying the weak. Of course, Ash was not the type of heartless trainer. Every wild Pokémon that faced defeat would receive treatment to ensure no lingering effects remained, and he would offer them an energy cube as a token of gratitude for the battle. As a result, Ash caught the attention of a forest tyrant, a Fiero. Several Fieros perched on the trees behind Ash, their eyes fixed intently on his backpack. Found food, one remarked. Good, another agreed. A smaller Fiero flew down from the branches. Soon, a large flock of Fieros appeared before Ash, led by 3 subpar counterparts, among which was a notably larger shiny Fiero, significantly bigger than the average. A shiny Fiero. Indeed a rarity. To become the leader of the flock was even more exceptional. All right, I've made my decision. Fiero, let us engage in a capture battle. Ash called out to the shiny Fiero. Typically, Pokémon of unusual coloration would be considered outcasts within their groups, often subjected to exclusion. Yet, this shiny Fiero had risen to leadership, indicating extraordinary strength and potential. Ash was no fool from the original story. He would not let such a powerful Pokémon slip through his fingers. Provoked, the Fiero let out an indignant cry and launched a collective assault alongside its kin. A capture battle? It scoffed at the notion. Certainly. Here is the refined and translated version of your text. Very well. If you agree, Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Chikorita, Psychic. Chapter 12, Misty. The assault of the fiery sparrow swarm was instantaneously shattered by the 2 formidable moves. Go, Pokeball! As the dazzling Spearow plummeted to the ground, Ash deftly hurled the red and white sphere. Upon a precise strike, a crimson light enveloped the Spearow, drawing it into the ball. Perhaps due to the speed of the capture, the Pokeball merely shook lightly before emitting a resounding thud. Ash raised the Pokeball triumphantly, exclaiming, I have captured a Pokémon. Pika. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has completed side quest 37. Capture Spearow. Reward. 5,000 League Coins, 30 points, 1 Ultra Ball. Not too shabby. Although Ash did not expect any remarkable rewards from capturing a Spearow. Pokémon, Spearow Shiny. Gender, male. Level, 23. Ability, Keen Eye. Qualification, Near Champion. Moves, Leer, Growl, Peck. Fury Attack, Mimic, Double Team, Quick Attack, Agility, Brave Bird. Wow. Truly, as a shiny Pokémon, this Spearow possesses an extraordinary array of skills. Ash was taken aback upon viewing Spearow's moveset. After swiftly dealing with the swarm of fiery sparrows, Ash intended to proceed when suddenly the sky darkened. In the next moment, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down. Caught unprepared, Ash was drenched to the skin before he could activate his aura shield. The torrential downpour arrived swiftly and dispersed just as quickly. As the clouds parted, a radiant rainbow emerged in the sky. Sensing something, Ash, Pikachu, and Chikorita simultaneously gazed upward. They beheld a uniquely enhanced Spearow soaring towards the rainbow. Ash hurriedly retrieved his recording device to capture the moment. This truly was a case of a photographer being photographed. After the legendary Ho-Oh vanished, a feather floated down into Ash's hand. It was Ho-Oh. Pikachu, Chikorita, one day we shall have a grand showdown with that creature, exclaimed Ash. Pika. All right, let us continue onward to Pewter City. Half an hour later, Ash turned and smiled at the nearby thicket, saying, Little one, come forth. After trailing me for so long, you must be weary. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliantly colored, lively Pidgey fluttered from behind the bushes. Since entering the forest, Ash had kept his aura detection active, and this Pidgey had been following him since his arrival. Pidgey, human, you are formidable. May I accompany you on your journey? The desire to grow stronger shone in Pidgey's eyes. Throughout the journey, it had witnessed Ash effortlessly dispatch the yellow-furred rodent and Chikorita, obliterating every foe with ease, and it yearned to follow him. However, upon seeing Ash capture its rival, the evolved form of Spearow, it hesitated, fearing Ash might look down upon it, and had thus remained hidden. What an honor! Ash was convinced this was the initial form of the released Beedrill from the original story. This translation preserves the essence of the original narrative while enhancing the language for a more elegant presentation. As if fearing that Ash might reconsider, Pidgey swiftly appeared at his side, directly flapping its wings against the luxury ball nestled at Ash's waist. As the ball ceased its trembling, Ash grasped it in his hand and proclaimed loudly, All right, I have successfully captured Pidgey. With the addition of a new companion, Pikachu and Cyndaquil joined in Ash's celebration, mimicking his jubilant stance. Species, Pidgey. Gender, male. Level, 17. Ability, strong chest muscles. Potential, champion. Moves, Hurricane, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Agility. After a brief respite, Ash resumed his journey, soon arriving at the edge of a serene lake. Gazing at the shimmering waters before him, He pondered for a moment, deciding to capture a pleasing water-type Pokémon right there. Of course, this decision was not merely inspired by the allure of the long-overdue, beautiful scales. It was all part of his preparation for the gym challenge and ultimately the league tournament. With his objective set, Ash eagerly strolled along the lakeshore, scouting for the ideal fishing spot. With his masterful fishing skills, Ash quickly identified the prime location, only to find a girl with orange hair nearby, holding a fishing rod in a state of despondency, an embodiment of the archetypal angler's plight. Recognizing her instantly, Ash approached her, inclined slightly, and smiled. "Hello, pardon my intrusion. May I join you in appreciating the beauty of nature?" Upon hearing his words, the girl looked up, and in that instant, her heart skipped a beat. Misty thought to herself, "Wow, a wild handsome guy. He is incredibly gentle." The current Ash was a stark contrast to the one from the original story. After immersing himself in learning for over a decade, his demeanor had transformed completely. The former Ash was an immature, bumbling boy, while the present one was refined and poised, devoid of any youthful naivete, eliciting compliments from anyone who laid eyes on him, though not as dashing as the readers at home. Misty then displayed an enthusiasm beyond Ash's expectations. While he was momentarily taken aback, she swiftly set up his fishing spot, eagerly awaiting him to cast his line. In the face of such warmth, Ash was not shy. He retrieved his pre-prepared high-end fishing gear. "Hello, handsome. I'm Misty from Cerulean City. Thank you for the compliment." "Misty, you are quite charming yourself. By the way, I'm Ash from Pallet Town, currently on a journey to become a Pokémon master." Captivated by Ash, Misty gazed at him, momentarily forgetting her own fishing rod. This was undoubtedly the kind of dream partner every girl longed for: wealthy, polite, and strikingly handsome. She fantasized about embarking on an impromptu adventure with this charming young man. Thus, Misty completed her internal strategy, already contemplating how to propose a joint journey with Ash. Beside him, Ash skillfully baited his fishing hook, his right hand executing a powerful flick that sent the slender fishing line arcing gracefully through the air, gently touching the crystal-clear surface of the lake. Once he finished casting, Ash noticed Misty's rod was quivering incessantly, prompting him to call out, "Hey, Misty, you've got a fish. If you don't reel it in soon, your rod will be dragged away." Startled, Misty gasped and began her struggle with the catch. In an effort to maintain her ladylike demeanor, she carefully reeled in the line, anxious that any display of her true self might frighten Ash away. After a considerable tug-of-war, she slowly brought the catch to the surface, a medium-sized Magikarp. Ash stifled a laugh. He had recognized it was merely a common Magikarp when it was hooked. Yet watching Misty's battle with it evoked a sense of watching her contend with a fearsome Gyarados. Seeing her first catch of the day, Misty felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, suppressing her frustration as she released the Magikarp back into the water. Turning to Ash, she inquired, "Is this your first time fishing?" "Well, not exactly," Ash replied. In his previous life, he had fished a few times, albeit without success, but it counted nonetheless. In this life, it was indeed his first fishing experience, a skill he had acquired through a system lottery. Chapter 13, Fishing. As ripples danced across the lake's surface, Ash's fishing rod suddenly bent into a graceful arc under the strain. Without hesitation, he yanked the rod, bringing a larger Magikarp flopping onto the shore. This particular Magikarp was significantly bigger than the one Misty had caught, and even out of the water, it writhed energetically. Species: Magikarp. Gender: male. Level: 16. Ability: swift swim. Potential: exceptional. Moves: splash, tackle. "Are you not going to catch it?" Misty asked with curiosity. Ash shook his head, explaining, "No, I'm aiming to challenge the Indigo League, and the Pewter Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon. I want to see if I can capture a suitable water-type Pokémon for the gym battle." "I see. However, you should prepare yourself mentally. The variety of wild Pokémon in this lake is somewhat limited. It may take some patience to find one that meets your gym challenge needs." Misty, having fished in this lake for several days, had mostly caught Magikarp. "Just let it be. Pikachu and Kirlia are more than capable for gym battles," Ash replied. "Kirlia? Truly a rare Pokémon. Are you traveling here from another region?" Misty's extensive knowledge of Pokémon, as one of the trainers from the Cerulean Gym, revealed her familiarity with the species, especially since Kirlia was nearly non-existent in the Kanto region. "No, I'm from Pallet Town. I'm currently on a journey to become a Pokémon master." "Then let me introduce myself. I am Misty, a world-class beauty. I hail from Cerulean City." And my goal is to become the strongest water-type Pokémon master. Her words brimmed with confidence. Ash, it seems you have just embarked on your journey, haven't you? Indeed. I am planning to make my way to the Pokémon Center in Pewter City first. At the Pokémon Center, Ash intends to register for the Indigo League. I recall that Pewter City also boasts a gym. Are you not considering challenging it? The Pewter Gym is renowned as the strongest in the Kanto region, and I have decided to save that challenge for last. Our goals appear to align closely. Since I have yet to determine my route, shall we travel together? It would be nice to have some company, Misty said, gazing at Ash with anticipation. Traveling together poses no issue, but will my cycling hinder your plans? Ash observed the bicycle parked behind Misty, which was Pikachu's lifelong nemesis. There were 3 bicycles that had met their demise at Pikachu's hands, a testament to his destructive tendencies. Sometimes, Ash found it perplexing that a motorcycle costs merely tens of thousands of league coins, while a small car is priced around 100,000, yet a bicycle, with its meager efficiency, starts at a ludicrous million league coins. Given that Misty seemed well prepared, Ash decided to refrain from further comment. In the following hour, Ash caught numerous fish, yet regrettably, despite reeling in over 30, he did not manage to catch the sought-after Feeba, not even one that piqued his interest. Conversely, under Ash's encouragement, Misty successfully captured a Kingler with potential champion qualities. Ash, what exactly is your target water-type Pokémon? Misty inquired with curiosity. She observed that while Ash was catching several commendable Pokémon, he released each one without exception. Misty, are you familiar with Milotic? Ash asked. His gaze fixed calmly on the bobber in the lake, his voice soft. Milotic is the epitome of beauty among Pokémon, a water type, and 2 years ago, the brilliant professor who discovered and defined the fairy type summarized 2 methods for evolving Feeba into Milotic. However, both methods present significant challenges. When the professor's paper was first published, the value of the beautiful scales skyrocketed nearly tenfold, and now they are virtually priceless. The other method of cultivation is immensely difficult. The concept of beauty is quite elusive, and thus far, only that professor has successfully raised 2 Milotic. The brilliant Professor Misty referred to is none other than Ash himself. Initially, when Ash embarked on his research regarding Feeba's evolution into Milotic, he approached it with a spirit of experimentation, playfully persuading the few Feeba he had acquired from the League, supplementing their diet with Pock Puffs and energy cubes. Ultimately, he validated this unique method of evolution. The evolution of Feeba through beauty is a concept originating from the games, where one can achieve an evolution by elevating its beauty to over 170 without employing the beautiful scales for trading. Ash, are you hoping to catch a Feeba? Misty mused, imagining the possibility of owning a Milotic, yet lamented the rarity of wild Milotic. She doubted her ability to cultivate a Feeba to the point of evolution successfully. Ash nodded. Well, Misty, aren't you aspiring to become a master of water-type Pokémon? Have you considered training a Milotic as your mainstay? I would like to, she replied. But the price of beautiful scales has inflated to the point of being unattainable. Perhaps I should reconsider. Additionally, the Magikarp you just had me catch will require time to train. If you wish to have a Milotic, you might as well seize the opportunity to catch a Feeba. I understand your concerns about its challenging evolution, but I can guide you through it. To Ash, it seemed trivial. He had an abundance of beautiful scales, and Misty was hardly a stranger. What harm could there be in acquiring one more Feeba? After all, Misty has been with Ash for nearly 300 episodes. Even if she is of age now, who knows what the future holds? At most, she is merely 15 or 16, and in another world. She remains a minor with ample room for growth. Let's discuss it later, Misty said, pointing at the lake's surface. Ash, you're catching another fish. Oh, Ash exclaimed as he gripped the fishing rod. With a fluid motion, he successfully hooked another Magikarp. Misty, please wait for me here. After releasing the Magikarp, Ash tidied up his fishing gear, stretched his limbs, and with a single proclamation, dove into the lake. Misty was left dumbfounded by his sudden plunge. She turned to Pikachu and Chinchou, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief, as if asking, is this person truly your trainer? Chapter 14, Capturing Feeba. Moments later, bubbles began to surface on the lake. Splash! 2 large fish leaped from the water onto the shore. Both were adorned with earthy yellow scales, each speckled with irregular patterns. One was slightly larger, a male, the other boasted more aesthetically pleasing spots, a female. In essence, Ash had captured a whole family. Species, Feeba, gender, male, level, 21, ability, swift swim. Potential: Near Champion. Moves: Water Gun, Tackle, Flail. Dragon Breath, Inherited. Species: FIBA. Gender: Female. Level: 19. Ability: Swift Swim. Potential: Elite. Moves: Water Gun, Flail, Confuse Ray. Inherited. These two FIBA were indeed exceptional. The male's lineage likely traced back to a quasi-legendary dragon type, or perhaps even to an extraordinarily powerful Charizard. Otherwise, inheriting Dragon Breath with such high potential would be implausible. The female may have had a slightly less illustrious pedigree, yet her ceiling was also quite commendable. Is this for real? What is this situation? The unexpected turn of events startled Misty immensely. In the next moment, Ash emerged from the water. Misty, choose one. The two FIBA lay there, utterly defeated, their pupils swirling in a daze. Ash, you are incredible. To subdue two water-type Pokémon with your bare hands underwater is simply astonishing. In Xiaoxia's eyes, admiration shimmered brightly. Prior to evolving into Milotic, the FIBA possessed limited combat strength, yet it was not entirely devoid of capability, particularly in aquatic environments. In essence, the base battle power of FIBA surpassed that of a Magikarp, which could merely perform water splashes. Ash chuckled softly, attributing it to mere luck. Which one do you fancy? Xiaoxia? He inquired. Perhaps not, she replied. After all, they are all brought up by you, Ash. Given that it was their first encounter and both parties were still unacquainted, Xiaoxia hesitated to fully accept Ash's kindness. She could discern that both FIBA held excellent potential. Did we not agree to travel together? These two FIBA must be the only pair in this lake. If I take one, and you refuse the other, it will surely feel lonely, Ash coaxed. The lake's abundant aquatic vegetation provided an ideal habitat for FIBA, thus numerous specimens thrived within. After spending several minutes in the water, Ash had only encountered these two. His interest was not solely in their qualities. He had glimpsed another with champion potential lurking in the depths. Ultimately, under Ash's insistence and subtle hints, Xiaoxia chose the male FIBA. Ever since awakening the power of the Tokiwa, Ash increasingly believed that potential merely represented the ceiling for the mediocre and the baseline for the extraordinary. Previously, he had observed Professor Oak's main team's potential at the Research Institute. Even those of near-champion caliber could surpass the champion rank, while those of near-divine potential could compete with second-tier deities. With 3 special abilities and an advantageous edge, there was no reason for him to be outmatched by Professor Oak. After capturing the FIBA, Ash and his companions did not intend to linger any longer. Once Xiaoxia had gathered her belongings, the group set off towards Tokiwa City. Ash, I noticed the day is drawing to a close. It's quite a distance to Tokiwa City. Why don't you ride your bike and take me along? We could reach the Pokémon Center sooner, suggested Xiaoxia. Is that wise? My clothes are still wet, and if they dampen yours, you might catch a cold. Ash replied. Oh, it's fine. I'm destined to become a water-type Pokémon master, and my physical resilience is exceptional, she assured him. Very well then, Ash relented, accepting the situation with a hint of resignation. Pika Pika, I want to be outside, exclaimed Pikachu. Me too, added Kirlia, who promptly teleported into Xiaoxia's embrace. With both little ones having made their choices, Ash mounted his bicycle, and Xiaoxia settled onto the rear seat. Ash, do take it slow, she cautioned. With Kirlia nestled between them, Xiaoxia could not comfortably reach out to hold Ash. Rest assured, Ash replied, understanding the unspoken truth that when a girl says don't, she often means do. Ash pedaled vigorously, propelling the bicycle forward like an arrow released from its bow. The sudden acceleration nearly tossed Xiaoxia off the bike, prompting Kirlia to quickly teleport behind her and use telekinesis to stabilize her. After the thrilling ordeal, Xiaoxia, startled, instinctively wrapped her arms around Ash's waist. To her surprise, the embrace revealed a well-defined physique, a testament to Ash's years of rigorous training. His abs were undeniably impressive. At this moment, Xiaoxia found herself utterly captivated. Following the revelations of his charm, generosity, wealth, knowledge, kindness, and gentlemanly demeanor, she once again labeled Ash as a dashing figure. Xiaoxia, keep your hands to yourself. That tickles. Ash experienced a delightful pain as Xiaoxia's playful fingers ventured forth, yet he lamented the lack of intimacy, as he hardly grasped the beauty of femininity. My apologies. Xiaoxia's face flushed crimson. Upon encountering his abdominal muscles, an impulsive urge to explore surged within her. Oh no, he mustn't think of me as a scheming, impertinent girl. Xiaoxia fretted anxiously. Thus, After consuming 2 large bowls of rice, Ash and his companions entered the city of Pewter under the cover of night. At the city entrance, Miss Junsha emerged from the police booth, extending her hand to halt Ash and the others. "Excuse me, please stop for a routine inspection." "Thank you, Miss Junsha," Ash replied, promptly presenting his Pokédex. Upon seeing the device, Miss Junsha's gaze softened, betraying a hint of lessened vigilance. The issuance of Pokédexes is strictly regulated, and possessing one is akin to being a semi-official member of the Pokémon League. She skillfully opened Ash's Pokédex and flipped to the final page containing his personal information. Beep. This Pokédex belongs to Ash from Pallet Town, verifying his identity. Please note, if lost, it cannot be reissued, so kindly safeguard it. This is a friendly reminder from Professor Oak of Pallet Town. Following a series of chimes, Ash's specific details were revealed. "All right, your identity as a trainer is confirmed," Miss Junsha stated, giving the Pokédex a cursory glance before returning it. There was no need for an extensive investigation, as the Pokédex issued by Professor Oak sufficed to establish Ash's identity. Now it's getting late. If you intend to stay in Pewter City, please head towards the Pokémon Center and register with Nurse Joy over there. It's advisable to refrain from wandering about at night, as there have been reports of a group of individuals stealing Pokémon in the area. As she spoke, Miss Junsha pointed to the bulletin board adjacent to the booth, where 2 wanted posters were displayed. The posters depicted a short-haired individual with blue hair and another with long pink hair, likely a male and female pair, both clad in distinctive white uniforms emblazoned with a striking purple emblem. Chapter 15, Communication. Beneath the night sky, a balloon adorned with a Meowth face soared over Pewter City, heading towards the Pokémon Center. In the basket, a young man with blue hair, dressed in a special white uniform, clutched a wanted poster tightly. Upon scrutinizing the blurred features on the poster, it became evident that the likeness depicted was none other than himself. Is this the wanted image of us? The police in Pewter City truly lack professionalism. They can't even produce a decent wanted poster, failing to capture the most basic facial features. Beside him stood a girl with an unconventional hairstyle, who chimed in. "It is quite normal for the rural police to be so narrow-minded, unable to appreciate our charm. This is nothing short of a misunderstanding and prejudice against us, an act that cannot be forgiven. Indeed, such treatment fails to showcase the allure we possess. It is utterly inexcusable. I want the people of Tokiwa City to witness our prowess. While demonstrating our strength is acceptable, let us not forget that our ultimate goal is to collect rare Pokémon. Do keep that in mind." As the 2 immersed themselves in their own excitement, a third voice unexpectedly emerged, astonishingly belonging to a Meowth standing upright on 2 legs. How could that possibly be forgotten? The 2 did not express surprise, engaging in conversation with ease. Meanwhile, Ash and Misty had settled in at the Pokémon Center. As Pikachu and the others were recuperating, Ash approached the public phone in the lobby and dialed his home. "Hello, this is Ash's mom." A familiar voice came through the line. "Mom, it's me, Ash." He gazed at the phone screen, where his mother was applying a facial mask, appearing relaxed and content, which suddenly filled him with an odd sense of being an intruder. "Oh, Ash, you made it," Hanako exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before asking, "Where are you now?" "Mom, I'm in Tokiwa City." "Wow, son, you are amazing. You surpassed your father by a mile. He took 4 days to reach Tokiwa City, while you did it in just 1. I believe you will certainly surpass him in the future," Hanako affirmed confidently. "Of course, I am better than Dad." Ash would never concede that he could be inferior to someone who had vanished for over a decade. Since his birth, he had never seen his father nor found anything related to him at home, not even a photograph. Thus, Ash concluded that his elusive father must either have perished in some distant corner or become entangled in a legendary Pokémon incident from which he could not escape. "You brush your teeth at least once a day, right?" There's a saying about how a tiger's son is not like a dog's father, or something along those lines. "Mom, it's getting late. I need to brush my teeth, wash my face, and go to bed," Ash quickly interrupted Hanako's musings, fearing he might run out of time if the conversation continued. Hanako was quite supportive of Ash and Serena's budding relationship. "All right, I understand," Ash nodded in agreement, anticipating the reason for Serena's impending call. After hanging up, Ash looked around, ensuring Misty was not present before dialing Serena's home. "Hello, this is Serena's mother. Who am I speaking with?" "Aunt Sachi, it's me, Ash," Ash remarked, observing the woman on the other end, who was also applying a facial mask, leading him to wonder if all mothers in this world were so focused on self-care. "Oh, Ash, Serena, just want to take a shower. You might have to wait a bit. After the summer camp ended, Ash and Serena exchanged contact information, and they occasionally communicated by phone over 5 years. It was impossible to keep it hidden from their families. Even the matters between the two did not remain concealed for more than 2 months before they were discovered by Selena's mother, Sachi. Over the years, Ash successfully earned Sachi's approval with his wit and intelligence. No worries, Aunt Sachi, I have all the time in the world. Ash was more than willing to wait as long as necessary to see his future bride, though he harbored some concern about being caught in a compromising situation by Misty. Then, Ash heard a voice from across the line urging Selena, Selena, it's Ash on the phone. You need to hurry. In the next moment, a Cerulean appeared on the phone screen. This was the evolved form of the Ralts that Ash had gifted to Selena. Unlike usual, Cerulean displayed a puzzled expression upon not seeing her sister. Cerulean, your sister is resting at the Pokémon Center and ISNT with me right now. Initially, 2 eggs had hatched simultaneously, but since the Ralts in Ash's possession spoke first, it naturally became the elder sister. Clearly, Selena's Cerulean seemed a bit disheartened. Soon, Selena appeared on the screen. Ash, the Squirtle and Snivy were sent by you, right? Yes, I specifically chose them for you. They should be quite nice. They are indeed well-behaved and adorable. But Ash, if you sent these 2 little ones to me, what about you? Aren't you aiming to become a Pokémon Master? They would fare much better with you than with me. It will be over 2 years before I can travel with you. Selena had learned from Ash's mother, Hanako, that Ash had already set off, and her heart brimmed with anticipation for adventure. Yet she was held back by her age and the distance separating them in the Kanto region. I have Pikachu and Cerulean as my starting Pokémon. That's more than enough. I can capture and battle for others. Selena, let me tell you, I caught 3 wild Pokémon today. A half-hour later, Ash reluctantly ended the call. Subsequently, he contacted Professor Oak and sold him the video he had captured of Ho-Oh for a handsome price. Were it not for his concern that the rainbow wing might fall into the wrong hands, he would have considered renting it to Professor Oak for research. Ash was also aware that the reason Gary was progressing so swiftly was due to the additional Pokémon, Houndour and EV, that Professor Oak had prepared for him. Regardless, Ash had already resolved that the next time he encountered Gary, he would seize the opportunity to outshine him. He possessed the exceptional Firestone and Moonstone, both of which were superior to anything available on the market. Chapter 16, The Arrival of Team Rocket. Misty looked at Ash by the counter, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Ash, so this is where you are. I thought you had left without a word. How could I? We had made plans to travel together, hadn't we? Ash was speechless. Was he the type to sneak away? Pika Pika. It seems Ash has feelings for this girl. Should I intervene? Perhaps we should inquire with Selena next time, Pikachu and Chikorita whispered to one another. Based on Ash's reaction upon encountering Misty today, they could almost ascertain that he had ulterior motives. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing alarm echoed through the air. Simultaneously, the intercom at the Pokémon Center blared. Emergency alert. An intruder has breached the security of Vermilion City. It is likely that a nefarious organization specializing in the abduction of Pokémon is involved. Please remain vigilant. Crash. Before the announcement could conclude, the glass above the Pokémon Center shattered. 2 Pokeballs fell to the ground, and then a gas bomb and a Seviper materialized before Ash and his companions. The gas bomb began to emit a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping the entire battlefield. Amidst the haze, the voices of a man and a woman emerged. Since you have asked so earnestly, mused Jessie, I shall graciously enlighten you, added James. To prevent the destruction of this world, Jessie declared. To safeguard the peace of the world, James continued. To promote love and truth, while embodying wickedness, they chorused. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us. As the smoke dissipated, the true protagonists, the Team Rocket duo, appeared before Ash and his friends. Meow? A Meowth leaped down from above, landing squarely between the two. Ah, that Meowth can talk, exclaimed the group in astonishment. A talking Meowth? Surely, it must be an exceedingly rare Pokémon. Everyone, except Ash, was left in awe. However, the moment of admiration was fleeting. As a luxury ball struck Meowth squarely on the forehead, the ball emitted a brilliant red light, capturing Meowth within its confines. The luxury ball began to shake violently, and within mere seconds, it erupted, leaving Meowth panting and leaning weakly against James's feet. Meowth glared fiercely around, demanding, Who dares? Who is responsible for almost robbing me of my freedom? I knew it. A talking Meowth cannot be captured, Ash mused, realizing that success was never truly an option. His motivation, however, stemmed from a temporary mission issued by his superior, instructing him to use a luxury ball to allow Meowth to experience the sensation of being captured, with the reward being a Master Ball. Such a lucrative proposition was simply too enticing to ignore. Nevertheless, Team Rocket's Meowth was indeed a unique entity. Although it had sacrificed its power and potential for evolution, it had gained extraordinary wisdom, mastering the art of speech and even mechanical engineering, capable of constructing virtually anything, along with a plethora of other knowledge. Jessie and James, too, were remarkable in their own right, despite excelling in other fields. They chose to engage in endeavors for which they were ill-suited, particularly James, who, as the heir of a prominent corporation, opted to work for others, such as the pursuit of the affluent. One must admit that this trio, consisting of the 2 humans and 1 feline, bore a striking resemblance to the protagonists of their own tale, even more so than Ash's team. "Hey kid, was that Pokeball just now thrown by you?" Meowth's keen hearing zeroed in on Ash, pointing an accusatory paw in his direction. To be candid, Meowth was on the verge of wavering. That was a luxury ball, with a space far superior to an ordinary red and white ball. So what if I discarded it? Ash truly could not comprehend the thought processes of these 3 fools. Clearly, Jubilife City was the headquarters of Team Rocket, with Butch perpetually concealed within the gym. How dare they create chaos in their own territory? Especially in such a sensitive location as the Pokémon Center? Were they intent on ensuring that the Pokémon League would not overlook their presence? Or was it that Butch wished to play in the shadows, deliberately sending these 3 dimwits to stir trouble? Ghastly, use Tackle. Arbok, unleash Poison Sting. Tear that insufferable brat apart. Meowth commanded angrily. Witnessing its Pokémon being directed by Meowth, Jessie was nearly driven to fury. She seized Meowth and demanded, "What do you mean by this, you wretched creature?" "Exactly," James chimed in, his tone laden with grievance. As the trio quarreled among themselves, Ash seized the opportunity to issue commands. "Kirlia, use Psychic, and Pikachu, wait for the right moment to deploy Thunder Wave and ensnare them." Despite being newly wanted with a reduced bounty, the trio from Team Rocket still had valuable connections, so Ash had no intention of simply knocking them away. After all, even if they were apprehended, they had ample means of escape. Kirlia's eyes shimmered with a faint glow, and Ghastly and Arbok were promptly compelled to retreat. Pikachu unleashed a formidable net of electricity, encircling Team Rocket. This is infuriating. The voltage of the net may not reach 100,000 volts, but it is still electricity. This was the first time the trio had truly felt the sting of lightning, their resistance far inferior to that of later generations. "Damn it. This is all your fault for your reckless commands, Meowth," Jessie exclaimed. "Indeed, our plan was on the verge of success," James added, both casting blame upon Meowth, convinced that the failure of their mission rested squarely on its shoulders. "How could you say such things?" Meowth gazed incredulously at the 2. Ash interjected, "Enough. We can discuss your grievances once you're in custody." "What? You little brat actually intend to hand us over to the authorities?" James exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. If he were to be imprisoned, his identity would be exposed. What other choice is there? You are wanted individuals with a bounty placed by Miss Juniper, clearly guilty of numerous misdeeds. To simply let you go would be tantamount to aiding and abetting. Ash replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Team Rocket. "Wait a moment. Look at that Pokémon on the shoulder of the little brat." Meowth's eyes fixated on Kirlia as it murmured, "It appears weak and utterly unimpressive. What is there to take note of?" Jessie merely cast a cursory glance, acknowledging Kirlia's beauty but perceiving it as a fragile vase, easily shattered. "Come now. That is Kirlia, an exceedingly rare Pokémon, a dual-type psychic and fairy." James, ever the well-informed gentleman, immediately recognized Kirlia's value. Exceedingly rare. Jessie's eyes widened, transforming into the shape of coins. Meowth is no exception. Simply by virtue of being a fairy type, it commands a substantial value, as it is the nemesis of dragon types and a primary target for Team Rocket's plundering endeavors. Overhearing the 2 individuals and the cat express their intentions towards his beloved companion, Ash felt a powerful urge to teach them a lesson with his fists of affection. However, for the sake of his reputation, Ash suppressed his desire to retaliate and turned to Nurse Joy, saying, "Miss Joy, Team Rocket has been subdued. Could you kindly inform Miss Junsha to come and take them away?" "Thank you ever so much, esteemed trainer. I shall contact Junsha immediately. Furthermore, I will personally report this incident to the League. Your protection of the Pokémon Center will not go unrewarded, Nurse Joy replied, her gratitude palpable now that the crisis had been averted. Chapter 17, Misty's Fear of Bugs. Miss Junsha was remarkably efficient. Less than 5 minutes had passed since Nurse Joy's contact when she arrived on the scene. What an irritating feeling, the members of Team Rocket lamented, nearly in tears as they found themselves unceremoniously tossed into the police vehicle. Miss Junsha, these 3 Team Rocket members are quite peculiar. I suspect they will devise a means to escape from custody, Ash remarked, not missing the opportunity to add to their distress. Understood, Miss Junsha nodded seriously. With that statement, Ash foresaw that the members of Team Rocket were in for an unforgettable night. In the police car, upon hearing Ash's taunting remark, the trio of Team Rocket gritted their teeth and muttered, "That damned little brat." Thus, their enmity was sealed, and the saga of love and rivalry between Ash and Team Rocket began. Who would have thought that little brat possesses a Chimcho, such an exceedingly rare Pokémon? We absolutely must seize it and present it to the boss, exclaimed Jessie, seething with indignation. Not just that Chimcho. Did you not notice how absurdly powerful that Pikachu is? Meowth interjected. Indeed, we should capture both Pikachu and Chimcho to present to the boss. That would surely lead to promotions and raises. James chimed in, filled with aspiration. Thus, the mission to capture Pikachu and Chimcho commenced in earnest. Late that night, Misty lay in bed, gazing at Ash's sleeping form in the adjacent bed. Her admiration evident as she said, "Ash, I never imagined you could be so formidable, easily defeating an evil organization like Team Rocket. Their strength is rather mediocre. Had it been you, Misty, you would have effortlessly vanquished them," Ash replied. Really? Misty's heart soared at his words. Absolutely, Misty. However, it is getting late. You should rest early lest it affect our plans for tomorrow. All right, good night, Ash. Good night, Misty. After exchanging their good nights, they both drifted off to sleep. For them, the night was fleeting, but for some unfortunate souls, it was anything but. The next morning, Ash arose early as usual to engage in his training regimen. Accompanied by Pikachu and Chimcho. In the open space behind the Pokémon Center, Ash released the 3 Pokémon he had captured the previous day. All right, from today onward, you shall also partake in training. Pikachu, continue to enhance your mastery over electricity, while also attempting to fuse your electric abilities to maximize your explosive potential. Upon the completion of today's training, I shall affix weighty implements to your tails, compelling you to diligently enhance their strength. Bobo, your training with the Spearow is quite straightforward. You shall engage in battles against one another without my directives, exercising your own creativity while prioritizing safety. The 2 newly joined Pokémon nodded solemnly in understanding. Very well. You may commence your training now. As soon as Ash's words faded, the 4 Pokémon sought out suitable locations to begin their exercises. Meanwhile, the rather unsightly Magikarp in the water gazed at Ash with hopeful eyes. Magikarp, your goal is to evolve into the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, so your training will differ from theirs. Ash chuckled, producing a specially crafted energy cube and a stack of photographs. He began to instill in Magikarp the idealistic belief that she is eternally the most beautiful. After an extensive half-hour of persuasion, a newfound confidence radiated from Magikarp, transforming her demeanor entirely. Just then, Misty strolled out of the Pokémon Center, yawning as she approached. Rubbing her eyes, she greeted, "Good morning, Ash. I didn't expect you to be so diligent. No wonder your skills are so formidable. Still a long way to go," Ash replied. "By the way, Misty, you should release your Magikarp as well. I'll teach you how to nurture it." Ash's promise was not merely a statement. All right, Misty released her own Magikarp. But upon glancing at Ash's, she was left speechless, astonished by the stark contrast. Just yesterday, it had been a bashful little creature. Today, it exuded confidence and a newfound vanity, its scales shimmering with enhanced luster. She gazed at Ash in disbelief, asking, "Ash, is this really the Magikarp you caught yesterday?" "Indeed, it is," Ash affirmed with a smile. "This transformation is remarkable," she exclaimed. "A slight change, really. If you follow my method, you too could achieve this in half an hour." Ash had utilized premium custom energy cubes from the Tsunci market, each priced at 50,000 Poc dollars. He had spent $1 million in just half an hour. Of course, material wealth was inconsequential. Ash had earned more than enough over the years. An hour and a half later, Ash and his companions concluded their breakfast and embarked on their journey to the city of Deep Gray. Once they exited the urban confines, They re-entered the verdant expanse of the Viridian Forest. The moment they stepped into the woods, Ash could distinctly sense Misty's apprehension, if memory served him correctly. She harbored a fear of insects. Bugs, so many bugs, she shrieked, having barely ventured a short distance into the forest. Following her gaze, Ash observed a multitude of caterpies huddled among the underbrush. There appeared to be at least 10 of them. Gently, Ash placed a reassuring hand on Misty's shoulder, encouraging her. Do not fear, they are merely small insects. I am here, Misty. Chapter 18, Caterpie and Weedle. At that moment of comfort, a caterpie had already made its way to Misty's feet. Species, caterpie, gender, male, level, 6, ability, shield dust, potential, elite, skills, impact, silk spitting. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped down from Ash's shoulder. Noticing Pikachu's movement, Misty spotted a caterpie at her feet. Ash, please help me get rid of it. I can certainly remove it. But this little fellow seems quite enamored with you, Misty, Ash replied, feeling that Misty had chosen an unusual path. Despite her aspiration to become a master of water-type Pokémon, she was evidently attracting bug-type Pokémon. Hurry up and get rid of it, Misty exclaimed, frozen in fear and unable to move. You know, Misty, the evolution of Caterpie, which is butterfree, is quite beautiful. Since it seems to like you so much, why not capture it? It appears to be on the verge of evolution. Consider it a chance to build your courage. Although Ash was also keen on capturing the Caterpie, seeing its affection for Misty made him reconsider. Upon hearing Ash's words, the Caterpie cast a grateful glance at him and then looked at Misty with hopeful eyes, as if to say, just throw the Pokeball, I won't resist. However, Misty hesitated, fearing that Ash might misunderstand her intentions. Yet, her instinctual terror rendered her indecisive. Observing her wavering resolve, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Kirlia. Kirlia understood and approached the Caterpie, softly encouraging, be brave, little one. Her Pokeball is at her waist. Hearing this, the Caterpie's courage surged. It spun a white silk thread and pulled down an empty Pokeball from Misty's waist, then boldly bumped against the button to open it. Since it had willingly allowed itself to be captured, the Pokeball emitted a resounding click almost immediately after it entered. The entire process was seamless, taking less than 3 seconds for the Caterpie to assist Misty in capturing itself. How could this happen? Misty was taken aback. This was a first for her. Misty, there are numerous bug-type Pokémon in the wild. If you wish to become a master of water-type Pokémon, you must overcome your fear of bugs. Caterpie has a gentle disposition, and its evolved form, Butterfree, is quite lovely, making it a suitable companion for you, Ash reassured her, presenting a batch of bug-type energy cubes that could aid in its evolution. He pulled out a jar of homemade high-grade energy cubes, having prepared various types for wild Pokémon encounters. All right, thank you, Ash, Misty conceded, accepting the reality of the situation. Come forth, Caterpie, she softly called, and the Pokeball opened. Once released, Caterpie immediately nestled by her feet, making a show of attempting to climb. Under Ash's encouraging gaze, Misty nervously commanded, Stop. Caterpie, if you wish to accompany me, you must obey my commands. Until I permit you, do not come too close. Caterpie nodded enthusiastically in agreement. After a brief pause, once Misty had organized Caterpie's placement, the group ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, Ash spotted a golden Beedrill. That's it, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Pokémon, Shiny Caterpie. Gender, male. Level, 6. Ability, Shed Skin. Potential, Champion. Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite. Is this not the very shiny Caterpie that Ash lost when interrupted by the warrior boy in the original story? Such high potential, that detestable warrior boy, with champion-level potential. Ash suspects that the warrior boy was deliberately placed by the writers to thwart the protagonist from claiming victory too soon. How infuriating. With this thought, Ash threw out a Pokeball, declaring Pidgeotto to be the chosen one. This time, no matter what, he was determined to capture the shiny Caterpie. Pidgeotto. Use Whirlwind to lift Caterpie, then follow up with Quick Attack to knock it down. The shiny Caterpie, sensing its nemesis, panicked internally before it could react. A fierce gust swept it up, and Pidgeotto crashed into it, leaving the Caterpie dazed and disoriented upon landing. Quick-witted, Ash tossed a luxury ball. Without any mishap, the shiny Caterpie was captured. Witnessing this, Pidgeotto soared joyfully in the sky, enveloped in a radiant light of evolution. However, at that moment, Misty witnessed a horrifying scene and cried out, "Ash, watch out behind you." With his aura sensing abilities, Ash immediately understood what Misty had seen. For those lacking martial ethics, his response would be even more ruthless. He crouched down, a small aura sphere forming in his hand, and gently released it backward, sending the warrior boy flying 3 meters away. Had he known the warrior's sword was wooden, Ash might have sent him to the afterlife with a single aura sphere. Fortunately, the warrior boy, possessing a generally robust physique typical in the Pokémon world, managed to stand up after withstanding an aura sphere's impact. "Boy, if you plan to ambush from behind, you ought to ascertain whether you can contend with your target," Ash advised earnestly. "You are quite impressive. You must hail from Pallet Town. Come, let us duel," the warrior boy declared, producing a Pokeball to challenge him. Subsequently, Ash allowed this boy to experience the harsh realities of life, swiftly annihilating him with his newly evolved Pidgeot in a show of dominance. Truly worthy of being called the strongest rookie trainer from Pallet Town, you are formidable. The warrior boy, undeterred, had anticipated the outcome of this battle. Did Shigeru and the others inform you? Ash was oblivious to the fact that this battle was a trap set for him. This year, including himself, there were 4 new trainers from Pallet Town. Curse Shigeru, and those other 2 as well, just you wait. Ash resolved that once he caught up with those individuals, he would make them pay dearly, especially Shigeru. "If I don't empty your treasure trove, I shall not be called Ash. One day, I shall defeat all of you," the warrior boy declared passionately. "I await that day with anticipation. However, as long as you remain confined to this small place, you will not surpass me. Go on your journey, and when you have bested the likes of Ko from Leaf Green City and Shigeru from Pallet Town, return to challenge me." Ash did not extinguish the fervor of others' wicked humor, yet he was unwilling to forego any opportunity to unearth unpleasant surprises. "I know Xiao Ruo from Leafy Town. What sort of person is he?" the warrior boy inquired with curiosity. "Ah, he is a world-class dark star, extraordinarily powerful, able to rival even the mightiest Pokémon solely with his combat skills and immense strength," Ash replied. The warrior boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a contest with this Xiao Ruo. After bidding farewell to the warrior boy, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. "Ash, the Xiao Ruo from Leafy Town you just mentioned, is he not the one who was deemed a cautionary tale a few years ago?" Misty asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed." Ash nodded. "You are familiar with such a person?" "I encountered him during Professor Oak's summer camp, but he only attended for a day and scarcely made an appearance thereafter." Xiao Ruo had indeed only been present on the first day of camp. Subsequently, he suffered severe injuries and was repeatedly hospitalized. Eventually, his family decided to secure a private room for him in the hospital. Naturally, during his time there, he was plagued by various mishaps, ranging from being mistakenly treated as a patient to being accidentally injured by medical equipment. Chapter 19, A Fortuitous Find. Deep Gray City, a town located in the northwest of the Kanto region, derived its name from the Deep Gray Gym, though that was a tale from decades past. Nowadays, people recognize that the gym was named after the city itself, primarily because it was one of the weakest gyms in the Kanto region, with inferior facilities and a reluctance to even turn on the lights. "Ash, do you intend to challenge the gym directly, or shall we first visit the Pokémon Center?" Misty queried. "We have time. Let us head to the gym first." Just then, a squinty-eyed man called out to Ash, "Hey, young man, you've stepped on my merchandise." "Oh, my apologies, sir," Ash responded. "Merchandise? Sir, there are plenty of these stones by the roadside. How can they be your merchandise?" Misty retorted, displeased. While the stones were indeed collected by the man from other regions, they had not been purchased, as someone who ran a financially struggling gym could hardly afford such luxuries. Intrigued by the conversation, Ash asked, "Oh, so, sir, is your stall for stone gambling?" "Stone gambling? What does that mean?" the warrior boy queried, somewhat confused. Stone gambling refers to a practice where a valuable object is encased within an opaque exterior, rendering its quality unknown until it is cut open or unwrapped to reveal its contents. Ash succinctly described the concept of stone gambling. In this world, the focus was primarily on researching Pokémon, and valuable items such as diamonds and jade were often extracted by specially trained Pokémon. The original work featured trainers teaching their Pokémon to find agate, indicating that there was little opportunity for a stone gambling industry to flourish here. Listening to Ash's explanation, the warrior boy's eyes lit up. It seemed he had discovered a newfound purpose in his life's endeavors. Thus, he immediately began to rub his hands together, intending to deceive Ash. Young man, since you are so knowledgeable about gambling stones, why not try your hand at it? After all, a fool who doesn't earn money is indeed a fool. I've been peddling my wares in this godforsaken place for an eternity without sealing a single deal. To me, Ash appears to be a plump lamb ready for the slaughter. With plenty of time still on our hands, a bit of play would be delightful. Ash, of course, recognized the squinty-eyed man. After all, he was none other than the father of his acquaintance, the mother he knew. The family resemblance was unmistakable. With inherited squinty eyes and similar facial features, there was no need for a paternity test. One could discern it just by looking. Ash, those are merely stones from the roadside. They hold no value. Do not let this man deceive you, Misty urgently warned. Without uttering a word, Ash reassured Misty with a calming glance before turning his attention to the stones. At each stone, he feigned an inspection, but in reality, he was utilizing his aura to sense the interior. As Ash's performance was so convincing, the merchant, Hoenn, had begun to regard Ash as a seasoned expert, silently removing from his inventory the stones Ash had deemed unworthy. Just as Ash had finished inspecting half of the stones, a peculiar aura caught his attention. It emanated from a stone that was pockmarked and cracked. Could this wave be indicative of a Mega Evolution keystone? Ash felt a resonance with this special aura, reminiscent of the keystone he had previously acquired as part of his shiny Guard of War evolution set. Confirming that he had indeed found something of value, he maintained his guise of ignorance, even displaying a look of disdain as he observed the stone concealing the keystone. Next, his gaze shifted to another row of stones. Now, Ash was beginning to believe Hoenn's claims that these stones originated from distant regions. Ultimately, aside from the keystone, Ash sensed the presence of two evolution stones. Their specific Pokémon identities would only be revealed by breaking through the outer layers of stone. However, he suspected that one of them was likely the evolution stone for Steelix. After a moment of contemplation, Ash resolved to acquire all three unique stones. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he redirected his gaze toward a stone he had sensed might contain a fossil. "Uncle, how much for that half-meter-tall stone over there?" Ash inquired. Hoenn's eyes twinkled as he played along, responding, "Young man, I can see you have a keen interest in stones. I won't take advantage of you. You can take it for 100,000. 100,000 is far too steep. It's simply not worth it." Ash feigned a look of financial distress. 100,000 is truly not excessive, young man. You have no idea of the stone's provenance. I unearthed it from a relic, and the probability of it yielding a fossil is quite high. Even if it doesn't produce a fossil, there is still a chance it could yield jade. Is that so? But I barely have just over 100,000 to my name. If I purchase this and it yields nothing, I may find myself destitute and begging on the streets, Ash lamented, playing the victim. Hearing this, Hoenn thought of the children back home and felt a pang of compassion, momentarily reluctant to deceive Ash. "Uncle, perhaps you could throw in a few smaller stones? If that's possible, I might be able to stretch my budget to accommodate the purchase," Ash tentatively suggested. With a contemplative expression, Hoenn stated, "It is not impossible. But you must first identify the small stones you desire, and I shall examine them before making a decision." Xiao Zhi mixed the stones containing the key stone and evolution stone among a few inconsequential ones and pointed them out to Hoenn. "This is too generous. However, considering your eagerness, you may take the stone for 80,000 alliance coins, and additionally, you may select 3 from these lesser stones." "Is that true?" Xiao Zhi exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. After acquiring the stones, he did not hasten to reveal their contents. Instead, he borrowed a cart from Hoenn and proceeded toward Deep Gray City with the stones in tow. "Xiao Zhi, are these stones truly worth 80,000 alliance coins?" Xiao Xia inquired curiously. "The large one is certainly not worth that much, but these 3 smaller ones, if placed in other regions, would not merely fetch 80,000. They could even command 8 million, with people vying for them. The concept of mega evolution transcends monetary value. It is poised to become one of the principal combat methods in future battles, significantly enhancing one's strength. Mastery of evolution, moves, Gigantamaxing, and terrestrialization will be essential. Lacking proficiency in even one of these could render a champion as nothing more than an inferior contender." "Ah!" Xiao Xia exclaimed in shock, finally grasping that Xiao Zhi had been impersonating the squinty-eyed uncle earlier. "Xiao Xia, you must not disclose this matter to that uncle." Xiao Zhi expressed concern that Hoenn might become displeased upon learning of it. "Do not worry, Xiao Zhi, this will remain our little secret. and I shall not utter a word to anyone else. Upon entering Deep Gray City, Xiao Zhi first took Xiao Xia to the most luxurious hotel, where, in a soundproof room, he unveiled the contents of the stones. Among the 2 evolution stones, one was indeed that of Steelix, presumably the one Brock later acquired in the original series, while the other belonged to the dragon-type trader, Noivern. Having dealt with the stones, Xiao Zhi eagerly led Xiao Xia to the entrance of the Deep Gray Gym. Is this the Deep Gray Gym? It does not appear as dreadful as the rumors suggested. Xiao Xia observed the exquisite stone door of the gym, her face reflecting her confusion. Externally, it appeared quite impressive, yet the interior was uncertain. Xiao Zhi smiled slightly. The FAAD of the gym was not crafted by Wu Ning or Brock. It is the work of the first gym leader. Pikachu. Xiao Zhi. I want a battle in the first gym match. Me too. Even before entering, Pikachu and Kirlia eagerly volunteered for the fight. All right, since you both wish to participate, I shall entrust the battle to you. Xiao Zhi graciously acquiesced to their request. Xiao Zhi, deciding so hastily on the battle lineup may not be prudent. The Deep Gray Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and Pikachu and Kirlia do not hold a favorable advantage in terms of type. Xiao Xia expressed her concern, aware that overcoming type disadvantages could be exceedingly challenging, especially against a gym leader. Xiao Xia, rest assured, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious. With that, Xiao Zhi grasped the doorknob and pushed open the grand door. Behind the grand door lay a pitch-black corridor, the threshold seeming to delineate the boundary between light and darkness. The passage was not only shrouded in utter darkness, but also devoid of life, resembling a pathway to the underworld. As Ash and his companions stepped into the gym, a furtive figure stealthily followed them inside. How dark it is. This gym has no windows, and it seems they are too stingy to even turn on the lights. Misty exclaimed in frustration. She had never encountered such an eccentric gym, and the environment was utterly dismal. Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym leader. Ash called out in a particular direction. No sooner had he spoken than, with a sudden click, the lights in the venue illuminated. Trainer, it is evident that this is your first gym challenge. As the gym leader, I must remind you that a gym challenge is not merely a roadside brawl. Each gym has its unique rules, and the entire process of the challenge will be recorded, Brock stated solemnly as he sat poised. So, Ash, are you prepared? Yes. We are ready. Ash replied confidently. Very well. Our duel shall proceed according to gym regulations. You may use 2 Pokémon, and as the challenger, you are permitted to switch your Pokémon. Do you have any objections? Brock inquired again, looking at Ash. Before the battle commences, I would like to ask you, Brock, are the Pokémon you use part of the league's allocation, or are they from your own trained roster? Ash posed a thoughtful question. Regardless of the region, as long as a gym is recognized by the Pokémon League, the league will equip the gym with a selection of competent Pokémon tailored to its characteristics to help the leader handle any challengers that may come their way. These allocated Pokémon typically possess abilities that range between exceptional and novice levels. In contrast, the gym leader's main roster undoubtedly exceeds the strength of these allocated Pokémon. With the prowess of Pikachu and Cyndaquil, battling against opponents of the gym's later stages was precisely what Ash anticipated. Well, Brock hesitated. When he took over the position of gym leader, the league indeed sent several Pokémon, but he had declined them. The reason was clear. He could not afford such expenses. It was already a struggle to support his 10 younger siblings, and adding more mouths to feed would jeopardize the gym's sustainability. I understand, Ash acknowledged, grasping the situation. Thank you for your understanding, Ash. Jiro, you will officiate this match, Brock declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a miniature version of Brock appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The Deep Gray Gym's arena was composed of rocky terrain, expansive in size and filled with various hard, oddly shaped rocks, creating a seemingly complex environment. In the Deep Gray City Gym Challenge, we have Ash, the newcomer from Pallet Town, facing off against gym leader Brock. I declare the match to begin, and the challenger may initiate the first attack, the referee Jiro announced. As soon as his words echoed, Brock retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the arena. The ball hit the ground, revealing a well-trained Geodude. Pokémon, Geodude, Brock. Gender, male, level, 33. Characteristic, sturdy head. Qualification, gym leader. Skills, tackle, round, rock polish. Casting a glance at the information of the Geodude, Ash declared without hesitation, Kyrelian, this battle is yours. Kyrelian, brimming with enthusiasm, instantly teleported onto the battlefield. A psychic and fairy-type Chirelian. A shiny one at that. Could this truly be a novice trainer? Brock, witnessing Ash's Pokémon selection, gazed at him in disbelief. Hyperspace Hole. Chirelian conjured a powerful energy wave with its hands. Rock Blast. Just as Brock finished speaking, Geodude launched 3 solid rocks to intercept the energy wave. Boom. The collision of the two moves stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring visibility. At that very moment, a glint of blue flashed in Ash's eyes. Immediately, a figure burst forth from the dust. Geodude crashed heavily against a sturdy rock pillar, its eyes spinning in confusion. What just transpired? This scene left Brock momentarily stunned. He had seen Geodude block Chirelian's attack, yet now it appeared to be defeated. Possessing the power of aura, Ash seemed to have an invisible advantage. The dust that obscured Brock's vision did not hinder his sight. Thus, Ash decisively commanded Chirelian to teleport closer under the cover of dust, followed by a powerful ice punch that knocked out Geodude instantly. With a 5-level disparity in Geodude's double weakness to ice, it was fortunate that its rocky head did not get crushed. Your Chirelian has learned Ice Punch? Brock, observing the scars on Geodude, began to comprehend the situation. As the referee, Jiro, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept the reality of his brother's defeat. He raised a small flag and announced, Brock's Pokémon has lost its fighting capability. The challenger, Ash, is victorious. Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Leader. Brock tossed a Pokeball. A robust Onix stood proudly in the arena. Pokémon, Onix, Brock. Gender, male. Level, 37. Characteristic, sturdy. Qualification, elite. Skills, tackle, roar, bind. Rock Slide. Truly a nightmare for novice trainers in the Kanto region. This elite Onix had been trained to such a remarkable standard. Ash silently mourned for the aspiring trainers in Kanto for the next several decades. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Onix was destined for greatness, especially with its evolution. He turned to Pikachu, exuding confidence. It's decided, Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu raised a hand in agreement, then leaped onto the battlefield. Pikachu, you say? Ash's unconventional type choice left Brock perplexed. From the previous battle, he could tell that Ash was certainly not the kind of trainer who overlooked type advantages. Nevertheless, he could not help but caution, Ash, Pikachu's electric-type moves are at a disadvantage against ground and rock-type Onix. Pikachu is my initial Pokémon, and this marks my first gym challenge. I firmly believe that Pikachu can secure victory in this contest. The battle commences. Jiro waves the flag. Pikachu, summon the rain. While conventional electric-type moves prove ineffective against rock and ground types, Ash, as an experienced trainer, has instilled in Pikachu all the skills it can learn. The synergy of water and electric isn't merely a straightforward addition. It transcends simplistic calculations. Brock is left speechless, pondering what sort of rookie trainer this is. It feels like a psychological game, having been ambushed by Ice Punch in the previous round. Now facing an electric type that seizes control of the weather right from the outset. Onix, use Rock Tomb. Brock swiftly issues commands, attempting to interrupt Pikachu's rain summoning. Unfortunately, it is too late. Dark clouds envelop the battleground, and a gentle drizzle begins to fall. Pikachu, utilize Quick Attack to evade. Pikachu darts swiftly, avoiding Onix's assault with remarkable agility. The 4x weak Onix, under rainy conditions, finds itself severely disadvantaged, with diminished speed and defense. Sensing the opportune moment, Ash commands, Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt to finish it. Pikachu leaps above Onix, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning. Onix, hold on. Brock's anxiety escalates. Water conducts electricity, and what would typically be ineffective against ground types now feels like an unfair advantage. He struggles to predict the outcome of this confrontation. Enveloped in Thunderbolt, Onix emits a mournful wail. The pain is excruciating, unlike any electric-type Pokémon it has battled before. In this moment, Onix questions whether its previous encounters with electric types were mere performances, for how could an ordinary yellow rodent inflict such existential doubt? Moments later, with a resounding crash, Onix collapses onto the ground, defeated. Onix has lost its ability to battle, and Pikachu emerges victorious. As Ash still has 2 Pokémon remaining, he is declared the winner of this match. Jiro announces the results with a tone of disappointment. In the audience, Misty, who has been observing, approaches Ash with astonishment. Congratulations, Ash, for conquering the deep gray gym. Ash lifts his 2 companions joyfully, exclaiming, this victory is thanks to Pikachu and Chikorita. He expresses his hope that they will maintain their current momentum and triumph over all opponents at the court's conference, ultimately claiming the honor that belongs to them. Brock, you too must yearn for the outside world, right? You and your Onyx shouldn't be confined to such a small place, Ash remarks. Brock is moved. If you're uncertain about your choices, take a moment to reflect and consult your heart, along with your Pokémon. They are your family, are they not? With that, Ash and Misty head towards the exit of the gym. Chapter 21. The Semi-Champion Pikachu. Brock, if you wish to pursue your dreams, then go forth. I have decided to no longer run away. After Ash and the others depart, Wu emerges from the shadows. He gazed at Xiaojing with eyes filled with remorse. He was a failure, and more importantly, a failed father, burdened by the mess he had created yet lacking the courage to confront it. Instead, he chose to evade responsibility, transferring all the pressure onto his eldest son standing before him. Is it truly permissible? Xiaojing looked at Wuning with hope. I understand, father. However, before I depart, there is something I wish to convey. Xiaojing's expression was solemn. Speak, my child. Even if you were to strike or curse me, I would harbor no resentment. After an extensive half-hour of dialogue, Xiaojing finally expressed all he needed to say. Well then, should I assume you won't disappear without a word this time? Xiaojing cast a doubtful glance at Wuning. I shall not. A man's word is his bond, Wuning assured, thumping his chest. Under the veil of night, the sky was adorned with countless stars as Ash and Misty walked side by side. Ash, it is still early. Shall we take a stroll through the marketplace? Misty suggested, a hint of shyness in her voice. Shopping? Perhaps another time. The commercial district in Shallow Gray City is not particularly vibrant. Let us wait until we reach a more prosperous city, Ash politely declined. His thoughts were far removed from the trivialities of romance. Following their recent battle, Pikachu had brushed against the threshold of becoming a champion. He pondered how he could assist Pikachu in crossing that final barrier. Before long, a water wheel offered him inspiration. Ash recalled from the original story how, after a disheartening first gym challenge, Wuning had taken him and Pikachu to harness the water wheel's energy to recharge Pikachu, enhancing its voltage through external input to elevate its strength. If he were to employ this method, perhaps Pikachu could transcend that last obstacle. With this thought, Ash's determination solidified. He reached out and gently patted Pikachu's head. Pikachu, I believe I have a method that might help you break through. Would you like to give it a try? Pika? Really? Pikachu gazed at Ash in astonishment. Indeed, here is the plan. Ash succinctly outlined his idea for recharging Pikachu. Are you willing to attempt it, Pikachu? Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded, expressing its eagerness to try. Very well, let us head to the electric company in Shallow Gray City. Given Pikachu's current capabilities, Ash doubted that the manual power generation from the small water wheel would suffice. Thus, he set his sights on the electricity grid of Shallow Gray City, leveraging his identity as a Pokémon professor to secure cooperation from the local power supply department, an endeavor that would prove remarkably straightforward. Wait a moment, Ash. Are you certain this is advisable? Misty interjected. Pikachu is an electric-type Pokémon, indeed, but should the voltage exceed its capacity, it could lead to disaster. This was Misty's first encounter with such a reckless notion. She had only heard of electric-type Pokémon aiding in power generation, not being charged themselves. Misty, worry not. Pikachu is my family, and I know my limits. Soon, Ash and his companions arrived at the electric company in Shallow Gray City. After a series of amicable negotiations, Ash successfully persuaded the head of the electricity department to arrange a set of facilities for him. Before placing Pikachu into the apparatus, Ash spent 10,000 points in the system's marketplace to acquire a formidable power belt, which he equipped on Pikachu. This item served as his true assurance for allowing Pikachu to engage in perilous endeavors. It was a system-produced tool far superior to the similarly named item he had encountered in his previous Life-S games. This remarkable artifact granted immunity from death once and restored the user's condition to its prime. Regrettably, it was exclusively usable by Pokémon and not humans. Having prepared everything, Ash approached the control panel and adjusted the voltage output to its minimum. He addressed Pikachu within the apparatus. Pikachu, I am about to commence. Pikachu nodded in acknowledgement. As the machine powered up, electric currents began to flow towards Pikachu, causing the two electric pouches by its cheeks to instinctively discharge energy. The voltage gradually increased, and the current began to swirl around Pikachu, ultimately forming an electric-magnetic field. The vibrant yellow lightning danced upon Pikachu's form, and its lively eyes grew increasingly spirited. In less than 3 minutes, the voltage surpassed 100,000 volts, and Pikachu's body began to tremble slightly. Pikachu, hold on. We haven't reached your limit yet, Ash encouraged. The current Pikachu was far more powerful than its counterpart from the original series, and 100,000 volts were merely a trivial challenge. Pika. Ash continued to raise the voltage, and the intensity of the current steadily increased. The luminous yellow energy surrounding Pikachu began to transform, deepening in hue as it concentrated and coalesced within. The latent power within Pikachu gradually awakened. Unbeknownst to them, the long-standing barrier of quasi-elite status dissipated, and Pikachu had ascended to the rank of quasi-elite Pokémon species. Pikachu. Gender, male. Level, 44. Ability, Lightning Rod. Actor, performance. 5-5, stronger against the strong, weaker against the weak. Potential. Skills, Iron Tail, Surf, Rain Dance, Thunder, Shadow Clone, Quick Attack, Electric Terrain, Electromagnetic Wave. Volt Tackle, Thunderbolt. Perhaps due to absorbing an excess of electricity, Pikachu's level surged to 44, firmly placing it in the mid-tier of quasi-elites. Ash, Pikachu has broken through. It's time to stop, Misty urgently called out. All right, Ash replied, seeing Pikachu's breakthrough and deciding not to push further. As Misty noticed Ash preparing to open the apparatus containing Pikachu, she cautioned, Ash, the electricity emanating from Pikachu is extremely potent. You must be careful. I understand. Ash replied nonchalantly. After all, he was a wielder of 3 extraordinary abilities. How could Pikachu's electricity affect him? However, as fate would have it, an unexpected incident was imminent. The moment Ash opened the device, Pikachu attempted to leap onto his shoulder as usual, but a brilliant golden current surged from Pikachu's pouches, instantly stunning both Ash and Chikorita. Oh my, Pika, are you both alright? Ash and Kyrelian? The sudden turn of events left Pikachu in a state of confusion. Alas, life is indeed challenging, sighed Misty, feeling utterly helpless. Despite her prior warnings, such incidents still occurred. She could only advise Pikachu, it would be prudent to maintain your distance from Ash and Kyrelian until you have stabilized your internal currents. Pikachu, disheartened, nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Misty had no choice but to enlist the help of the power company to transport Ash and Kyrelian to the Pokémon Center in Deep Gray City. Chapter 22, Mount Miachar. The following day, Ash and Kyrelian had returned to their normal state, yet contact with Pikachu remained off limits. Ash had attempted to utilize his aura as a protective measure before approaching Pikachu, but such safeguards proved temporary and energy-consuming. Fortunately, Ash received a solution from Nurse Joy, finding an adversary for Pikachu to vent its pent-up electrical energy. By releasing a portion of the excess energy absorbed from outside, Pikachu would regain control over its tempestuous lightning. Ash, I knew you'd be here at the Pokémon Center, Brock exclaimed as he jogged towards Ash and Misty. Noticing Brock's travel bag, Ash feigned ignorance. Brock, what brings you here? I would like to join you on your journey, if that's all right, Brock replied earnestly. Of course. But what about the Deep Gray Gym? Ash inquired. Then I shall rely on your guidance from now on, Brock responded. Who would refuse a diligent caretaker? Since the day of departure, Ash had eagerly anticipated Brock joining the team, as it would alleviate many mundane tasks like cooking and feeding Pokémon. While Ash was an excellent cook, he preferred training Pikachu and the others. Please take care of me. My name is Misty, a world-class beauty from Cerulean City. Aspiring to become a master of water-type Pokémon, Misty boasted a little. After a brief introduction, Ash resumed his journey. Due to Pikachu's situation, he decided to adjust their itinerary and head towards Mount Miachar. Is it true that there are colossal onyxes on Mount Miachar? Brock, a seasoned onyx trainer, was filled with curiosity regarding Ash's claims of an onyx several times larger than usual. Indeed, such gigantic onyxes exist. They are likely to be a unique type of boss Pokémon. In the Alola region, boss Pokémon are quite common, serving as a trial for trainers in the absence of gym challenges, which over time has developed into a ritual known as the Island Challenge. Other regions also harbor boss Pokémon, albeit most remain hidden in the depths of the wilderness, seldom seen. The enormous onyx would not have emerged from the earth had it not been obstructed by a sand shrew within its body. What are boss Pokémon? Are they new Pokémon? Misty asked, perplexed. The dominant Pokémon is not a new species, but rather a significantly larger version of the ordinary Pokémon. These majestic creatures are enveloped in a unique aura of dominance that attracts their kind, forming formidable groups. During battles, they may even summon their kin to join the fray. As they journeyed, Ash impatiently explained everything he knew to Misty and Brock. Gradually, the two began to regard Ash as a scholarly individual. Soon, the group arrived at the vicinity of the colossal onyx's habitat, gazing at the vast, crisscrossing depressions in the ground. Misty and Brock were completely convinced of Ash's knowledge. "Pikachu, you are about to find an opponent to unleash your energy upon," Ash said to Pikachu, who was half a meter away. This distance was Ash's calculated optimal range to neutralize the effects of electric attacks with his aura. Pika. Pikachu ignited with a fierce desire to battle, yearning to master the electric energy within him so he could once again perch upon Ash's shoulder. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, as if a fearsome creature was charging towards them. This sight thrilled Ash. He had not anticipated such fortune. His goal was approaching them so swiftly. He instructed Sharim, please escort Misty and Brock to safety. Given the commotion, it was evident that this dominant onyx was a formidable foe. Ash could only ensure his own safety through the power of aura and psychic abilities. Recognizing that standing alongside Misty and Brock would be perilously risky, Sharim acknowledged his command and teleported Misty and Brock to a large boulder nearby. Just as they departed, an enormous onyx, marked by a deep cross-shaped scar across its face, charged frantically towards Ash's location. Pokémon, Giant Onyx, Dominant. Gender, Male. Level, 47. Ability, Shattered Armor. Qualification, Near Champion. Moves, Bind, Tackle, Harden, Sandstorm, Dragon Breath, Knock Off, Heavy Slam, Inherited, Wake Up Slap, Sand Tomb, Stone Edge. No wonder this creature attracted the Fighting King, Kiba. From such a distance, its innate talents were astonishing, and its move set was quite extraordinary. The inherited move Heavy Slam becomes increasingly powerful depending on the weight differential between the user and the opponent. Onyx, being a heavyweight Pokémon, would naturally possess tremendous potential behind even a standard tackle move, and the creature before Ash was several times larger than the average Onyx. A heavy slam from it could very well send Ash reeling back several steps, even if he were not airborne. Onyx, let the capturing battle begin. If you win, I will help you release your Tyranitar. If you lose, you must come with me, Ash conveyed through his aura. Roar. Agreed. Let us go, Pikachu. Greet the Onyx with Thunderbolt. Pikachu's cheeks sparked with electricity, and then a bolt of golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck the colossal Onyx squarely in the face. The sudden jolt compelled the Onyx to bare its teeth, clearly indicating that Pikachu's Thunderbolt had inflicted considerable damage. Under ordinary circumstances, Ash would not have allowed Pikachu to employ such a technique during a capture battle. However, Pikachu was currently brimming with immense electrical energy, amplifying the Thunderbolt's potency. Moreover, this was the real world, not a game, and the Onyx could not evade electric-type damage. This revelation prompted the Onyx to shed its initial arrogance. Upon witnessing Ash dispatch a mere electric-type creature to the capture battle, it had presumed Ash to be a naive fool, oblivious to type advantages. Yet, it now appeared that this human had meticulously planned this encounter, intent on lowering its guard. With a deafening roar, the Onyx swiftly burrowed underground. The ground trembled momentarily before settling into tranquility. Ever vigilant, Ash, equipped with his aura detection, discerned that the Onyx had not fled but was instead lurking beneath the surface, poised to launch a surprise attack. Pikachu, take flight and monitor the ground closely. When the Onyx surfaces, unleash your most powerful electric net. As a traveler who had benefited from both compulsory education and advanced studies, Ash possessed a modicum of understanding in physics. Pikachu's ascent was a clever manipulation of electromagnetic forces. Once airborne, the concealed Onyx lost its target, and had it not been for its ability to sense Ash's presence, it might have believed that the electric rodent had made its escape. Chapter 23. Capturing the Colossal Onyx. After a brief contemplation, the Onyx resolved to strike at the last known position of Pikachu. However, this impulsive charge was destined to be its undoing. As it broke through the surface, a massive golden electric net descended from above, ensnaring it entirely. Roar. I am a serpent, not a fish caught in your net. The Onyx protested, feeling insulted by this yellow rodent. That human was equally vile and cunning. How infuriating. Pikachu, now unleash your most powerful thunder. Ash disregarded the Onyx's sentiments. He merely wished to expedite Pikachu's cathartic release. The might of the thunder technique surpassed that of Thunderbolt, albeit with a hit rate that was less than guaranteed and a chance of missing altogether. However, with the Onyx ensnared in the electric net and Pikachu perched atop its head, there was little chance of failure. Otherwise, Ash would contemplate a dramatic restart from a cliff. A tremendous crash of thunder erupted, electrifying the Onyx from its head to its entire body, the searing pain rendering it utterly incapacitated. Soon, the Onyx succumbed to unconsciousness. Its body sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Ash then produced a heavy ball and hurled it toward the Onyx. The ball followed a parabolic trajectory, striking the Onyx perfectly and emitting a brilliant red light that drew it inside. Perhaps relieved by the sudden absence of the foreign object, or perhaps utterly defeated. The Onyx made no effort to resist. After the Pokeball landed, it emitted a satisfying click, signifying its complete capture. I have captured a Pokémon. Ash exuberantly celebrated as he picked up the heavy Pokeball. Pikachu joyfully leaped onto Ash's shoulder. This time, Ash was not met with an electric shock. Following their recent battle, Pikachu had enhanced its mastery over electricity, now capable of freely controlling its internal power. Ding! The system detected that the host had completed side quest 1, capturing the dominant Onyx, and rewarded him with 1,000 points, a premium metal coating, and 250,000 Alliance coins. How delightful! With 3 joyous events unfolding, Ash's heart brimmed with elation. Congratulations, Ash, on capturing another formidable Pokémon. Misty beamed, her face radiant with joy. Congratulations, Ash. Brock also chimed in to express his commendation. Mount Moon, situated between Gray City and Cerulean City, is renowned for its abundance of moonstones. It is said that the mountain earned its name due to frequent meteor showers, yet, due to excessive mining. The company managing the mountain has long declared that moonstones are nearly non-existent there. I've heard that wild Clefairy inhabit this area. The fairy-type Clefairy is incredibly adorable. Misty's eyes sparkled with longing. If you like it, just capture one. I've made a bit of a connection with the Clefairy here, Ash replied with a smile. Prior to the fairy-type's announcement, he had persuaded Professor Oak to accompany him on a trip to Mount Moon in search of Clefairy, Cleffa, and Clefable. After all, this entire lineage comprises solely fairy-type Pokémon, making them the most suitable candidates for his experiments. Really? Misty exclaimed, her delight palpable. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Kirlia. At this, Misty's gaze shifted to Kirlia, who nodded earnestly in affirmation. Wonderful. Ash, you should lead the way. My knowledge of Mount Moon is still stuck 7 or 8 years in the past. The caves in this mountain are incredibly intricate, and I'm not familiar with the habitats of the Clefairy. Brock graciously relinquished the responsibility of leading. He had only accompanied Professor Wubb earlier in his childhood. Since taking over the gym, he had hardly ventured beyond Gray City, let alone to such remote mountainous regions. Chapter 24, Mount Moon. No problem. Ash guided the two towards a concealed cave. Before they could enter, a researcher clad in a white lab coat burst out, followed by a swarm of Zubat. Help! Upon witnessing the scene, Ash felt a sense of resignation. Pikachu, Kirlia, please assist him once more. Pika. Pikachu and Kirlia sprang into action simultaneously. Kirlia whisked the man away, while Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt to disperse the Zubat. Seizing the opportunity, Brock threw a Pokeball at a Zubat that had been knocked down by Pikachu. Liku, how can you still be so reckless? Ash scolded sternly. Is that you, Dr. Ash? Liku looked up suddenly, his face lighting up in surprise upon recognizing Ash. Dr. Ash, you're just in time. Something has happened to the Clefairy. You must call Professor Oak to apprehend the villains. Apprehend the villains? Dr. Ash. The focus of Ash, Misty, and Brock diverged in different directions. Indeed, it is about capturing wrongdoers. A few days ago, a man and a woman claiming to be members of Team Rocket appeared, accompanied by a talking feline. Liku provided a brief overview of the situation. In response, Ash could only marvel at the formidable corrective forces of the world and the extraordinary fortunes of Team Rocket's trio. He gestured for calm, indicating that such trivial matters did not warrant the involvement of Professor Oak. I shall handle their apprehension myself. Liku, please reach out to Miss Junshaw from Deep Gray City. However, time waits for no one. We must act swiftly. With a flash of blue in Ash's eyes, Liku inexplicably levitated and was then unceremoniously tossed aside, as though he were refused. As for Team Rocket, it should be a simple task for me to handle. Who do you think you are, belittling me for so long? Ash scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in the direction of Liku's disappearance. Pikachu exclaimed, Pika Pika. That unfortunate soul truly deserves it. Indeed, of all the people to mention, why that perverse old man? If he hadn't flown so quickly, I would have relished giving him a taste of a whirlwind. Pikachu and Chikorita reveled in this mischief. Liku, a researcher at the Fossil Museum in Deep Gray City, often abandoned his duties to frequent Moonview Mountain. When Ash and Professor Oak first visited this place, Liku shamelessly attached himself to the professor, and over time, a bond formed between Ash and him. After Ash's departure, Liku took it upon himself to protect the Piplup clan and other Pokémon residing within the mountain. It is not that Ash looked down on him. Rather, Liku could only serve as an alarm, calling for help when needed, and otherwise, he loitered about. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and when Ash is ready to share, he will do so, Brock quietly reminded. He too was curious about these matters. But given their recent acquaintance, prying into another's secrets felt inappropriate. In truth, I am not intentionally concealing anything from you. Here is the situation, Ash explained to the two. To think, Ash, you are the one who discovered the mysterious fairy-type Pokémon, Misty exclaimed. She could already envision her ugly fish evolving into a Milotic. Evolution is a trivial matter. Even if you wish for it to evolve now, it is certainly possible. With that, Ash produced a beautiful scale. Perhaps not. That item is far too precious, Misty quickly declined, waving her hands in refusal. After all, Ash had promised to assist her, so there was no need for haste. Instead, she preferred to cultivate a closer bond with Ash through her ugly fish. Ash, does this mean that during our gym battle, you utilized your aura to prompt Chikorita's surprise attack? Brock inquired, somewhat belatedly. Yes, that is indeed the case. The battle was somewhat unfair, Ash admitted. No, Ash. I lost that battle. Your Pikachu and Chikorita were simply stronger than my Pokémon, Brock replied, not one to shy away from defeat. He simply could not grasp how his Geodude had succumbed at that time, unaware that Ash had issued no commands. And Chikorita was not the kind of Pokémon to disregard her trainer's directives. With so many Piplup and Piku around, this is quite the turn of events. Broaden your horizons. That large stone is the most valuable, meow. Is it a moonstone? Indeed. As long as we can capture these moonstones, along with Clefairy and Clefable, we can wash away the humiliation of our previous defeat and ascend to the ranks of the Team Rocket higher-ups without a hitch, meow. Meowth. Caressing the meow coin atop his head, had a grin that stretched beyond reason. Meowth, capturing them all seems a bit implausible now, thanks to your recklessness. A few Clefairy managed to escape, Musashi remarked. That's not solely my fault. Kojiro shares the blame, meow. Becoming higher-ups? Perhaps you should contemplate how to escape from the precinct this time. At that moment, a disdainful voice echoed from the passageway. Who goes there? The trio from Team Rocket turned sharply, eyes fixed on the entrance. Since you have so earnestly inquired, we shall generously enlighten you, came a voice familiar to Team Rocket. The well-known lines only fueled Musashi's ire further, and she angrily prepared to charge down the corridor. Kojiro, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, swiftly restrained her. Musashi, don't act rashly. That voice sounds like the brat who thwarted our plans in Iwakura City. Indeed, Musashi, it's that very brat, Meowth added, filled with anxiety. They were unprepared this time. Meowth understood all too well the formidable powers of Pikachu and Kirlia. Without proper preparation, they stood no chance, and their priority now was to secure Clefairy and the Moonstones. Upon hearing this, Musashi's anger intensified. They hadn't even fought yet, and were already backing down. Devoid of any spirit. Kojiro, Meowth, you two may be frightened, but not me. Arbok, use Poison Sting and teach that brat a lesson. Musashi hurled a Pokeball. It seems you haven't learned your lesson, came the retort. Kirlia, use Confusion and immobilize them. Satoshi, no longer pretending, realized that such line-stealing was not suited for a hero like him. Poor Arbok barely emerged from its ball, unable to even execute a move before being rendered motionless. Meowth and Kojiro sensed the dire situation. As they attempted to flee, they too found themselves frozen in place. This is bad, Meow. It seems we are headed back to the precinct. Meowth, have your claws grown back yet? Kojiro asked, tears streaming down his face. Last time they were apprehended, the police had seemingly anticipated their escape, thoroughly searching them before they entered. Ultimately, it was Meowth's claws that carved out an escape tunnel, allowing them to flee from custody. How could they have grown back so quickly, Meow? Meowth lamented. Let's hope this time the police won't search too meticulously, otherwise, Our return to the precinct may reach the boss's ears. At that point, forget about promotions. We'd be lucky to avoid termination, meow. Oh no. Chapter 25, The Moonlit Mountain Incident. You three certainly haven't learned a thing, Kasumi remarked, exasperated as she observed the Team Rocket trio. Little girl, you have no right to say such things. Musashi could hardly tolerate being lectured. You should just obediently reflect on your actions in the precinct. Who are they? Takashi queried, looking curiously at Satoshi and Kasumi. The impertinence. Yet another little brat has appeared, complicating the capture of Pikachu and the shiny Chikorita. The trio from Team Rocket lamented internally. They hailed from an organization known as Team Rocket, a nefarious group notorious for stealing others' Pokémon. However, these three were clearly novices, capable only of petty thievery. As explained by Ash. Little brat, what do you mean? Are you calling us novices? One of them retorted. Yes, little brat. If you dare to release us, let's see if we can commit some mischief. Another chimed in. Indeed, little brat. If you have the guts to set us free, watch us snatch your Pikachu and Chikorita. The trio shouted defiantly. They certainly do appear to be amateurs, Brock remarked softly, stroking his chin. Enough. You should save your breath. Miss Junsa will be here any moment. Pikachu, unleash a thunderbolt and teach them a lesson. Ash commanded decisively. Pikachu's expression shifted instantly, and a powerful current enveloped the trio. In the blink of an eye, they were rendered charred and unconscious. Their eyes rolled back as they lay twitching on the ground. With Team Rocket dealt with, Ash turned his attention to the captured Clefairy ensnared in a large net. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to free them. Pika. Pikachu gathered steel energy in its tail and swiftly slashed through the net, severing its bonds. Clefairy. With the restraints lifted, the Clefairy were liberated, exuberantly tossing Pikachu into the air and circling around Ash and his friends in gratitude. Clefairy, it's been a while. Do you still remember me? Ash asked a particularly lively Clefairy before him. Clefairy, I remember, you are Ash. Clefairy, are you all planning to continue living here? Clefairy, yes, this is our second home. But it has been discovered by bad people. Continuing to live here could lead to capture. This troubling news left the Clefairy disheartened. I shall see if I can transform this place into a sanctuary, requesting the League to send aid for your protection. I know every full moon night is crucial for you, but you must also remain vigilant. How magical. They are truly communicating. Misty observed Ash conversing with the Clefairy, her face brimming with envy. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary, Brock nodded in agreement. By the way, Clefairy, I have a friend who wishes to have one as a companion for her travels, Ash mentioned, relaying Misty's desire to have a Clefairy. Your friend, Ash? No problem. The Clefairy nodded enthusiastically before hopping into a nearby passage. In no time, it returned cradling a pink Pokémon egg. Clefairy, here, Ash, this child is about to hatch. Pokémon, Clebaby, unhatched. Gender, female. Level, 0. Ability, cute charm. Potential, near champion. Skills, pound, bounce, mimic, heal pulse. Thank you, Clefairy. Ash said gratefully as he accepted the egg. The quality of this egg surpasses that of the majority of the other Jigglypuffs, which clearly indicates the profound trust that Jigglypuff has in Ash. Otherwise, it would not have entrusted such a precious egg to him. He turned and solemnly handed Jigglypuff's egg to Misty, saying, Misty, this is now your responsibility. You must take good care of it. Rest assured, Ash. I will treat it well. Misty declared, her affection for adorable Pokémon like Jigglypuff evident, second only to her love for water-type Pokémon. Pokémon eggs require specialized incubators and nutrient solutions, so it seems we must hasten our journey. Brock, aspiring to become a top Pokémon breeder, was quite knowledgeable about the hatching of Pokémon eggs. No need. I have an incubator and nutrient solutions readily available in my backpack. Ash replied, retrieving a hatching device and several vials of nutrient solutions from his bag. He had procured these items prior to his departure, using his credentials as a researcher to obtain them from the League, knowing they would be deducted from his annual research funding. Now that he was traveling, he intended to utilize these resources. Miss Junsha from Slateport City arrived swiftly. Upon receiving a report from Officer Jenny, she drove over in a police car. Mr. Ash, I sincerely appreciate your efforts in apprehending these members of Team Rocket. Their bounty has increased since their escape from the prison in Pewter City. The subsequent rewards will be delivered to the Pokémon Center in Celadon City, and you can present your Pokédex to Nurse Joy there to claim them. With this remark, Junsha took the trio of Team Rocket and hurried back to Pewter City. The police force in Slateport was not on the same level as that of Pewter City, and given that the trio had escaped once, it was unlikely they would manage to do so again. After their encounter with Team Rocket, the security in Pewter City's prison had become significantly stricter. Ecstatic upon hearing about the increased bounty on Team Rocket, Ash couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking perhaps this time he could make a hefty profit. Once everything was settled, dusk fell, and Ash and his companions decided to camp at Moonview Mountain. That night, Misty and Brock were fortunate enough to witness the moonlit dance of the Jigglypuffs. The Jigglypuff that had given Ash the egg evolved into Wigglytuff. The following morning, as Ash and his friends prepared to leave, the Wigglytuff graciously gifted each of them a high-quality moonstone. After expressing their gratitude, the trio set off once more toward Celadon City. Chapter 26, Celadon City. Brock glanced at the map in his hand, then at the landmark at the intersection, confidently stating, "If we follow this road, we will soon arrive at Celadon City." "Ash, do you really intend to challenge the Celadon Gym?" Misty asked, somewhat hesitantly. The most pressing concern was that, like the Slateport Gym, the Celadon Gym did not have any Pokémon assigned by the League. Given the current level of the gym's decorative Pokémon, Ash's presence would likely result in a one-sided battle, and if the League were to witness such a lopsided contest, he could very well lose his opportunity to compete in gym battles altogether. Ash understood Misty's concerns. He had already devised a strategy regarding which Pokémon he would use, ensuring that the Celadon Gym would not suffer an embarrassing defeat. "Is that so?" Misty's unease deepened. "Misty, you aren't hiding anything from us, are you?" Ash teased with a grin. "And no, of course not," Misty stammered, hastily shaking her head. "Ash, the beautiful water ballet at the Celadon Gym is said to be performed by the renowned Water Sisters, making it a celebrated spectacle in the Kanto region. Truly a sight to behold." Upon hearing this, Brock's heart stirred with excitement, and his tone was imbued with anticipation. Ash cast a meaningful glance at Misty and feigned indifference, stating, "The water ballet is indeed captivating. However, Brock, you might be disappointed. It seems one of the Water Sisters has run away from home, so if we go, we will only witness 3 of the 4 beauties, and the performance may be incomplete. That is indeed a pity." The mention of the Water Sisters struck a sensitive chord with Misty. A flicker of pride sparkled in her eyes. "What you've heard refers to the illustrious Water Sisters, known for their grace and intellect, rather than some trio of beauties and an ugly duckling, right?" Misty's tone carried a hint of skepticism. "Is there such a comparison? The beauty and the ugly duckling? That sounds even more intriguing." "Ash," Brock chimed in, eager to see just how significant the disparity between Misty's trio of sisters and the so-called ugly duckling truly was. Ash scratched his head, realizing it was best not to engage in such discussions. Misty's expression shifted slightly. Had she not feared revealing her true feelings, she would have relished teaching Brock a lesson. Ash understood that Misty's reaction stemmed from living in the shadow of her 3 exceptionally beautiful sisters, which rendered her less confident in their presence. To illustrate, while Misty was a social butterfly outside, at home she resembled a recluse. As they continued on their journey, Misty grew increasingly taciturn. Celadon City boasted the most immaculate streets Ash had ever seen, pristine and unblemished, lined with verdant trees and fragrant blossoms, evoking a sense of serenity and delight. Suddenly, Misty pointed towards a gathered crowd ahead, shifting the conversation. "Look, something seems to have happened up there." It was evident that the allure of witnessing drama transcended age and gender, and Ash and his companions were no exception, particularly Ash, who recalled that the theft incident in the original story was perpetrated by Team Rocket. However, he had recently handed them over to the authorities, making their swift reappearance improbable. As the trio approached, they caught the attention of Officer Jenny, who was maintaining order. "You must be from out of town, right?" "Indeed. We have just arrived in Celadon City." "Officer Jenny, may I inquire what transpired here?" Ash, wishing to avoid suspicion like in the original narrative, promptly presented his Pokédex. Officer Jenny's wariness dissipated instantly, and she warmly exclaimed, "Oh, so you are the strongest trainer from Pallet Town. My sister asked me to extend her gratitude. You helped capture a long-wanted criminal." Regrettably, the other 3 managed to escape. At that moment, as Ash sought to delve deeper into the situation, Brock succumbed to his infatuation, dropping to one knee before Officer Jenny, holding an unidentifiable bouquet of flowers. This display of infatuation left Ash feeling embarrassed. Just when he expected Misty to intervene and pull him away, he realized she had quietly slipped away from the group. At last, Ash had no choice but to have Xiao escort Brock away so he could gather information. It turned out that the water pumping equipment and plastic hoses stored in the warehouse had been completely stolen overnight. Brock, let's go. The aquatic ballet at the Hualan gym is about to begin. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it. Ash called out to Brock, who was still lost in his daydreams. This fellow, despite being pulled away, showed no signs of improvement in his usual behavior, still fixated on the ongoing investigation led by Junsha. Upon hearing Ash's words, Brock's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Hey, Ash, have you noticed that something seems to be missing? After taking a few steps, Brock paused, scratching his head in confusion. Brock, are you only just realizing this now? Ash sighed, exasperated. Brock's reflexes were decidedly slow. Pikachu tilted its head, glancing at Brock, then pointed to its own head, indicating that there was something amiss with his thinking. Xiao nodded in agreement, fully understanding the sentiment. Chapter 27, Behavior? No, I am here to learn. His aura sensing was always active, and Misty's subtle movements were imperceptible to him. He estimated that Misty was already preparing for their battle. Hearing the urgency, Brock tugged at Ash, and they sprinted towards the ticket counter, resembling arrows released from a bow, zipping out in a flash, selecting their seats, paying, acquiring tickets, and dashing into the venue. The entire process flowed seamlessly without a hint of delay. Even the change from the ticket counter was left unclaimed by Brock. Phew, we made it. Upon reaching the audience section, Brock gazed at the still-closed curtains, finally feeling relieved as he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Brock was serious about watching beautiful women. He had chosen a prime location that afforded an unobstructed view of the stage. Such discernment left Ash feeling somewhat inferior. After all, this guy managed to select a good spot and enter within 30 seconds. As the stage curtains drew open, the aquatic ballet performance commenced. Pika? Ash, are you genuinely here to watch this kind of performance? Pikachu inquired with its wide, expressive eyes fixed on Ash. Xiao shared a similar look of skepticism. They both felt that Ash should not be attending such a show, especially with Serena waiting for him. Pikachu, Xiao, don't misunderstand. I'm here to learn. Ash explained earnestly. You see, the aquatic ballet performance showcases the collaboration between trainers and their Pokémon. In the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions, there is a competition known as the Pokémon Showcase, he continued, attempting to persuade them. If he couldn't convince these two, they might report back to Serena, and that would spell disaster for him. Ash, if you're saying that, do you plan to participate in the Pokémon Showcase in the future? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Brock's eyes. He had heard of the showcase and understood that it captivated the attention of many female trainers from both Hoenn and Sinnoh. After all, in the original story, the foolish character had helped Dawn prepare for the showcase, resulting in the creation of a special move, the double defense shield. Ash intended to follow suit, hoping to gain insight into new techniques. There exists another reason. He yearns to break free from his original trajectory. The championship title of the league does not suffice for him. He aspires to triumph in the grand festival as well. Furthermore, he has no intention of releasing the Pokémon he has captured, as each creature possesses its own personality. Some revel in battle, while others take delight in performance. With an abundance of Pokémon, he must also consider their sentiments. On stage, the three sisters of the water blue display their exceptional skills, gracefully dancing within a vast pool, their long legs captivating the audience and stirring emotions. This is nothing short of artistry. Ash watches in awe, utterly mesmerized. Indeed, this aquatic ballet strikes a chord within his heart, rendering the performance unforgettable. Brock's gaze remains fixed upon the stage. However, their mesmerizing display does not escape the notice of an individual who has stealthily left the group. How infuriating! Ash, fully aware that the performance is incomplete, is nonetheless enraptured. Misty clenches her fists, wishing to rush over and deliver a couple of playful jabs to Ash. Ultimately, she restrains this impulse, yet with a newfound determination. A blue-pink scale appears in her hand. Captivating performances often allow one to lose track of time. In the blink of an eye, an hour has elapsed, and the aquatic ballet draws to a close, signifying the end of the show. With lingering feelings of desire for more, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Kirlia, makes his way backstage. As he passes a phone equipped with the capability to transport Pokémon, he halts, retrieves a luxury ball containing a shiny Spearow from his waist, and dials the number for Professor Oak's research lab. While Spearow possesses commendable attributes, it falls short compared to Pidgey. and the overlap in their classifications as common flying Pokémon complicates tactical arrangements. Thus, he plans to send Spearow to the lab's backyard to engage in battles with the Pokémon there to enhance its skills, a matter he has already discussed with Spearow. Hello, this is Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. Who would you like to speak with? Upon connection, Ash hears a familiar voice. Professor Oak, it's me, Ash. Oh, Ash. What brings you here? Additionally, I recently captured a Magikarp, and I would like to request the transfer of a number 1 and number 3 Milotic. I have significant use for them. In the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, 3 Milotic are housed, all of which Ash had procured through an application to the League for research purposes regarding Magikarp's evolution. Essentially, they are to contribute to research data. Originally, there were 10, but due to certain circumstances, Ash had given some away as favors. After all, he was merely donating flowers to a temple, and the cost was borne by the League. I have received Spearow. As for the Milotic, please hold on a moment. Professor Oak acts swiftly, and shortly thereafter, the 2 Pokémon Ash requested are transmitted to him. Ash, I have sent them over. Take a look. Professor Oak, I have received them. Ash raises the 2 miniature luxury balls in his hand. Oh, Ash. The shiny Spearow you have captured is quite impressive, far surpassing the one that Gary secured. I intend to conduct some research on it. Would you mind? Professor Oak inquired with a genial smile. That old man has no chance. Professor Oak, undeterred, continued with his cheerful greetings. Chikorita, you remain as adorable as ever. And Pikachu looks splendid. It seems you have all embraced the joys of travel. Pika, Professor, as long as Spearow has no objections, I have none either. Spearow, being a common Pokémon, is hardly comparable to the rare Chikorita from the Johto region, which Professor Oak must have already studied thoroughly. No problem, he replied, swiftly ending the connection, seemingly anxious that Ash might reconsider. Chapter 28, Ash and Misty. Ash, I didn't expect you to have other Milotic as well. Brock, who had attentively listened to Ash's conversation with Professor Oak, interjected. The ones sent by the League for research were not captured by me, but they are officially credited to my name. I plan to use one of them to challenge the gym alongside my Pidgeotto, while the other will be utilized to train my Feeba. Ash had no intention of allowing his Feeba to evolve using the beautiful scales. Milotic was merely a tool for inspiring and educating Feeba. The 2 Milotic were of varying levels. One was at the mid-tier of the elite status, while the other was merely at level 30, not yet having reached gym-level expertise, making it no challenge against the average gym leader. Before long, Ash encountered the performing Dewford trio. The eldest sister, Sakura, radiated a healthy glow with her fair complexion, exuding an alluring charm that left Ash, whose looks were merely half as appealing, in awe. Wow, what a handsome young man. Are you here for an autograph? The accompanying Brock was completely overlooked. Ash felt a twinge of sympathy for him for a fleeting moment before envy took its place. Oh, so you are Ash. You certainly appear stronger than Gary. The second sister, Iris, remarked. However, it is unfortunate for you, dear Ash. Our Pokémon have been defeated by trainers from Pallet Town. Indeed, thoroughly trounced. And they are currently recuperating under Nurse Joy's care, the youngest sister, Peony, added. What? How could this happen? Ash feigned disappointment. The Dewford trio had no interest in running the gym. Since they had lost, they might as well let their Pokémon perform on stage for a longer duration. Hey! Everyone turned to the voice, spotting Misty in the audience. In the next moment, she leaped from her perch, landing gracefully before the group. Ash couldn't help but admire her agility. She truly was a superlative performer, with extraordinary jumping ability and superb physical prowess, landing from several meters high without bending her legs. Misty? The others, aside from Ash, were in a state of shock. Sakura, I have come to represent the Dewford Gym in this challenge, Misty declared to her sisters. What? Thus, you're the one among the Hualan 4 sisters who ran away from home, aren't you, Kasumi? Brock inquired incredulously. Ash felt a flush of embarrassment, astonished by Brock's audacity. No, it should be the beautiful trio and the ugly duckling, the third sister, Botan, interjected. Kasumi's irritation intensified. She wished to avoid further entanglement. If her past were to be fully unearthed during their conversation, she would lose all face to continue traveling with Ash. I will give it my all, Ash. You must not hold back, for I am quite formidable. With that, Kasumi strode towards the trainer's command area in the battle arena. Ash, the rules dictate a doubles match. Brock, would you kindly officiate? No problem. Brock gestured affirmatively and positioned himself at the center of the arena. Now, We have Ash from Pallet Town challenging the Hualan gym trainer, Kasumi. The battle will be limited to 2 Pokémon. I hereby declare the match to begin. Pidgeotto. You shall be my choice. Ash was the first to unleash his Pokeball. In that case, go Butterfree. Kasumi opted not to release Staryu as in the original narrative. The Caterpie she had captured was on the verge of evolution when she caught it. After consuming 2 energy cubes provided by Ash, it evolved into Metapod. After several days of maturation, it completed its evolution on the journey to MT Moon. Pokémon, Butterfree. Gender, male. Level, 25. Ability, Compound Eyes. Potential, Champion. Moves, Gust, Confusion. Protect, Poison Powder, Toxic, Shadow Clone, Substitute, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore. Wait, Butterfree. Wasn't she aiming to become a Water-type Pokémon Master? Why capture a Bug-type? Especially when she's terrified of them. Botan gazed in disbelief at the Butterfree before Kasumi. So adorable. What a pity it's not a Water-type, otherwise it could perform at the gym. Sakura's eyes were fixated on Butterfree. In any case, the 3 sisters each had their own focus. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Butterfree. Do not let it defeat you. Use Gust to blow it away. Kasumi retorted fiercely. Thus, 2 fierce gusts of wind clashed against one another. Not bad, Kasumi. But I hold the type advantage, Ash remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the wind generated by Butterfree was dispersed by Pidgeotto's attack, nearly sending Butterfree tumbling into the water. Butterfree, gather your resolve. Use Shadow Clone to approach Pidgeotto, then unleash Poison Powder. Oh, planning to defeat me with tactics I taught you, are we? I won't let you succeed so easily. Ash had imparted numerous strategies to Kasumi, including the defensive poison tactic. Clearly, he would not allow her to execute her strategy without interference. Pidgeotto, use Whirlpool close to the water's surface, with a powerful flap of its wings. Pidgeotto conjured a swirling water vortex that ensnared Butterfree. Could Kasumi truly claim victory in this battle? Even Sakura, despite her lack of battle expertise, could discern that Kasumi was at a disadvantage. Excellent, Pidgeotto. Finish it with a final sky attack. In declaring not to go easy, Ash was resolute. Butterfree, evade quickly. Kasumi's response was equally swift. Yet, with its wings dampened, the agility of the Butterfree was significantly diminished, causing it to lag in speed. It was struck directly by the formidable Pidgeotto, its eyes transforming into spirals as it succumbed to the loss of combat capability. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a Pokémon reminiscent of a sea serpent floating on a mat atop the water's surface. Its body was a creamy hue, adorned with crimson eyes, and a slight protrusion at the rear of its head. Above its eyes were elongated red eyebrows that extended beyond its fur, complemented by red fin-like appendages flanking its head. The tail was embellished with blue and pink scales, accented by black stripes. At the tip of its tail, 4 large blue scales overlapped, each featuring a red dot at their center. This Pokémon sat gracefully, embodying the very essence of beauty. Species, Milotic. Gender, male. Level, 36. Ability, Marvel Scale. Qualification, Semi-Champion. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Bounce, Water Pulse, Dragon Breath, Inherited. Attract, Aqua Ring, Dragon Tail. Mystical Shield. Misty contemplated evolving her Magikarp, a decision that Ash had anticipated. His choice of this level 30 Milotic was strategic, as its captivating ability naturally indicated it was female. Milotic, truly magnificent. Imagine the performances we could showcase. Our fame would surely transcend to other regions. They mused, plotting to persuade Misty to retain the Milotic at the gym, though their efforts were destined to be futile. Ash, this isn't your Magikarp's evolution, is it? Misty inquired, puzzled, recalling that Ash's Magikarp had yet to evolve. This is a Milotic I just had Professor Oak send over. Be cautious, Misty. It has been almost 2 years since it evolved from a Magikarp. While its level may not match yours, its combat prowess is not to be underestimated, Ash cautioned. This Milotic had evolved from a level 5 Magikarp with limited qualification, only possessing gym-level potential. However, after mingling with semi-elite Milotic for so long, it was far from ordinary. Milotic, be vigilant. Do not underestimate the opponent. Use Water Pulse. Milotic, dive down to evade it, then use Attract. Ash commanded calmly. With a swift motion, Milotic plunged into the pool, dodging the Water Pulse, and quickly emerged onto the floating mat, displaying its elegant form, radiating an unparalleled allure. Misty's Milotic was instantly entranced, its fighting spirit waning under the enchanting effect. Milotic, gather your resolve. Ash urged. Use Dragon Breath. As the impending attack approached, Misty shouted desperately, Milotic, pull yourself together and unleash Mist. In a critical moment, Misty's Milotic seemed to heed her call, successfully releasing the Mist. Well done, Misty. However, that alone won't suffice to overcome it. Ash remarked, filled with admiration. Xiaoxia has only recently captured her Milotic, so her ability to awaken it indeed took Ash by surprise. Milotic, use Ice Beam with all your might. In the presence of the power of Aura, the dark mist could not hinder Ash in the slightest. Milotic, do not concede to her. We shall also unleash Ice Beam. Xiaoxia commanded, unwilling to be outdone. In the ensuing battle, Xiaoxia resolved to mirror Ash's moves, engaging directly without recklessness. Relying on the higher level of her Milotic compared to Ash's, she initiated a battle of endurance. Ash contemplated utilizing Milotic's ability to charm, but Xiaoxia cleverly dispelled the effect with Dark Mist. After nearly 10 minutes of this fierce exchange, both trainers executed Dragon Breath simultaneously, resulting in a mutual exchange. Ultimately, Ash claimed victory, leveraging the advantages accumulated by his Pidgeotto. After all, Ash possessed a deeper understanding of Milotic than Xiaoxia herself. Despite her size, Xiaoxia maintained a positive outlook. Observing Ash's indifference, she finally exhaled in relief. In a moment of frustration, she shot a glare at Sakura, as if questioning what she was up to. When had she ever voiced opposition? Oh dear. The three sisters of the Hualan Gym exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing Xiaoxia's reaction. Xiaoxia, we have something to discuss, Iris said, gently taking Xiaoxia's hand. This unusual demeanor set Xiaoxia on edge. A glance at Sakura and Peony's expressions made it abundantly clear they were plotting to claim her Milotic. Resolutely, she quashed their hopes. Sister Iris, we can negotiate about many things, but you shall not lay a finger on my Milotic. That Pokémon is my main partner, and I intend to travel with it. I cannot allow you to squander its potential. We're not trying to keep Milotic at the gym. You can always contact us when you need it. After all, you will be traveling with Ash, who is quite formidable. Bringing Milotic along would not necessarily mean it would fight. Keeping it cooped up in a Pokeball is hardly fair. Showcasing it outside the gym doesn't break any promises, does it? No, absolutely not. Xiaoxia shook her head vehemently. If Milotic had been captured by her own efforts, she might have considered her sister's plea. However, since it was Ash who had facilitated her capture, and he had provided the beautiful scales for its evolution, as well as the fact that they were to travel together, this Pokémon symbolized the profound bond between Ash and her. She would never relinquish it. Dear sisters, if you require Milotic for a performance, perhaps I can assist you. Ash interjected, coming to Xiaoxia's defense. Xiaoxia suddenly realized, Ash, you wouldn't mean to I can lend my Milotic to the Hualan Gym for a water ballet performance. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision from Ash. Keeping Milotic at Professor Oak's lab as a mere pet was a waste of resources. Instead, he thought it prudent to utilize it for a profitable venture. Furthermore, this Milotic, once a reserved Phoeba, underwent a remarkable transformation upon evolution, resulting in a complete alteration of its appearance and an equally drastic shift in its demeanor, becoming exceedingly vain and eager to showcase its beauty. Ultimately, after some negotiations, Ash decided to invest Milotic in the water ballet performance of the three sisters from the Hualan Gym, with both parties agreeing to a 50-50 profit split. Ash would provide Milotic and essential promotional strategies, while the sisters would handle the performance. In essence, the arrangement could be construed as the Hualan sisters working for Ash. Naturally, Ash stipulated that the Milotic could not be used for gym challenges. A condition he would ensure was monitored by the Pokémon League of the Kanto region in his capacity as a researcher. Chapter 30, Battling the Beastmaster, Xiaoming. The next day, as the morning sun bathed the earth in light, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Hualan City and set forth toward the leaf green gym. Once outside the city limits, they encountered an abundance of wild Pokémon, such as the ubiquitous Oddish, Rattata, and Pidgey. Finish it off, commanded Ash as Pidgey delivered a swift thunderbolt, knocking a Rattata to the ground. Rattata, are you alright? Xiaoming. Who is that? Ash pondered, somewhat perplexed. His recollection of certain minor plot lines was vague. He only knew that on their journey to Leaf Green City, they would encounter a Bulbasaur, a Charmander, and the ancient Dragonite of the Brilliant Lighthouse. He had heard tales of a renowned trainer in the nearby hills who operated a private gym, boasting an impressive streak of 98 consecutive victories. 98 victories? Have they all been against past challengers? Ash mused, unconvinced of the prowess of a trainer obsessed with a winning streak, especially considering that over the years, Kanto trainers had shown relatively lower skill levels compared to those from other regions. Nevertheless, in order to help the newly recruited Pidgey and Kakuna accumulate battle experience, Ash resolved to confront this beast master, Xiaoming. Before long, Ash and his companions arrived at the so-called private gym, which appeared rather rudimentary, with the entrance adorned by the record of the Rattata trainer's victories. Excuse me. Oh, has my fertilizer for the 99 consecutive victories arrived? Before Ash could finish his sentence, the door swung open, revealing a green-haired youth emerging from within. 99 victories? Fertilizer? Quite a boast. Ash's competitive spirit ignited, and he retorted, "Who is the fertilizer for whom is still uncertain. Let us battle." "Oh, so you're the challenger, are you? Come on in," Xiaoming said, casting a dismissive glance at Ash. Soon, they arrived at a battleground. Go, Sandshrew. Pokémon. Sandshrew. Gender. Male. Level. 29. Ability. Sandveil. Qualification. Gym. Skills. Scratch. Roll. Sand attack. Rollout. Ash glanced at Sandshrew's stats and thought, oh dear, a peak excellence Sandshrew. No wonder he is so arrogant. With its near gym-level power, it was evident that the average shorts-wearing kid or bug-catching youth would hardly be a match for him. Pidgey, you're up, Xiaoming commanded, brandishing his whip. Sandshrew, attack. Upon receiving the command, the Sandshrew took a couple of swift steps before launching itself into the air, curling its body into a tight ball as it hurtled directly towards the flying Pidgey. Clearly, this sequence of moves had been practiced with intent. Ash grinned, finding it amusing. Pidgey evaded and unleashed Steel Wing. Without a point of leverage in midair, the ground-type Pokémon became a mere target. As Pidgey deftly sidestepped, it gathered steel energy in its wings, delivering a powerful blow that sent Sandshrew crashing to the ground. Shaking its small head, Sandshrew, though still capable of fighting, bore considerable injuries, yet its fighting spirit remained unyielded. Pidgey, use Whirlwind to lift it up. Pidgey flapped its wings rapidly, conjuring a whirlwind around Sandshrew. Noticing Sandshrew's imminent ascent, Ash quickly called out, Sandshrew, dig. Pidgey, don't give it a chance. Use Razor Wind to finish it. Pidgey unleashed two razor-sharp gusts that sliced towards the digging Sandshrew. Just as Sandshrew began to burrow, the dust settled, revealing it dazed and unable to move. Sandshrew had lost its fighting capability, resulting in a victory for Pidgey, as Brock habitually announced the outcome. Hooray, Ash has won. Misty cheered exuberantly. Pika Pika, Pikachu, and Chikorita joined in the celebration. The disparity between the competitors was glaring, though Ash noted that he and his Sandshrew shared a remarkable synergy, as Brock pointed out. I initially aimed for 100 consecutive victories before challenging the gym, but it seems I was overly naive. Ash certainly harbored a desire to win, yet he disapproved of the stagnation exhibited by Ash's opponent. May we observe your training methods? Despite his disapproval, Ash acknowledged that the training of Sandshrew to such a level indicated a certain skill on Ash's part. Of course, Ash replied, turning to lead Ash and the others into the tent. The tent was spacious, filled with various training apparatus, and numerous Pokémon were engaged in intense workouts. Once Sandshrew recovered, it eagerly threw itself into the training. Aren't these drills rather severe? Can your Pokémon handle them? Misty asked with a hint of concern. Misty, these sessions aren't overly harsh. They primarily aim to enhance their resilience. While they may appear cruel, each exercise remains within their limits. Most importantly, these creatures are in excellent health, suggesting your breeding skills are quite commendable, Ash stated, scanning the tent with his aura to assess the Pokémon's condition. Indeed, only such rigorous training can enable them to overcome type disadvantages. This way, even if they encounter opponents with advantageous types, they stand a chance of prevailing, Ash explained. While Ash did not oppose resilience training, he had even devised similar regimens for Pikachu and the others. He believed that training aimed solely at defeating opponents with opposing types was less effective than expanding one's team with Pokémon of diverse types to enhance versatility and broaden their tactical options. Especially for someone like Xiaoming, who is still a novice trainer, acquiring a diverse array of Pokémon yields far greater benefits than rigorous training alone. Xiaoming's expression darkened. At that moment, two mechanical arms extended from above the tent, reaching directly for Pikachu and Chirulian. There was no need to guess. The source of such commotion could only be the notorious Team Rocket trio. Ash had no desire to linger with them. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to sever it. He commanded. Chirulian, unleash a destruction ray. With a resounding explosion, the Team Rocket trio shouted their signature exit line midair. What an annoying feeling. Chapter 31, Bullying in the Pokémon World. After bidding farewell to Xiaoming, Ash and his companions resumed their journey, soon arriving at a fog-laden forest. The thick mist caused Brock, who was holding the map, to break into a sweat. His already poor sense of direction was further compromised, rendering him incapable of discerning landmarks. Brock, are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? It feels like we've been going in circles since we started, Misty remarked, pressing closely behind Ash. Her nerves frayed. I think we might have lost our way in the forest, Brock conceded, his once wise gaze now helpless against the map devoid of reference points. Ash, quickly use your psychic abilities to find a solution. Misty recalled Ash's aura powers. Misty, as much as I wish to escape this forest promptly, being lost means we are indeed lost. There's little I can do, Ash replied, equally exasperated. The aura detection was akin to a radar for hostility, not a compass that could provide direction, leaving him powerless. Upon hearing this, Misty grew even more anxious, her hands clutching Ash's shoulders tightly. What should we do? I don't want to be trapped in this forest. Misty, don't panic. This mist isn't created by people or Pokémon. It will surely dissipate in time. Once the fog clears, we can find our way out of this forest, Ash reassured her. He contemplated which Pokémon could generate mist, considering that in the Kanto region, it might only be Suicune, the unfortunate creature. However, that seemed improbable. With its rainbow feather, it was recognized as the rainbow hero by photographers. And since the shadowy figure Marshadao hadn't shown up, how could Suicune possibly seek them out first? As for human interference, he recalled an academy for nobles nearby. 2 years prior, when the fairy type was announced, he had been invited to attend classes there for a couple of days. Most graduates from that academy were merely theoretical scholars. Yet Ash had to admit that it also produced some researchers. If this mist was not a natural phenomenon, it was quite likely a result of their experiments. Remembering the academy brought to mind a particular shadowy figure from Kurei City during his class visit. He had inadvertently glimpsed that individual striving to regain their Pokémon trainer qualifications through extra lessons. Less than 3 kilometers away from Ash and his friends, 4 or 5 youths were gathered around a treadmill, where one boy was running vigorously. Among the onlookers, a red-haired youth stood in the center, holding a notebook, sternly questioning the boy on the treadmill. At what level does Pidgey evolve, and what is its evolved form called? Indeed, it is because of you that our entire class has been held back. How can you still have the audacity to remain? Boss, teach him a lesson. He will leave if he can't handle it. But that won't do. If this brat leaves, our amusement will be diminished. The remaining youths chimed in. Where there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Instances of bullying in schools are ubiquitous in that realm. Oh, I didn't expect your school to still uphold such traditions. At that moment, a voice interrupted the group. Who dares to meddle in our affairs? The red-haired youth turned with displeasure towards Ash. Ash, taken aback, remarked. I don't even know who you are. You must be from the junior class, right? What are the junior class? Who are you to interfere with our Pokémon school matters? Do you not cherish your trainer qualifications? The red-haired youth observed Ash and his companions, their travel attire eliciting disdain in his eyes. Judging by your tone, I presume someone in your family holds a position within the Pokémon League? Ash regarded the youth with interest. To speak so arrogantly, he must have some backing, though I wonder about the extent of their capabilities. Indeed, I hail from the prestigious Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan? Misty and Brock gasped in astonishment. One of the Elite Four of the Kanto region, the Dragon Master, is from the Dragon Clan. Being from gym backgrounds, they were well aware of the Elite Four's lineage. Are you frightened? The youth's face was filled with pride. Spare me. You are merely a collateral descendant of the Dragon Clan, without even a hint of the dragon's power awakened. No wonder you can only bully in such a small place. Ash, knowledgeable about these distinguished families, understood that only the main lineage and those who had awakened the dragon's power were considered true members. The collateral branches were inconsequential. The League might show a semblance of respect to the Dragon Clan in trivial matters, but when it comes to significant issues, they are disregarded. The Oak family, associated with Professor Oak, followed a similar pattern. However, the Oak family's strength surpasses that of the Dragon Clan, prompting Ash to thrust his Pokédex towards the youth without hesitation. Upon hearing about Professor Oak, the red-haired youth instantly deflated, wasting a promising future on petty bullying. Ash reprimanded the group. Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge the depth of this school. It seemed everyone had ties to influential families. This particular youth was simply short-sighted, picking on the innocent when a formidable presence loomed within the school. "Oh, isn't this the promising Dr. Ash? What brings you here? Afraid to enter the school?" Suddenly, a melancholic voice drifted from behind Ash and his companions. At the sound, everyone turned to see a girl with wine-red hair, clad in a blue skirt, standing with her arms crossed, gazing directly at Ash and his friends. Brock was taken aback by her beauty. "Miss," before Brock could approach, Misty swiftly tugged at his ear. "What a joke. A teacher afraid of a student? I've never heard such a lowbrow jest. Infuriating. Ash, you insufferable fool. How could you harbor such delusions?" The youthful girl's previously melancholic expression vanished in an instant. Chapter 32. A challenge for the great dark star, Xiao Ruo. Brock listened intently to their conversation, pondering. So, Ash has acquaintances at this school. Yet, it seems their relationship is rather strained. Johto Sidai, the granddaughter of the Academy's principal, is a prominent figure in academia, often referred to as the third generation of academic elites and a staunch supporter of theoretical combat. The principal of this academy, Johto Kazuo, is one of the few whom Professor Oak can truly call a close friend. The academy was established with the noble intention of nurturing a talent capable of winning the Indigo Conference. The motivation was simple. The champion of that very conference was none other than Professor Oak himself, who had decisively bested Johto, leading him to understand the stakes involved. Regrettably, the academy fell short of its aspirations during its most promising year, ultimately finishing as runners-up, with the champion being none other than the Dragon Clan's Yulong-Du, now renowned as the Flying-type Master, Dodrio. Subsequently, the academy's prestige waned, leading to increasingly lenient admission standards, culminating in its transformation into a gilded haven for the scions of influential families. Such was the unavoidable reality, given the academy's significant influence in the Kanto region. Graduates from the trainer class could challenge the Indigo League without the arduous journey of battling gym leaders. "Brock, we have pinpointed our location. Let us depart." Ash, weary of entangling himself with this troublesome young lady, was eager to leave. "Oh, very well." Although Brock was unclear about the history between the two, it was evident that Ash held a distinct aversion towards this striking girl. "Ash, I challenge you to a duel," Johto Sidai declared, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Sidai, it appears your excessive studying has rendered you a fool. You haven't even grasped the theories I've developed. Do you truly believe you can defeat me in battle?" Truth be told, Ash was reluctant to engage her. He found her skills lacking. Should he lose, she might weep, and rumors could spread, tarnishing his reputation, something he refused to entertain. "How dare you speak to Lady Sidai in such a manner?" A group of sycophants who had been covertly following Sidai stepped forward, their expressions brimming with indignation. Ash glanced at them, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as he perceived the unfortunate figure of a hapless soul lurking nearby. Not far off, a shadowy figure was crouched against the wall, peering in Ash's direction. Spotting this unfortunate soul, Ash retrieved a piece of bad luck charm to bestow upon Xiao Ruo. Ever since he purchased the charm during summer camp, it had become a staple in his inventory. Though he could only acquire 3 each month, over the years, Ash had accumulated a modest supply. Moreover, it had been nearly 2 months since he last used one on Xiao Ruo, and he had quite a few saved up. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo, who was spying nearby, felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by some terrifying presence. "Since you seek to be humiliated, let us engage together," Ash declared, addressing the motley crew before him. "Chimcho, do as you wish to deal with them. You dare to underestimate us, kid? Let us take him down, brothers." One among the group, enraged by Ash's release of a single rare psychic-type Pokémon, rallied his comrades. As events began to spiral out of control, Taiyut swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "If you wish to avoid the revocation of your trainer licenses and imprisonment, cease your actions immediately." It became evident that, in the eyes of the infatuated admirers, the words of their goddess held more weight than those of their own parents. Upon her command, not a single individual dared to move. Miss Ta, the leader of the sycophants, attempted to protest. "Silence. Did you not hear how I addressed him? Apologize to Dr. Ash at once." Though Taiyut was spoiled and had her flaws, it did not imply she lacked intelligence. The Pokémon doctor, regardless of his area of research, was not someone these students could afford to offend, especially since Ash was the youngest and most promising of his kind. She was certain that should a confrontation occur today, it wouldn't be long before a champion-level figure would come knocking for accountability. Dr. He. The group of sycophants was left dumbfounded. However, considering Sh Taiyut's status, they realized she wasn't jesting, and thus chose to humble themselves and apologize to Ash. Ash was taken aback by the noble lady's willingness to concede. Ash, are you not going to come in for a moment? My grandfather is very eager to meet you. Listening to Yut's words, Misty felt a pang of discomfort. What did this imply? Meeting the parents? Ash would surely not be attracted to such a frivolous girl. She repeatedly reassured herself, yet her gaze remained fixed on him. Brock, noticing Misty's demeanor, couldn't help but smile knowingly. No. We must continue our journey and shall not impose on your grandfather. Just convey my regards to him. Ash had no desire to meet Yedichif, as the old man harbored ulterior motives, constantly attempting to persuade him to enroll in the academy, even considering the notion of selling his granddaughter to do so. Ash was no ordinary individual, a prince of the sea, destined to become a king of the ocean. He would not be ensnared by a single tree. A hint of regret crossed Sh Taiyut's face as a thought struck her, and she inquired, So, Ash, you plan to participate in the Indigo Conference? In that case, we shall compete there, and I am certain I will triumph over you, Ash. You think you can defeat me? With your theoretical approach, you are light years away. Ash did not dismiss her out of disdain. It was merely that a person who only engaged in theoretical discussions could not hope to compare with someone seasoned in battle. You should consult your cousin, the Sinnoh champion, Miss Cynthia, and inquire whether her victory was a result of mere theory, Ash kindly advised. He had no interest in this girl. He merely wished to prevent her from squandering her champion potential. Indeed, Sh Taiyut possessed a Galarian Pokémon of champion caliber. Although it had been soundly defeated by Pikachu and Xiaorim, its potential was commendable, and with ample resources, achieving greatness was nearly a certainty. The only question was whether Sh Ta would harness that potential. Nodding, she replied, I shall. But do not be surprised if you find yourself unable to progress beyond the preliminary rounds of the Indigo Conference. Ash paid no heed to Shurdai, merely greeting Misty and the others as he prepared to continue their journey. As they passed by the young scion of the Yulong family, he leaned in and whispered, Foolish child, tormenting the weak will not bring you joy. Within your school lies a grand dark star, the true plaything suited for your whims. Though misfortune had befallen him, it did not imply that Ash would easily let Xiaohao off the hook. With someone of the Yulong family's stature complicating matters for Xiaohao, it seemed he would only ever be a trainer in his dreams. One wondered if Xiaohao's parents might consider having him retrain under a different alias. Not far off, seeing that Ash and his companions had not engaged in conflict, Xiaohao felt a twinge of regret. However, the individual confronting Shurdai turned out to be the very doctor who had discovered fairy-type Pokémon. It appeared he had also participated in summer camp years ago. Cursed be the fiery sparrow, the raging dragon, and the formidable bee drill of those days. Had it not been for them, the accolades rightfully belonged to him, allowing him at the very least to journey as a trainer rather than suffer indignities in this wretched place. The more Xiaohao pondered, the angrier he became, leading him to seek an outlet for his frustration. Spotting a smooth stone by the roadside, he kicked it away with a huff. Nearby, a small Happiny, having nurtured the stone for months, was promptly dismayed by its sudden departure and began to wail, intent on confronting Xiaohao. It is well known that Chansey and Blissey are the quintessential companions of Nurse Joy in the Kanto region, and as the initial form of these Pokémon. Happiny's trainer identity was clear. Just then, a girl of about 12 or 13, resembling Nurse Joy, approached from the direction of the school building, searching for something as she walked. Chapter 33, Garlic Toad. Despite the absence of fog, Ash and his companions found themselves predictably lost in the forest. As they passed by a small pond, Misty became entranced by a Pokémon drinking from the water. Wow, it's a Oddish, she exclaimed excitedly, tossing out her Pokeball containing a stereo, ready to capture the Oddish. Misty, wait, Ash called out hastily. He recalled the absurd process in the original story of capturing the Garlic Toad. The Oddish served as the catalyst and key to that endeavor. The Garlic Toad had once been Ash's primary Pokémon, its potential and strength unquestionable. The only critique against it was its aversion to evolution. Unquestionably, this Garlic Toad could unleash power surpassing that of an ordinary Vileplume without evolving. However, Ash was no longer the same trainer he once was. Capturing Pokémon required both strength and a certain affinity. This Garlic Toad had certainly caught his eye. Among the original starters, all could evolve into their final forms. and the garlic toad skills would be ideal for a defensive poison strategy, guaranteeing it a position of at least elite-level power. Most importantly, Ash surmised that the garlic toad's resistance to evolution was likely tied to the influence of his Charmeleon. In the original narrative, Charmeleon began to rebel after evolving from Charmander, and the garlic toad alongside the water turtle resisted evolution, perhaps out of fear of becoming rebellious themselves. Ultimately, the Charmeleon and the old Blastoise's defiance stemmed from insufficient training on the part of their original trainer, who could not command them effectively. Ash firmly believed that his prowess as a trainer was not inferior to that of the foolish character in the original narrative. If necessary, he thought, he could abandon his humanity and confront the rebellious Charizard directly. Ash, are you considering capturing Oddish? Misty inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. No. This Oddish has family nearby. Acting recklessly could provoke other Pokémon, Ash explained, gesturing towards the bushes where the garlic frog was concealed. As he spoke, he harnessed the power of aura and the strength of harmony to dissipate the garlic frog's hostility. Seed, this human possesses some insight. He was able to locate me. The Bulbasaur, emboldened, emerged from the underbrush without hesitation. Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Gender, male. Level, 23. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, Champion. Moves, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Growth, Leech Seed, Razor Leaf. Poison Powder, Sleep Powder. The starter Pokémon, Bulbasaur. Brock exclaimed, astonishment evident in his voice. Most starter Pokémon across various regions were under the control of regional Pokémon leagues, with wild specimens being exceedingly rare. Encountering a purely wild one was akin to winning the lottery. Even Brock, the rock-type gym leader, felt compelled to capture it upon sight. Hello, Bulbasaur. Ash nearly slipped with his words. Seed, human, thank you for intervening, farewell. The Bulbasaur sensed a warmth emanating from Ash, yet it remained cautious. Unable to fully trust Ash and his companions after witnessing Misty's earlier intent. It was quite a character. Ash increasingly desired to capture the garlic frog before him. Pika. Pikachu, seemingly attuned to Ash's thoughts, boldly approached Bulbasaur to establish communication. After a lively exchange, Pikachu gave Ash a thumbs up, indicating success. Cradling Kirlia, Ash turned to Misty and Brock. Let us follow Bulbasaur. Under Bulbasaur's guidance, Ash and his companions swiftly arrived at a wooden cabin nestled by the lakeshore. The expressions of the Pokémon were telling. With his experience in breeding, Brock immediately sensed something awry. It's all right, Brock. They are likely abandoned Pokémon, merely disillusioned with humans and harboring no intent to attack. Pikachu and Kirlia, displaying their natural friendliness, approached the Pokémon to engage in conversation. Who are you? And what do you intend to do with the Pokémon here? A clear voice rang out. Following the sound, Ash and his friends beheld a blue-haired girl, her medicinal basket slung over her shoulder, watching them with a wary expression. Hello, we followed Bulbasaur here. We mean no harm, Ash reassured her. Is that so? The girl regarded Bulbasaur with skepticism. Bulbasaur nodded affirmatively. With the situation clarified, the girl relaxed her stance. Bulbasaur was the chief guardian of the area, deeply caring for every Pokémon present, and would never lead any ill-intentioned individuals into their midst. Greetings, I am Xiao Ruo, the administrator of this forest sanatorium. The young girl introduced herself. Hello, Miss Xiao Ruo, I am Xiaoji, Xiaojing. Miss Xiao Ruo, may I inquire about what the forest sanatorium is? Xiaojing asked with a puzzled expression. Xiaoxia also displayed a look of confusion, as they had never heard of such an establishment before. Forest sanatoriums are typically situated within woodlands. You may consider it a more modest version of a Pokémon Center. However, the primary purpose of the sanatorium is to provide mental healing through the tranquility of the natural environment, Xiaoji explained. Xiao Ruo appeared astonished. Xiaoji, could it be that you are also? She sensed a kindred spirit in him. I must apologize, Miss Xiao Ruo. I am merely a novice trainer and have only heard about sanatoriums from Professor Oak. So, you are a nurse then? Xiaoxia remarked. Not at all. The methods I employ are traditional folk techniques, not derived from formal training. Xiao Ruo waved her hand dismissively. Sometimes, folk methods can be more effective than textbook approaches. Xiaoji set down his backpack, feigning to retrieve something, while in reality, he was extracting the medicines he had accumulated over the years from his system space. Fortunately, time within the system space was static. Otherwise, those medicines would have expired. Miss Xiao Ruo, please accept these healing potions as a small token of our appreciation, Xiaoji said. eager to clear his inventory, having long sought an appropriate opportunity. Xiao Ruo was taken aback upon seeing the pile of healing potions. Isn't this a bit excessive? Xiao Zhang seized the moment, grasping Xiao Ruo's hand. Fear not, Miss Xiao Ruo. Xiao Zhi is a Pokémon researcher, and he has ample resources. This is but a trifling matter. What is that object above us? Xiaoxia pointed at a peculiar flying device hovering in the air. Did someone mention what it is? A voice echoed from the airship, Musashi's voice, to prevent the world from being destroyed. Ah, it is those three again. Chapter 34, Capturing the Garlic Toad. Are they your friends as well? Xiao Ruo inquired curiously, having never encountered such a quirky duo before. Not at all. They are the infamous members of Team Rocket, a group notorious for stealing others' Pokémon, Xiaoxia explained. Haha, since you are aware of our fearsome reputation, why not hand over that Pikachu and Kyra Lillian? Musashi taunted. Xiaoxi sighed. You've already been apprehended twice. When will you learn? Humph, little brat, that was merely due to our lack of preparation. This time, we are fully equipped, and we shall graciously accept your Pikachu and Kyra Lillian. Meowth, get to work. Do not focus solely on the brat's two Pokémon. We intend to take all the Pokémon here, Meow. Meowth pressed the red button on the remote control. The flying robot extended a long tube, directing it towards Xiaoxi and the others, unleashing a powerful suction. Some smaller Pokémon, unable to resist the force, were swiftly drawn in as the machine activated. These rascals, who possessed remarkable abilities, chose instead to engage in villainy. Ash could only unfold the wave barrier to obstruct the suction. Bulbasaur, thank you. Ash. Bulbasaur looked at Ash with gratitude. Bulbasaur, protect your friends. Pikachu, Chikorita, go forth and send them flying. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur nodded vigorously. Pika. In an instant, Chikorita teleported with Pikachu to the rocket team's flying machine. Before the trio could react, Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt, sending them skyward, incapacitating the massive aircraft in the process. What an annoying sensation. Finally, it's quiet. But where on earth did those guys acquire such a flying machine and vacuum? Misty pondered the origins of Team Rocket's machinery. That suction device must have been stolen from Hualan City. As for the aircraft, perhaps they pilfered it from somewhere else. In any case, it's best to contact Miss Junsha to handle this, Brock remarked. Brock was partially correct. Some of the machinery was stolen, while some were constructed from materials they had purchased. That Meowth's creativity was remarkable. To be honest, Ash desired to capture Meowth, but regrettably, the creature's intelligence surpassed that of most humans, making capture impossible. Cynthia noticed the connection between Bulbasaur and Ash. Ash, it seems you have taken a liking to that Bulbasaur. If you don't mind, you should take it with you. This child shouldn't be confined to such a small place. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur glanced at Ash, then at Cynthia and the other Pokémon at her feet. Uncertain of what to do, feeling torn between both sides. Cynthia crouched down and gently stroked Bulbasaur's head, softly saying, It's all right, Bulbasaur. If you leave, these children will still have me, and they cannot remain here forever. One day, they too will have to depart. The other Pokémon exchanged reassuring glances with Bulbasaur. 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 Feeling their sentiments, Bulbasaur made up its mind, stepping back and assuming a battle stance. Ash smiled. A battle for capture? No problem. Let's go, Pikachu. Pika? Ash, are you serious? Pikachu looked at Ash with confusion. This could be a future partner. Was it really appropriate to go easy on it? Pikachu, I believe in you. Ash was confident that Bulbasaur would not fight seriously. The other Pokémon he had were either lacking in performance or insufficient in strength, leaving only Pikachu, the dramatic star, to take the stage. Chikorita, Milotic, one of the two teleported earlier, and Pidgey were all at a higher level than Bulbasaur, possessing greater combat prowess, while the remaining Magikarp and Shiny Metapod had little to no fighting capability. Pika. All right. Pikachu's expression changed, charging fiercely toward Bulbasaur. Unyielding, Bulbasaur retaliated with its vines, striking at Pikachu. Pikachu, quick attack. Pikachu's speed surged, colliding with Bulbasaur and sending it flying. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur rolled twice, its gaze growing increasingly fierce. With a twist of its body, several razor-sharp leaves shot forth. Bulbasaur's leaf blade is formidable, exclaimed Misty, who was watching. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pikachu's tail gathered steel energy, enveloped in a radiant white light. With just a few swift strikes, it shattered Bulbasaur's leaf blade and delivered a powerful blow to Bulbasaur itself. Seizing the opportunity, Ash threw a Pokeball at Bulbasaur. The ball struck Bulbasaur perfectly, and a beam of red light emerged from the center, pulling Bulbasaur inside. Perhaps Bulbasaur had fully recognized Ash. The Pokeball merely emitted a sound before successfully capturing it, landing steadily on the ground. "I've captured Bulbasaur." "Pika Pika," cheered Pikachu. "This is the best outcome, Ash." Misty genuinely felt happy for Bulbasaur. "Miss Sinnoh, may I stay here in place of Bulbasaur?" Brock said, his intentions clear. "Enough of that. You shouldn't linger here and disrupt their work," Misty decisively interrupted. "Miss Sinnoh, I will take good care of Bulbasaur. Then I entrust it to you." A notification chimed. "Host has captured Bulbasaur. Reward received. 1,000 points. 1 bottle of Dominance Essence." Dominance Essence. When consumed by any non-dominant Pokémon, their lineage will ascend to that of a dominant creature, slightly enhancing their potential, as well as their size, defense, health, and attack. This system is quite astute. Ash grinned upon hearing of the reward. While the system presented numerous side quests with decent rewards, he had little interest in grinding for tasks. After all, he had been reborn, and such menial labor was only occasionally necessary. There was no need to toil for the system. Chapter 35, The Abandoned Charmander. Ash utilized his aura to scan the surroundings and stated, "There are Fearos everywhere. Everyone, be cautious. It's all Brock's fault. How is it that every time we reach a fork in the road, you always choose the wrong direction?" Misty complained. Brock looked embarrassed, with his squinty eyes. It was only natural that he sometimes struggled to read maps. "Misty, don't be so hasty. Different paths offer different scenery and opportunities. Remember the other day when we got lost and encountered Bulbasaur? Perhaps this time, getting lost will lead us to another fortunate encounter," Ash reassured her. Indeed, in the original story, the foolish character often got lost, only to stumble upon rare opportunities that others might never experience. If Ash recalled correctly, his beloved Charmeleon was not far from him. Let's hope so. However, we haven't seen a town in 10 days, not even a Pokémon Center. "I just want to sleep in a cozy bed and not camp out in the wild anymore," Misty sighed. "We've found it. If we follow this road, we should reach the Pokémon Center on Route 24 today," Brock said, examining the map. "Is this route reliable?" Misty asked suspiciously. She had no desire to take a detour again. "This time, I am certain, if I am mistaken again, I shall treat you all to a grand feast upon reaching Leaf City." Brock made a resolute vow to himself. Upon hearing this, Misty was instantly filled with excitement. "Wonderful. At last, we shall have a bed to rest," she exclaimed. "Ash, let us hasten." The group had barely taken a few steps when they spotted a lizard perched atop a massive rock, its orange tail ablaze. "Wow, it's a Charmander," Misty gasped, utterly captivated by the creature's adorable appearance. The Charmander, seemingly unafraid of Ash and the others, lay quietly on the rock as if awaiting something. It appeared to lack vitality and bore several wounds. "It would be wise to capture it and take it to the Pokémon Center for treatment," Brock suggested. Charmanders are quite rare in the wild, even more so than Bulbasaur and Squirtle, indicating that this particular Charmander had likely been abandoned. Ash analyzed the situation, expressing his disdain. How could there be such irresponsible trainers? It's utterly disgraceful. He felt a deep sympathy for the abandoned Charmander, questioning how such trainers managed to obtain one of the starter Pokémon. Misty and Brock shared Ash's indignation. The starter Pokémon are the dream of many trainers, yet only a select few are deemed worthy of receiving them. The act of maliciously discarding a starter Pokémon reflects poorly not only on the individual trainer, but also on the one who entrusted the Charmander to them. Understanding the narrative, Ash was aware that the Charmander's original trainer was likely at the nearby Pokémon Center. Concerned for the creature's well-being, he prioritized earning its trust over revealing the harsh truth about its injuries. While using his healing powers to alleviate the Charmander's wounds, he said, "Charmander, this area is teeming with Spearow, which poses a great danger. Moreover, it looks like rain is imminent. I may know where your trainer is waiting. Why not accompany us to the Pokémon Center first? Once the rain subsides, I will help you find your trainer." Upon hearing this, the Charmander looked up at the sky and then at Ash, whose hands glowed with a verdant light. It resolutely shook its head, refusing to leave. Ash's words are not without merit. Do not be so stubborn. Seeing the Charmander's reluctance, Chikorita was displeased. "Pikachu, Pikachu." Pikachu activated its social prowess, climbing atop the rock to charm the Charmander into submission. After a barrage of persuasive dialogue from Pikachu and Chikorita, the Charmander chose to trust the boy with the extraordinary abilities. Thus, it began to follow Ash and the others. its little legs moving determinedly toward the nearby Pokémon Center. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by a chorus of flattering voices. Following the sound, they spotted a boy with blue hair and sunglasses, his nose nearly lifted to the heavens from the praises he received. On the table before him lay a collection of Pokeballs. However, Daisuke, it seems you do not possess a Charmander, one boy remarked. This callous comment reached the ears of the Charmander without fail. In that fleeting moment, hope transformed into despair. Just as I intended to embrace the little Charizard, I halted my steps. Standing beside the little Charizard, Xiao Ruo Zhi sensed its emotions and, without permission from Ash, directly utilized telekinesis to lift the group of boys into the air. Xiao Ruo Zhi executed the maneuver splendidly. These rascals deserved a lesson. Misty exclaimed in admiration. Pika. Pikachu also raised a thumb in approval. Help! Someone's trying to kill us. Who dares to step forward? The boys cried out in panic. What on earth is happening? Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center rushed over, her eyes darting as she searched for the Pokémon that had controlled the boys. Ash approached her. Hello, Nurse Joy. Could you please contact Miss Junsha? We've apprehended a trainer who carelessly abandoned their Pokémon. Hey, who do you think you are? What do you mean by a careless trainer? I released my own Pokémon. What business is it of yours? I advise you to set me down and apologize. Or when Miss Junsha arrives, I will ensure you are apprehended, shouted a boy named Daidaku. Pikachu, teach him a lesson and quiet him down, Ash replied coldly. Initially, he did not wish to escalate matters, as it was this boy's abandonment of the little Charizard that had granted him a champion-level Charizard. However, given the boy's insolent remarks and ignorance of his own unworthy status, Ash felt compelled to ensure he faced consequences befitting his actions. Upon receiving the command, Pikachu eagerly unleashed a bolt of lightning. Ash produced a red document and Pokédex, handing them to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy, here are my identification credentials. Thank you. The red document was an official certificate from the League, and this marked the first time he voluntarily presented it to someone. Every Nurse Joy is recognized by the League, and they are well versed in the various credentials issued. With a mere glance at the red document, Nurse Joy respectfully replied, Understood, Dr. Ash. I will contact Miss Junsha immediately. Chapter 36, Capturing the Little Charizard. Perhaps it was due to Ash using his doctoral status for the first time, but Miss Junsha arrived on her speedy Arcanine in a flash. Miss Junsha, this individual is the trainer who carelessly abandoned their Pokémon, and this little Charizard. Ash briefly described the state in which he found the Charizard. Additionally, these individuals can testify. They all heard the process of this person abandoning the little Charizard. I understand. Dr. Ash. Miss Junsha, possessing keen insight, merely glanced at the involved Charizard and quickly grasped the situation. We will certainly deal with this individual severely and will enhance our supervision. I will personally oversee this matter, so I have complete confidence. She continued. I will report this to the League shortly, requesting the revocation of his trainer's license. Furthermore, I would like your assistance in investigating the location where he received his initial Pokémon. Xiao Zhi understood that showing mercy to one's enemies is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Such actions, which could offend others, should either be avoided altogether or executed with decisive finality, ensuring that these individuals could no longer pose a threat. Dr. Xiao Zhi, you may report it without hesitation. Joy and I will take it from here. Rest assured, we will not allow any wrongdoers to evade justice. Once you arrive in Withered Leaf City, results will soon follow. Miss Junsha recognized that if this matter was handled well, forming a connection with Xiao Zhi would be effortless. Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Grateful for the assistance, Xiao Zhi was pleased to accept their help. Charmander, your strength is commendable. It is merely that fellow named Dio who lacks the ability. Xiao Zhi remarked, crouching down to stroke Charmander's head. Miss Junsha, perceiving Xiao Zhi's thoughts, posed a dilemma. Dr. Xiao Zhi, this Charmander has suffered emotional trauma, and it may be quite challenging for us to help restore its confidence. Would you mind looking after it? I have no objections. The real question is whether this Charmander is willing to accompany me, Xiao Zhi said, producing a luxury ball and gazing at Charmander. The little creature, taken aback that this human not only aided in its healing, but also stood up for it, willingly extended its small paw to press the button on the Pokeball. Xiao Zhi raised the Pokeball triumphantly, exclaiming, I have captured Charmander. Pika Pika. Congratulations, Xiao Zhi. Both Xiaoxia and Xiaojing cheered. Pokémon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, low excellent. Ability, Blaze. Potential, near divine. Skills: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Dance, Inherited, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Split. Description: This Charmander is genetically disadvantaged, but its deficiencies can be remedied by feeding it food infused with fire or dragon energy. Moreover, this Pokémon is exceedingly selective about its trainer. Those lacking sufficient ability will be unable to unleash its full potential and may even disobey commands. My goodness, undoubtedly a remarkable specimen, achieving near-divine potential despite its inherent flaws. If these deficiencies are addressed, it could easily reach the second-tier divine level. However, the subsequent description was alarmingly accurate. That fellow named Dio clearly lacked the capacity to harness Charmander's power. In the original work, the foolish character also experienced rebellion after evolving due to a low level starting from Charmeleon. Xiao Zhi increasingly felt that when Charmander evolved into Charizard, he would need to roll up his sleeves and engage directly in battle. Ding! The system detected that the host has captured Charmander and awarded a reward, 2,000 points. 1 premium Firestone and 1 premium Dragon Scale. Upon seeing the reward details, Xiao Zhi felt a wave of unease, muttering to himself. These items might be the very food needed to compensate for Charmander's genetic shortcomings, specifically Firestones and Dragon Scales. The prices of these items were exorbitant. Based on Xiao Zhi's previous knowledge, even the cheapest Firestone sold for 500,000 Alliance coins, while premium ones could reach millions. The system shop's prices were even higher, albeit with slightly improved quality, perhaps to prevent Xiao Zhi from exploiting any price discrepancies. The next day at dawn, Xiao Zhi seized the opportunity, starting a new day of training while Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang remained asleep. In the battle arena located in the backyard of the Pokémon Center, he released all of his Pokémon. Among them were a yellow-skinned rodent, a humanoid creature with blue hair, a bird, a fish, a golden cocoon, 2 snakes of differing forms, and a toad carrying a garlic bulb. 8 Pokémon in total, occupying a significant portion of the arena. Undoubtedly, the largest was the Colossal Onyx, followed closely by the Garlic Toad enhanced with the Essence of Dominance. After utilizing the Essence, Bulbasaur had grown slightly larger than a typical Venusaur. Everyone, allow me to introduce a new companion, Ash announced as he presented a Pokeball containing Charmeleon. Come forth, Charmeleon. As Charmeleon emerged, it immediately rushed to embrace Ash's leg. Charmeleon, come and meet the other friends, Ash encouraged, gesturing towards the other Pokémon behind him. Charmeleon obediently turned its head, only to be met with the menacing visage of the enormous Onyx, causing it to retreat in fright. Fear not, Charmeleon, Onyx is merely greeting you. Soon, we shall all be companions, Ash quickly reassured it. After a lengthy period of coordination, with the assistance of Pikachu and Chikorita, Charmeleon successfully integrated into the group. All right, it's time to commence training, Ash declared. Bulbasaur, practice your Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Seed Bomb, and Spore Bomb skills against Onyx, ensuring you control your strength. Onyx, create tremors while utilizing your Rock-type moves to counter Bulbasaur. Despite Onyx's quadruple weakness to Grass-type moves, the vast level disparity between Bulbasaur and Onyx rendered the Grass-type damage relatively insignificant. Ash aimed to enhance Onyx's resistance to Grass-type attacks, aside from feeding it berries. Adaptive training was the only feasible method to expedite this process. A typical example was Ma Zhishir from the Withered Leaf Gym, whose Raichu had evolved from a Piku that had only just transformed into a Pikachu using a Thunderstone, effectively bypassing an intermediate form and resulting in a speed disadvantage. Ash would never allow his Pokémon to retain vulnerabilities. Pikachu, Pidgey, engage in practice, focus on speed, with Pikachu limited to using Iron Tail and Pidgey employing Steel Wing. Chikorita, your training remains unchanged. Milotic and Magikarp. Chapter 37, Capturing Squirtle and System Rewards. After concluding their daily training, Ash and his companions lingered at the Pokémon Center for half an hour, allowing Ash's Pokémon to regain their strength before setting off towards Withered Leaf City once more. Initially, their journey proceeded smoothly, but as they approached the town, an unexpected event transpired. For reasons unknown, Ash, while walking along the path, suddenly sensed a powerful aura. He activated his aura detection and spotted several Pokémon nestled within the nearby grass. Before he could react, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open. With a resounding crash, the entire group plummeted into a large pit. Ouch, that hurt. Xiaoxia rubbed her sore bottom, lamenting the existence of such a pitfall in the middle of the road. Could it be that those three rascals from Team Rocket were up to their mischief again? My back. Xiaoxia, could you please stand up first? Xiao Jing groaned, clutching his injured waist, his face pale. In contrast to their unfortunate plight, Ash fared much better. During the fall, his Kirlia had used its psychic powers to shield him, leaving him merely dusted with a bit of dirt. Thank you, Kirlia, he exclaimed. No need to thank me, Ash, Kirlia replied. Noticing Ash's unscathed condition, Xiaoxia felt a pang of jealousy and asked Kirlia, why did you only protect Ash? What about me? Kirlia shrugged, indicating that she had forgotten. Xiao Zhang surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of any tools that might have been used for digging. This pit is rather deep, and judging by the walls, it doesn't seem to be man-made. It feels more like the work of Pokémon skilled in excavation, he deduced. His analysis proved accurate. Indeed, a group of pranksters was responsible for the pit. Looking up, Ash spotted 5 round, blue-skinned little figures peeking from the opening above, all wearing sunglasses and sporting mischievous grins. Aren't those the 5 Squirtless from the prankster brigade? He remarked. Squirtle? How adorable. Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the Squirtless. Could it be that Squirtle was behind this mischief? Xiao Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Adjusting his cap, Ash commanded, Kirlia, use teleport to take us out of here. In an instant, the 3 found themselves behind the Squirtle brigade. Squirtless, you initiated this trouble, so don't blame me. Ash smirked at the still-stunned Squirtless. Come forth, Charmander. He tossed out a Pokeball and rolled up his sleeves, instructing Pikachu and the others. Make sure they don't escape while I teach them a lesson. Releasing Charmander was Ash's way of demonstrating the prowess of a top-tier trainer. The next moment, a basketball-sized aura sphere materialized in his right hand. What? Is Ash revealing his true power? That massive aura sphere must rival Thunderbolt in strength. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Beside him, Xiaoxia's expression was entirely different. Her gaze was fixated solely on Ash, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light, as though captivated by an extraordinary charm. Meanwhile, the Squirtle leader, adorned with distinctive sunglasses, was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom how these individuals had emerged from the trap, nor could he comprehend why this hat-wearing human appeared more Pokémon-like than they did. Furthermore, he wondered why the blue orb should have incapacitated Ash for days. The more he observed, the more he felt they had bitten off more than they could chew. However, the Squirtle leader's companions were brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting their leader to triumph over a formidable foe and return with spoils, just as he had done in the past. Squirtle, Squirtle, they cheered. We are the Squirtle Squad. This predicament is not of our own making. It is all a misunderstanding. The leader of the Squirtle Squad, with a resolute demeanor, stepped forward in an attempt to ease the tension. Whether it is truly a misunderstanding depends on this. Ash raised his fist, determined that without a fight, they would not be able to take them all down. Squirtle, must we really resort to violence? Come at me all together. Ash provocatively gestured with his hand. Squirtle, Squirtle. The Squirtle Squad's leader's followers instantly became animated, urging their boss to take action. The leader glanced at Ash, then at his enthusiastic minions, and resolutely decided to engage Ash in a duel. Squirtle, Squirtle, this matter does not concern you. If we are to fight, I will take you on. Quite loyal. Yet he is still destined to face punishment. Ash hurled a wave bomb from his hand. As the wave bomb approached, the Squirtle Squad's leader retreated into his shell, attempting to evade the impending damage. Unfortunately, Ash's aura was formidable, having awakened it in his youth and honed it for over a decade. Even its minimal power could rival a full-force strike from a gym's initial Pokémon. With a resounding boom, the Squirtle Squad's leader found himself flipped onto his back, dazed and seeing stars. Incredible! With just a single blow, Ash has defeated the Squirtle. Misty exclaimed in astonishment. Squirtle? Boss, are you alright? The 4 Squirtle followers hurriedly surrounded their leader. Squirtle, I am fine, just nearly had a close encounter with my great-grandmother. At that moment, the sound of sirens pierced the air. The expressions of the Squirtless changed dramatically. They were on the local town's blacklist, and being caught by the police would spell the end of their carefree days. Are you all uninjured? A voice filled with concern called out, and the next moment, Miss Junsha appeared before Ash and his companions. Upon recognizing Ash's face, Miss Junsha asked uncertainly, Oh, you are Ash, the Pokémon professor, right? Just call me Ash. I am currently traveling as a novice trainer. Ash felt no surprise that this Junsha recognized him, as all Junshas in the world seemed to be related, especially those from the same region. Alright, Ash, these Squirtless Haven Tea caused you any trouble, have they? Miss Junsha inquired. No, they have been quite well behaved. By the way, Miss Junsha, these squirtless aren't abandoned, are they? They simply have not encountered a good trainer. At their core, these children are not bad, just mischievous. Could I ask you for a favor, Miss Junsha? She looked at Ash with pleading eyes. Due to the presence of these squirtless, Miss Junsha's workload had increased significantly, and seeing the squirtless being reprimanded gave her hope for a respite. Miss Junsha, you aren't suggesting that I should capture them all, are you? Ash probed. Indeed. A radiant smile blossomed on Junsha's face. Ash, my cousin in Leaf Village told me that you are a gentle trainer, and I believe you will take excellent care of these children. Without allowing Ash a chance to refuse, Miss Junsha pushed him in front of the Squirtle squad and presented a rose gold bracelet, offering the Squirtless 2 options. Pokémon, Squirtle leader. Gender, male. Level, exceptional low. Ability, torrent. Qualification, champion. Skills, tackle, tail whip, water gun, withdraw, rapid spin, bite, water pulse, protect, rain dance. Water jet, inherited. Among the 5 Squirtless, only the leader possessed champion level qualifications, while 3 of the others were gym level and 1 was at the near champion level, showcasing a disparity in their ranks, ranging from ordinary to elite. Ding. Host has captured a Squirtle. Rewards received. 2, 400 points, 1 Dominator Essence, for mysterious water drops. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task of assembling the original starter trio. Rewards received. 50,000 points. 3 Evolution Stones. Bulbasaur, Charizard, Blastoise. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Radiant Lighthouse. After capturing the Squirtle squad, Ash and his companions did not linger too long in the town. After resupplying, they continued their journey towards Leaf Green City. However, it wasn't long before the trio found themselves lost once again. By the way, where are we? Misty asked, looking at Brock with a puzzled expression. I have no idea, he replied. Sighing, Misty lamented, Ugh, lost again. Misty, don't worry, we are close to the seaside. Ash reassured her. He could hear the sound of the waves and sensed the presence of water-type Pokémon with his aura. Approaching the ocean indicated the proximity of a lighthouse, and Ash was eager to see the ancient Dragonite that resided not far from it. Although his current strength might not suffice to capture it, he hoped to glean some benefits from its imposing presence, especially since he possessed knowledge about other ancient Pokémon and could potentially acquire valuable items. The seaside? Misty paused, a thought occurring to her, before sprinting towards the ocean with her long legs. Water-type Pokémon, here I come. Observing Misty's retreating figure, Ash and Brock exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, as Ash had suggested, they were only a few hundred meters away from the beach. The trio spent an hour by the shore, during which the most enthusiastic among them, Misty, failed to capture any Pokémon. However, Ash, true to the original story, managed to catch a stunted Kingler on the beach. Pokémon, Kingler. Gender, male. Level, ordinary low. Ability, Hyper Cutter. Qualification, gym level. Skills, Clamp, Leer, Harden, Water Gun, Bubble Beam. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Ash and his friends arrived at the Radiant Lighthouse. Ash, is this really the residence of Professor Oak? Misty inquired, gazing skeptically at the somewhat dilapidated lighthouse before them. The dwelling before her was somewhat at odds with her perception of Professor Oak, for in her eyes, Ash had never seemed to care for monetary matters, always opting for the finest regardless of cost. Indeed, this lighthouse was the residence of Professor Okido, the brilliant mind behind the Pokémon storage system. I had known Professor Okido for quite some time, as he often visited Professor Oak's laboratory for discussions. Unlike the other researchers, Professor Okido preferred not to remain confined within the laboratory walls, favoring the exploration of subjects that piqued his interest. However, his prolonged stay at this lighthouse was linked to a mysterious Pokémon, one he had never encountered personally, only having heard the enigmatic calls that echoed from across the sea. While Ash and Professor Okido were old acquaintances, this marked Ash's inaugural visit to his home. Gazing at the grand stone door of the lighthouse, Ash noticed numerous stone carvings of Pokémon, one of which resembled a kangaroo and bore a striking resemblance to Mewtwo. In a previous life, he had merely heard from online friends about the existence of such a carving, initially dismissing it as a fabrication. Yet now, standing before it, he could only commend his friends for their keen observation. It remained uncertain whether the sculptor had misrepresented the figure of Mew or if indeed someone had uncovered traces of an ancient Mewtwo. Ash leaned towards the former interpretation. given that the official description of Mutuo stated it was a product of Team Rocket's joint research. Even with the advent of Mega Evolution, the fact that Mutuo could undergo this transformation did not substantiate the claim of the existence of such a species in antiquity. It is worth noting that Mutuo is regarded as a Pokémon of near-divine caliber, and even without divine affiliation, it would not be inconceivable for it to unravel the principles of Mega Evolution and fabricate a Mega Stone for itself. As Ash pondered the significance of the Mutuo-like carving, Brock rang the doorbell, prompting an eerie chime to resonate. "Who is it?" Ash called out. "It's Ash. I've come to see you, Professor Okito." "Oh, it's Ash. Hold on a moment." "Oh no, I'm stuck," came the reply, accompanied by unsettling sounds from within. "Professor Okito, are you all right?" Ash inquired urgently. "I'm fine. It's just that I've encountered a slight problem with the design of the fossil armor. I can't seem to unlock it. Please hurry and help me." No sooner had Professor Okito finished speaking than the stone door began to creak open. Upon entering, Ash and his companions beheld a bipedal fossil armor standing before them, unmistakably representing Professor Okito himself. Hearing their footsteps, Professor Okito called out, "Ash, come help me unlock this. The button is right here." With no other choice, Ash stepped forward to assist, while Misty and Brock observed the scene with mild amusement. Before long, with Ash's aid, a dashing figure with green hair emerged before them. "Greetings, Professor Okito. We are Ash's traveling companions," Misty and Brock exclaimed in unison. "Haha, no need for formality. Ash's friends are my friends. Consider this your home. By the way, does anyone here know how to cook?" "I have some skills," came a voice, accompanied by a rumbling stomach that answered the question for him. "Leave the cooking to me. I assure you, you shall be pleased." Xiao Gang eagerly volunteered to take on the role of chef. "Splendid." Zheng Hui shed tears of joy, while Xiao Gang prepared dinner. Xiao Zhi borrowed Zheng Hui's phone and the Pokémon transporter to send his previously captured Squirtle team member, Milotic, to Professor Oak. Following that, he called his mother to reassure her of his safety. If it weren't for the late hour, Xiao Zhi would have dialed Serena's number for a lengthy chat. "Professor Zheng Hui, I heard from Xiao Zhi that you are stationed at this lighthouse due to a mysterious Pokémon. May I inquire what sort of Pokémon it is?" Xiao Xia asked with curiosity. "Well, I cannot say for certain what kind of Pokémon it is. I only know that it must be quite lonely. One foggy night, as I passed by here, I heard its cries. At first, I took little notice. But as I listened more, I began to feel the loneliness in its calls. That is why I decided to study it and learn more about it. By the way, your timing is quite fortuitous. Based on my observations, this is a period when its cries are frequent." "Xiao Zhi, you are not in a hurry, are you?" Zheng Hui suddenly inquired. "The court's conference will not be held until the end of the year, which is nearly 7 months away. I still have plenty of time," Xiao Zhi replied, as he had already intended to seek out the colossal Dragonite. Zheng Hui's invitation came at just the right moment. "Wonderful. With your assistance, Xiao Zhi, I believe we are not far from the truth," Zheng Hui declared. "So, for the next few days, I will be imposing on you." "Not at all. However, Xiao Zhi, you must understand, I am not particularly skilled in the culinary arts." Zheng Hui squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he observed the busy Xiao Gang in the kitchen. It was clear that what he truly desired was delicious, mouth-watering food. Xiao Zhi found himself at a loss. He could not comprehend why these researchers, given their status and position, could not simply hire a cook. Professor Oak preferred to prepare instant noodles in the lab using beakers and alcohol lamps, while Zheng Hui seemed intent on freeloading off others' culinary skills. Chapter 39. The Arrival of the Ancient Dragonite. As Xiao Zhi and his companions savored their delightful dinner, the true protagonists, Team Rocket, were stationed on a small hill outside the lighthouse, peering through binoculars at the structure. According to their intel, a Pokémon researcher named Zheng Hui resided in the lighthouse. "A Pokémon researcher?" Kojiro noted in his small notebook. "It seems we are in for a change of fortune." Musashi's face lit up with a smile. "Musashi, do not celebrate too soon. That little brat has also entered the lighthouse. If we attempt to confront someone named Zheng Hui, that little brat will surely intervene," Nyarth cautioned. "Therefore, we need to devise a plan. Nyarth, think about it. What kind of Pokémon researcher-s abode would lack rare Pokémon? If we can capture all the Pokémon in the lighthouse, presenting them to the boss will surely lead to promotions and raises." Musashi's words seemed to weave a spell, causing Kojiro and Nyarth to envision the splendid life that would follow their advancement. "All right, then let us initiate the stealthy operation to capture all the Pokémon. A solitary individual and a feline companion. without the consent of Musashi, had unilaterally devised a strategy. Under the cover of night, after a hearty meal, Ash and his companions, led by Jinghui, ascended to the summit of the lighthouse. Ah, has the fog already rolled in? Well then, it's time to get to work, Jinghui exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the mist-laden sea. He dashed into the control room, where several large speakers were connected, and began to haphazardly press various buttons on the cluttered console. A mournful wail emanated from the speakers atop the lighthouse, resonating across the vast expanse of the ocean. This sound is one I meticulously crafted over the years, utilizing the expertise of skilled individuals to simulate it. I hope to attract that elusive Pokémon with it. Even if just for a fleeting glimpse, Jinghui declared proudly to Ash and the others, who gazed into the depths of the sea with bated breath. Suddenly, Ash pondered aloud. Jinghui, have you considered what might happen if your sound truly lures that Pokémon, but it finds itself alone without any kin? How would it feel? Indeed, Dr. Jinghui. Didn't you mention that Pokémon's cries are steeped in loneliness? What if it mistakes your sound for the call of a companion? Brock chimed in, contemplating the unsettling implications. Huh, I hadn't thought of that, Jinghui replied, momentarily taken aback. However, his experience in facing adversity quickly allowed him to grasp Ash's concerns. So, Ash, do you have any formidable Pokémon with you? Jinghui, you really haven't changed at all, Ash sighed, covering his face with one hand, rendered speechless by Jinghui's obliviousness. Bibarel, come forth, he commanded. Pikachu, accompany Bibarel to the cliff below and drive away Team Rocket. Given the uncertainty surrounding the ancient Dragonite's battle prowess, Ash deemed it prudent to first eliminate the trio from Team Rocket. A rampaging, colossal creature could spell disaster. Pikachu nodded and leaped onto Bibarel's back. Team Rocket? Ash, those three are here as well? Misty inquired. Yes, they're right below us. And a colossal creature is approaching from across the sea. In the distance, an enormous silhouette had emerged on the water's surface. What a massive creature, Misty exclaimed in awe. Ah, that is the Pokémon I have sought for years. Truly, it is one of a kind. Jinghui's face lit up with exhilaration. Observing the ancient Dragonite drawing nearer, Ash commanded his Kirlia, teleport us to below the lighthouse. Understood, Ash, Kirlia replied. In the blink of an eye, Ash and his companions found themselves outside the lighthouse. Just then, a brilliant flash of yellow lightning illuminated the cliffside, sending the struggling trio of Team Rocket spiraling away like shooting stars. What an unpleasant sensation, Ash remarked. Kirlia, we may need you to restrain the ancient Dragonite. Take this for now. He presented Kirlia with the Mega Evolution Stone pendant of his shiny Gardevoir. Recognizing that Kirlia had recently reached the threshold of the elite tier, perhaps a confrontation with the ancient Dragonite would provide the perfect opportunity for evolution. With the bond he shares with Kairu Lien, achieving Mega Evolution is not a daunting task. Dragonite. Upon your mention, Ash, the silhouette of this enigmatic Pokémon indeed resembles that of Dragonite. Yet why is its stature so immense? Do you possess some knowledge regarding this? Jinghui inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Ash. This is merely an ancient Dragonite. Pokémon from the prehistoric era are characterized by their colossal size, likely influenced by some mysterious force, slumbering until now. As Ash was elucidating this, the ancient behemoth approached the lighthouse. Illuminated by the beacon's radiance, its form became discernible, towering over 100 meters. Emanating an aura of terror and oppression, Dragonite arrived filled with anticipation, hoping to reunite with a long-lost comrade, only to discover it had fallen victim to a deceitful broadcast. Infuriated, it pondered where to hide its embarrassment, and in a fit of rage, shattered the lighthouse with a single strike. Seizing the opportunity, Ash utilized the system to scan Dragonite's basic information. Pokémon, Ancient Dragonite, Gender, Female, Level, Mid-Stage Champion, Level 2 Deity, Divine Role, None Ability, Multiscale, Potential, Level 2 Deity, Skills, Quick Attack, Hurricane, Thunder Wave, Fire Punch, Overheat, Flame Burst, Thunder Punch, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dive, Ice Punch, Ice Beam, Outrage, Mystical Guardian, Rain Dance, Dragon Dance. Hyper Beam. Description: this is an ancient Pokémon influenced by a mysterious spirit, having succumbed to a prolonged slumber, resulting in a decline in its power. The ancient behemoth at level 2 deity boasted an extensive array of skills, leaving Ash astounded. Fortunately, the opponent had only returned to mid-stage champion. Had it been at a higher level, Even with a type advantage, victory would not have been assured. After demolishing the lighthouse, the ancient Dragonite remained unsatisfied, and at that moment, she spotted the one who had tricked her. "How dare you deceive me, humans? You shall pay for your transgressions." Sensing the formidable killing intent emanating from Dragonite, Ash hastily summoned the powers of both Aura and Tokiwa to communicate. "Dragonite, we did not intend to deceive you. If you seek Pokémon from your era, I can assist you. I possess information about 3 ancient Pokémon, though they do not belong to your species." "Is this information genuine? I have endured enough of human deceit." Dragonite conveyed her thoughts through telepathy. "Of course," Ash replied without hesitation. The fierce gaze of ancient Dragonite lingered on Ash for 3 seconds, the ferocity dissipating suddenly. She sensed Ash's sincerity, as well as the presence of several level 1 deities surrounding him. The aura of Aura represented the creator deity Arceus, the rainbow feathers symbolized Ho-Oh, and the psychic energy bore the essence of Mew. The ancient behemoth expressed that her interest in Ash stemmed not from fear of these 3 beings, but rather from an inexplicable fondness for him. Chapter 40. The Emergence of the Psychic Empress, Sinnoh. "Dragonite, let us engage in a battle for your allegiance." Ash gazed fervently at the colossal creature before him. Sensing the intense battle spirit radiating from Ash, the ancient Dragonite did not refuse. Ash now sees this individual as a beacon of hope, a kindred spirit from a bygone era. She possesses an instinctive feeling that her powers will swiftly be restored in the presence of this human, perhaps even enabling her to transcend the limitations of her kind once more. Indeed, this Dragonite, in the ancient times, had relied upon her own prowess to surpass the threshold of semi-divinity, achieving level 2 deity status. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind, leaving her without a suitable divine role. With a graceful flutter of her small wings, the Dragonite soared from the precipice to the clearing in front of the lighthouse ruins, signaling that this would be the chosen battlefield. "Ash, are you truly going to battle this formidable Dragonite?" Misty inquired softly, her voice laced with concern. Brock and Chenghui also displayed expressions of worry. "Rest assured, I never engage in endeavors without confidence," Ash declared, casting aside all but the Pokeballs for his Pokémon, Chinchou and Metapod. The primary forces for this battle would be Pikachu, the Colossal Onix, and Kirlia, while Pidgey and Charmander would merely assist in gaining experience. "Pikachu, unleash your mightiest Thunderbolt. Kirlia, use Magical Shine. Charmander, employ Dragon Pulse. Bulbasaur, charm them, then follow up with Seed Bomb. Squirtle, conjure a Blizzard. Onix, summon a Sandstorm. Pidgey, execute Air Slash." All 7 Pokémon released their attacks simultaneously. Despite the ancient Dragonite's desire to join Ash's team, she harbored no intention of holding back. She sensed the profound bond between Ash and his Pokémon, and to do so would be to dishonor their fighting spirit. The Dragonite concentrated icy energy in her right hand and executed a powerful ice punch, absorbing most of the damage, with only Pikachu and Kirlia managing to inflict minor harm. After all, the ancient Dragonite's size was formidable. Pikachu's Thunderbolt had little hope of success, while Kirlia's attack was particularly effective against dragon types. The disparity in levels is vast. Only Pikachu, Kirlia, and the massive Onix can inflict harm on the Dragonite, Brock remarked gravely. "If Kirlia can evolve, Ash still has a chance to win," Chenghui analyzed. "Gardevoir possesses both psychic and fairy attributes. I firmly believe Ash will triumph over the Dragonite," Misty asserted confidently. "The ancient Dragonite is indeed powerful. In that case, let us give it our all," Ash declared, flipping his cap backward. His gaze sharpened, faint blue light flickering in his eyes as the powers of Aura, the energies of life, and psychic abilities converged and erupted, bestowing their strength upon his Pokémon on the battlefield. With the enhancements of Aura and psychic abilities, Pikachu and the others' perception of the battlefield surged to new heights, their cooperation blossoming into a harmonious synergy, and the endurance granted by the life energies was significantly amplified. "Kirlia, teleport Squirtle over here, and together we will use Ice Punch." Onix swung its tail, launching Pikachu into the fray, who seized the moment to execute Iron Tail. Kyrurian rested her hand upon the shell of Squirtle, her form flickering as she gracefully arrived beside Dragonite. The 2 Pokémon unleashed Ice Punch in tandem, while Pikachu, propelled by the might of Onix, executed a powerful beast slash aimed squarely at Dragonite's ample belly. This formidable maneuver elicited a pained roar from the ancient Dragonite. its cry resonating with such intensity that it felt as though the eardrums of Ash and his companions were being torn asunder. In retaliation, Dragonite swung its colossal tail with ferocity. Observing this, Ash swiftly erected a wave shield to protect the Pokémon in reserve. Remarkably, Ash managed to withstand Dragonite's assault using his psychic abilities, a spectacle that was truly eye-opening. Kyurem, unleash another magical shine. Kyurem surged with unprecedented strength, a brilliant light illuminating the arena, forcing the ancient Dragonite to retreat a step. At that moment, a blue-white glow of evolution radiated from Kyurem. As the brilliance faded, a graceful figure emerged. Her formerly short skirt transformed into an elegant, flowing white gown, heralding the arrival of the psychic queen, Sinnoh. Pokémon, Sinnoh, shiny. Gender, female. Level, near champion stage. Ability, telepathy, synchronize. Potential, champion. Moves, Moonblast, Future Sight, Dream Eater, Magical Shine, Misty Terrain, Trick Room, Tri-Attack. Has she evolved? Excellent. Sinnoh, let us showcase our bond. Evolve. Shauna. Ash brandished the Mega Stone, resonating with the Mega Evolution Stone adorning Sinnoh's chest. The Keystone and the Mega Evolution emitted a cascade of light, intertwining brilliantly as the Mega Evolution burst forth. Sinnoh's pristine gown transformed into a striking black, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery. Could Sinnoh evolve even further? Misty and the others were once again astounded by Sinnoh's transformation, particularly as the mechanics of Mega Evolution remained largely uncharted territory, and this phenomenon was primarily known within the Kalos region. In the Kanto region, a place akin to a novice village, such knowledge was rare, scarcely even heard of. Pokémon, Mega Sinnoh, shiny. Gender, female. Level, early champion stage. Ability, fairy aura. The chasm between champion and near champion was considerable. Despite Ash fortifying Sinnoh's foundation, the Mega Evolution merely allowed her to traverse a minor tier. However, the shift in abilities could very well serve as the cornerstone for victory in this battle. Ash utilized his psychic powers to facilitate Pikachu and the others' retreat, for the arena was now Sinnoh's domain. Sinnoh utilized Moonblast. Sinnoh's gaze sharpened as she conjured the Moonblast, directing it towards the ancient Dragonite. Uncertain whether it was due to inexperience against Mega Sinnoh or overconfidence in its own prowess, Dragonite unleashed a fierce dragon pulse in a bid to counter. However, the formidable Moonblast, bolstered by its type advantage, shattered the dragon pulse and struck directly upon Dragonite's head. Excellent, Sinnoh. Teleport atop Dragonite and unleash your magical shine upon her. Ash conveyed through his aura. Shauna. Sinnoh appeared above Dragonite's head, pressing her hands against its forehead, channeling energy to emit a radiant pink beam. Dragonite staggered a few steps, its expression marred by discomfort. Despite its imposing size and substantial stamina, even after enduring the magical shine from the powerful Sinnoh, Dragonite remained resolute in battle. Ash shook the Master Ball he had just retrieved, exclaiming, "Still standing?" Sinnoh, deliver the final ice punch. At Ash's last command, the powerful Sinnoh seized the opportunity while Dragonite was still reeling, launching a flurry of ice punches to its massive head. After several impacts, the ancient Dragonite rolled its eyes back, spiraling into a dazed state. Observing this, Ash promptly tossed the Master Ball. Thwack! The Master Ball made contact with Dragonite, releasing a beam of capturing red light. This Master Ball, acquired from the system, far surpassed the inferior ones available on the market. While it may not possess the miraculous one-capture ability, it was nearly guaranteed to secure a Pokémon that had lost its will to fight. Once Dragonite was ensnared within, the Master Ball began to tremble. Ash watched anxiously as it shook. Ding! The sound of a successful capture echoed, and Ash exhaled in relief. Chapter 41, Rewards and Tasks. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection complete. Host has captured the ancient Dragonite. Rewards: 100,000 points. 5 rare candies. 1 imitation dragon plate. 1 power revival potion. Imitation dragon plate. Crafted to resemble the treasures of a certain deity. It can be shared between 2 Pokémon and can be unbound at any time. Once bound, it significantly enhances dragon-type damage. Ding! Detection complete. Host has accomplished the hidden task of capturing a divine beast. Rewards: 1 divine beast, mythical, lottery ticket, 100,000 points. 5 Master Balls. Ding. Detection complete. Host has captured an ancient Pokémon, unlocking a hidden side quest to assemble a team comprised of ancient Pokémon. Task rewards, unknown. Note, the team capacity is 6. Task rewards will be distributed based on team quality. Oh dear. Upon hearing the series of system notifications, Ash felt overwhelmed. He was tasked with collecting ancient Pokémon, but upon reflection, he could only think of the 3 that resided in the mountains behind Pallet Town as viable captures. Beyond that, his thoughts drifted to the trio from Hoenn, the ultimate evolution of Caterpie, the hefty fish caught by a fishing rod, and the legendary Pokémon which traveled solely by foot. These 3 were barely eligible as ancient beings. Moreover, the notes indicated that to secure the best rewards, he must capture all 3. Pika Pika? Ash, what's wrong? In Ash's moment of contemplation, Pikachu approached, clutching the Master Ball at Ash's feet. Shauna. Seed. Sensing something amiss, Ash's other Pokémon gathered around him. It's nothing. I'm just a bit too elated. Ash, congratulations. You've captured a formidable Dragonite. At this moment, Misty and the others approached. What did that Dragonite convey to you during your telepathic connection? Compared to Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, Jinghui is more concerned about why this ancient Dragonite has appeared in this era. He did not say much, merely expressing his intention to help her find companions from the same period. By the way, Jinghui, what are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to stay here? Ash inquired. Having already captured the Dragonite, Jinghui's reason for remaining diminished, especially since he had lost his home due to 2 slaps. As a friend, Ash felt it necessary to inquire about Jinghui's future, as they might encounter each other again in that location. Jinghui exhibited a keen interest in the ancient Pokémon Ash mentioned, not solely due to Dragonite, but largely because of his innate curiosity. I have no objection to observing and studying, but it must be with Dragonite's consent, he replied. Professor Oak's research facility indeed contains records of ancient Pokémon, and if time permits, Jinghui could explore the ruins located in the back mountains of Pallet Town, Ash suggested. All right, I understand, Jinghui nodded. By the way, Ash, isn't your next destination Leaf Green City? Jinghui suddenly recalled and asked. As for Leaf Green City, I have some information that may pique your interest, Jinghui said with a mysterious smile. What news? Ash prompted. It's regarding a legendary Pokémon. When I visited Leaf Green City to discuss with researcher Sakuragi 2 days ago, I overheard the researchers mentioning sightings of a Pokémon resembling Zapdos near the abandoned power plant at the southern end of Leaf Green City. The credibility of this information is quite high. Although no one has seen it directly, its powerful electric-type abilities cannot be mistaken. Even if it isn't Zapdos, it would still be a formidable electric-type Pokémon. Capturing it would undoubtedly enhance your strength. Ash, Jinghui stated. The abandoned power plant in Leaf Green City, you say? I shall investigate, Ash replied. With the lighthouse destroyed, Ash and his companions had no desire to linger. After a brief rest, they set off towards Leaf Green City. Ash, what did you use to make Sinnoh evolve during your battle? I can't contain my curiosity about this evolution, Xiaoxia asked, her inquisitiveness getting the better of her. Xiaojing, who had been studying the map, also turned to Ash upon hearing the question. What I referred to as evolution is a temporary transformation that allows certain Pokémon, which normally cannot evolve, to transcend their limits and achieve a further evolution. Mega Evolution enables a Pokémon to unleash its hidden potential for a brief period. The 2 essential items for Mega Evolution are the Keystone, which is worn by the trainer, and the corresponding Megastone for the Pokémon. Much like the pendant worn by Sinnoh, collecting both items constitutes the most fundamental preparation to seamlessly execute Mega Evolution. A strong bond between the trainer and the Pokémon is required, Ash explained. Is it true that any Pokémon that cannot evolve might have the potential for Mega Evolution? Xiaojing inquired. I'm not entirely sure. Research on Mega Evolution is still in its infancy. As far as I know, there are over 50 Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution, Ash responded. Even with the system at his disposal, Ash could not guarantee that all Pokémon could Mega Evolve. After all, some Pokémon merely served to fill the Pokédex, and their potential for Mega Evolution held little significance. Hey, Ash, which Water-type Pokémon can Mega Evolve? Misty inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the Water-type category, we have Blastoise, Psyduck, Gyarados, Sharpedo, and Swampert, Ash replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Brock's fervent gaze upon him, prompting him to add, Onyx's evolved form. Steelix can also Mega Evolve. Brock asked urgently, so Ash, Where can we obtain the megastones and keystones necessary for mega evolution? He believed he had a profound bond with Onyx, and since it was already capable of evolving, his lack of funds to purchase a metal coat had merely delayed the process. He felt that mega evolution, still under research, had not yet become a mainstream combat system. Yet he believed it was improbable for him to miss out on such opportunities. These two types of stones are primarily found in the Kalos and Hoenn regions, though they may exist in other areas as well. As long as we continue our journey, we are bound to find them one day. Moreover, Pokémon capable of mega evolution can sense the mega stones that resonate with them, Ash explained. Perhaps it was a blessing from the heavens or Brock's newfound awareness. The group strolled leisurely, encountering no perils, and after 2 days, they finally arrived in Leaf Town. Upon entering the Pokémon Center in Leaf Town, the trio immediately sensed something was amiss. The center was overcrowded, with numerous trainers anxiously clutching their injured Pokémon, awaiting treatment. Ash discerned that most of these Pokémon bore injuries inflicted by electric-type moves. Miss Joy, may I ask what transpired? Why are so many trainers' Pokémon injured? Ash approached Nurse Joy with concern. They all challenged the Leaf Gym, only to be defeated by the gym leader, Raichu, who is quite formidable, she replied. By the way, are you Ash from Pallet Town? Before Nurse Joy could fully introduce herself, Ash interjected. Yes, I am indeed Ash from Pallet Town, currently traveling as a novice trainer. He felt it prudent to withhold his identity as a Pokémon professor until he was capable of self-defense, for human nature is often unpredictable. Understanding his unspoken sentiment, Nurse Joy continued, Ash, I've heard about you from some of my colleagues. You previously assisted in apprehending Team Rocket and exposed some unscrupulous trainers, contributing significantly to the League. This is a reward from the League. With that, she retrieved a blue and white Pokémon egg from beneath the counter, nestled within an incubation device. At the sight of the egg, Ash felt a surge of wave-guiding energy within him. He looked at Nurse Joy, uncertainty clouding his expression. Is this an egg of Riolu? Indeed, it seems you are truly from Pallet Town. Your knowledge is impressive, Nurse Joy praised. Nurse Joy, you must have some misconceptions about trainers from Pallet Town. We are not as outrageous as that. At that moment, a voice that Ash found both familiar and infuriating echoed from the entrance. Joy offered an awkward smile before shifting the topic. So, little Shigeru successfully challenged the gym? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Shigeru, the grandson of Professor Oak. I did succeed, but that trainer named Masahiro is quite formidable. His Raichu possesses exceptionally powerful electric-type skills. Shigeru presented 3 Pokeballs to Joy, saying, Miss Joy, I must trouble you once more. Just a moment. Joy replied as she set Shigeru's Pokeballs aside and turned to Ash, saying, Ash, I entrust this child to you. I will take good care of him. Ash solemnly accepted the egg of Riolu. Pokémon, Shiny Riolu, unhatched. Gender, female, level, 0, ability, inner focus. Aura heart. Note, this is a trait of the royal lineage of Lucario, not unique, and can be passed on to those of the same kind who awaken their aura naturally. Potential, champion, skills, quick attack, endure, bite, inherited, aura sphere. Shiny, a yellow dog. And it's female? Ash mused, still preferring the blue Lucario's aesthetics. The yellow fur seemed rather peculiar. With dual abilities, one of which Ash had never encountered. It was astonishing that this Riolu was of royal descent, truly extraordinary. After all, in the original story, the foolish protagonist had encountered a royal Riolu during his journey in Sinnoh, which could also use Aura Sphere. Could this egg possibly have come from Sinnoh? A sudden speculation crossed Ash's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was not well acquainted with the Sinnoh League. Why would they send him such a precious royal Riolu? Little did he know, he had inadvertently eliminated the correct answer. The egg indeed originated from Sinnoh, and Professor Oak had exerted considerable effort in this matter. However, that was a tale for another time. After providing Riolu with a more advanced incubation device and nutrient solution, Ash followed Shigeru to a nearby spot to reminisce. Shigeru, what brings you here? Ash inquired, puzzled. There's a gym in Leaf Green City. Why shouldn't I be here? Shigeru retorted. Yet, you, Ash, set out earlier than us but have arrived so late. Xiao Jiang and the others have already moved on to the next city. Shigeru was quite dissatisfied with Ash's progress, but upon realizing he seemed to be ahead, a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within him. Traveling too quickly can cause one to miss many things. Ash would never admit that they had fallen behind due to getting lost. Ash, why not introduce your companions? Shigeru suggested, glancing at Misty and the others. Oh, I almost forgot. This is Misty, the younger sister of the Cerulean Gym leader, currently journeying to become a water-type Pokémon master, and this is Brock. I naturally know Gym leader Brock, but what is your relationship with this beautiful lady, Ash? Shigeru remarked with a knowing smile, sensing an opportunity to settle the score with Ash for past grievances. The intricate interplay of affection and rivalry between the two individuals stems from Xiao Mao's roguish demeanor, which greatly displeased Xiaoji. By mere coincidence, a photograph was captured, prompting Xiaoji, out of concern for others, to send the image to Xiaochun. Ultimately, Xiao Mao's fate was to be sent flying by Xiaochun, who delivered a thorough reprimand. Indeed, he soared through the air, propelled by the formidable speed of Dr. Oki's champion Snorlax. Xiaoji, feeling a twinge of guilt, discreetly touched the tip of his nose. Meanwhile, Xiaoxia gazed unwaveringly at Xiaoji, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. As a longtime confidant, Xiao Mao was quite perceptive of Xiaoji's unease, quickly discerning his discomfort. He draped an arm over Xiaoji's shoulder and, drawing him aside, whispered, "Hee, it seems Xiaoji, you're the one orchestrating this. What are the terms?" Xiaoji inquired quietly. "What do you mean?" Xiao Mao feigned ignorance of Xiaoji's intent. "One exquisite moonstone. Provided you refrain from mentioning Serena," Xiaoji retorted through clenched teeth. In recent days, he had come to realize that his Charmander needed firestones and dragon scales to fully develop, with the latter being manageable due to the existence of the colossal Dragonite. However, procuring firestones was more troublesome, leaving Xiaoji with little choice but to reserve his stock for Charmander. In this predicament, silencing Xiao Mao required sacrificing the more precious moonstone. Chapter 43, The Withered Leaf Gym, A Battle of Shrimp and Pig Hearts. An exquisite moonstone? Xiao Mao was momentarily taken aback before decisively agreeing to the transaction, stating, "Deliver it first, or else, hee. Here you go, but remember, do not mention Serena." Xiaoji reluctantly slipped the moonstone into Xiao Mao's hand. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing observed the exchange quietly, whispering amongst themselves. Nearby, the astute Pikachu and Shinado were already deliberating Xiaoji's impending fate. "Pika Pika. Ah, I knew it would come to this. Shauna Shauna, I had foreseen it. However, it appears Xiao Mao has ulterior motives." "Pika? Really?" "Shauna Shauna. Indeed, he plans to discreetly inform Serena about Xiaoji's predicament." "Pika Pika, Pikachu? Shinado, do you think Serena will arrive on her Dragonite, like that girl with the little braid, to confront Xiaoji?" Shauna, I don't know, but I miss my sister." After the transaction, Xiao Mao indeed refrained from broaching the topic of Xiaoji and Xiaoxia's relationship. After exchanging trivial information regarding the Withered Leaf Gym, he took his leave. Yet, before departing, he bestowed upon Xiaoxia a knowing smile and uttered a word of encouragement. Xiaoxia, however, thought little of it, interpreting it merely as a supportive gesture from Xiaoji's companion, a boost for her pursuit of affection. "By the way, Xiaoji, what Pokémon do you intend to use for your challenge at the Withered Leaf Gym?" Xiaojing inquired. Recently, Xiao Mao had provided basic information about the Withered Leaf Gym, which specialized in electric-type Pokémon, with its leader, Marzisher, being a skilled practitioner of electric-type Pokémon. Among Xiaoji's Pokémon, only the colossal Onix and Bulbasaur had a type advantage, though Xiaojing did not doubt Xiaoji's capabilities. He merely wished to discern the extent of Xiaoji's prowess on display. "Refer to the rules. If it's a one-on-one match, then I'll go with Pikachu. For a 3-on-3, I'll choose Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and Charmander." Ash expressed his uncertainty. The original format was indeed one-on-one, and he wondered if Marzisher would alter the rules upon seeing his Pikachu and Gardevoir. Regardless, Pikachu was a definite choice, and the others could be decided later. Ash intended to teach Marzisher a lesson with Pikachu. Pikachu against Raichu? That seems challenging, considering Raichu is Pikachu's evolved form. Misty remarked. "Pika Pika." Pikachu immediately bristled at the suggestion. After all, that hefty mouse was merely larger. What was so impressive about that? Observing Pikachu's ignited fighting spirit, Ash sensed that victory was within reach. Shortly thereafter, Ash and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Leaf Gym. Upon hearing of their challenge, the gym did not follow the usual protocol of inquiries and promptly escorted Ash to the battle arena. The gym leader, Marzisher, was a robust middle-aged man with a spiky yellow hairstyle. Is this man truly the leader of this gym? Misty could hardly believe it. "Welcome to the Leaf Gym. Who among you is the challenger?" Marzisher inquired. "That would be me," Ash replied, stepping into the trainer's command zone with Pikachu and Gardevoir. "Oh, we have a novice trainer here," Ma Zhisher said, his interest in the battle waning as he noted Ash's stature. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Both stood in their respective command zones, and the referee's voice rang out. "Now, the gym battle between Ash from Pallet Town and Ma Zhisher from the Leaf Gym begins. With each trainer permitted to use one Pokémon. Let the battle commence. Go, Pokeball." Ma Zhisher hurled Raichu's Pokeball into the arena. Pokémon, Raichu. Gender, male. Level, mid-gym. Ability, static. Potential, gym. Moves, limited. Description: this Pokémon has suffered from premature evolution and prolonged exposure to excessive external electricity, resulting in diminished potential. Is this the caliber of trainers from Team Rocket? Truly selfish individuals, Ash thought, feeling a surge of irritation at Ma Zhisher's arrogance upon reading Raichu's description. He turned to Pikachu. "Pikachu, it's you." "Pika. No problem." Seeing Ash send out Pikachu instead of Gardevoir, Ma Zhisher scoffed. A novice trainer indeed. Sending forth a novice Pokémon. "I'll let you attack first. Then I shan't hold back. Pikachu, use quick attack." "Pika." Pikachu transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing toward Raichu. Observing Ash directing Pikachu into a trap, Ma Zhisher commanded, "Raichu, catch it, then use Body Slam." "Raichu." Raichu nodded silently, already envisioning Pikachu being flattened. However, blind arrogance often leads to hardship. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Quick attack was merely a preparatory move. While the true offensive was a colossal strike fueled by accumulated speed, a technique Ash had devised during his battle with the ancient Dragonite. Pikachu curled its form, its tail glowing with a brilliant white light, soaring towards Raichu like a spinning top. "What?" Ma Zhisher exclaimed upon witnessing this illogical maneuver, urgently calling out, "Raichu, quickly evade." Raichu, being larger than Pikachu, was already at a disadvantage in speed, and with Ma Zhisher failing to compensate for this, Raichu was unable to dodge in time. Receiving a powerful tail strike from Pikachu that sent it crashing into the wall at the edge of the arena. "Raichu." Ma Zhisher anxiously glanced at his Pokémon. Rai. Raichu struggled to rise, propping itself up with its hands. Ash intended to impart a profound lesson to Ma Zhisher. One tail strike was undoubtedly insufficient. So he instructed Pikachu to hold back slightly, allowing Raichu to retain some fighting spirit. Pikachu also activated its passive ability, feigning considerable exhaustion. Observing this, Ma Zhisher harbored no doubts and promptly believed, "Raichu, that Pikachu is out of energy. Use Thunderbolt to finish it." "Pikachu, counter it." Ash issued a command that Ma Zhisher could not comprehend. As the electric assault approached, Pikachu exhibited not fear, but rather a hint of exhilaration. Even a fully charged Raichu, a gym leader-level Pokémon, might not harm a quasi-elite level Pikachu, especially considering Pikachu's ability to absorb electricity. After absorbing the Thunderbolt, Pikachu brimmed with energy. Damn it! Ma Zhisher's resolve began to crumble as he increasingly sensed Ash's preparedness. "Pikachu, let Raichu experience the taste of Thunderbolt." Since Ma Zhisher relished electric-type moves, Ash decided to let him suffer humiliation before facing a crushing defeat at the hands of those very moves. Following the onslaught of electricity, Raichu lay charred, its eyes swirling, having lost the will to fight. With Raichu's defeat, Pikachu emerged victorious, declaring Ash of Pallet Town the winner. Chapter 44, Zapdos. In the dead of night, after Ash, Misty, and Brock had fallen into slumber, he summoned Shinado to teleport him and Pikachu away from the Pokémon Center. Upon their arrival, Ash headed towards the power plant mentioned by Kojiro. The legendary Pokémon Zapdos was a dream cherished by countless trainers, and even the slightest hint of its whereabouts could incite the ambitions of many, not to mention the notorious Team Rocket that plagued the Kanto region, prompting Ash to refrain from allowing Misty and Brock to accompany him on this perilous adventure. As anticipated by Ash, Ma Zhisher, a Team Rocket officer with elite-level prowess, had gathered no fewer than 50 members, their target being the elusive Zapdos concealed within the power plant. "Boss, everyone is assembled and ready to depart," reported Ma Zhisher's second-in-command, a young woman. "This operation is of utmost importance. Every individual must adhere strictly to the plan without any errors. Otherwise, none of you will escape the wrath of Boss Banmu," Ma Zhisher stated coldly. Gazing at the assembled throng, Ma Zhisher brimmed with confidence. He had ventured to the abandoned power plant over 20 times, challenging Zapdos on numerous occasions, but had failed each time without exception. The final message, for reasons unknown, reached Bammu's ears. Realizing that he could no longer keep it under wraps, Ma Zhizhi altered his strategy and sought Bammu's support, leading to the current situation. However, if this operation were to fail, the loss of his face would be a trivial matter compared to the serious repercussions he would face from Bammu. Should he carelessly expose his identity, it would escalate into an even graver predicament. As Ma Zhizhi hurried along his path, Ash had already arrived at the outskirts of the abandoned power plant. A powerful wave of aura resonated within him. Ash furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the plant. He sensed a life form emanating a higher tier of aura within, surrounded by an innumerable array of other auras, varying in strength. Pikachu seemed to sense something as well, electric sparks flickering from the pouches on either side of its cheeks. Pikachu, do you feel that? Pika. There's a strong electric response inside. Pikachu nodded emphatically. Shaman, could you please create a teleportation marker here? Make it as sturdy as possible, Ash instructed his companion. Shay. Understood. Shaman extended its hand, pressing it against a nearby tree, gathering a sphere of pink energy. With the marker established, the trio boldly ventured inside. Not far into their journey, Ash was met with a brilliant bolt of lightning shooting skyward, as the once clear night sky began to coalesce into ominous storm clouds. Indeed, witnessing this scene, Ash could almost conclusively affirm that Jinghui's intelligence was accurate. There truly was a Zapdos within the abandoned power plant. Pikachu, Shaman, let us go, Ash exclaimed, dashing toward the interior of the plant. Time was of the essence. Once the thunderstorm fully formed, capturing Zapdos would be nearly impossible, as it was an electric-type legendary Pokémon. Even without its divine status, the storm would undeniably be its domain. Upon entering the power plant, Ash encountered numerous electric-type Pokémon: Magnemite, Magneton, Piku, Pikachu, Raichu, Electabuzz, Electrode, and Jolteon, all congregated to absorb electric energy. The storm clouds above the abandoned power plant grew increasingly foreboding, with thunder reverberating through the atmosphere. Following the resonance of the aura, Ash arrived at the center of the power plant. Looking up, he saw a gaping hole in what should have been a concrete roof, through which a figure darted amidst the storm clouds. It was a large bird adorned with yellow feathers, possessing a long beak and sharp talons. Indeed, it resembled a rather scruffy Zapdos, gluttonously absorbing electric energy within the tempest. Species: Zapdos. Gender: male. Level: early champion. Divine status: none. Ability: static. Talent: semi-divine. Skills: peck. Electromagnetic wave, electric shock, light wall, beak attack, high-speed movement, primordial force, charging, feather roost, discharge, rain dance, thunder, magnetic field manipulation, electromagnetic cannon, X-ray vision, brave bird assault, airblade, electric terrain, lightning strike, volt tackle. Description: this is a Pokémon that, having failed in a tribal competition, has separated from its group in pursuit of power. Once again, a severely injured divine beast, still at the early stages of a champion. Upon reading the system's description, Ash silently labeled the Zapdos as his own, alongside Pikachu and Shiny. Pika Pika, leave this bird to me. Seeing another electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu yearned for a one-on-one duel. Moreover, after the last battle against the ancient dragon, which ultimately became Shiny's domain, Pikachu had been harboring a lingering desire for a stage to showcase its prowess. And this foolish bird presented an excellent target. Ash glanced deeply at Pikachu, conceding, "All right, I'll entrust it to you for now. If necessary, I'll have Shiny assist you." Pika. I will prevail, Ash. Ash's gaze shifted towards the Zapdos soaring above as he conjured a wave missile in his hand. Descend. With his well-honed throwing technique, Ash's wave missile struck the wing of the Zapdos with precision. The Zapdos, absorbed in gathering electricity, was thus brought down by a mere child. Outside the abandoned power plant, Ma Zhizhi, observing through binoculars, grew anxious upon witnessing the Zapdos' fall. He urgently instructed his driver, "Someone else is after the Zapdos. Hurry, charge in." "Yes, boss." The subordinate, undeterred, steadied the steering wheel and accelerated straight into the fray. "Zapdos, come with me. I can heal your wounds and help you grow stronger." Ash approached the Zapdos, still holding a wave missile. "Another human. Oh, it seems there are others interested in you?" Ash inquired. "There is a human, much like you, with an electric mouse. He has come many times, seeking to capture me. Let us talk after you win your battle." The Zapdos shook the dust from its wings. The damage from the wave missile was minimal, It merely lost balance due to the missile grazing an old wound. An electric mouse? It must indeed be Majishur, Ash surmised. He turned to Pikachu, saying, Pikachu, it's your turn. Pika. With determination, Pikachu approached the Zapdos. Human, are you mocking me? The Zapdos perceived Ash's choice of a common electric mouse as a slight against its dignity. I am not mocking you. Pikachu is unlike any ordinary electric mouse. What a jest. Having Pikachu face you is a sign of respect for this foolish bird. If Pikachu truly unleashed its potential, it could electrify even a god. Nevertheless, the Zapdos' taunt ignited Pikachu's anger, and the electric pouches on its cheeks sparked with energy. Without waiting for Ash's command, Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt. Struck by a surge of 100,000 volts, Zapdos couldn't help but begin to believe Ash's words. This electric mouse was unlike the one that had previously challenged it. This lightning could indeed stun it. With a shrill cry, Zapdos enveloped itself in crackling electricity. Electric type move, discharge. Unfortunately, it encountered a Pikachu with the ability to draw in lightning, rendering this formidable area attack utterly ineffective against it. Pikachu, is this all you've got? You're far weaker than that bulky one. Ash commanded, Pikachu, use Thunder Wave. Pikachu leaped high, gathering electric energy at the tip of its tail. With a swift flick, a colossal net of lightning descended upon Zapdos. Realizing the impending threat, Zapdos gathered energy and unleashed a powerful electromagnetic cannon. Pikachu, unleash Volt Tackle. Ash instinctively knew that Zapdos would not be easily subdued. Boom. Just then, a deafening crash resounded from behind Ash. He sighed in resignation. As expected, they had arrived. Everyone, come out. Ash released all his capable Pokémon, although he refrained from summoning his ancient Dragonite, as its massive size would potentially collapse the entire power plant. Shaman, lead them to thwart Team Rocket, ensuring your own safety while protecting the wild Pokémon as much as possible. Pikachu and I will capture this majestic bird and then assist you, Ash instructed Shaman. Shay, it responded, acknowledging Ash's command. Chapter 45, Capturing Zapdos. Ash sensed that a significant number of Team Rocket members were approaching, and their Pokémon were generally of a high level. While he wished to protect the wild Pokémon outside, the safety of Shaman and the others took precedence. Damn it, these wild electric types are such a nuisance, Maurizio lamented. Had he known that the area behind the power plant was teeming with electric-type Pokémon, he would not have ordered his men to ram the gates. Now, having stirred their wrath, he found himself surrounded by a horde of electric types. If he hadn't instructed his Team Rocket subordinates to bring Pokémon capable of resisting electric attacks, they likely would have been obliterated upon disembarking. Boss, we'll hold the line here. Why don't you go ahead and find Zapdos? One of Mauricio's lackeys suggested, ingratiatingly. Thanks, boss. The one who had proposed the idea, Sanguine, became even more animated, directing the others, on my command. Let's clear a path for the boss. It's worth mentioning that Team Rocket had quite a few capable members. With just a few pointers from Sanguine, a route leading deep into the power plant was swiftly cleared. Seeing this, Maurizio wasted no time and dashed inside. Fairy-type magic, shining bright. Who dares to oppose Team Rocket? Maurizio glared coldly towards the passage. The next moment, Shaman, accompanied by several unusual Pokémon, appeared before Maurizio and his crew. A shiny Shaman? Could it be? Maurizio quickly deduced that Ash was behind this, as Shaman was a rare Pokémon, and considering the one before him was a shiny variant. He had only seen one today by Ash's side in all of Leaf City. Shay, at the command of Shinado, the Colossal Onix, Pidgey, and Charmander unleashed their abilities to assault Team Rocket. The wild electric-type Pokémon, upon recognizing that Shinado and the others were allies, rallied and continued their onslaught against Team Rocket. Ash couldn't help but acknowledge the formidable battle instinct of the Zapdos. It understood that electric-type moves would not inflict significant damage on Pikachu and thus opted for a combination of beak and claw attacks, reserving electric moves solely for status enhancement or acceleration. Unfortunately, Pikachu, bolstered by Ash's support, possessed an exceptionally diverse skill set, complemented by the guidance of Aura and the power of the Evergreen. Even in direct combat, Pikachu not only held its ground but also held a slight advantage. Given the cunning nature of Team Rocket, Ash resolved to accelerate the battle. Therefore, he unceremoniously transmitted a strategy through Aura. Pikachu should use Quick Attack for speed enhancement, followed by Iron Tail aimed at Zapdos' left flank. The previous injury of Zapdos was precisely where Ash directed Pikachu to strike. Pika. With unprecedented speed, Pikachu charged toward Zapdos. Clearly, the current velocity of Pikachu was beyond what Zapdos could match. With a resounding crack, Pikachu's iron tail struck true, rendering Zapdos unconscious. Seizing the moment, Ash threw a Master Ball. With a satisfying click, the ball enveloped Zapdos. It swayed gently before emitting a confirmation tone signifying successful capture. Beep. Host has captured Zapdos. Earning rewards: 30,000 points, 1 rare candy, and 1 electric-type exclusive healing potion. Beep. Host has captured their first legendary Pokémon. Unlocking the hidden task Who isn't a legendary trainer? Task details: before the Lily of the Valley Conference in the Sinnoh League. Assemble a team of legendary Pokémon to defeat the rival Darkrai. Task rewards: 3 legendary Pokémon lottery tickets, 500,000 points, 30 rare candies. Note: legendary Pokémon obtained through this system's lottery do not count as captured. Captured Pokémon must belong to the legendary or mythical category. An ordinary Pokémon must possess capabilities equivalent to that of a legendary Pokémon, otherwise the system will not recognize them. Ash gasped at the implications of the system's revelations. Realizing the gravity of the consequences, he felt a surge of anxiety. Failing this task would mean a complete reset, leaving him with nothing but a collection of ordinary Pokémon. This was unacceptable. He could not bear such severe repercussions, so Darkrai would have to be patient for now. However, from the notes, Ash understood that the ancient Dragonite was excluded from his roster, leaving him with only Zapdos as his legendary Pokémon. As for the lottery ticket from earlier, it was still unutilized, and even if it were, it wouldn't count. The road ahead was daunting. Meanwhile, outside, Shinado and the others were gradually losing ground against the rocket agents led by Mars. Mars, being a formidable opponent on par with the Elite Four, had not only an Electrode but also a mid-level electric-type Pokémon and an early-stage electric Pokémon at his command. Shinado, evolve. Ash's voice resonated from within the passage. Shauna. Upon witnessing Shinado's transformation into a state reminiscent of its evolution, Majishar's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He never anticipated that the esteemed leader of the Leaf Gym would be affiliated with Team Rocket. This revelation was indeed a matter of great significance, capable of stirring the entire Kanto region. Ash Ketchum, hailing from Mossera Town, quipped, well, it seems the one who disrupted our plans is none other than you. Kid, I offer you an opportunity to join Team Rocket. With your talents and capabilities, we can provide you with all the resources necessary to cultivate your Pokémon. Even if your aspirations lie in becoming the regional champion, we possess the means to elevate you to that position. Majishar refrained from making a hasty move, for he had yet to comprehend the changes in Shinado. If he acted recklessly and failed to subdue Ash, he would be forced to retreat into obscurity. I apologize, but I am a person who can engage in many endeavors, yet I shall never partake in actions that harm others for my own benefit. Mr. Majishar, why not consider a deal? I'll allow you to leave, and I won't report you before the conclusion of the court's conference. You can leave your subordinates behind, and I shall earn a little extra on the side. How does that sound? Team Rocket held significant influence in the Kanto region, and Sakaki's strength was immeasurable. Ash had no intention of making an enemy of him, and he also lacked the confidence to defeat Majishar without resorting to the ancient Dragonite. The appearance of such a legendary Pokémon would cause a stir no less than capturing the legendary Zapdos. Huh, you don't genuinely believe we fear you, do you, little brat? Majishar scoffed. Why not give it a try? Let us see if I have what it takes to take you down, Ash retorted, removing a Master Ball from his waist. A Master Ball? Majishar's pupils dilated in shock. Have you captured Zapdos? Or what do you think? Ash, the gym leader, provocatively queried. Would you care to test whether I can use Zapdos to secure your capture? Majishar scrutinized Ash intently, realizing that he was at an impasse today. He turned to his subordinates and instructed, once we are taken in, you all know what to do, right? Understood. These Team Rocket members were elite operatives who were aware of a mysterious plan within the organization. Until that plan reached fruition, Majishar's identity as a gym leader could not be compromised. Thus, they recognized their predicament. Very well, I shall ensure your swift release. Satisfied, Ash commanded, Shinado, use Psychic to control these individuals' Pokémon. Bulbasaur, ensnare them with Vine Whip. Once the Team Rocket members were subdued, Ash released Zapdos. Zapdos, from now on, we are allies. I look forward to your guidance. Human, you promised to make me stronger. If you cannot fulfill that promise, I shall take my leave. Zapdos spoke plainly. Fear not. Stay by my side, and in time, your strength will surpass that of the deity from the Orange Archipelago, Ash declared with confidence. Damn it. If I can't even outmatch that foolish bird with a cheat, I might as well find a block of tofu to end it all, he mused. While he was assured of the rewards from the system, Zapdos's prolonged injuries necessitated thorough examination before he could feel completely at ease. Chapter 46. The SS and Titanic. By the time Ash entrusted the captured Team Rocket members to Miss Junsha, the dawn was fast approaching. The abandoned power plant lies a considerable distance from the Leafy Town police station, and the vehicle driven by Team Rocket is far less robust than the trio's usual mode of transport. It was rendered completely inoperable after merely colliding with a door, beyond any hope of repair. As for why no one responded to the commotion, Ash was somewhat at a loss. Perhaps it was akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. After all, rumors concerning this forsaken power plant had circulated for over 3 months. In Pallet Town, at Professor Oak's laboratory, the esteemed professor had just risen from slumber and had yet to partake of breakfast when he noticed a purple, inscribed Pokeball quietly resting on the vacant Pokémon transfer machine. Could it be a Master Ball? Moreover, was it Ash's? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Professor Oak extended his trembling hand. What he truly yearned for was the ancient Dragonite that Shinji had mentioned Ash had captured. Grasping the Master Ball, he pondered for a mere 3 seconds before decisively striding towards the backyard. Upon reaching the yard, he acted without hesitation and released the Pokémon contained within the Master Ball. Zap! It's alive! Exclaimed Ash, who had evidently gone out to train. Brock cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Misty. Misty, Brock, you both rose early, I see. Where on earth have you been, Ash? We nearly scoured the entire Pokémon Center searching for you, Misty inquired. I just went to capture a special Pokémon. By the way, are you both ready to depart at a moment's notice? Ash observed that both were prepared with their belongings, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It was Shigeru who summoned us. He somehow acquired several tickets for a cruise ship and brought them over early this morning. We had no idea you were absent, Misty explained, lifting 3 tickets triumphantly. Tickets? Misty, the one you're holding ISNT from that ship called the SS. And is it? Ash recalled the original story where he and his companions had been ensnared by Team Rocket aboard the infamous Titanic-like vessel, notorious for its memorable moments, particularly the evolution of James's Pokémon. Hey, Ash, have you heard of this cruise ship? Misty's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she clutched Ash's hand, eagerly inquiring. What is it like? Is it ultra-luxurious? While it is indeed lavish, the ship has a few minor issues. However, if you and Brock wish to join me on board for some fun, I would be more than happy to have you accompany me, Ash replied, not one to let slip an opportunity for a little extra income. Yay, Misty exclaimed joyfully, having initially feared that Ash might decline the invitation. By the way, Ash, you mentioned capturing a special Pokémon earlier. What was it? Brock queried. Given that it was something Ash deemed special, Brock instinctively sensed that it must be extraordinarily unique. An intuition befitting his future as a Pokémon breeder. Ash, with a hint of nonchalance, replied, just an injured Zapdos. Nothing too significant. Oh, Zapdos. Brock's expression froze, his disbelief evident as he gazed at Ash. Did you just say Zapdos? Indeed. Is there something unusual about Zapdos? Ash pondered, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to inform Professor Oak about this, hoping that the professor was not in any distress. Ash hastily approached a nearby public telephone. With practiced ease, he dialed the number for Professor Oak's research facility. After a brief moment, the connection was established, and Professor Oak appeared on the screen, his appearance strikingly disheveled with singed hair resembling a wild explosion. Are you all right, Professor? Ash inquired timidly. Given the charred state of the professor, it was evident that he had been subjected to a powerful electric-type move, likely Thunderbolt, and one of considerable intensity. I'm fine, just a bit singed. Professor Oak replied with a slight grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The prospect of obtaining the data on Zapdos was worth the minor shock, he thought. Brock and Misty, observing the professor's unfortunate state, exchanged glances. To call this fine, it seems being a Pokémon professor is no ordinary task, Misty whispered. Indeed, Brock murmured in agreement. Professor, how is Zapdos doing? The old injuries shouldn't pose a significant concern, should they? Ash asked. In response, Professor Oak pulled up Zapdos's medical records, displaying them for Ash to see. While discussing, the professor blinked rapidly, subtly hinting to Ash that he should send him the ancient Dragonite. I'll do my best, Ash replied, fully aware of the professor's intentions. However, The ancient Dragonite was his trump card, a last resort even against formidable foes that Mega Sableye could not handle. After some further conversation, Ash learned that in a few days, Professor Oak and his mother, Hanako, would be traveling to Vermilion City with others from Pallet Town. They agreed to meet again in Vermilion City. Upon leaving the Pokémon Center, the group, persuaded by Ash, stocked up on essential supplies for their journey before heading to the port. As one of the most prominent cities in the Kanto region, Celadon City boasted a bustling harbor, thriving in commerce and tourism, particularly with its sightseeing cruises. The port was abuzz with activity, resembling a vibrant marketplace. At the harbor, Ash spotted several quality evolution stones and also witnessed James's debut in women's clothing. Indeed, he possesses more femininity than many women, Ash mused, acknowledging James's remarkable ability to embody the persona of a refined lady, a testament to his affluent background. Meanwhile, Team Rocket noticed Ash and his friends. Initially planning to distribute tickets to lure Ash onto their ship, they abandoned the idea upon seeing that Ash and his companions already had tickets in hand. However, the Team Rocket leader aboard the SS and was left in a state of panic. Chapter 47, Water Splash Leap. Once aboard, Misty busied herself taking photographs, while Brock excused himself under the pretext of organizing their room to sneak off and admire the mature women. Ash, however, made his way to the battle area of the SS, and, currently, there was a significant disparity in the battle capabilities of his Pokémon. Setting aside the ancient Dragonite, his top-tier Pokémon consisted of Gardevoir, Pikachu, and the Colossal Onix. The second tier included Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Pidgey, followed by the newly evolved shiny Beedrill, and finally, the overly confident Magikarp, on the verge of evolution. The unhatched shiny Riolu remained outside of this classification. Thus, Ash resolved to hone his skills against the trainers aboard this vessel, seeking to enhance the experience of his lower-tier Pokémon. Beedrill, use focus energy. Beedrill inhaled deeply, concentrating intently on analyzing the weaknesses of Pidgey. Pidgey, strike with a flash of electricity and interrupt it. Beedrill, evade and unleash a Fury Cutter. With graceful movements, Beedrill deftly dodged Pidgey's attack and seized the opportunity to deliver a Fury Cutter to the left wing of Pidgey. The assault on its wing caused Pidgey to lose its balance, crashing heavily onto the metal surface, rendering it unable to continue the battle. The referee raised a flag, signaling Ash's victory. Pidgey was incapacitated, and thus the winner was Ash from Pallet Town. Oh, our contestant Ash has achieved an impressive 12 consecutive victories. Are there any challengers willing to face Ash? The host called out excitedly to the gathered trainers. Today's victor's prize is a mysterious water drop that enhances water-type moves. Silence. The atmosphere grew still as Ash waited for 3 full minutes without a challenger before addressing the host. I will personally wager 50,000 league coins. If anyone can defeat me in a one-on-one match today, they can claim the 50,000 coins. Even if they lose, they will receive 3,000 coins as encouragement. As the saying goes, with great rewards come brave hearts. Training can be quite costly, and Ash was confident that his wager would entice trainers to step forward. I'll take you on. As if on cue, someone eagerly emerged from the crowd. Go, Zubat. Then it settled, I choose Pidgey. In this manner, Ash aggressively racked up experience, albeit at the cost of nearly 500,000 league coins in just 3 hours. His goal was not merely a winning streak. He believed that a mix of victories and defeats would stimulate more challengers. Satisfied, Ash first attended to his Pokémon's injuries and fed them energy cubes before planning to reunite with Misty and Brock. After stepping out of the battle area, he soon spotted the hapless Koger being duped by a fisherman boasting about the riches of Magikarp. Ash couldn't help but draw closer to the adjacent stall to indulge in the spectacle. Once the performance concluded, Ash located Misty and Brock. Upon meeting, he noticed that Kei was being dragged along by Misty by his ear, exclaiming in exasperation. After the trio enjoyed a hearty meal at the dining area, the curtain call of the Saint and commenced. The waitstaff transformed, donning the uniforms of Team Rocket, each equipped with flying devices resembling vacuum cleaners. Upon activating their machines, the Team Rocket members intended to siphon the Pokeballs of the trainers present. Ash, you were right. This is indeed a trap set by Team Rocket. Misty whispered in awe. Team Rocket is merely a minor nuisance. The real trouble lies ahead. Brock, the fighting will be left to you and me, Misty. Your water-type Pokémon will be crucial for the challenges to come, Ash instructed. Let us take them on, Ash, Brock declared, releasing his Geodude's Pokeball. Go, Geodude. All right, we'll charge in together. Pikachu, Shiny, it's up to you. Ash and Brock sounded the call to counterattack. The Team Rocket members, who intended to approach Ash and Brock, were utterly no match for the two, suffering a dismal defeat. Forget those two kids. Let us just grab what we can and retreat. At that moment, the cruise ship's intercom crackled to life. Upon hearing the announcement, Team Rocket abandoned their plans to confront Ash and his friends. However, chaos ensued as the ship began to sway violently, causing a wave of panic among the passengers. Those near the windows caught a glimpse of the pitch-black sky and the towering waterspout extending to the horizon, exclaiming, "A storm. If we get caught in that, the ship will sink." The mention of sinking sent the hull into a frenzy, with both Team Rocket and ordinary passengers scrambling towards the deck. In the midst of the turmoil, Ash spotted a wooden plank large enough to support their weight. "Sabrina, teleport us." Just as Ash and his companions prepared to leave the hull, the lingering James hurriedly called out, "Hey, kid, take us with you. We didn't bring any water-type Pokémon, and the lifeboat space is limited. Yes, please help us. We promise not to set our sights on Pikachu or Sabrina this time." Jessie pleaded. "I'm terrified of water." Meowth chimed in. "Come on, James. Didn't you just buy a Magikarp? Tie a rope to it, and it should carry you to shore along the current," Ash reminded him. He was eager to witness James's evolution, but he certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of a Gyarados, especially not a pack of 5. "Right, I see now," James replied, enlightened. "But if we can't reach the deck, we'll still perish. Please, kid, just take us out," Meowth implored, kneeling in desperation. "I can take you out, but in return, I'll need you to help me build some things later, and I also require your assistance in dealing with someone," Ash stated. The trio's capability for action was akin to that of wolves on the open plains. Ash happened to possess 2 designs for technological creations from other realms. The individual he needed help with was, of course, Professor Oak. A talking Meowth held some research value, despite being acquired through strength and potential. It was undeniable that Meowth was a unique entity. "Sure thing," Meowth agreed without a second thought. "All right, Sabrina, take them with you using teleportation. And try to get us as far from the ship as possible," Ash instructed. In a flash, the 2 groups were whisked away from the and by Sabrina. After assembling a makeshift raft, Ash and Misty released their water-type Pokémon, quickly distancing themselves from Team Rocket. As the trio ran further away, they barely managed to tie a rope around the Magikarp. James commanded, "Magikarp, go. Take us to land." The Magikarp splashed about. "Magikarp, dive in and pull us along." Splash. Splash. "James, your Magikarp can't swim, can it? Is it afraid of drowning, or does it just enjoy flopping around?" Jessie questioned with a skeptical gaze, which Meowth echoed. Faced with his teammates' doubts, James realized he had been deceived. In frustration, he kicked the Magikarp, declaring, "I don't want you anymore." As the Kingler soared into the sea, its entire body began to emit a radiant white glow, thus giving birth to an iconic scene. With the footage secured, Ash turned to Squirtle and Misty's Pokémon, exclaiming, "Gyarados has arrived, everyone, quick, swim." Chapter 48, The Unfinished Battle. After departing from the SS, Ash and his companions, aided by water-type Pokémon, safely made their way to the city of Lumiose. Gazing at the multitude of bikini-clad beauties along the shore, Brock succumbed to the allure, while Misty found herself enchanted by the picturesque seaside view. Ultimately, Ash set aside his thoughts of reuniting with his mother and slipped into vacation mode right there. "Hey, isn't that Ash? I thought you were dead." Just as Ash basked in the sunlight, a familiar voice rang in his ears. He opened his eyes to find none other than Gary standing before him. "Gary, you little pest. You knew that ship was trouble, didn't you? We drifted all night because of you. How despicable," Ash accused, feigning the demeanor of a survivor. "Hey, don't wrongfully accuse me. How was I to know that ship belonged to Team Rocket? Besides, with your strength, those second-rate foes should have posed no challenge," Gary retorted, a hint of unease in his voice. Unbeknownst to him, the SS was indeed a vessel of Team Rocket, and he was oblivious to the conspiracy behind it. The ticket he had given Ash was merely because he believed Ash was progressing too slowly. That's not the point. The ship sank and left us adrift all night. And since you provided the ticket, you bear some responsibility. What do you want then? Ash proposed, "Let us have a full battle." He had long desired to decisively defeat Gary, but knowing that Gary would likely decline such a challenge, he pressed on. Gary's expression darkened. Let's change the terms. He was no fool. Not only had Ash previously bested him, but the sight of Ash's powerful Pokémon beside him extinguished his desire to battle. Between Pikachu and Gardevoir, he knew he stood no chance. The sheer size of Bulbasaur and Squirtle, alongside the fiery orange tail of Charmander, indicated that they were formidable opponents. This won't do. I'll use Beedrill. Gary resigned himself to the inevitable. With the sight of the shiny Beedrill, he understood the futility of escape and reluctantly accepted the challenge. Go Arcanine. Pokémon. Arcanine, Gary. Gender, male. Level, Gym Intermediate. Ability, Flash Fire. Potential, Champion. Skills, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Helping Hand, Bite. Agility, Fire Spin, Overheat, Sunny Day, Flame Charge. Heat Wave, Final Gambit. Gary, your Arcanine is quite impressive, Ash remarked, admiring the rich array of skills on display. The impressive skills made him contemplate acquiring a similar Pokémon, but considering that a Houndoom required a Fire Stone, he reconsidered, as he was still nurturing Charmander's potential and had little resources to spare. Of course, Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Arcanine enveloped itself in flames, curling into a ball before charging at Beedrill with great force. Vespiquen, swiftly evade him. The Vespiquen flapped its wings rapidly, accelerating its flight speed to a point where the speedy Houndoom could not keep up. Observing this, Mu realized that the Fire Wheel would be ineffective against the remarkably swift Vespiquen and thus opted to change tactics. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Vespiquen, use X-Scissor to slice through the flames. Mu, hearing Ash's command, found himself momentarily bewildered. The onlookers shared in his confusion. However, in the next instant, they witnessed the terrifying prowess of Vespiquen. It swiftly wielded its poisonous stingers, which resembled two sharp swords, creating a gust that repelled the flames. Recognizing the futility of relying on type advantage, Mu decided to switch Pokémon. Scyther, Mu. Gender, male. Level, exceptional elite. Ability, technician. Potential, near champion. Moves, quick attack, fury cutter, double team, agility, double hit, X-Scissor, swords dance, air slash, bug buzz. Fury cutter, Vespiquen. Scyther, we shall also employ fury cutter. The two Pokémon engaged in close combat, their stingers and scythes clashing repeatedly. Although Vespiquen's level was inferior to that of Scyther, its weaponry, poisonous stingers, imbued the battle with a certain edge, resulting in a fierce exchange between the two Pokémon. Vespiquen, Needle Barrage. Vespiquen launched several poisonous stingers at Scyther. Scyther, deflect them with air slash. Scyther unleashed two sharp blades of wind. Scyther, finish it with Aerial Ace. Mu commanded once more. Struck by Aerial Ace, Ash's Vespiquen succumbed to defeat. However, Scyther was also nearing exhaustion. You performed admirably, Vespiquen. Given Vespiquen's remarkable yet lower level, Ash felt quite satisfied with its performance, especially since it was a battle against a higher-tier opponent. Had Houndoom not expended considerable energy earlier, there would have been no issues in overcoming Scyther. After recalling Vespiquen, Ash glanced at the fire lizard at his feet. Charmeleon, it's your turn. Boom. Just then, an explosion reverberated. Ash and his companions paused their battle, turning towards the nearby beach, where a mechanical Gyarados was wreaking havoc, launching missiles indiscriminately. Upon witnessing this scene, Ash had no need for conjecture. He knew precisely who was responsible. What is happening? Mu inquired, puzzled. I believe I heard someone asking what was going on. Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall oblige. The Team Rocket trio's introduction echoed from within the mechanical Gyarados. Shawnade, apprehend those disrupting the battle. Ash, resigned, instructed Shawnade. These three miscreants still owed him 2 favors, and Ash had no intention of allowing them to depart like meteors. Shawnade utilized its formidable psychic abilities to lift the mechanical Gyarados, causing the Team Rocket trio to tumble out like beans spilling from a container. Pikachu, give them a taste of their own medicine by rubbing your cheeks against them, and Shawnade, keep a close watch to prevent their escape. Pikachu cast a mischievous smile at the trio, sparks of electricity dancing across its cheeks. Zap! The trio was instantly charred black. After dealing with Team Rocket, Ash turned to Gary and said, Gary, let us continue. Not anymore. My enthusiasm has been utterly extinguished. Gary withdrew his Scyther, pocketing his hands, intending to make a hasty exit. Knowing when to retreat, his pride remained intact. Despite the 2-on-1 odds, he had technically emerged victorious. Thus, in a roundabout way, It equated to Ash's defeat. Chapter 49, Cedra. With this thought, Gary swiftly made his escape. Ash, let us save this battle for the Indigo Conference. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Damn Gary. Ash gritted his teeth, watching the retreating figure with frustration. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have sent Pikachu in directly to dispatch Gary in mere seconds. It was all Team Rocket's fault for meddling. Team Rocket? Ha ha ha. With the experience points gone, Ash's malevolent gaze shifted towards Team Rocket. Feeling the intensity of Ash's ominous stare, the trio instantly sensed impending doom. Hey, kid, what do you intend to do? Jessie warned. I must remind you, while we may be villains, we still possess rights. And you cannot mistreat us. Indeed, meow. The trio looked at Ash, fear etched across their faces. Rest assured, I have no intention of mistreating you. You have yet to fulfill your promises from the Saint and incident, and you failed to report impromptly upon encountering me. Moreover, you just disrupted my affairs. So, how do you intend to compensate me? Ash inquired, his expression darkening. At that moment, from Team Rocket's perspective, Ash appeared to be the quintessential villain. What do you want from us? We're broke, James lamented. After being launched by Gyarados' Dragon Rage, they inadvertently damaged their own organization's amusement park facilities and even made a costly phone call to their boss, resulting in 3 months' pay being docked and being blacklisted by Giovanni. Had it not been for this unfortunate series of events, they wouldn't have resorted to taking a part-time job for an elderly woman, causing havoc on the beach. Money? Such trivialities. Instead, I propose a task for you. Complete it, and you shall gain your freedom. If you perform well, you may even receive a reward, Ash declared. His intention was clear, to negotiate with Team Rocket to construct the items he envisioned. The two design schematics he possessed were technological marvels from other worlds. One was a capsule from the Dragon Ball universe, and the other was an unknown world's gravity bracelet. Given Team Rocket's capabilities, they should be able to fabricate them according to the blueprints. Really? The trio's dull eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Part-time work was their forte. I never deceive. Help. Ash, come quickly. This Cedra is injured. At that moment, Misty's voice echoed. Pokémon, Cedra. Gender, female. Level, ordinary low. Ability, swift swim. Qualification, gym. Skills, glare, water gun, smokescreen, ice beam, inherited. The seahorse's injuries were quite severe, so I will attend to it briefly. Xiao, could you please fetch the specialized healing potion for water-type Pokémon from my backpack? This specialized potion, introduced in the system's shop after capturing the Zapdos, is tailored for all 18 attributes, boasting greater efficacy than general potions, albeit at a steep price of 50,000 Alliance coins per dose. After a few minutes, the seahorse's condition improved significantly. It let out a few calls and then sprayed ink to depict the patterns of the agate jellyfish and the venomous jellyfish. Naturally, Ash was aware of what was about to transpire. He had already prepared the heavy ball, as he had set his sights on capturing the mutated, colossal venomous jellyfish. He gently stroked the seahorse's head and said, "Little one, I understand what you wish to convey. Thank you for still believing in humanity. Ash, do you comprehend what the seahorse is trying to express?" Xiao inquired curiously. Yes, the habitats of the agate jellyfish and venomous jellyfish have been encroached upon by humans. Now, they are plotting revenge against humanity, Ash elucidated. The notion of Pokémon seeking vengeance against humans was indeed alarming. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. Professor Oak? Mom? Ash turned, astonished. Hanako cheerfully embraced Ash, but then her expression shifted to one of displeasure. Ash, didn't you say you would meet us in Lumio City? You arrived, but didn't seek us out. If Shigeru hadn't informed us, we would have been unaware of your presence. Mom, I just arrived not long ago. Ash intended to explain the shipwreck incident from the previous days, but opted to divert the conversation to spare his mother any worry. By the way, Mom, this is my traveling companion, Xiao, from the Cerulean Gym, and that fellow over there, with the narrowed eyes, is Brock, a gym trainer from the Pewter Gym. Hanako's gaze lingered on Xiao for a few moments before swiftly glancing at Brock. Oh, hello? Thank you both for taking care of Ash on this journey. You're too kind. Auntie, we should be the ones expressing gratitude, as Ash has been looking after us throughout, Xiao insisted, waving her hands in modesty. Indeed, we owe our thanks to Ash. Brock concurred. Ash, how do you plan to address the matter the seahorse mentioned? Professor Oak inquired, his brow furrowed. The conflict between Pokémon populations and humans is a significant issue, no matter the region. Professor, We must first ascertain whether humans were the ones who encroached upon the agate jellyfish's habitat. If so, it would imply that humanity bears the initial fault, and we must yield. Otherwise, if a war were to erupt, it would result in casualties and potentially reignite the conflict between humans and Pokémon. Ash responded earnestly. Very well, Ash. I will contact the League to investigate this matter. You should take the seahorse to negotiate with the agate jellyfish, and we shall determine a solution based on the specific circumstances, Professor Oak proposed. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted them. Help! Help! Squirtle, go save them. Xiaoxia quickly released her Pokémon, Minato and Starmie, to assist the drowning victims. Professor, it's too late. The agate jellyfish are already preparing to strike. Ash furrowed his brows, for his aura sensed an innumerable horde of agate jellyfish lurking beneath the surface of the nearby sea. Chapter 50. Capturing the gigantic stinging jellyfish. This truly posed a dilemma. Upon hearing Ash's words, Professor Oak's expression also darkened. He had embarked on a journey for leisure, yet had not brought along his Pokémon. Attention, everyone. Listen closely. In order to vanquish the agate jellyfish, our adversaries at the docks that disrupt our endeavors, I am willing to gather brave souls and offer a reward of $1 million to anyone who can drive these jellyfish away. I assure you, my word is my bond. The announcement along the coast incited anger among Ash and his companions. With a generous reward, there shall surely be valiant hearts. The uninformed trainers, upon hearing the broadcast, surged towards the shoreline. Doctor, it seems we need not alert the League. This is the folly of a few selfish individuals, affecting not only the lives of the agate jellyfish, but now intending to expel them as well, Ash remarked, his expression grim. Ash, I entrust the agate jellyfish to you while I confront the instigator of this mess. Such entrepreneurs deserve to be incarcerated. Professor Oak expressed his profound confidence in Ash's abilities. It appeared that the world possessed a natural corrective mechanism. With the absence of Team Rocket's interference, a new wave of oblivious trainers had emerged to complicate matters further. And a colossal stinging jellyfish had appeared. Pokémon, dominant stinging jellyfish, mutation. Gender, female. Level, champion level high. Ability, constantly pure body. Quality, champion level. Skills, poison needle. Dissolving liquid, water gun, water pulse, sonic boom, bubble beam. Description: this is a dominant Pokémon, driven to a state of extreme anger due to habitat encroachment, forcibly evolving under external pressure, resulting in enhanced psychic power, increased size, and the ability to survive briefly out of water. As the giant stinging jellyfish completed its evolution, it emerged from the sea and unleashed its colossal tentacles upon an unfinished offshore structure, reducing it to ruins in less than 3 seconds. Oh, my underwater hotel. At that moment, an elderly woman driving a tank opened the hatch and shouted at the destruction wrought by the jellyfish. Who can help me eliminate that beast? I'll offer 5 million. The elderly woman, with a megaphone in hand, called out to the crowd. Unfortunately, no one among the throngs was willing to risk their lives for money. Those trainers who had initially gathered for the $1 million reward fled as far as they could. The towering stinging jellyfish, standing at an imposing height of 50 to 60 meters, instilled fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. Ash adjusted his cap and declared, Shaman, Pikachu, let us proceed. As Shaman enveloped Ash and Pikachu in psychic energy, they ascended into the air toward the stinging jellyfish. Professor Oak watched in astonishment as Shaman demonstrated such mastery of psychic abilities, exclaiming, has that cherubi evolved to such an extent? How infuriating! Has Ash truly grown this formidable? On the distant beach, Xiao Mao gazed at the figure in the sky, his expression a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, and the relief of having survived a near encounter. Calm down, stinging jellyfish, Ash implored, channeling the power of aura to soothe it. How dare you humans invade our home and expect me to remain calm? The creature retorted. Why should I trust you? Pikachu. Ash's loyal companion interjected, affirming, everything Ash says is true. Those who have encroached upon your territory will soon be apprehended. The stinging jellyfish remained unconvinced, its anger palpable. Realizing that reasoning had failed, Ash decided to employ the rainbow wing in hopes of impressing it. Holding the radiant feather above his head, he declared, Stinging jellyfish, I swear by the name of Ho-Oh that I speak no deceit. Ho-Oh? The stinging jellyfish's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, clearly unfamiliar with the deity. However, the divine aura emanating from the feather astonished it. Akin to the revered sea god, albeit imbued with the loathed essence of fire. After a moment of hesitation, the creature conceded, "I shall tentatively believe you, given the presence of a divine essence." "Excellent." Ash sighed in relief, grateful that Hoen's reputation had been upheld. In the moment of the stinging jellyfish's indecision, he contemplated whether he had made a misjudgment, recognizing that a being of the sea would likely revere Lugia or Kyogre instead. "Stinging jellyfish, I wish to capture you. Let us engage in a battle for your allegiance." Ash proposed once more. Very well. Despite its aversion to the rainbow wing, the stinging jellyfish considered Ash's potential as a chosen one of the deity and was willing to grant him an opportunity, even in defeat, aligning with a divinely favored individual held promise, and it was curious to witness how humans would punish those who had ravaged their homeland. "Pikachu, it shall be you. Show our future companion your might." "Thunderbolt," Ash commanded. In confronting a larger opponent, he understood that leveraging type advantages was paramount, a lesson learned from battling the ancient Mega Rayquaza. With a larger size, enhanced health, and fortified defenses, a direct confrontation with a disadvantageous type would yield little success. Pika. A formidable bolt of lightning erupted from Pikachu, sending a powerful surge that rendered the aquatic anemone jellyfish momentarily dazed. After enduring the thunderbolt, the stinging jellyfish retaliated with a colossal tentacle strike aimed at Pikachu. "Pikachu, ascend and evade with quick attack." With a resounding thud, the massive tentacle crashed against the ocean's surface, sending waves crashing upwards. Pikachu unleashed thunder. Pika. This time, the electrical discharge was even more potent. The enormous stinging jellyfish opted not to withstand the assault, instead launching a counterattack with a beam of destructive energy. Boom. The collision of these two opposing energies resulted in a tremendous explosion. However, the hasty initiation of the destructive beam was clearly no match for Pikachu's electric assault. The Tentacruel was enveloped in a storm of lightning, rendering its body paralyzed. "Pikachu, unleash your final volt tackle and finish it off," Ash urged, seizing the momentum. Pikachu summoned electric currents to envelop its form and charged fiercely towards Tentacruel's forehead. Boom. Caught in a state of paralysis, the Tentacruel had no means of evasion and was knocked unconscious by Pikachu's headbutt. "Go, heavy ball." Ash tossed a special Pokeball towards Tentacruel. The creature offered little resistance, and the Pokeball triggered a critical capture. "I have captured the enormous Tentacruel," Ash exclaimed, lifting the heavy ball triumphantly. Chapter 51. Shinado temporarily withdraws. "Doctor, I have pacified the population of the anemone jellyfish. We just need to send someone to dismantle the remaining structure and restore the coral ecosystem in that area," Ash informed Professor Oak. "All right. I have already communicated this matter to the League, and they have notified Champion Lance to handle it," Professor Oak replied, having managed the follow-up while Ash battled the giant Tentacruel. Given that this situation involved two esteemed professors, even if someone in the League wished to downplay it, they would find it impossible. "Is it yet another overtime shift for the flying-type champion, Dodrio?" Ash asked, suppressing a laugh. Dodrio was truly the unfortunate one among the Kanto Elite Four, tirelessly busy either chasing Team Rocket or extinguishing fires everywhere. Indeed, Dodrio is the fastest in the Kanto League, and this matter is rather urgent. "By the way, about that giant Tentacruel of yours." Professor Oak's face lit up with an eager smile, clearly succumbing to his professional curiosity once more. Ash reluctantly handed the Pokeball to Professor Oak, cautioning, "Doctor, you may take her temporarily, but any research you wish to conduct must have her consent. This is a boss-level mutated Tentacruel with potent toxicity." Ash genuinely feared that Professor Oak might inadvertently put himself in danger. "Rest assured, I will be cautious," Professor Oak assured, patting his chest. Ash glanced at Team Rocket, who were being scrutinized by Charmeleon and the others, and asked Professor Oak, "By the way, Doctor, are you interested in a Meowth that can speak human language?" Upon hearing this, Professor Oak was momentarily stunned. Then, as if invigorated, he grasped Ash's shoulder and inquired, "A Meowth that can speak human language? Where is it?" "Over there." Ash pointed towards the trio from Team Rocket. Professor Oak dashed towards Meowth with remarkable speed. Professor Oak scrutinized Meowth intently, examining it from head to toe. Meowth, feeling the intensity of Professor Oak's gaze, muttered, "I suddenly have an ominous feeling. Meow. Cutting slices?" Upon hearing those words, Meowth felt a chill run down its spine. It truly can speak human language, but is this Meowth a bit too weak? Professor Oak mused, noticing at a glance that this Meowth appeared malnourished. with a poor coat and lacking the agility typical of its kind, though the coin atop its head gleamed brightly. Upon being exposed for her shortcomings, Meow Meow became immediately agitated. "Hey, you old coot, where am I weak?" Listening to the two as they discussed their plans, Meow Meow interjected, "Hey, don't make decisions for me. I have rights too." At that moment, the previously silent Musashi hurriedly covered Meow Meow's mouth and cautioned, "Meow Meow, what are you doing? This is a splendid opportunity." With a reminder from Kojiro, she recalled who Professor Oak was, a renowned Pokémon researcher and a close friend of the enigmatic fairy-type discoverer. Thus, she deduced that Professor Oak's laboratory must house exceedingly valuable Pokémon. Kojiro agreed, whispering his affirmation. "But I don't want to be dissected," Meow Meow exclaimed, still apprehensive about the research facility. "Really? Just as a translator?" Meow Meow looked skeptically at Ash. "Yes, and they will accompany you as well. You haven't completed the tasks you promised me, and should you flee before they're done, I will certainly turn you over to the flying-type champion, Lance of Kanto. I believe he would be quite interested in your team, which is directly under your boss," Ash said coldly. "What do you mean, little brat? Although we are villains, we pride ourselves on our integrity," Kojiro retorted indignantly. "Yes, when can we visit the research facility?" Musashi inquired amiably. Ash understood their intentions. They were merely eyeing the Pokémon in the lab's backyard. Yet, they failed to consider what Professor Oak had done before pursuing his research. If the two of them, along with the cat, managed to take even one Pokémon from the lab, it would reflect poorly on the champion's supervision. Subsequently, Ash presented the schematics devised by Team Rocket to Professor Oak and shared his thoughts, to which Professor Oak agreed to keep a close eye on Team Rocket until everything was prepared, and he would promptly assist Ash in applying for the technical patent once everything was in order. The trio lingered in Vermilion City for 2 days, during which Ash primarily accompanied Hanako, though most of the time was spent with Misty discussing Ash's affairs. As they prepared to part ways, Hanako remarked to Ash, "Ash, a few days ago, that girl Serena invited me to travel to the Kalos region. I haven't seen her sister in quite a while, so I intend to take her along." Noticing that many readers hoped Ash would catch an Aegislash, a hint emerges. Upon hearing this, Ash paused, then turned to Gardevoir. "Gardevoir, would you like to accompany Mom to the Kalos region?" Gardevoir hesitated, torn between the desire to reunite with her sister and the wish to travel with Ash. "It's just for a few days. If Ash needs Gardevoir, just call, and she can be transported via the Pokémon Center," Professor Oak reminded them. Pikachu enthusiastically agreed with Professor Oak. Ever since Curlio evolved into Gardevoir, Pikachu had claimed Ash's shoulder as his own. If Gardevoir were to leave temporarily, he would be the only one left outside the Pokeball. Pikachu exclaimed, "Squeak, that's me. What ill intentions could there be?" He merely felt disheartened by the absence of the Shinado sisters. He chuckled softly. The doctor was correct, Shinado, Ash remarked with a smile. He was not particularly reluctant to have Shinado temporarily depart from the team. Indeed, he had an abundance of Pokemon at present, and the others also required nurturing. Shinado had already reached a level just shy of being a champion, nearly touching the threshold of that prestigious rank, rendering her participation in gym challenges nearly impossible. Furthermore, the gap between a quasi-champion and a true champion is quite substantial, and this threshold cannot be surmounted solely through relentless battling. Allowing Shinado to venture out for a while might indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 52, Genghis. After departing from Lamper City, Ash and his companions set forth towards their next destination, Goldenrod City. They arrived at a port named Maiden's Gorge aboard a pleasure boat. Misty gazed at the bustling scene in the port, exclaiming, "There are so many people here. A celebration, perhaps?" Brock's squinted eyes transformed into heart shapes as he scanned the crowd for attractive older women. As soon as they disembarked, Brock's attention was captured by a girl nearby. "Ah, she's stunning." Just as he was about to approach the enchanting girl, he was trampled by a throng of people. In that instant, the girl morphed into a Genghis and vanished. "Ah, she has gone," Brock lamented, watching the direction in which she had disappeared. Pikachu, too, wore a puzzled expression. "What is going on with Brock?" Misty inquired. "I think Brock spotted a beautiful girl, and then she vanished," Ash replied. "A beautiful girl?" Misty was taken aback. "Ash, you saw her too, didn't you? Wasn't she lovely?" Brock asked Ash, lost in his reverie. Although it had been a mere fleeting glimpse, the girl's exquisite beauty seemed forever etched in Brock's mind, impossible to forget. "I did see her, but she wasn't a girl," Ash clarified, having sensed only the spectral aura of a ghost-type Pokémon. What do you mean? Brock questioned, bewildered. What you actually saw was a Genghis. Genghis. Misty's face turned pale with fear. Didn't the promotional brochure for this port mention a legend? Over 2,000 years ago, a girl bid farewell to her lover at this port and waited for his return, eventually turning to stone. This Genghis must be quite enamored with that tale. The girl Brock saw was a manifestation of the girl from 2,000 years ago, Ash elucidated. Now it makes sense. The two of them exclaimed in realization. At that moment, an emaciated old woman with white hair appeared behind them, visibly flustered. It was she, transformed from a millennium-old Genghis, thinking to herself, how do these humans know of my story? Pokémon, Genghis. Gender, female. Level, intermediate gym. Ability, levitate. Qualities, quasi-champion. Skills, strange light. Lick, hypnosis, nightshade, revenge, curse. Shadow ball, magical shine, destiny bond. Energy ball, ultimate drain, seal, telekinesis, dark pulse, shadow ball. Description: this is a mischievous sprite that has lived for a millennium, deeply enamored with love stories, often narrating the tales it knows through playful pranks to those who discover it. Note: the sprite possesses immense psychic power, which, when combined with hypnosis, can yield astonishing results. Its original essence has diminished, leading to a gradual enhancement of its strength. Guys, shall we find a place to converse? Xiao Zhi's voice resonated behind the old woman. Guys? What on earth is guys? I am merely an old lady. Guys feigned ignorance. The aura cannot deceive. After living for so long, surely you understand what an aura entails. Xiao Zhi's eyes glimmered with a blue light as a small aura bomb materialized in his hand. While the aura bomb posed no threat to guys, it served as proof of Xiao Zhi's identity as an aura warrior. Very well, follow me. Guys conceded upon seeing the aura bomb. After a millennium, not only had it learned to speak human language, but its insights were also extraordinary. Although aura is common, Guys had only witnessed such adeptness in aura warriors. Soon, under Guys' guidance, the trio arrived at a quaint wooden cabin perched on the edge of a cliff, where a statue of a maiden stood by the precipice. The moment Xiao Gang laid eyes on the statue, he was entranced. Guys, is that the maiden you embody? Xiao Zhi inquired. I have little interest in the tale, but if it were to be adapted into a film, I might find some intrigue, Guys replied. Every year, during this time, you select suitable individuals to prank, compelling them to remember this maiden story. Do you not find the impact rather limited? What is a film? Do many people watch it? A film is a means of presenting a story for the public to view. Guys, I find your story quite captivating. How about we strike a deal? I shall invest in this project, and you can be my sprite? Xiao Zhi proposed. Guys regarded him with a look of incredulity. Human, though you are an aura warrior, it is still daytime. Must you speak such fanciful notions? Guys had anticipated a serious discussion, only to be met with such triviality. A mere film? Did it perceive itself as so cheap? Guys, I genuinely wish to recruit you. How about a battle? If you lose, you come with me. If I lose, I shall arrange for your story to be made into a film. What do you say? Regardless of the outcome. Xiao Zhi stood to gain. He indeed had connections for filmmaking, especially since Miss Karuna, the part-time champion of the Kalos region, was a renowned actress. As the discoverer of fairy types, Xiao Zhi knew a champion whose ace was Sinnoh, which should pose no issue. Fighting is exhausting. If you desire my company, I can oblige. I also possess knowledge of other legendary tales. If you help me realize these into films, I shall accompany you, Guys stated. You've explored other realms as well? Xiao Zhi was taken aback. Could it be that this Guys drew inspiration from the protagonist's grandfather? This port is quite small. The festival occurs only once a year. Is it not permissible for me to explore other places? Very well. How many other legendary tales do you know? Guai contemplated quietly and remarked, I have personally witnessed nearly 100 stories, combined with what I have gathered through inquiries. 100? Surely, they cannot all be similar. Xiao Zhi pondered as well. If among those 100 tales, 3 or 5 were exceptional, he could craft a compelling script and enlist Karuna's connections to transform it into a film, thus reaping substantial profits. Indeed, they are somewhat alike. Yet the endings and processes vary. Guai did not quite grasp the method of categorization. He only understood that all these narratives pertained to love, indifferent to whether they were tragic or not, finding amusement in using these story backgrounds to play pranks on others. Very well. I shall grant your wish to turn these into a movie. Thus, Xiao Zhi effortlessly tamed a Guai. Ding! Detected that the host has tamed a special Guai. Reward acquired, 10,000 points, master-level screenwriting ability. Upon hearing the abrupt cessation of the reward announcement, devoid of any tangible items, Xiao Zhi was left bewildered. He had received a mysterious droplet reward for taming a giant poisonous jellyfish. Yet for this millennium-old Guac, such meager offerings seemed insufficient. Chapter 53. Hatching. After taming Guac, Xiao Zhi and his companions did not rush to depart, instead opting to linger and partake in the celebration before setting off. Just as in the original tale, Xiao Zhi beheld Xiaoxia, her hair cascading down as she donned a kimono. The following day, as was his custom, Xiao Zhi rose early to accompany his Pokémon in their daily training. Not being in the wilderness meant he could not engage wild Pokémon in battle. Thus, he had to devise training content for those on hand. Charizard, your training will still focus on speed, but from today onward, we shall incorporate resistance training. Squirtle, you will partner with Charizard. Your task is to enhance the precision of your water gun, though Charizard may also use skills to challenge you. Bulbasaur and Onix, your training remains unchanged. Simply spar with one another. After organizing their activities, Xiao Zhi released Cho-Cho Fish for a new round of motivation. Cho-Cho Fish, you look more splendid than yesterday. It won't be long before you evolve into Milotic, and once you do, you shall be the most beautiful. To summarize Xiao Zhi's current Pokémon levels, Squirtle had 4 companions at Professor Oak's lab, not included in the count, while Cho-Cho Fish, aiming for beauty, would evolve more slowly. Pokémon, Pikachu, level, Advanced Champion. Pokémon, Sinnoh, level, Advanced Champion. Pokémon, Cho-Cho Fish, level, Intermediate Excellence. Beauty, 165. Pokémon, Bibbery Bird, level, Advanced Excellence. Pokémon, Beedrill, level, Advanced Excellence. Pokémon, Gigantic Onix, level, Pinnacle Champion. Pokémon, Bulbasaur, level, Junior Gym. Pokémon, Charizard, level, Junior Gym. Pokémon, Squirtle, level, Junior Gym. Pokémon, Zapdos, level, Early Champion. Pokémon, Ancient Dragonite, level, Advanced Champion. Pokémon, Dominant Poisonous Jellyfish, level, Advanced Semi-King. Pokémon, Ghastly, level, Intermediate Gym. Pokémon, Shiny Riolu, Unhatched, level, 0. Ghastly, would you like to join the training? Training? No, I have no desire to engage in battle. Ghastly promptly rejected the idea without a second thought. Battling seemed too exhausting. Is that the reason your strength is so limited after all this time? Ash inquired. He noted that Ghastly's description indicated a loss of essence, yet its power did not compare to that of Dragonite or Zapdos, which had their true levels clearly delineated in parentheses. Initially, he suspected a system error, but it appeared the system was indeed accurate. Ghastly's true level was that of an intermediate gym Pokémon. Very well, if you do not wish to battle, we shall limit our encounters. Perhaps I shall have you oversee my company instead. After all, you've existed for so long. Minor matters should be within your capabilities. Besides, your hypnosis can be quite deceptive. And you can speak. As Ash and his companions ambled through their journey, they mistakenly took a few wrong turns, ultimately reaching Goldenrod City after nearly 3 days. During this time, they witnessed the magnificent migration of Butterfree across the sea. Naturally, Misty did not release the Butterfree in her possession, as Ash had successfully captured a pink Butterfree. Pokémon, Shiny Butterfree. Gender, female. Level, low expert. Ability, compound eyes. Potential, advanced semi-king. Skills, various. After capturing Butterfree, Ash sent it to Professor Oak's research lab, and Misty dispatched hers while passing the Pokémon Center, as it was time for these Butterfree to embark on their seasonal journey. Upon entering Goldenrod City, Ash sensed a formidable psychic presence, which he surmised belonged to the gym trainer, Nessa. He could perceive that the intensity of her psychic abilities was comparable to those bestowed upon him by Mew. Yet this level of capability was insufficient to pose a threat to him, given his unique constitution that encompassed 3 distinct abilities alongside the extraordinary physique of a super newbie. As the trio entered their designated room at the Pokémon Center, a brilliant white light emanated simultaneously from Ash and Misty's backpacks. Ash, Misty, your Pokémon eggs are about to hatch, Rock announced. Misty's egg was gifted to her by Clefairy at Moonview Mountain, while Ash's was the shiny Riolu's. The moment Misty unzipped her backpack, a delightful Cleffa emerged, exuding cuteness. Pokémon, Cleffa. Gender, female. Level, 1. Ability, Cute Charm. Potential, Advanced Semi-King. Skills, Pound, Sing, Copycat. Heal Pulse. Misty was instantly captivated by Cleffa's adorable appearance, excitedly cradling it in her arms. Fortunately, Cleffa had sensed the external environment while still inside the egg, recognizing Misty as its caretaker. Otherwise, it might have been frightened away by her enthusiastic gestures. In contrast to Misty's immediate reaction, Ash's Riolu was hatching at a slower pace. He gently cradled the egg in his hands, and the light emanating from it began to flicker with increasing intensity. In the next moment, a tiny yellow paw emerged from the egg, shattering its shell, and a delightful little Riolu wriggled out. Species, shiny Riolu. Gender, female. Level, 1. Note: the level is represented numerically for newly hatched Pokémon. Others are in words. Ability, inner focus. Aura heart. Note: this is a royal trait of the Lucario lineage, not unique, and can be passed down to those of the same kind who have awakened their aura. Potential, champion. Moves, Aura Sphere, and others. Upon hatching, the Riolu fixed its gaze intently on Ash, simultaneously channeling its inner aura to probe Ash's own aura. Riolu, my name is Ash. I look forward to our journey together. Upon sensing a familiar aura frequency, Riolu relaxed its guard, extending a small paw to gently touch Ash's outstretched hand. Chapter 54, The Commission. Ding! Host has captured a shiny Riolu. Reward received: 8,000 points. 1 Lucario Megastone. After capturing Riolu in a Pokeball, Ash was greeted with a system notification of his reward. Another Megastone, he mused. He pondered whether capturing additional Pokémon of the same species would yield further rewards of this nature. The system's shop did offer Megastones for purchase, yet they were exorbitantly priced and could only be acquired with points. Ash was reluctant to spend his points when he could obtain them freely. While Ash was deep in thought, Misty had also successfully captured her own Togepi. However, her Togepi was not inclined to stay in its Pokeball, compelling Misty to cradle it in her arms. Notably, Togepi was approximately the same height as its counterpart from the original series, yet weighed twice as much. Nevertheless, this 6-pound weight posed no challenge for Misty, who possessed the extraordinary physique of a super water-type trainer. Ash, Misty, Riolu, and Togepi are all freshly hatched. We should have Nurse Joy conduct a checkup, Brock suggested at an opportune moment. In response, Ash nodded in agreement. Despite his extensive knowledge as a top-tier breeder, he indeed required a comprehensive health report for Riolu. After all, having professional data would enable him to devise a more effective training regimen. Thus, Ash and Misty made their way to find Nurse Joy, accompanied by their newly hatched Pokémon. While the trio awaited their turn, a middle-aged man donned in a brown cap and a blue-black jacket approached Ash. Young man, I see you've raised that Pikachu exceptionally well. May I inquire if you are a traveling Pokémon trainer? The man inquired, pointing at Pikachu. Sir, do you wish to battle me? Ash asked earnestly. He genuinely felt an urge to engage in a duel with an experienced trainer, as constantly defeating weaker opponents lacked excitement. He was eager to gauge his own prowess. The man shook his head, replying, Young man, I do not wish to battle. To be candid, I am a psychic. I can sense that you possess an aura even stronger than my own, which is why I would like to request your assistance with a matter. Ding! Detected that the former gym leader of the Goldenrod City Gym has commissioned the host to defeat Nessa. Task reward: King level qualification KC1. Note: this reward must be requested from the client. 3,000 points and a curved spoon 1. Ash was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system possessed such a feature. He feigned ignorance and inquired of the middle-aged man, What is it? I wish to request your psychic powers to decisively defeat Naza. I regret to inform you that psychic abilities are not to be wielded recklessly. My powers will not harm unless absolutely necessary. However, Miss Naza is a gym leader at the Golden Gym, and I shall engage in a gym challenge. If it weren't for the striking similarity between the aura surrounding this man and that of Naza, Ash might have doubted her lineage. It was astonishing that this uncle would go so far as to solicit someone to confront his own daughter. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man replied, A Pokémon battle will suffice. Youngster, if you can defeat Naza, I can offer you money or even rare Pokémon. Why? And who exactly are you? Do you have some grievance with Miss Naza? Ash pretended to be puzzled. The middle-aged man fell momentarily silent, at a loss for words. Uncle, you're not a competitor at the Golden Gym, are you? Isn't it rather underhanded to recruit someone to challenge her? Misty interjected, her expression one of indignation. I am a failed father. Naza is my daughter. To put it succinctly, you have imposed your aspirations onto Naza, causing her to develop a form of autism, Ash summarized. Perhaps it is autism. In any case, I implore you to assist me. I recognize my mistakes. This issue cannot be resolved merely by defeating her. From what you've just shared, it appears that Naza values the Casey you gifted her. Perhaps you could find her a more cheerful Pokémon or encourage her to make friends. In Ash's view, addressing Naza's predicament required more than just battling. It necessitated opening her heart and guiding her out of the confines of her inner darkness to attain true redemption. I understand, the middle-aged man nodded solemnly. All right, uncle. I accept your terms. I will defeat Naza. Additionally, there should be Pokémon in Hoenn town that could befriend her. You might consider visiting there. Ash had no intention of capturing the Jengar in Hoenn town. It was nothing more than a mischievous trickster, having played pranks on foolish characters in the original story, and showed no desire for battle. It disliked combat, avoided performances, and had no particular skill, only a penchant for mischief. Unless this Jengar were to appear before him immediately, Ash found it unappealing. Very well, the middle-aged man nodded and vanished in an instant. Teleportation? Ash, are you certain that man is truly human and not a Pokémon? Misty exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is this not too outrageous? Ash, you wouldn't be able to do something like that, would you? In my case, I could manage it with Pikachu, but not with you all. My expertise lies in aura and telekinesis, not in the spatial abilities of that uncle. Teleportation was something Ash had learned from Sinnoh, though not with great proficiency. He could only employ it as an emergency escape tactic. Come play with me. As the trio stepped outside, a voice reached their ears. Did you hear that strange sound, Ash and Brock? Misty asked, her expression stiffening as she slowly turned to Ash. I heard a girl's voice. It seems she is inviting me to play, Brock said uncertainly. That must be the voice of Nessa. Chapter 55, Golden Gym. Nessa? Brock exclaimed incredulously, hoping that Ash was merely jesting. Don't worry, Brock. Her abilities are not as formidable as mine, Ash replied confidently. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of the Golden Gym. Is this truly a gym? Why does it seem so eerie? Misty expressed her distaste for the ominous atmosphere surrounding the gym. While she could understand the scarcity of trainers inside due to their strength, the desolate streets outside were utterly absurd. Upon entering the gym, they encountered a group of young individuals training their psychic abilities. Hey, what are you three doing here? A young man called out to them. I'm here to challenge the gym, Ash declared. A gym challenge? The young man scrutinized Ash and inquired, do you possess psychic powers? A gym challenge doesn't seem to be related to psychic abilities, does it? Ash retorted. Kid, if you lack psychic powers, I suggest you seek another gym to challenge. There is a fighting-type gym on the other side of Golden City, the young man sneered. Ash smirked. It appears the league has not stipulated that one must possess psychic abilities to challenge a gym. Are you modifying the requirements arbitrarily? Or do you simply disregard the league altogether? Should I assist your gym in reporting this to the league and request an inspector to come and take a look? The young man fell silent, realizing that the gym indeed had no such regulations. With a scoff, he said, since you are so obstinate, I will take you to see Miss Nessa. Under the guidance of the young man, the trio arrived at a battleground that resembled a temple rather than a typical arena. Brock felt a chill as he gazed upon the sight. This place is too sinister. I dislike it. Misty echoed his sentiments. Miss Nessa, someone has come to challenge you. Though I believe they are unworthy, the young man knelt before the dark throne. Seated upon the throne was a girl with green hair, holding a doll, her expression icy, while the doll grasped a red and white ball. As the young man finished speaking, an inexplicable force seized him. He quickly pleaded, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Please forgive me, Miss Nessa. Spare me. You have finally arrived. Nessa's voice was frigid. Ash stepped forward, addressing the battleground. Miss Nessa, I am Ash from Pallet Town. I kindly request a Pokémon battle with you. Very well, I accept your challenge. But as a wager, should you lose, you must stay and play with me. Nessa replied. The gym match commences, with Ash from Pallet Town challenging the gym leader Nessa. The rules are as follows. Each side may only use one Pokémon. Please send forth your Pokémon. As the announcement concluded, Ash declared, Go, Kadabra. The doll held by Naza emanated a sinister red light, while it threw a Pokeball into the fray. Pokémon, Kadabra. Gender, female. Level, superior. Ability, synchronize. Potential, champion. Skill, teleport. Go, Ghastly. Ash did not intend to summon Pikachu, for that would be an undue advantage against a Pokémon of champion caliber. The only other contender with a semblance of attribute advantage was Beedrill, yet its strength was somewhat lacking. After all, Naza possessed the ability to temporarily evolve Kadabra into Alakazam. Ash currently lacked the Megastone for Beedrill. I don't wish to fight, Ghastly complained as it emerged from its Pokeball. Ash paid no heed to Ghastly's protests. Apologies, but this is a one-on-one battle. You're already in, so we must proceed. How can you do this? Fighting is exhausting. You must agree to an additional script. Ghastly retorted. Writing scripts is taxing enough as it is. Just one will suffice. If you refuse, I shall concede and move on to another gym. Ash adopted a nonchalant stance, well aware that Ghastly would neither dare to flee nor decline. The scriptwriting ability rewarded by the system had garnered praise even from the renowned actress, Karuna, who had even approached Ash for a tailored script. After a moment's contemplation, Ghastly conceded, "One it is, but do not blame me if I lose. Rest assured, as long as you heed my commands, victory is assured," Ash asserted with confidence. Ghastly. Nightshade. Naza's eyes glowed red, and Kadabra, still in a slumbering state, gradually opened its eyes. A radiant light enveloped Kadabra, signifying its evolution. An evolution? Misty and Brock expressed their astonishment. Pokémon, Alakazam. Gender, female. Level, intermediate gym. Ability, synchronize. Potential, champion. Skills, psychic, teleport, kinesis, confusion ray, spoon bending, confusion ray. An impressive display of psychic prowess, but I wonder how you will fare without it. Seal, Ash commanded, releasing a powerful aura from his hands. Naza felt her psychic energy constricted by an unseen force, severing her mental connection with Alakazam and rendering her unable to sense her own abilities. Naza, this is my self-created sealing technique. How does it feel to be devoid of psychic power? Ash inquired softly. His sealing technique was inspired by the sealing arts employed by a legendary aura hero from a millennium past, specifically designed to target psychic abilities, albeit only temporarily. Why you are also a psychic? Naza asked, her complexion pale. The doll she cradled vanished as her psychic powers were suppressed. Indeed, rest assured. I shall refrain from using psychic abilities henceforth. I merely wish for this battle to be pure. You wouldn't want to disappoint Kadabra, would you? Alakazam, Confusion Ray. Naza commanded coldly. Ghastly, Shadow Ball. Although Yungara and Guiz are of the same rank, the psychic prowess of Guiz far surpasses that of Yungara, who has also lost the support of Nashi. In a contest of moves, Yungara stands no chance. Guiz effortlessly shatters the attacks launched by Yungara. Yungara, are you alright? Guiz. Use Shadow Ball to finish it. Ash did not give Nashi a moment's respite. With Casey incapacitated, the victor is Ash from Pallet Town, as announced by the referee's voice over the broadcast. With the verdict rendered, Nashi once again sensed her own psychic abilities. Chapter 56, The Monkey Monster. Thank you. Ash, could you share details about your psychic powers? Nashi inquired, somewhat bashfully. This was her first encounter with someone whose abilities exceeded her own, leaving her devoid of any capacity to resist. Throughout her life, her father had always claimed that her psychic talent was unparalleled. Yet today's experience had her doubting whether her father had misled her. My awakening is the aura power. Perhaps my early training has given me a slight edge over you. Ash replied, a blue glow emanating from his hand. He refrained from mentioning his awakening of the force of eternity and psychic abilities, believing it wise to keep such trump cards concealed. Aura power. No wonder. As a psychic herself, Nashi was aware that several unique psychic abilities existed in this world, and she had heard of aura power as one of the most distinctive. Upon learning that Ash had awakened this power, her fondness for him soared, and their conversation flowed seamlessly into friendship. Seizing the opportunity, Ash subtly inquired about how Nashi had honed her abilities. After all, the skill to transform individuals into dolls was undeniably extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, dusk was approaching. Ash, remember to come visit me when you return to Goldenrod City. Nashi whispered into Ash's ear. I certainly will, but Nashi, you should also venture outside and make more friends. The world beyond is quite magnificent. Ash encouraged her. With her formidable psychic powers, Nashi undoubtedly possessed the potential to become a champion or even a master. It would be a waste of her talent to remain confined to Goldenrod City. I will consider it. Ash, this is the Pokémon I promised to give you. Please accept it. Nashi's father handed Ash a yellow and white Pokémon egg. Pokémon, Casey, hatching progress, 30, gender, male, level, 0, ability, psychic, potential, master, skill, teleport. Thank you, sir. Ash replied without pretense, accepting the egg with gratitude. The next day, Ash and his companions set off from Goldenrod City towards Rainbow City, greeted by the rising sun. Upon reaching the wilderness, Ash released nearly all the Pokémon he had captured, allowing them to battle wild Pokémon to gain experience. That ugly fish was also on the verge of evolution. Ash was nearly certain that with one more thorough training session, it would evolve into Milotic. Several hours later, as a series of gurgling sounds echoed, Brock transformed into a culinary artist, commencing the preparation of lunch, which consisted of rice balls accompanied by a hearty vegetable soup. How wonderful! Misty exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Ash busied himself with an assortment of energy cubes, feeding his Pokémon. Over the span of a few hours, aside from the newly hatched Riolu, the remaining Pokémon engaged in no less than 10 battles, with Charmander putting forth the most effort, fighting in 15 matches, 2 of which were intense encounters. All of them are accounted for, no need to rush, Ash reassured while serving food. When it came time for Pikachu, Ash inquired, Pikachu, would you prefer energy cubes or Brock's cooking? Pikachu, patting its belly, gazed longingly at the industrious Brock, clearly indicating a desire to wait for his meal. All right then. Ash conceded with a shake of his hand, bemused by Pikachu's preference for human cuisine despite being a Pokémon. Brock worked swiftly, and soon the lunch was ready. Just as the trio began to savor their delicious meal, a mischievous Mankey leaped from the nearby bushes, aiming straight for a plate of rice balls. Pika, seeing the intruder, Pikachu immediately positioned itself in front of the rice balls. The Mankey, unperturbed by Pikachu's stance, charged forward. Pikachu retaliated with a powerful iron tail, but the ravenous Mankey, undeterred, shook its head and rose again. Observing this, Pikachu prepared to unleash a thunderbolt, but Ash swiftly intervened. Pikachu, hold on. The Mankey is just hungry and means no harm. Pika Pie, protested Pikachu, insisting that hunger did not justify the theft of their lunch. Don't worry, I made plenty of rice balls. There should be enough for everyone. Brock reassured. Upon hearing this, Ash extended an invitation to the Mankey. Come join us. He recognized this Mankey as the one captured by the foolish character in the original series, which later ended up at a fighting dojo without further developments. Of course, this Mankey also indirectly validated James's claim of possessing the ability to evolve. While the Mankey feasted, Ash took a moment to inspect its stats. Pokémon, Mankey, gender, male, level, exceptional high, ability, anger point, potential, champion, moves, scratch, leer, focus energy, fury swipes, seismic toss, cross chop, pursuit, rampage, body slam, takedown, double edge, inherited, huh? No wonder you've struggled to claim victory across so many regions, Ash mused, impressed by the extensive skill set. With proper training and care, this Mankey could easily reach champion-level prowess by the time of the Indigo Conference, which was akin to a baby cup, where champion-level Pokémon would dominate the competition. Having just finished his meal, Ash eagerly proposed, Mankey, would you like to join my team? If you do, I can guarantee you 3 hearty meals a day and help you grow stronger. Mankey responded with a playful chattering, bouncing forward and assuming a fighting stance. Ash chuckled, so you wish to battle me? Mankey nodded in agreement. No problem. Chapter 57. Reward critical hit in Rainbow City. Ding. The system detected Mankey challenging the host. Triggering a hidden task. Conquer the physical form. Task requirements. Defeat Mankey without using Pokémon or special abilities to complete the capture. Task rewards. 1,000 points. A 5 increase in physical fitness and mastery of the martial art Baji Quan. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ash removed his jacket and, under the puzzled gazes of Misty and Brock, approached Mankey. Mankey looked confused as it had intended to battle Pikachu and the others, not the trainer himself. Come on, Mankey. Ash extended a hand, making a provocative gesture. Mankey hesitated. Are you sure? Absolutely. Just a friendly warning, I'm quite strong. Ash flexed his arm to showcase his muscles. Mankey conceded. All right then. Mankey charged with a swinging fist. Quick as lightning, Ash seized Mankey's fist and executed a flawless shoulder throw. He then mounted Mankey, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. This fierce onslaught left not only Mankey momentarily stunned, but also captivated the onlookers. Misty, Brock, and Ash's Pokémon were all taken aback. Riolu's eyes sparkled with admiration, her reverence for Ash reaching new heights, while the other Pokémon felt a twinge of fear at such ferocity. Mankey managed to throw a single punch, but was quickly overwhelmed, prompting a surge of anger that ignited a brilliant light of evolution. Mankey's form began to grow larger. and as the light dissipated, a 1-meter-tall Infernape with black wrist guards appeared before them. As soon as Infernape completed its evolution, it thrust its hands against the ground and forcefully pushed Ash away. Evolved, have you? Let's go again. Ash remained undaunted. With his super fresh body and the power of aura, he could withstand even a champion-level fighting-type Pokémon, let alone this freshly evolved Infernape that had just stepped into the gym arena. However, lacking formal combat training, Ash's tactics were somewhat erratic, characterized by a rather haphazard fighting style. In a fit of panic, Infernape unleashed a thunder punch from the farmer's 3 punches technique. Zing! Cough! Ash felt a tingling sensation course through him, expelling a cloud of black smoke from his mouth. Infernape, witnessing Ash's plight, chuckled mischievously before opting to trigger its Pokeball, voluntarily submitting to capture to avoid further conflict. Despite Infernape's fiery temperament, it was not devoid of intelligence. It recognized its inability to triumph over Ash. After venting its frustration with the Thunder Punch, it prudently chose to concede combat, knowing that persisting would only lead to its own downfall. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task with perfect execution. The task reward has been doubled, and you have received a triple reward of 3,000 points. A 15 enhancement in physical prowess and mastery of the 8 Extremes Fist. As the system's voice echoed, a sensation akin to thousands of ants crawling over his body enveloped Ash. A tingling rush surged to his mind, while an abundance of 8 Extremes Fist memories flooded into his consciousness. Fortunately, the duration of these rewards was brief, and Ash's physical condition was robust enough to prevent him from fainting. Neither Misty nor Brock noticed anything amiss. After capturing the fiery primate, Ash and his companions took a moment to recuperate before embarking on their journey once more. Their travels proved to be quite smooth, and it wasn't long before the trio arrived at Rainbow City. What a delightful fragrance! Upon entering Rainbow City, they were greeted by a subtle aroma of perfume wafting through the air. Rainbow City is renowned as the capital of perfumery. Misty, would you like to explore the perfumes here? Ash inquired, observing Misty's captivated expression. Is that really possible, Ash? Misty replied shyly, glancing at him. At this moment, the gym leader, Alia, was likely absent from the Rainbow Gym. She was famous for concocting the city's most celebrated fragrances. Ash, however, was not foolish enough to follow in the footsteps of others. He was not like Jesse's flamboyant persona, and he had no intention of cross-dressing. To avoid creating any embarrassing memories, Ash had researched many gym leaders. A gym leader who is skilled in crafting perfumes? Misty exclaimed in surprise. Miss Alia is well-versed in grass-type Pokémon, and the perfume ingredients are derived from certain grass-type Pokémon, Ash revealed. Look, that perfume shop ahead is owned by Miss Alia. Let us proceed. Under Ash's guidance, the group entered the perfume shop. As soon as they stepped inside, Brock was smitten, sliding to the feet of 3 lovely ladies. Enough, you infatuated fool, over here. Misty yanked Brock by the ear and tossed him out the door. Meanwhile, Ash busied himself selecting suitable perfumes for his female friends within the shop. Ash, do you also enjoy wearing perfume? Misty questioned, puzzled by his actions. These aren't tea for me, Ash replied. He only enjoyed the scent of perfumes without the desire to wear them himself. So, are all these for your friends? Misty asked. Yes. So many? Misty exclaimed, astonished by the dozens of bottles before her. Ash's relationship with Serena had been discreetly shared by his mother while in Limios City. Misty, upon learning this news, did not feel disheartened. After all, Ash was exceptional, and they were not married, so she still believed she had a chance. Furthermore, Misty was not averse to the idea of sharing Ash with Serena, as this world did not impose monogamous constraints. Yet, the sheer number of perfume bottles sparked thoughts of the term Aquaman in Misty's mind. These are just for friends. Most are from other regions, and there are both males and females among them. Although perfume is categorized as cosmetics, it is also a manifestation of lifestyle and social etiquette, capable of enhancing confidence and allure while expressing emotions and states of being. Perfume can also convey sentiments. Ash did not deceive Misty. Indeed, some of the fragrances he intended to gift were meant for men, such as those for Gary, Brock, Max, and Michael. Such a rare and valuable insight. This gentleman is truly a man of taste. Lily, offer him a 20% discount. At that moment, a woman clad in a kimono appeared behind Ash and his companions. Yes, manager. Hello, Miss Erica. Ash greeted warmly. Oh, this gentleman knows my name? Erica responded with a hint of surprise at Ash's recognition. Before coming, Ash had learned that Miss Erica was a trainer from the Rainbow Gym and a renowned perfume developer. Oh, so you all are here specifically to visit Rainbow City? Chapter 58, Charmeleon. Upon hearing that Ash had come to challenge the gym, Erica seemed somewhat troubled. A gym challenge? I'm afraid I must apologize. But the challenge period has already passed. Ash, would it be possible to reschedule your gym match for tomorrow? No problem, Miss Erica. Ash nodded in agreement. It was indeed getting late, and after a long day of travel, they needed to rest. After leaving the perfume shop, Ash and his friends first went to the Pokémon Center to book a room. After finishing dinner, on Brock's suggestion, they ventured to the largest arcade in Rainbow City. Aside from its fame for perfumes, Rainbow City is also well known for its gaming establishments. After all, it was a lucrative venture concocted by Team Rocket. Within the arcade, Ash sensed, through his aura, the concealed base of Team Rocket. However, to avoid provoking Giovanni, Ash had no intention of confronting Team Rocket. After experiencing most of the games, he concluded they were rather dull, vastly inferior to those he had played in his previous life. Inside the Team Rocket base, a member monitoring the surveillance observed Ash's presence in the arcade and immediately reported to his superior. Minister, we've spotted the kid we've been instructed to watch. Keep a close eye on him. Also, instruct the internal personnel to withdraw. Do not let him catch on. The minister issued the retreat order without hesitation. It was understandable, given that their intelligence indicated Ash possessed a Zapdos, and their most confidential experiments had reached a critical stage. Ensuring financial stability was paramount. A vital source of income for Team Rocket had recently been severed, the amusement park destroyed by the trio in Lumio City. Now, the arcade, being the most lucrative, could not afford any mishaps. In the arcade, after a brief exploration, Ash noticed Misty and Brock still enjoying themselves. So he refrained from dampening their spirits and made his way to the designated battle area. A few minutes later, guided by the arcade staff, Ash set up a battle arena for a challenge. Charmander, Ember. Ash commanded his Charmander as it faced off against a passerby Squirtle. Charmeleon received the command and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its mouth. Could this be a deception? Surely. The sparks emitted by a Charmeleon could not rival the force of a flame burst. At that moment, Ash's opponent wore a bewildered expression. After all, a typical Charmeleon would produce only a few scattered sparks, inflicting minimal damage. However, Ash's Charmeleon had consumed a considerable amount of exceptional firestones, resulting in an incredibly dense concentration of fire energy within, significantly amplifying its fire-type moves. Just a single spark attack was enough to leave the water-type Squirtle reeling. Next, Ash instructed the nearby arcade staff with an impassive demeanor. Charmeleon was on the brink of evolution, and he bore the sign for compensated battles to help Charmeleon find its opportunity to evolve. Soon, with the staff's announcement, a new challenger entered the arena. And to Ash's surprise, it was none other than Gary. What brings you here? Gary exclaimed, astonished. I was actually curious why it was you. You didn't just arrive in Rainbow City today, did you? Ash reciprocated the surprise. Ordinarily, Gary would have progressed more swiftly. After all, he had left Pallet Town 2 days early. Both his Night Arena and Nidoqueen were on the verge of evolution, yet acquiring a Moonstone proved to be quite the challenge. He had decided to spend some time at the arcade after noticing an event that allowed exchanges for the elusive stone. A Moonstone, you say? How about this? If you battle me and help my Charmeleon evolve, I will sell you a superior Moonstone, Ash proposed. He indeed had some Moonstones saved, though their quality was not exceptional, and at present, he had no Pokémon requiring one. Gary, taken aback, responded, Your Charmeleon hasn't evolved yet? It's accumulated quite an amount of energy and is on the verge of evolving. So how about it? Will you fight? Ash inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, but let us make one thing clear. If Charmeleon evolves, we stop fighting. And I want the Moonstone on installments, Gary replied shrewdly. Sounds good. Ash grinned. Come forth. My darling. Gary tossed a Pokeball. Squirtle. A large, ear-eared water turtle appeared, facing Charmeleon. Charmeleon, spark. Ash commanded, striking first without regard for traditional combat etiquette. Squirtle. Water gun attack. Gary opted for a direct confrontation. Squirtle not only had a higher level than Charmeleon, but also possessed a superior life form. He doubted that. Despite type advantages, Squirtle could not match Charmeleon's flames. The clash of the two moves erupted into a cloud of steam. The equally matched outcome left Gary astounded. How is this possible? Charmeleon now? Use Dragon Claw? Ash urged, taking advantage of the steam to swiftly approach Squirtle. its small arms coalescing dragon-type energy into claws several inches long. Squirtle, retreat into your shell, Gary quickly commanded upon realizing the danger. Just as Charmeleon's claws were about to strike Squirtle's head, Squirtle withdrew just in time, narrowly evading a potentially devastating blow. Frustrated at missing its target, Charmeleon retaliated by scratching vigorously at Squirtle's shell. The claws scraped against the turtle's shell, producing a jarring sound. The once smooth surface of the shell was marred by deep scratches. And within, the hiding Squirtle, upon hearing the damage done to its home, felt a surge of anger as torrents of water gushed forth. Was that a water gun? Shocked, Red's heart soared with elation as he confidently proclaimed to Ash, "Ash, it seems your hopes of evolving Charmander are dashed." "Not necessarily," Ash replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. While he hadn't anticipated Squirtle mastering Water Gun, as long as Charmander remained standing, there remained a chance. In the arena, Charmander, having endured Squirtle's powerful Water Gun, not only retained its fighting spirit, but was now even more emboldened. Quite resilient. Red gritted his teeth. With an angry roar, Charmander erupted with a brilliant white light. The light of evolution enveloped it, rapidly increasing its size until, when it faded, a majestic Charmeleon, standing about 5 feet tall, emerged before them. Charmeleon, unleash flamethrower. Seizing the moment while Red was still in shock, Ash commanded an immediate assault. Whether it was due to the display of strength Ash exhibited when capturing his previous Pokémon or some other reason, Charmeleon showed no signs of rebellion and diligently followed Ash's orders. "Damn it, Ash. That is not fair," Red exclaimed. "Squirtle, use Water Gun." He regretted not recalling Squirtle earlier, waiting instead for Charmander to complete its evolution. As Squirtle had just learned Water Gun, it struggled to wield it effectively, while Charmeleon had already mastered Flamethrower prior to its evolution. In the end, Squirtle was left charred and dizzy, unable to continue the battle. Chapter 59. The Gym Challenge. After the battle, Ash honored his promise and gifted Red a premium moon stone, having exchanged it for a quality fire stone. Ash felt he had made a great deal. On the other hand, Red believed he had struck gold, as Ash's moon stone was of exceptional quality, comparable to the finest available on the market. The following day, Ash and his companions arrived at the Rainbow Gym as promised. The architecture of the Rainbow Gym bore a striking resemblance to a Bellissum, showcasing Eliza's fondness for the Pokémon. "Miss Eliza, I look forward to the gym battle," Ash stated earnestly. "That's my line," Eliza replied. After Ash's departure the previous day, she had taken a moment to investigate Ash's background and understood that his skills were unlike those of other novice trainers. The gym challenge was set to commence. Ash from Pallet Town would challenge Eliza, the trainer of the Rainbow Gym. The rules stipulated a 3-on-3 battle, where if one side's Pokémon were all incapacitated, the challenger could substitute Pokémon, but the gym trainer could not. "Ash, as the challenger, you may attack first. Go, Victory Bell." Eliza sent forth her Pokémon. Pokémon, Victory Bell. Level, exceptional. It's decided then, Beedrill. Ash called forth his own Pokémon, confident in its advantageous type. After an arduous series of battles, Beedrill has ascended to the ranks of gym-level Pokémon, effortlessly securing victory under the constraints of type advantage. "Beedrill, use Pin Missile," commanded Ash. Victory Bell, unleash Seed Bomb. Victory Bell expelled a torrent of verdant energy seeds. "Ash, your Beedrill has been trained exceptionally well, but my Victory Bell shall not be defeated." Stun Spore. Victory Bell quivered its body, releasing a vast cloud of paralytic spores. Beedrill, rush in with Fury Cutter. Beedrill flapped its wings vigorously, its arms swinging to fend off the stun spore. Victory Bell, preoccupied with dispersing the spores, could not defend itself in time and was swiftly incapacitated by Beedrill's relentless assault. Victory Bell is unable to battle. "Please send out your next Pokémon, Gym Leader," announced the beautiful referee. "Next up is you, Weepinbell." Pokémon, Weepinbell. Level, Gym Beginner. Ash also switched his Pokémon. "Hey, Ash's Charmander has actually evolved," Misty exclaimed in astonishment as she observed Charmeleon in the arena. It appeared that Ash's Charmeleon was significantly stronger than the average. Brock marveled at Charmeleon's size, noting that while a typical Charmeleon stands at about 1 meters tall, Ash's had reached an impressive height of 1.5 meters. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. Weepinbell spun its body, unleashing a barrage of leaves from its large foliage. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Charmeleon exhaled a searing blast of flame. incinerating Weepinbell's attack to ashes and delivering substantial damage, ultimately knocking Weepinbell out of the battle. What a powerful flamethrower! Ellie gasped, her expression grave. She had not anticipated Ash's prowess to be so formidable, capable of defeating her Weepinbell with a single move. Weepinbell is unable to battle. Ash, it seems I have underestimated your strength. I must take this seriously now. Ellie resolved to give her all. For being swept aside by a novice trainer would be quite disgraceful. Come forth, Executor. Pokémon, Executor. Type, Grass, Psychic. Gender, Male. Level, Gym Advanced. Ability, Chlorophyll. Potential, Champion. Skills, Giga Drain, Leech Seed, Solar Beam, Psychic, Hypnosis, Light Screen, Photosynthesis, Confusion, Leaf Storm, Psychic Shock, Wood Hammer. Aside from the beloved Oddish that saved her during childhood, this Executor had been her companion since her early years. Miss Ellie, I shall not falter, Ash declared confidently. Executor, set up grassy terrain. Charmeleon is undeniably powerful, especially being a Fire-type Pokémon. Hence, even with Executor's Chlorophyll ability, Ellie refrained from summoning Sunny Day, knowing that the enhancements Charmeleon would receive under such conditions would outweigh those of Executor. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Charmeleon prepared to unleash another torrent of flames. Executor, use Giga Drain. Super Absorb allows the user to siphon nutrients from the opponent to launch an attack, restoring half of the damage dealt as health. The Coconut's tree extends 2 vines from beneath the jet of flames, ensnaring the Charmeleon and beginning to drain its vitality. Conversely, the Coconut's tree is also struck by the flames. Charmeleon, Flame Charge. Ash exclaimed once more. Under normal circumstances, such a powerful move as Flame Charge would not be within the capabilities of the Charmeleon at its current level, yet Ash's unconventional methods prevailed. Rather than waiting for the natural progression of skill acquisition, he opted to employ a technical machine to teach the move to his Charmeleon. Every Pokémon in his possession had mastered their skills, and with the availability of the machine, none were overlooked. Flames enveloped Charmeleon as it charged fiercely toward the Coconut's tree. What? Elygia gasped in shock. Coconut's tree dodge. Unfortunately, Elygia was not the protagonist, and the 3 primary techniques of Pokémon battles failed to manifest. Given the Coconut's tree's inherent sluggishness, it had no chance to evade Charmeleon's flame charge and was struck squarely. The Coconut's tree is unable to continue. Charmeleon emerges victorious, making Ash from Pallet Town the champion. The beautiful referee announced with a hint of regret. Oh, it was merely a stroke of luck due to type advantage, Ash modestly replied. Miss Elygia, your Pokémon has been trained excellently. Despite his triumph over Elygia's primary Pokémon, Ash did not indulge in pride, knowing that the Coconut's tree's position within her lineup remained undisclosed. Chapter 60, Abalong. After departing from Rainbow City, under Brock's guidance, the trio lingered in a small town for a day. During this time, Ash's ugly fish, through self-encouragement, achieved a significant evolution, transforming into a Milotic. Brock also acquired a Vulpix from a beautiful breeder. Realizing the inconveniences of communication while traveling, Ash decided to exchange for a design blueprint of a smartphone and certain social media codes. He envisioned creating a group for friends from various regions once the phone became widely available. After sending Team Rocket to the Oak Laboratory for some work, Ash and his companions found their journey considerably smoother, albeit less entertaining. One day, Ash resolved to begin training his Riolu, along with releasing his Infernape. Infernape, Riolu. Today I will teach you some special fighting techniques, so pay close attention. Indeed, Ash intended to instruct these 2 fighting-type Pokémon in Bagwazang. Riolu's face radiated excitement, while Infernape displayed a similar expression. As the saying goes, in literature, Taijiquan brings peace to the world. In martial arts, Bagwazang establishes order. Bagwazang emphasizes practical combat, making it highly compatible for these 2 fighting-type Pokémon. The techniques were splendid, yet the fundamentals were rudimentary, resulting in a mere flourish of movements, akin to the visually captivating yet practically ineffective nature of Taekwondo, which may dazzle in performance but falters in actual combat. During his initial teaching session, Ash opted not to delve into overly complex techniques, instead imparting the foundational practice known as the 8 formations of the Golden Vajra: the Hammer Strike, Dragon Descend, Tiger Submission, Mountain Split Palm, Horse Probe Palm, Tiger Embrace, Air Squat, and Crane Push. Mastering these basics would facilitate a smoother transition to more advanced combat techniques. ultimately enhancing practical application in real battles. Observing Ash's earnest instruction, Misty couldn't help but exclaim, Ash certainly possesses a wealth of knowledge. The integration of ancient martial arts into the training of fighting-type Pokémon is undoubtedly an exceptional method of development. And Ash's unique approach to nurturing his Pokémon may indeed be the reason behind his distinction as a Pokémon professor. Meanwhile, Brock busied himself with lunch. Echoing Misty's sentiments, Pikachu wore a puzzled expression. In its memory, many of Ash's skills seemed to materialize from thin air. For instance, the martial arts Ash was currently teaching had never been demonstrated by him before, and just recently, during the capture of the fiery primate, he resorted to a rudimentary fighting style. Just as Ash became engrossed in his teachings, a Machoke, jogging and practicing its punches, halted to fix its gaze upon Ash and Riolu. Look, it's a Machoke, Misty pointed out, captivated by the Pokémon's focused demeanor. Ash followed Misty's gesture and spotted the Machoke. Pokémon, Machoke, gender, male, level, intermediate excellence, ability, keen eye, potential, outstanding, moves, focus energy, sonic punch, vacuum wave, bullet punch, insight, rapid defense, heavyweight punch. Machoke, a fighting-type Pokémon evolved from a fearless little one, appeared to possess considerable strength. Ash, do you want to capture it? Brock suggested. No, this one isn't wild, Ash replied, sensing the human presence through his aura. Hey, young man, your two fighting-type Pokémon look quite impressive. How about a battle? Just as Ash finished speaking, a burly man approached. Against Machoke? No problem. Ash rarely turned down a Pokémon battle initiated by others, as it provided an excellent opportunity to accumulate combat experience. Moreover, he recognized that this man was the very one who had deceived the foolish trainer into leaving behind the fiery primate in the original story. Ash felt compelled to teach him a lesson. All right, I will serve as the referee. Brock volunteered enthusiastically. That works. But the rule is that only physical moves may be used, no special attacks. The man added. Upon hearing this, Brock glanced at Ash, silently inquiring whether he wished to accept. Ash nodded, affirming, all right, I accept. Machoke, let this battle serve as a warm-up for the upcoming fighting tournament. The man's excitement was palpable as he addressed Machoke, whose gaze sharpened in response. Fiery primate, let us solidify the techniques we have just learned in this battle. Machoke, unleash sonic punch. Fiery primate, employ the hammer strike we just practiced. In mere moments, Machoke was sent staggering several paces back, sustaining some injuries. Had the fiery primate not been slightly shorter than Machoke, it would have struck the latter's head rather than its chest. In an electrifying moment, the fiery monkey unleashed a cross chop, striking fiercely upon Abalong. The impact sent Abalong crashing to the ground, yet he retained the will to rise, struggling against the odds. Abalong, can you still fight? The concerned uncle inquired, having anticipated an easy victory, only to find himself facing an unexpected challenge. Had he known of Ash's formidable strength, he would have refrained from this confrontation. With the first fighting tournament imminent, a severe injury to Abalong could shatter his dreams. Fiery Monkey, deliver the final blow. Chapter 61, Black Cloud City. Father, please reconsider, the lovely May urged. Is winning truly more important than family? Ash, disapproving of such irresponsible parenting, remarked. You have your dreams to pursue, but that does not justify neglecting your family. If you are so passionate about chasing dreams, why marry so early? The uncle felt conflicted. He understood the significance of family, yet had prepared fervently for this tournament, convinced it would be his closest chance to victory, which led to his extreme stance. Noting his obstinacy, Ash coldly declared, if that is the case, I shall participate in the tournament as well. Uncle, I will not allow you to win. Young man, I await you in the arena, the uncle replied. May stood silently, her head bowed, her face reflecting her discontent. I apologize for the trouble my father has caused, she said, bowing to Ash. It's quite all right, Ash replied, waving his hand dismissively. Actually, I noticed your Pokémon could defeat my father's Abalong. Could I ask you to decisively defeat him in the tournament? May requested earnestly. Before Ash could respond, Brock readily agreed. No problem, we will thoroughly defeat that Abalong. We? Brock, only Ash possesses a fighting-type Pokémon. You cannot participate, Misty bluntly exposed Brock's oversight. I have my Machop. It can also utilize fighting-type moves, Brock asserted proudly, unaware that his Machop was destined to be overwhelmed, facing an early exit. Soon, under May's guidance, Ash and Brock hurried to complete their registration before the deadline for the first fighting tournament. Given that this was a local event, the schedule was tight, and Ash quickly faced his first opponent, Machoke. This Machoke was merely at the initial level of elite rank, and Ash decided against sending out his fiery monkey for an easy win, opting instead for the equally elite Riolu. Machoke, use cross chop. Machoke's fingers formed a blade as it struck towards Riolu. Riolu, engage in close combat. Riolu met the attack, blocking the chop while retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Machoke's abdomen. After a brief exchange, Machoke succumbed and lost its fighting capability. Machoke is unable to battle. The victor is Ash. The referee announced loudly. The next match would see Brock face off against the reigning champion of the previous fighting tournament. As anticipated, Xiaojang's small Onyx was thoroughly beaten by someone else's Shavarang. Had he not conceded in time, his rocky head might have been shattered. Following this battle, Ash, along with Aime's father and last year's champion, achieved a series of victories. Unlike the original narrative, this time, Ash faced Aime's father in the semi-finals. Uncle, I have promised not to let you win the championship. Infernape, you are my chosen fighter. This marked Ash's first deployment of Infernape in this combat tournament. His previous opponents had proven too weak, with even Riolu capable of overwhelming them. I shall not be defeated. Let us go, Aberrang. Aime's father was equally spirited. Infernape, give it your all in this match. Ash urged. With a fierce determination ignited, Infernape unleashed its full potential. Under the intense battle spirit of Infernape, Aberrang hesitated. Taking half a step back, Aberrang, do not fear, unleash your heavy punch. Aberrang swung its fist in a wide arc, striking fiercely. Infernape, evade using the ring's post. Just before Aberrang's fist made contact, Infernape leapt onto the post in the corner of the arena, while Aberrang's blow landed squarely on the post, leaving a deep imprint. Infernape, now is the time for your Fury Punch. Infernape executed a descending Fury Punch, landing a solid hit on Aberrang's head, which produced a resounding crack. Oh, what a crisp sound. That is a solid head. The Fury Punch harnesses rage into power. Though Infernape had not been struck by Aberrang, the level disparity was evident. Having evolved, Infernape was now at the gym leader level, leaving an exceptional Aberrang at a disadvantage. Uncle, everyone has their own dreams and the right to pursue them. But before chasing dreams, consider the responsibilities you bear. Aime does not oppose your aspirations. Rather, she disapproves of your obsessive behavior. Tournaments occur every year. Why fixate on this one? Pokémon are an essential component of this world and an indispensable part of humanity. Such minor competitions are ubiquitous, and Ash truly could not comprehend the peculiar mindset of the uncle before him. One might wonder if he was indeed unwell or if this world was simply bizarre. In the final match, Ash faced off against last year's champion, Shavarang. Contrary to the original story, this previous champion possessed genuine prowess, with Shavarang at the gym beginner level. Ash expended considerable effort to defeat him, primarily to accumulate Fury Punch uses for Infernape. After one battle, Infernape had amassed 4 Fury Punches, and with Aime's father's previous match, that totaled 5. After bidding farewell to Aime, Ash and his companions did not linger for long. They quickly resupplied and set off once more. Their journey spanned 2 days, leading them to a somewhat dilapidated city, Blackcloud City. Unlike other cities, Blackcloud was an industrial town, replete with factories and suffering from severe pollution, with a foul smell permeating the air. The entire town appeared desolate, as if it were a ghost town, devoid of any inhabitants. At that moment, as Ash and his companions paused to assess the situation, Pikachu exhibited unusual behavior, with the electric sacs on either side of its cheeks flickering with sparks. Is it in an electrified state? It appears that there is either a power plant or an electric Pokémon in the vicinity. Ash immediately recognized Pikachu's symptoms. What's wrong with Pikachu? Misty inquired. Pikachu seems to be unwell. We must hurry to the Pokémon Center and seek Nurse Joy's assistance, Brock responded. This is an electric shock symptom. Misty, Brock, you should stand back. Pikachu is currently quite dangerous, Ash cautioned as he rummaged through his backpack for rubber gloves. Chapter 62, Grimer. As Ash lifted Pikachu and dashed towards the Pokémon Center, not far behind them, a Magnemite was watching Pikachu intently from the street corner. They did not run far before they arrived at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, do you have an electric absorption device here? Ash asked upon finding her. Pikachu appears ill, but in reality, it is overloaded with electricity that cannot be released, making it seem sick. This is similar to when Pikachu broke through to the semi-champion level, but at that time, the absorbed electric energy was stable. Now it is passively absorbing electricity from the air. An electric absorption device? We have one, but this Pikachu should only have a cold. A bit of medication and a night's rest should suffice, Joy replied. That S nodded. Pikachu. Suddenly, the entire Pokémon Center plunged into darkness. Oh no. Seeing the power outage, Nurse Joy panicked and rushed towards a room. Ash and the others followed her into a room filled with medical equipment. Numerous Pokémon were receiving treatment, but due to the power failure, the machines had shut down and the Pokémon displayed expressions of distress. We must restore power immediately. Nurse Joy, surely the Pokémon Center is equipped with an emergency generator, right? Ash inquired. Yes, but it requires electric Pokémon to operate. The little ones responsible for emergency power have been sent for a health check, Joy explained, somewhat troubled. Brock, Misty, you stay here with Pikachu and assist Nurse Joy. I will head to the power plant to see what is happening. The original character had captured Grimer here, but the process was somewhat complicated. So he intended to leave Misty behind. All right, but Ash, please be careful. Brock was aware of the gravity of the situation. After confirming the location of the power plant, Ash dashed outside. Before long, he arrived at the power plant. Observing the dark surroundings, he retrieved a Pokeball. Charizard, come forth. With Charizard's tail illuminating the area, visibility improved significantly. Ash concentrated and summoned the full force of his aura, quickly gaining a clear understanding of the situation within the power plant. A legion of Grimer had not only clogged the drainage, but had also taken over the entire exhaust system of the plant, their numbers astonishingly exceeding 1,000. Of course, Ash also sensed the presence of Magnemite, its numbers comparable to that of the Grimer. Who are you? As Ash entered the power plant, he was spotted by 2 staff members wielding flashlights. I am Miss Joy, a trainer summoned to assist you with your troubles. This sudden power outage poses a grave threat to the Pokémon receiving treatment at the center, Ash explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, one individual let out a sigh of relief and remarked, a trainer, you say? That complicates matters. Our power station's drainage outlet has been blocked by a Grimer. If we can drive them away, we can restore the power. With that, Ash set off with his Charmeleon towards the direction where the Grimer's presence was most potent. To capture the Kingpin was essential. Once the Grimer was dealt with, the others would be easier to manage. Riolu, Infernape, come forth. Ash called. Riolu, today I shall teach you to harness the aura. Charmeleon and Infernape ensure Riolu's safety. As the most attuned to the aura, Lucario's mastery over it was paramount. And Riolu possessed an extraordinary talent that surpassed most of its kind. Ash was determined not to squander this gift. While instructing Riolu in the use of aura, he simultaneously extended goodwill towards the hidden Grimer. Crash! Moments later, a heavy thud echoed behind Ash and his companions. Turning around, Ash was met with an overwhelming number of Grimer. Addressing the largest among them, he said, Grimer, we mean no harm. Strange humans, they show no fear of us. Species, Grimer, gender, male, level, exceptional high, ability, stench, qualification, near champion, skills, mud slap, mud bomb, disable, mud shot, poison gas, sludge bomb, acid bomb. After using aura to block the noxious odor, Ash continued, Grimer, I understand you harbor no ill intentions, but could you kindly ask your subordinates to vacate the power station and cease blocking the drainage outlet? What is a drainage outlet? It is the passage through which you entered. No way, this is our territory. The Grimer had claimed the power station as their new habitat. Ultimately, a confrontation seemed inevitable. Charmeleon, unleash your flames. With negotiations failing, Ash decided to take the initiative. As Charmeleon expelled flames, a multitude of Grimer fled in haste. It was simply too hot. The Grimer did not anticipate Ash's readiness for battle. Feeling caught off guard, the Grimer exclaimed, How careless of me. I shall faint as a sign of respect. Seeing the Grimer collapse, Ash tossed a luxury ball, capturing it before swiftly transporting it to Professor Oak's lab. The stench was unbearable. It needed to dissipate. After dealing with the Grimer, a hidden Magnemite revealed itself within the power station. Magnemite, the remainder is entrusted to you. Ash instructed. The intensity of Charmeleon's flames was perilous. Should the flames incinerate the drainage outlet's barrier, greater issues might arise. ZZZZT. A Magnemite whirled around Ash a few times. Species, Magnemite. Gender, genderless. Level, elite intermediate. Ability, magnet pull. Qualification, Gym Leader. Skills. Thunder Shock. Supersonic. Thunder Wave. Magnemite. Use Thunder Shock. A surge of powerful electricity emanated from a cluster of magnemites, sending the foul sludge blocking the drainage port scurrying away in fear. With the obstruction removed, an influx of seawater rushed into the power station, restoring the functionality of its facilities. Pika Pika. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash was greeted by Pikachu, who joyfully leaped onto his shoulder. Half an hour earlier, at Professor Oak's laboratory, he exclaimed, "Ash, have you received another Pokémon? It must be a significant catch this time." Noticing the teleportation device linked to Ash's Pokeball whirring to life, Professor Oak eagerly set aside his work and approached with a smile. Thud. As the Pokeball completed its teleportation, a Grimer burst forth. "What is that awful smell?" Professor Oak quickly pinched his nose. The Grimer, raising its arms in excitement, overwhelmed him in a playful tackle. "Please, no more Grimers," echoed Professor Oak's muffled protests. Chapter 63, The Vermilion Gym. After departing from Black Cloud City, Ash and his companions arrived in the forest where the Vermilion Gym was supposedly located. Following the incident with the moles, is the Vermilion Gym really situated in a place like this? It looks entirely like a forest, devoid of any signs of life, Misty remarked, surveying the desolate surroundings. Brock, studying the map intently, replied uncertainly, "According to the map, the Vermilion Gym should indeed be here." "Ash, why not use your psychic abilities to sense it?" Misty suggested. "Hold on a moment." Ash paused his training session with Infernape and Riolu, channeling his aura to sense the surroundings. Although he had always maintained his aura powers, he had never focused on the path ahead. Soon, a three-dimensional map formed in Ash's mind, revealing that the area was predominantly forested, with one particular direction featuring fewer trees and a river flowing nearby. He released a Pokeball. "Pidgeotto, go investigate that direction for any structures." Pidge. Following the command, Pidgeotto soared into the sky. Thud. Just as Pidgeotto took off, a Pokeball at Misty's waist popped open spontaneously, revealing a cute, yellow Psyduck before them. After capturing the Psyduck, Misty's frustration had been mounting. Not only did it escape from its ball, but it also lacked any combat prowess. Most annoyingly, despite being a water-type Pokémon, it couldn't swim. "Misty, there's no need to be harsh with Psyduck. Its abilities are quite formidable. It merely suffers from frequent headaches that hinder its performance. With time and training, once it overcomes its ailment, it will be able to utilize its psychic powers freely," Ash reassured her. "To be fair, Misty's Psyduck is genuinely strong," Brock added. "Really? But it never listens to me. When I call for Starmie, it just pops out on its own." Despite her unwavering trust in Ash, Misty found it hard to believe in Psyduck's potential. "Ash, do you think it's possible that Psyduck considers Starmie to be its name?" Brock pondered. "Exactly. Misty, try telling Psyduck to use Water Gun and see if it responds," Ash suggested. "All right, I'll give it a shot." As Xiao approached Psyduck, she called out, "Starmie, use Water Gun." With a squawk, Psyduck unleashed a powerful jet of water. It was impressive enough to sever a branch several centimeters thick. Realizing that Xiao had discovered the secret to awakening the duck god, Ash congratulated her. "Congratulations, Xiao. How infuriating. You're just a duck. Why do you act like a starfish?" Xiao lamented, on the verge of tears. She longed for a normal Psyduck. "Let us go. Bibarel has already located the Vermilion Gym." Ash beckoned. Xiao and Brock followed in Ash's footsteps towards the gym. Before long, the trio found themselves gazing across a chasm of more than 10 meters, where the Vermilion Gym stood on the opposite side. "This gym is utterly ridiculous," Xiao exclaimed, observing the narrow wooden bridge barely 40 centimeters wide. "Indeed, absurd," Ash remarked, referring to the gym leader, Aki, who was also a member of Team Rocket. The gym was nestled deep within the mountains, likely chosen for the convenience of concealing their identities. After all, such remote locations are sparsely populated. Despite having a map, many struggled to find their way. Throughout the Kanto region, the Vermilion Gym had become one of the least frequented by challengers. Crossing the precarious bridge, Ash turned towards a bush and called, "Munchlax, I know you're there. Please take us to Mr. Aki. I wish to challenge the gym." "Oh no, I've been exposed. When did this happen?" Munchlax thought, feeling flustered. Nevertheless, it hurried into the gym as instructed by Ash. Inside the Vermilion Gym, in a concealed chamber, Aki observed Ash's silhouette through the surrounding surveillance. He picked up the phone, saying, "It's me. The child has arrived. He must be here to challenge the gym. Should we deal with him?" "No. Let the gym's rules dictate the outcome," came a voice filled with charisma from the other end. All right, I'll see what he's made of. Aki replied before hanging up. At that moment, Ash and his companions reached the gym's entrance. Ash, aren't we going in? Xiao Ruo inquired. Let us wait for Mr. Aki to come out. There are traps everywhere inside, Ash advised. Soon, a woman with long, deep green hair, clad in a pink ninja outfit, emerged, accompanied by Munchlax. Greetings. Fair lady, Brock approached her eagerly. Before Xiao Ruo could intervene, the woman swiftly slapped Brock away, addressing Ash. Hey, kid, are you the one challenging the Vermilion Gym? Yes. Is there a problem? Ash replied, genuinely perplexed by Aki's seemingly immature sister. You think you can challenge us with just your Pikachu and those two Pokémon? How laughable. She scoffed. Munchlax, teach that Pikachu a lesson. Under her command, Munchlax released a cloud of paralysis powder. Lucario, use Aura Sphere to finish it. Ash commanded. Lucario conjured a sphere of energy the size of a soccer ball, which launched at Munchlax, sending it flying and inadvertently causing collateral damage to the woman beside it. Mr. Aju, let us put an end to this tedious trial. As soon as Ash finished his words, a thunderball materialized before everyone, followed by a resounding explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. Seizing the opportunity presented by the haze, Aju abruptly appeared behind Iane. He disregarded Ash and reproached, Iane, you are truly immature. Brother, I was too careless. So you all wish to challenge the gym? Please come in. Aju's gaze shifted toward Ash. Hello, Mr. Aju. Ash greeted him with an impassive expression. Chapter 64, Battling Aju. On the grassy grounds outside the shallow red gym, Ash and the gym trainer Aju stood on opposite sides. Aju calmly addressed Ash. In this duel, the rules state that two Pokémon will determine the victor, and the challenger may substitute Pokémon mid-battle. What do you think? Sounds great. Come forth, Furball. Aju sent out his Pokémon first. Pokémon, Furball. Gender, male. Level, gym beginner. Ability, compound eyes. Potential, near champion. Moves, bind, supersonic, telekinesis. Poison powder, light screen, stun spore, bug buzz, sleep powder, absorb. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Ash summoned his Pokémon, which had a type disadvantage against Aju's Furball. Iane trembled slightly upon seeing Bulbasaur, which was of a size comparable to a Venusaur, and exclaimed in a quivering voice, Is this a joke? What a large Bulbasaur. Aju was equally taken aback. Under normal circumstances, a dominant Pokémon should not have such an outrageous size. But Ash's Bulbasaur had become a dominant Pokémon thanks to the essence provided by the system. The system's offerings are truly remarkable. Mr. Aju, be cautious. Ash warned. Then commanded Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur, use Toxic. The one who should be cautious is you. My Furball has amassed a wealth of battle experience, Aju replied nonchalantly. Furball was on the brink of evolution and possessed a poison type, granting it a degree of immunity to poison-type moves, so Aju did not take Ash's warning seriously. As Furball was afflicted with Toxic, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from its body. Once the evolution light dissipated, a large moth appeared before everyone. Pokémon, Mothim. Gender, male. Level, Gym Advanced. Ability, Shed Skin. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Quiver Dance, Telekinesis, Poison Powder, Light Screen, Stun Spore, Bug Buzz, Absorb, Confusion, Air Slash, Toxic Spikes. The evolved Mothim experienced a qualitative leap in power, advancing to Gym Advanced level, and the toxic effect just inflicted on Bulbasaur was halved. Mothim, use Stun Spore. Bulbasaur, blow it away. Bulbasaur inhaled deeply and then exhaled forcefully, dispersing the stun spore that Mothim had released. What? Aju was left speechless. Bulbasaur, Leaf Storm. Finish it in one go. Originally, Ash intended to engage in a battle with his poison-type Pokémon, but with the evolution of his Furball, its power surged significantly. Considering that Aki was adept in utilizing poison types, it seemed prudent to approach the situation with caution, as a misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. Bulbasaur unleashed a barrage of sharp leaves towards the suspended Mothim, creating a tempest that ensnared the creature in its center. Following this round of assault, Mothim succumbed to darkness, plummeting to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Aki summoned another Pokémon he had been nurturing, a Mook. Pokémon, Mook, Aki. Level, Intermediate Champion. Potential, Gym Leader. Skills, undisclosed. This Mook barely met the standards of Aki's main roster. And while he had not intended to deploy it, The extraordinary prowess displayed by Ash's Bulbasaur compelled him to reconsider. For ordinary gym-level Pokémon would struggle to glean any insights from such an opponent. Mook? Ash was momentarily taken aback by the Mook, which was even larger than the one he had captured. This was the first time he had witnessed someone elevate a Pokémon's potential to such heights. It appeared that Team Rocket housed many who genuinely cherished Pokémon. Bulbasaur, use Toxic, Ash commanded through his aura. In theory, dispatching Pikachu against a challenger of this caliber would have been the most reliable strategy, yet Ash desired to provide other Pokémon an opportunity to shine. This was not to imply that the Kanto region lacked skilled trainers. Rather, there existed a significant disparity in strength. The most formidable trainers, such as Professor Oak and the likes of Sakaki, possessed champion-level prowess, while the next tier comprised Elite Four members, leaving only novice trainers who had just begun their journeys. This was also why the Indigo Conference resembled a baby cup. Mook, use Mud Bomb. Mook hurled clumps of mud towards Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, hold your ground. A transparent barrier enveloped Bulbasaur, deflecting Mook's onslaught entirely. Excellent, Bulbasaur. Continue with Seed Bomb. Mook, shrink and evade. Mook curled into a compact form, exhibiting a notable increase in speed, clearly a result of specialized training, with both agility and reflexes heightened. The Seed Bomb fired by Bulbasaur whizzed past Mook. Seeds? Bulbasaur, witnessing the miss, displayed a flicker of panic. Bulbasaur, don't fret. Use Vine Whip to ensnare it, then unleash Giga Drain. Ash reassured. He had not anticipated the Seed Bomb would yield any significant results, especially given the substantial level gap. Such a disparity in rank could not be bridged merely through tactics. The outcome of the battle between Bulbasaur and Mook unfolded as Ash had foreseen. Bulbasaur was defeated, but had managed to deplete half of Mook's stamina. You've performed admirably. Bulbasaur. Now, it's your turn, Squirtle. Ash called forth another of his starter Pokémon, the Water-type Squirtle. Upon witnessing Squirtle take the stage, Aki was momentarily stunned once more. Here was yet another Pokémon that exceeded the usual size parameters. However, recovering swiftly from his surprise, Aki seized the initiative, commanding Mook, Mud Bomb. Squirtle, unleash Water Gun while spinning rapidly. Ash instructed, ready for the next phase of their battle. Squirtle launched itself with a powerful thrust, releasing a fierce torrent of water from the 5 openings on its shell, resembling a spinning top that sprayed water in all directions. The intense water currents not only disrupted the attack of Grimer but also drenched it, inflicting considerable damage. Excellent, Squirtle, use Water Tail. Ash urged, seizing the moment. Squirtle enveloped its tail in water and swung it forcefully at Grimer. Grimer, seize its tail at the right moment, commanded Mr. Aji. Grimer focused intently on Squirtle, and just as the tail was about to strike, it skillfully utilized its pliable body to absorb much of the impact, successfully grasping Squirtle's tail. Now, Grimer, unleash your poison gas attack. Squirtle. Squirtle intensified the water flow from its tail, attempting to shake off Grimer's grip. Mr. Aji, this is quite a troublesome situation, Ash remarked. Recognizing that the battle would not conclude easily, Squirtle, unleash your most powerful water gun directly into Grimer's mouth. Squirtle. Squirtle released a water jet comparable to a cannon, and Grimer, currently expelling gas, was caught at close range, requiring no aim. Moments later, Grimer's size had noticeably increased, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to continue fighting. With Grimer incapacitated and both of Mr. Aji's Pokémon defeated, Ash emerged victorious from the Pewter Gym. Chapter 65. The Dragonair of the Wilderness Area. After departing from the Pewter Gym, Ash and his companions continued their journey. While passing through a wildlife Pokémon reserve, they encountered a young Laramie girl riding a Ponyta, and Ash participated in a Pokémon race on her behalf, securing first place. Upon resuming their journey, they arrived at the wilderness area. Ash and his friends were filled with excitement as they approached the entrance. We are finally at the wilderness area. I've heard there are many wild Pokémon inside. Misty exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Rock-type Pokémon, here I come. Brock declared enthusiastically. You two don't need to be this excited, Ash remarked, scratching his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. If memory served him right, the manager of the wilderness area was reputed to be difficult to communicate with. The atmosphere grew tense when an elderly man, his hair as white as snow and wielding 2 revolvers, appeared before them. Upon seeing the firearms, Brock and Misty immediately froze, raising their hands in fear. Sir, I apologize. My two friends are just overly excited as it is their first time here in the wilderness area. Ash quickly reassured the elder. Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor softened considerably. The wilderness area prohibits loud noises. Considering this is your first visit, I shall overlook it this time. I am Caesar, the manager of the wilderness area. Come with me to register your information. Young man, you should be aware of the rules of the wilderness area, correct? Caesar suddenly inquired of Ash. Having previously gathered some knowledge, Ash replied, yes, I understand. In the wilderness area, only the designated Pokeballs and fishing rods may be used. Violent captures of Pokémon are forbidden, and the ecological balance of the area must not be disturbed. Good, I'm glad you know. Caesar nodded in satisfaction. After the three completed their information registration, Caesar produced a box and said, these are your Pokeballs and fishing rods for the wild area. Remember to adhere to the rules. We will, Ash replied, reaching out to take the items. Misty, however, seemed oblivious to Caesar. Her attention was drawn instead to a corner of the lounge, where an old, yellowed photograph caught her eye. Ash, Brock, come quickly. Look, it's a Dratini. And Caesar is in the picture. He looks so young. Ash and Brock hurried over at her call. Brock glanced at the photograph and indeed confirmed it was a Dratini. Hearing the trio's conversation, Caesar quickly approached and removed the photo from the wall, coldly stating, there are no Dratini here. You must be mistaken. His blatant denial only intensified Misty and Brock's suspicions. Just as they contemplated inquiring further, Ash gave them a knowing look and said, Misty, Brock, this is the wild area. If there were Dratini here, someone would have captured them by now. Mr. Caesar must have encountered Dratini elsewhere. Let us move on. Equipped with their specialized gear for the wild area, the trio set foot into the terrain. Hey, Ash, do you know something about Mr. Caesar and Dratini? Brock asked. I've heard Professor Oak mention it. That was 30 years ago. That photograph was indeed taken in this wild area, and it attracted countless trainers hoping to capture Dratini. Although none succeeded, and many never even laid eyes on Dratini, their influx nearly devastated the wild area. Mr. Caesar must have witnessed the madness of humanity, which is likely why he behaves as he does now. Ash was conveniently placing the blame on Professor Oak. It remained uncertain whether Ash was attracting Tauros or if the timeline was genuinely contracting. But Ash consistently found Tauros emerging to be captured whenever he threw a Pokeball in the wild area. In no time, Ash had captured 30 Tauros. A truly remarkable feat. This is unbelievable. I could cry. Indeed, these 30 Tauros were quite impressive, most possessing gym-level potential, with 3 being of elite caliber, and the leader boasting a champion-level aptitude. Pokémon, Tauros, gender, male, level, excellent low, ability, intimidate, potential, champion, skills, tackle, pursuit, self-boost, revenge, scary face. Mindhammer. The 3 wandered around the wild area until they arrived at a valley. Gazing at the familiar lake within, Ash's expression turned peculiar. Was this not the Dragon Valley where Dragonair and Dratini resided in the original story? He summoned his aura power, quickly sensing 2 unique auras within the lake. Without the interference of Team Rocket, it was surprising they had still come to this place. Misty, observing the clear waters of the valley, remarked, the water quality here is superb. I have a feeling there must be suitable water-type Pokémon for me. Misty, don't you find this place oddly familiar? Xiao Gang pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Familiar? Xiao Xia inquired, puzzled. Ah, Xiao Xia, do you remember Mr. Caesar's photograph? Xiao Zhi reminded her. Photograph? Are you implying there is a Dratini here? Xiao Xia's realization dawned. Indeed, there is a Dratini here, and also a Dragonair. In fact, the name of this valley raises questions, Dragon Valley. Huh, isn't this a classic case of not wanting to reveal the hidden treasure? Xiao Zhi speculated. The Dragon-type Pokemon's evolution process is notoriously slow. Evolving from Dratini to Dragonair in 30 years is quite an achievement among wild dragon types. It must be, for I sense both Dragonair and Dratini nearby. Look, Xiao Zhi pointed towards a nearby lake. A Dratini was curiously gazing at them. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped onto a stone pillar beside the Dratini, greeting it warmly. The Dratini, unperturbed, responded with innocence. So adorable. Xiao Xia was instantly captivated by the Dratini's charm. Indeed, it is cute. Xiao Zhi nodded in agreement. Both Dratini and Dragonair are delightful, wouldn't you say? Chapter 66. Capturing Dratini and Dragonair. Pokémon, Dratini, type, dragon, gender, female, level, exceptional beginner, ability, Marvel scale, potential, near divine, skills, glare, twister, thunder wave, dragon tail, agility, quick attack, dragon dance. By the way, Xiao Zhi, why not release that ancient Dragonite? Dratini's final evolution is Dragonite, Xiao Gang suggested. Xiao Zhi touched the Master Ball at his waist, shaking his head. I think not. Dragonite is currently in a deep slumber to regain its strength. After administering the restorative potion awarded by the system, Dragonite fell into a self-induced sleep to expedite its recovery. Of course, before succumbing to slumber, Dragonite had instructed Xiao Zhi to awaken her if needed. Furthermore, this place is a sanctuary for Dragonair and Dratini. Bringing Dragonite out could easily attract unwanted attention. Though Xiao Zhi was tempted by the near-divine potential, he was not one to capture without reason. Kid, if possible, please capture this Dratini and take it with you. At that moment, Mr. Caesar's voice resonated behind the trio. Mr. Caesar, what brings you here? Xiao Zhi asked, surprised. This is where I first encountered Dratini, a moment that inflated my vanity. Back then, I shamelessly named this place Dragon Valley. Allowing Dratini to remain here will ultimately lead to their detriment. Kid, I have observed your every move in the wilderness. You are not like those who blindly pursue powerful Pokémon. Whether it be Dratini or Dragonair, I trust them to be with you. He had regretted that photograph for 30 years, and now, being able to see Dratini once more in the same location brought him solace. He observed through the surveillance that Ash displayed remarkable kindness towards wild Pokémon, extending a healing hand to the injured, and was warmly welcomed by them, who lined up eagerly for him to capture them. Upon encountering a Dratini, he harbored no ulterior motives. Such a person instilled confidence in Caesar. However, Mr. Caesar, did you not always wish for neither Hakuryu nor Dratini to be captured by humans? Ash found this perplexing. Caesar shook his head resolutely and stated, You are different from those individuals. Go ahead and attempt it. With your affinity toward wild Pokémon, capturing Dratini should pose no challenge. Reluctantly, Ash agreed to give it a try. He utilized his aura to convey goodwill toward the lake. This particular Dratini was evidently the offspring of the Hakuryu residing at the lake's bottom. Taking either one would inflict harm upon the other. Before long, ripples danced across the lake's surface as a Hakuryu leapt forth from the depths. Pokémon, Hakuryu, type, dragon, gender, female, level, mid-champion, ability, shed skin, potential, champion, skills, glare, thunder wave, hurricane, dragon tail, rain dance, dragon dive, dragon dance, hyper beam, dragon breath, Draco meteor. Hakuryu soared to Ash's side, sniffing the air, her gaze fixated on the Master Ball at his waist. Hello, Hakuryu. Ash greeted softly, waving his hand. Greetings, human. Sensing the essence of her kin emanating from Ash, Hakuryu felt elated. Are you the Dratini from back then? You have grown, Caesar remarked. A hint of excitement in his voice as he noted the cross-shaped mark on Hakuryu's head. Hakuryu regarded Caesar earnestly before leaning closer. She indeed remembered him. It turned out she was the very Dratini who had once posed for a photograph with Caesar, now evolved into Hakuryu. How touching, remarked Brock. Meanwhile, Misty glanced at the Dratini frolicking with Pikachu and inquired, Is that Dratini, playing with Pikachu, Hakuryu's child? Indeed, it is her offspring, and it has only recently hatched. Ash replied. After reminiscing, Caesar gently urged Ash forward to Hakuryu, saying, Hakuryu, this trainer is a trustworthy individual. You may follow him with your child. I believe he will protect you both well. Hakuryu gazed deeply at Ash and then nodded slowly. Subsequently, she flew to the lakeshore, bringing Dratini before Ash. Thus, the larger and smaller Pokémon patiently awaited Ash's capture. Observing this, Ash produced 2 Pokeballs and lightly tapped them atop Hakuryu and Dratini's heads, successfully capturing both. Ding. Detection of host capturing Dratini and Hakuryu. Rewards acquired. 20,000 points. 2 rare candies, 2 dragon scales. Ding. Detection of host capturing a quasi-legendary from the Kanto region. Unlocking hidden task. Quasi-legendary collector. Upon realizing a new task had been triggered, Ash felt overwhelmed, as he had never anticipated such developments. Yet, the system seemed eager to present him with tasks, regardless of his intentions. Despite the differences in this undertaking from the previous formation of the Mythical Beast team, the absence of punitive measures did little to alleviate the inexplicable pressure that enveloped Ash upon noticing the newly added task on the system panel. Ash, congratulations! Exclaimed Misty and Brock, genuinely celebrating Ash's successful capture of both Dragonair and Dratini. Regaining his composure, Ash smiled and replied, I owe much of this to Mr. Caesar. My words were merely a suggestion. It is not I who facilitated your success, but rather Dragonair's choice of you, Caesar remarked, initially harboring little hope for Ash's endeavors. The Pokémon you captured in the wild area have all transitioned from hunting balls to standard Pokeballs, Caesar announced, approaching with a basket filled with red and white orbs. Most of these Pokeballs belonged to Ash, containing the Tauros he had caught in the wild area. As Ash had used luxury balls for Dratini and Dragonair, he had not required Caesar's assistance. What are you going to do with so many Tauros? Misty inquired curiously. 30 Tauros is quite a small herd, equivalent to a moderate-sized ranch stock, Ash responded, immediately commencing to operate the Pokeballs, opting to surprise Professor Oak rather than notifying him in advance. At this moment, at Professor Oak's lab, Team Rocket, under the supervision of Jengar, was laboring on Ash's behalf. That Brad is truly bothersome. I wonder from where he acquired such impressive technology, mused Meowth, who was busily wielding a drill in one hand and a screwdriver in the other, adorned with goggles. Yes, Meowth, hurry up and work harder, echoed James in agreement. Damn it, you two, don't just watch me work. Get moving, Meowth exclaimed, wildly gesturing at their faces. Chapter 67, Officer Jenny. After bidding farewell to Mr. Caesar, Ash and his companions set off toward their next destination, the Red Lotus Gym. Along the way, they navigated a stormy bike path, aided a Ditto in overcoming its transformation challenges, and passed through a forest inhabited by Pikachu, where they encountered 4 brothers who harbored a fondness for EV. After an arduous journey, they arrived at a small town called Dark City. Brock surveyed the desolate streets, noting, this feels off. Why is there not a soul in sight during the day? It's quite peculiar. No sooner had he spoken than a child burst forth from a nearby house. Don't run outside carelessly. What if a Pokémon trainer sees you? The child admonished. What do you mean? What is wrong with Pokémon trainers? Misty retorted, somewhat irked. Whoosh. Pikachu, Iron-Tail. Upon hearing an object hurtling toward them, Ash hastily commanded Pikachu to block it. After deflecting the flying stones, he called out to the rooftop, I see you kids up there. Come down at once. Hearing Ash's words, the 3 boys on the roof fumbled and fell. Hey, are you all alright? Ash rushed over to check on them. Are you Pokémon trainers? Asked a boy in red. Indeed, we are. Do you harbor animosity towards Pokémon trainers? Is it possible that someone is exploiting Pokémon for nefarious purposes? Ash inquired. Allow me to elucidate. An elderly gentleman interjected as he approached. These children have caused you trouble. Please, accompany me to my home so we may discuss this matter in a more private setting. Under the guidance of the elder, Ash and his companions made their way to a quaint eatery. To be candid, the situation is as follows. The Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym in our city are embroiled in a fierce competition for the Pokémon Gym qualifications granted by the League. They have resorted to hiring traveling trainers as enforcers, leading to frequent, chaotic Pokémon battles in public. That is why the townsfolk have developed a disdain for Pokémon trainers, the elder explained. Is that so? It appears that the issues with these 2 gyms are quite severe, Ash mused. Very well, we shall assist you in resolving this predicament, he proposed. Ash surmised that the gyms were aiming to establish themselves as the prominent establishments in the dark market, seeking to amass wealth through unscrupulous means. Such selfish endeavors that endanger Pokémon are utterly reprehensible. Look, a child exclaimed, pointing out the window. What is it? Misty queried, her curiosity piqued by the commotion outside. It seems to be a small skirmish between the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym, the elder remarked, his expression growing tense. You all should head to the 2nd floor for safety. Absolutely not. I must intervene, Ash declared, his demeanor darkening as he gazed outside. There on the street, 2 groups of Pokémon trainers clad in distinct garments were engaged in a reckless melee. It was no wonder the citizens of the dark market held such contempt for Pokémon trainers. Their fights lacked any semblance of decorum, descending into chaos that surpassed even that of common street thugs, who at least understood the importance of not causing undue distress. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt to jolt them back to their senses, Ash commanded. Pikachu. The electric mouse leaped into the fray, unleashing a formidable surge of electricity. Enough of this. The 2 factions convulsed from the shock. Ash watched impassively, eventually stating, Pikachu, that will suffice. Those insufferable brats. Scyther, teach him a lesson, barked the leader of the Yas Gym, directing his Pokémon with fervor. Scyther charged forward, blades poised for action. Truly incorrigible. Pikachu, use Iron-Tail to dispatch it. Then follow up with thunder to further calm these ruffians. Ash commanded. Pika. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Ash. A well-cloaked patron at the adjacent table stood up. Mr. Ash, please show restraint. Huh. Miss Joy, are you planning to intervene and take these troublemakers away? Ash replied, having sensed her formidable aura through his aura abilities. If he was not mistaken, this Miss Joy was the most talented trainer of the Joy family, the esteemed league prosecutor, and the possessor of the legendary Pokémon Latias. Truly worthy of you, Mr. Ash. My disguise has been effortlessly unraveled. Upon hearing this, Joy reluctantly removed her carefully crafted disguise, which she had meticulously prepared for quite some time, only to find it dismantled upon her entrance. Mr. Ash, you are absolutely correct. These two gyms indeed pose significant issues. I shall report the specifics to the Alliance and temporarily suspend the issuance of the Dark Market Gym's license. Despite Joy being a prosecutor of the Pokémon League, she felt compelled to adopt a humble demeanor in Ash's presence. After all, prosecutors could ascend to their positions merely through sufficient strength, but in the realm of Pokémon research, lacking the requisite qualifications would make even achieving the status of a researcher exceedingly difficult, let alone that of a doctor. Then I shall leave them in your capable hands. Miss Joy, it would be best to ensure they repair the damage they have caused before administering any educational penalties, Ash suggested. Absolutely. I owe my gratitude to you, Mr. Ash, for your assistance. In Chapter 68, Battle with Latias, Ash earnestly addressed Joy. Miss Joy, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Joy inquired, puzzled. Miss Joy, as a prosecutor of the League, I assume you are a formidable trainer. Would you kindly engage in a battle with me? Please use your strongest Pokémon. Ash emphasized, somewhat apprehensive that Joy might summon a Bliss with the Serene Grace ability. Mr. Ash, are you sincere? Joy inquired, her expression revealing her trepidation. She recognized Ash as a Pokémon doctor and a potential ally for her family, which made her hesitant. While she acknowledged that Ash's Pikachu surpassed many trainers in strength, she remained unconvinced that Ash could defeat her strongest Pokémon, fearing that the battle might discourage him. With unwavering determination, Ash insisted, Miss Joy, I implore you. Very well. Faced with Ash's resolve, Joy reluctantly acquiesced, deciding that if necessary, she would hold back a bit to ensure Ash would retain his dignity in defeat. Let us head to the nearby Pokémon Center to borrow a battle arena. Before long, the group arrived at the Pokémon Center on the outskirts of Black Cloud City, accompanied by individuals from the Kaz Gym and the Yash Gym, who had been summoned by Miss Joy to learn the art of formal battling. The Pokémon League was quite diligent in the development of gyms. After all, more gyms would foster more trainers, thereby enhancing the League's overall strength. Even though these two gyms had yet to receive official recognition, their capabilities had already met the gym requirements, which was one of the reasons Joy, as a prosecutor, had come. Miss Joy, please hold on a moment. I need to switch my Pokémon, Ash stated. All right, I will await you at the battle arena. Joy nodded in response. A few minutes later, Ash stood confidently opposite Miss Joy. The battle was between Ash from Pallet Town and Prosecutor Joy of the League, with the rules stated as follows. This battle will be judged by Brock, who announced the rules loudly, primarily for the benefit of the representatives from the two gyms. It is decided. I choose you, Zapdos. Ash declared, sending forth the legendary bird he had captured earlier at the abandoned power plant in Withered Leaf City. Zapdos. The sight of Ash's Pokémon astonished everyone present. Xiao Gang and Xiao Xiao were only aware that Xiao Zhi had captured the legendary Zapdos, yet they had never witnessed its prowess. The late-stage Elite Four Zapdos was indeed a revelation. Xiao Zhi was not only gifted in research, but also remarkably adept at nurturing Pokémon, as Joy mused to herself. She released a Pokeball, proclaiming, Come forth, Latias. A red Pokémon, reminiscent of an aircraft, appeared before the assembly. Pokémon, Latias. Type, Dragon Psychic. Gender, female. Level, Champion Beginner. Divine Role, None. Ability, Levitate. Qualification, Level 2 Deity. Skills, Assist Power, Self-Restoration, Telekinesis, Tailwind, Dragon Breath, Wish, Mist Ball, Mind Headbutt, Dragon Pulse, Healing Wave, Psychic, Healing Wish, Draco Meteor, Air Slash. Wide Area Destruction, Dragon Star, Dragon Dance, Ultimate Impact, Future Sight. A Dragon and Psychic type Latias. To earn the boundless recognition of Pokémon, Miss Joy. It appears my intuition was correct. You truly are a formidable trainer, Xiao Zhi remarked softly. This was his first encounter with a champion-level Pokémon, aside from Professor Oak's. No wonder it's Mr. Xiao Zhi. Even Latias is familiar with him, Joy thought, astonished by Xiao Zhi's extensive knowledge. Latias? What kind of Pokémon is that? Latias is the guardian of the water city of Fortree in the Hoenn region, a legendary Pokémon known only to a select few outside the inhabitants of that city. In the Kanto region, one would be hard-pressed to find even a statue of Latias, let alone any information in the Pokédex. Human. I sense the aura of other mythical beasts on you. The red aircraft-like creature noticed Xiao Zhi and was taken aback to find several divine presences surrounding him, some of which were indeed of divine status. Upon receiving Latias' telepathic greeting, Xiao Zhi responded, "Hello, Latias." Joy displayed a resigned expression. Zapdos, electric terrain. Latias, dragon breath. To preserve Xiao Zhi's dignity, she decided not to compete for the terrain advantage. Zapdos, evade to the right and unleash a discharge. Following Xiao Zhi's command, Zapdos maneuvered away and released a dazzling bolt of lightning toward Latias. Latias missed ball. Joy opted for a direct confrontation. The two powerful moves clashed without inflicting harm upon either side, yet it was evident that Joy had allowed Latias to hold back. Frustrated by the lack of contact, Xiao Zhi resolved to escalate the battle. Zapdos, thunder. Latias, dragon pulse. Once again, the two moves collided, but this time the outcome diverged from the previous encounter. Latias' attack disrupted Zapdos' offensive and landed a solid hit on its left wing. Zapdos' flight posture faltered momentarily. Zapdos, are you alright? Xiao Zhi inquired with concern. Zapdos shook its head, its gaze revealing an even stronger fighting spirit. This opponent was tougher than those it had faced in its territory. Zapdos relished the challenge of battling strong adversaries. Alright, then unleash Thunder Charge. Zapdos, enveloped in electric energy, surged toward Latias with fervor. The technique known as Thunder Assault involves channeling electricity through one's body and dashing towards the opponent. Should the attack miss, not only will it fail to inflict damage, but the user will also suffer harm from their own skill. Latias, take flight. Do not allow Zapdos to prevail. Miss Joy harbored no intention of engaging directly. Latias, swift as the wind, would be difficult for Zapdos to pursue, even if its wings were unscathed. As the attack fell short, Zapdos faced the repercussions, sustaining additional injuries. Latias, now is the time for Mind Hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Miss Joy commanded Latias to strike. Observing this, Ash urgently called out, Zapdos, defend. Ultimately, the outcome of the battle concluded with Ash's defeat. Before departing, Ash solemnly addressed Joy, saying, Miss Joy, when we meet again, I implore you to give me your utmost in battle. Throughout this encounter, Ash sensed that Joy had deliberately held back. A champion-level Latias should not have struggled to finish off a severely weakened Zapdos after exchanging numerous moves. Ash could not believe that Miss Joy from the Joy family would fail to recognize if a Pokémon bore injuries. Very well. I shall look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Ash. With that, Joy departed alongside the two gym leaders, as their training was yet to conclude. Chapter 69, Capturing Jigglypuff. In the dark market at the Pokémon Center, following their battle, evening had descended, and Ash and his companions resolved to stay overnight, planning to set off the next day. During dinner, Misty posed a question she had long wanted to ask. Ash, what Pokémon was Miss Joy using? Indeed, Ash. Brock chimed in, from your tone at the time. That creature named Latias must be extraordinary, correct? Latias, like Zapdos, is a legendary Pokémon, revered as the guardian of the water city of Odomar in the Hoenn region. It is an infinite Pokémon, a powerful creature of both dragon and psychic types. Latias possesses remarkable intelligence, capable of sensing human emotions, and its feathers hold unique abilities, allowing it to become invisible and even mimic other forms. In Odomar, there resides a Latias that utilizes these traits to coexist with the populace, Ash explained. Ash, have you ever visited the Water City? Misty inquired curiously. No, I haven't been there, but perhaps I might pass through when I travel to the Hoenn region, Ash replied. The Hoenn region, huh? That sounds enticing, Misty remarked. Her interest piqued. The Water City must be abundant with water-type Pokémon. Don't dwell on it too much. By the way, Brock, is there a route that will lead us to Fiery City more swiftly? There should be, but I believe one route goes through the desert. Ash, are we truly going to take that path? Brock asked uncertainly. Absolutely. With Zapdos and the ancient Dragonite accompanying us, a mere desert cannot instill fear in me, Ash declared confidently. In the ensuing days, as Brock had anticipated, they indeed became lost in the desert. Fortunately, they were eventually guided back to civilization with the assistance of a Pidgey. Neon Town, famed for its sleepless nights, greeted Ash with a rather unfriendly atmosphere. Upon entering the town, Ash noted that even the slightest altercation could escalate to a brawl. Xiao Gang compared the town guide and found significant discrepancies. What could be the reason? The descriptions of this town are entirely at odds with the guide, and the inhabitants seem rather peculiar. Perhaps the lack of sleep has rendered them irritable, Xiao Zhi speculated. Is that truly the case? Never mind that. Let us first seek out an inn. After several nights of camping, I find myself yearning for a soft, comfortable bed, Xiao Xia exclaimed, cradling her beloved pet with a weary expression. Speaking of which, I too long for a proper bed. Don't you agree, Pikachu? Xiao Zhi glanced at Pikachu at his feet. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Thus, the group spent a night in the vibrant neon city. The following morning, the trio set forth on their journey once more. Upon entering the forest, they encountered a Jigglypuff. Pokémon, Jigglypuff. Type, normal fairy. Gender, female. Level, elite advanced. Ability, cute charm. Potential, champion. Moves, sing, copycat, sweet kiss, charm, lullaby, rest, desire. Description, this Jigglypuff cannot sing and despises singing practice, yet harbors a strong desire to perform. Be warned, when it does sing, it often inadvertently puts its audience to sleep. And those who cannot endure its performance may face retaliation in the form of graffiti. It possesses a strong vendetta. What an adorable Jigglypuff, Xiao Xia remarked, her face lighting up. Pika. Instantly, the pet in Xiao Xia's arms grew displeased, feeling slighted that her trainer had dared to praise another Pokémon. Sensing the discontent of her pet, Xiao Xia quickly added, "But you are also very cute, my dear." Xiao Gang observed the glum Jigglypuff perched on a tree stump and said, "It seems this Jigglypuff is quite sad. It must be the inability to sing that troubles it." Xiao Zhi noted. Upon hearing Xiao Zhi's conjecture, Jigglypuff nodded and gazed at him with longing eyes, as if asking if he could teach it to sing. Then, with a pout, Jigglypuff launched itself and delivered a playful kick to Pikachu's back. Pika? Pikachu looked around in confusion. Xiao Zhi gently restrained Jigglypuff's head and admonished, "Jigglypuff, that is not acceptable." Jigglypuff turned its head away in defiance. "Let us search for some berries that may aid your voice," Xiao Zhi suggested. He recalled that in the original story, Xiao Gang had resolved Jigglypuff's singing dilemma in a similar manner. "Shall we take a look?" Xiao Zhi said as he picked up Jigglypuff. Even if they couldn't find any, he could always purchase them through the system, though the sudden appearance of such items could be difficult to explain. Under Xiao Gang's guidance, they soon discovered some berries. Xiao Zhi plucked one from the tree and said, "Jigglypuff, consume this, and you should be able to sing." Without hesitation, Jigglypuff opened its mouth and took a hearty bite. After consuming the berry, Jigglypuff indeed found its voice. However, as it began to sing, Xiao Zhi felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Realizing the peril, he quickly activated a wave shield to block out Jigglypuff's melody. Once the song was muffled, he swiftly regained his alertness. Observing the slumbering Pikachu and Xiao Xia, Xiao Zhi mused, "This song is truly a blessing for insomniacs." As Pidgey observed Misty and her companions succumb to slumber while listening to its melodious song, it was filled with indignation, its little eyes darting around in search of an object to exact revenge. "Pidgey, your voice is truly enchanting. Would you care to accompany me? I can introduce your talent to a wider audience." Ash proposed, producing a luxury Pokeball and gently tapping Pidgey. A chime resonated, indicating that the capture was successful. "Congratulations. You have acquired Pidgey. Reward, 5,000 points, master-level songwriting abilities, top-tier vocal skills, and access to the Chinese Music Library 1. Another one?" Ash mused, bemused by the similarity of this reward to that received for capturing Ghastly. Could it be that the system's rewards follow a certain pattern? Chapter 70, The Valley of Fools. After capturing Pidgey, Ash, true to the original narrative, had Pidgey serenade the inhabitants of Neon Town, granting them a peaceful night's sleep and alleviating their grievances before they resumed their journey. Their travels led them to a place known as the Valley of Fools after 3 days. Upon entering, they encountered numerous individuals, armed with pickaxes and shovels, their faces alight with excitement as they ventured deeper into the valley. "It appears they are on a quest to unearth something," Ash remarked. At that moment, Brock pointed towards a figure clad entirely in black, wielding a pickaxe, and exclaimed, Hey Ash, isn't that blue up ahead? Blue? Ash followed Brock's gaze and, upon closer inspection, confirmed, indeed, it is blue. He called out, Hey, you smelly blue, are you dressed like that to go on a treasure hunt? What's so impressive about making progress in just half a month? I'll catch up to you soon enough, Ash retorted dismissively. How infuriating, Blue thought. Feeling a surge of anger at Ash's nonchalant demeanor, Ash patted Blue's shoulder, saying, All right then, Blue, you take your time digging. We shall be on our way. To be honest, Ash was tempted to stay behind and document the moment Blue unearthed something truly remarkable. Yet his aura sensing had already detected various signals from deep within the Valley of Fools. If his recollections served him right, that very spot was the cave where the Foolish Ones and Team Rocket had fallen in the original storyline. It was a place where ancient Pokémon lay dormant, housing an exceedingly rare fossilized Aerodactyl. In the original tale, this Aerodactyl had driven Charmeleon to evolve out of sheer frustration. Ash was eager to see if he could assist Charmeleon's evolution once more. Throughout their journey, whenever they camped outdoors, Charmeleon either sought out battles or was en route to find one, amassing a wealth of combat experience. Hence, Ash harbored no concerns regarding potential complications with Charmeleon's evolution. If it did turn rebellious, he could always discipline it. Before long, guided by the aura, Ash led Misty and Brock into a concealed cave. Charmeleon, come forth. He summoned Charmeleon to serve as a torch. Behind him, Brock inquired, Ash, is it true that ancient Pokémon slumber within this cave? Indeed. There are numerous Pokémon below. The majority of their auras are quite tranquil, though a few are very intense. From an elemental perspective, they predominantly belong to the rock and water types. If any catch your eye, feel free to attempt to capture one or two. Otherwise, there may never be another opportunity. Once this place reveals its secrets, I shall inform Professor Oak, who will likely advocate for the establishment of a protected area. As he spoke, Ash retrieved a long-dormant recorder from his backpack. Water type? Rock type? A spark of inexplicable excitement ignited in Misty and Brock's eyes, quickening their steps considerably. Observing that Charmeleon was being pushed along by their enthusiasm, Ash remarked somewhat exasperatedly, Come on, you two don't need to be in such a rush. How can we not be? These are ancient Pokémon, typically only seen in fossil museums. To witness them in person is absolutely thrilling. Brock asserted with conviction. Exactly. Ash, can you not understand our excitement? Misty added, displaying rare displeasure toward Ash. Pika? At that moment, Pikachu seemed to sense something, breaking away from the group to dart into the shadows. Ash, meanwhile, continued forward with Brock and Misty, aware of Pikachu's departure. Before long, the trio and Charmeleon arrived at an expansive subterranean chamber. This space is enormous, Misty exclaimed in awe. Brock ran his hand along a stone pillar, noting that not only was the space vast, but the rock formations bore a striking resemblance to those displayed in the fossil museum. Suddenly, eerie red lights flickered to life in the darkness. Startled, Misty shivered. Ash, look. Don't worry. They're just ancient Pokémon disturbed by the fossil excavation above, Ash reassured her, releasing a wave of aura to convey goodwill. Minutes later, a cheerful group of ancient Pokémon, including Kabuto, Kabutops, Omanite, and Omastar, happily embraced the energy cubes Ash had produced, clearly in dire need of replenishing their long-depleted energy reserves. Misty, Brock, if you want to capture one of those, you should hurry, Ash urged. Right. The two wasted no time and began strategizing to catch the Pokémon that caught their eye. Lured by the promise of food and shelter, a Kabuto and an Omanite readily chose to become companions. Having successfully captured her desired Omanite, Misty turned to Ash, who remained unfazed, and inquired, Ash, aren't you going to capture them? What I aim to capture is much larger, and it's on its way, Ash replied, gazing into the depths of the cave. Charmeleon, I'll be relying on you shortly. Charmeleon nodded solemnly, its eyes igniting with fierce determination as it sensed the presence of the ancient Aerodactyl. Something larger? Misty questioned, her curiosity piqued. However, in the next instant, a gust of wind rushed from the cave's depths, as if something were approaching at great speed. The ancient Pokémon still feasting instinctively scurried into the corners to hide. Moments later, a creature appeared before the trio, a gray body, purple wings, for sharp claws, and serrated teeth, a fearsome Aerodactyl. Species, Aerodactyl. Type, rock flying. Gender, male. Level, intermediate elite. Ability, pressure. Potential, near champion. Skills, bite, primordial power, supersonic, Dragon Breath, Inherited. Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Crunch, Stone Edge. Oblivion Wing, Ultimate Impact. Chapter 71, Capturing the Fossil Pterodactyl. What kind of Pokémon is that? Misty was seized by fear at the menacing appearance of the fossil pterodactyl. Her mind engulfed in trepidation. That is the fossil pterodactyl, a dinosaur Pokémon notorious for its ferocity in ancient times, once the sovereign of the skies. This one is still alive, run. Brock exclaimed in panic. Ash grinned and commanded, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Hearing the order, Charmeleon tilted its head back and unleashed a torrent of orange flame at the fossil pterodactyl. The fossil pterodactyl, taken aback by Charmeleon's audacity to attack, flapped its wings, summoning a powerful gust to disperse the fiery onslaught. However, charged with a considerable amount of fire energy and enhanced by the prism feather, Charmeleon's flames were not so easily repelled. The inferno struck the fossil pterodactyl squarely in the chest, causing it to feel a sharp sting of searing pain. This agony ignited the fossil pterodactyl's ferocity, and it lunged forward, crashing heavily into Charmeleon against the stone pillar. Its expression was rife with mockery, as if to say, "You cannot even withstand a single blow from me, yet you dare to provoke me?" Enraged by the fossil pterodactyl's demeanor, Charmeleon flared with fury, a bright light suddenly emanating from its body. "Oh, it's evolving!" Ash exclaimed with delight. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent Charizard emerged. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire Flying. Ability, Blaze, Sacred Fire, doubles the power of Fire-type moves. Flames have a chance to inflict a burn status on opponents, while healing its own injuries gradually through its fiery prowess. Level, Early Champion. Potential, Level 2 Divine. The evolved Charizard compensated for its previous deficiencies, restoring its potential to the original Level 2 Divine, and its ability transformed from the singular Blaze to include a feature akin to the Sacred Fire exclusive to the shiny Staraptor. Charizard, teach the fossil pterodactyl a lesson. Ash commanded. Charizard locked its gaze on the fossil pterodactyl, nodding emphatically before flapping its wings and appearing directly before it. Boom. A fiery tail struck the fossil pterodactyl's face with tremendous force, sending it crashing against the stone pillar beneath. All right, Charizard, seize it and execute Earthquake. Ash instructed Charizard to deliver the final blow. Charizard, obeying the command, grasped the tail of the fossil pterodactyl, soared into the air, spun around several times, and then slammed it down with great force. Bang! A massive crater formed upon impact, causing loose rocks from the cave above to tumble down. Ash quickly summoned a wave shield to protect Misty and Brock. Gazing at the unconscious fossil pterodactyl, Ash tossed a luxury ball to capture it. Congratulations, Ash, on capturing another formidable Pokémon. Misty congratulated. Ash nodded. Yes, you two go ahead with Charizard. I'll find Pikachu. That little rascal seemed to sense something and ventured off to investigate. Huh, where did Pikachu go? Until Ash's reminder. The two had not noticed that a yellow-furred mouse was missing from their party. Brock suggested, perhaps we should go together. No need. I possess the power of Aura. I will ascend shortly, Ash replied to Charizard. Charizard, please take them up first. I will follow shortly. Charizard nodded in understanding, swiftly grasping the two and soaring towards the cave's entrance. Once they departed, Ash, sensing Pikachu's location through his aura, soared into the air, heading straight for Pikachu. Moments later, Ash arrived at an unknown Pokémon's nest, where he found Pikachu cradling an egg that was roughly the same size as itself. The shell was adorned with intricate red and blue patterns, and Ash immediately recognized it as a Togepi egg. Pokémon, Togepi, type, Fairy, gender, female, level, 0, ability, Serene Grace, potential, champion, moves, pound, growl, charm, psychic, inherited. Pikachu, it's time to go. Ash called to Pikachu. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded excitedly, look what I found. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Pikachu proudly presented the Togepi egg to him. Oh, a Pokémon egg. Quite impressive. But Pikachu, how could you run off without a word? Do you have any idea how worried we were? Ash feigned anger. Pikachu's mood instantly shifted to one of disappointment. Never mind. Considering this little one, I shall forgive you this time. Now hand me the egg. Pikachu obediently passed the egg to Ash. Feeling somewhat bashful as it scratched its head, Ash retrieved an incubation device from his backpack, carefully placed the egg inside, and filled it with nutrient solution, saying, let's go. This Togepi egg added to his collection of 2 awaiting hatchlings. One was a Kadabra egg gifted by Natsam's father at the Goldenrod Gym, along with this one. Both Kadabra and Togepi were rare Pokémon, with considerable potential for growth, entirely dependent on the trainer's skill. Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder as he took off, flying towards the cave's exit. "Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed, "What a sight! Ash is really something." Seeing Ash soar, Pikachu's expression was one of awe. Ash, slightly annoyed, pressed down on Pikachu's head. "Pikachu, don't forget that I can understand everything you say." Pikachu. Pikachu quickly reversed its tone to offer praise. "Ash, you're amazing. At least you know your place," Ash replied with a grin. "By the way, Pikachu, Charmeleon has evolved into Charizard. His strength now surpasses yours. You currently rank 6th. Ash chuckled. In summary, if he managed to train another elite-level Pokémon, Ash could proudly call himself a Pokémon master. Pika. Pikachu could hardly believe it. Before Ash mentioned it, Pikachu had not paid much attention to these rankings, but now felt a sense of urgency. Pikachu, aside from the ancient Dragonite and Zapdos, shiny Gardevoir, Steelix, and Charizard are all capable of Mega Evolution. You must strive diligently, otherwise, Ash will continue to stoke the flames. Pikachu. Ash. I too yearn for a power akin to Mega Evolution. It is said that the Alola region possesses a technique known as Z-moves. The Galar region features Dynamaxing, and Paldea introduces Terastallization. These 3 battle systems can significantly enhance your prowess. However, regrettably, I currently lack these items, and some of them can only be obtained in their respective regions. Thus, Pikachu, you must endeavor to grow stronger through your own efforts. Can you accomplish this? Pikachu. Pikachu solemnly nodded. He would never resort to underhanded tactics. Chapter 72, The Enigmatic Garden, 1. Soon enough, Ash emerged from the cave with Pikachu by his side. Upon seeing Ash, Misty sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Finally, Ash, you have returned. I assured you I would be out shortly. The cave below has stabilized. Nevertheless, as a precaution, let us have Miss Junsha stand guard. Brock, I leave this matter to you. I must deliver the data I have gathered to Professor Oak and discuss the subsequent affairs concerning this cave." "No problem," Brock thought to himself, brimming with joy at the prospect of seeking out Miss Junsha. 2 days later, Ash and his companions finally extricated themselves from the events of the Great Fool Valley. Ultimately, the valley was designated as a key research area for ancient Pokémon, with the League assigning Pokémon caretakers to oversee it, even establishing a police station and a hospital. As the discoverer, Ash naturally received credit for this finding. Given that he currently lacked for resources and had no immediate desire for rewards, he decided to wait until a future time to request assistance from the League. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Ash engaged in a Pokémon battle in the forest against an older gentleman. Bulbasaur, use Solar Beam. Rhydon, use Horn Attack. Bulbasaur unleashed a Solar Beam towards Rhydon, but the latter, having only taken a couple of steps, was struck in the head and rendered unable to continue fighting. "Sir, your Rhydon has been trained exceptionally well. Its strength is quite impressive," Ash complimented the gentleman. "Your Bulbasaur is even better cultivated. Not only is it large, but its power far exceeds that of its peers." "I had no capacity for countering," the older man praised, stroking his head. Then, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, young lad, did you come here seeking the legend of this forest?" "The legend of the forest?" Ash pondered. "Is there something unique about this forest? Aren't you here to find an opportunity for your Bulbasaur to evolve?" the gentleman asked, somewhat astonished. "An opportunity for evolution? What do you mean?" Ash was even more perplexed. His Bulbasaur was indeed on the brink of evolution, yet it had not responded. After consulting the system, he learned that it required the essence of a dominant Pokémon and more battles for energy accumulation, but there were no further details. Conversely, Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle just a few days prior after battling a Blastoise. There exists an extraordinary garden within this forest, a place where numerous Bulbasaurs congregate, along with several Ivysaurs and a particularly large Venusaur. Every year at this time, these Bulbasaurs gather in the garden to hold their evolution ceremony. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but there exists a local legend regarding this event, although few have actually witnessed it. Young lad, if you are intrigued, you might inquire at the nearby Pokémon Center with Miss Joy, who has been working here for quite some time and may possess some insider knowledge. After the uncle finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Ash and his companions. "Shall we go and take a look?" Brock asked. "Let us do it. The day is drawing to a close, and even if we don't uncover much, we can at least spend the night," Ash replied. Wonderful, no need to camp out. Misty exclaimed joyfully. I suspect that soon enough, we will be able to stay in a house even when out in the wild, Ash said with a mysterious smile. Just a few days ago, Professor Oak informed him that Team Rocket had successfully realized capsule technology, and soon they would be able to produce it on an assembly line. Moreover, the gravity bracelet and the smartphone were also nearly completed. To be honest, Ash felt that this journey had become somewhat monotonous without Team Rocket's interference. Really? Misty's face lit up with delight. Both she and Brock were aware of the capsule technology, as they had been traveling together, and Ash had no intention of keeping it a secret. Indeed, we owe it to those 3 rascals from Team Rocket. I cannot fathom why such talented individuals would choose to engage in misdeeds, Brock remarked in confusion. Different personal pursuits, I suppose. A few days ago, didn't we come across a missing person notice that resembled Butch? To be honest, that notice was indeed about him. His family possesses enough wealth to last several lifetimes. Ash chuckled. Is that true? Butch is actually a wealthy heir? The two were astonished. Absolutely. Thus, the trio continued their conversation about Team Rocket as they made their way to the Pokémon Center nestled within the forest. Hello, Miss Joy. I am Ash from Pallet Town. I've heard there is a garden in this forest where numerous Bulbasaurs gather? Ash inquired. Ah, it's Mr. Ash. Upon seeing Ash, Miss Joy appeared as if she had encountered a celebrity, her excitement palpable, her breath quickening. Woe is me. Why doesn't that charming allure belong to me? Brock lamented, covering his eyes in mock despair. It must be the aftermath of the great silly goose incident. Misty added helplessly. Originally, she believed she had an advantage being close to Ash, but it seemed that Joy and the members of the Junsa family had similar intentions, eagerly seeking to establish rapport with him. The allure of the uniform is simply unfair. Before long, Ash had gathered the relevant information. Misty, Brock, do you wish to visit that garden? Ash asked the two. Is there really such a garden? Misty queried with curiosity. There should be. Miss Joy's information is quite accurate. I can sense a multitude of grass-type Pokémon congregated deep within the forest. Moreover, look outside. Ash pointed toward the window. Outside, the lush greenery had suddenly transformed into a breathtaking panorama of wildflowers. How beautiful! Misty marveled. Bulbasaur, let us embark on a quest to discover your evolutionary potential. Ash declared to the Bulbasaur by his side. Bulbasaur. The little creature longed for evolution, having witnessed the formidable might of Charizard and the transformation of Squirtle. Its yearning for power ignited a desire for evolution. Regrettably, it was aware that such a transformation would lead to a significant increase in size. A thought that troubled Bulbasaur deeply. Under the veil of night, the group hastened into the depths of the forest. Upon entering, they encountered numerous Bulbasaurs lining up to venture deeper. The direction in which these pollen gatherers are congregating aligns perfectly with that of the Bulbasaurs. Misty exclaimed in astonishment. This may be the secret of the wondrous garden's evolution. Stay close, everyone. The Bulbasaur clan is quite wary of outsiders, Ash cautioned. In the next moment, an onslaught of vine whips emerged from the trees on either side, attempting to thwart their advance. To ensure Bulbasaur did not miss its opportunity, Ash instructed, Bulbasaur, you go ahead. We will find you shortly. Bulbasaur nodded in understanding and swiftly joined the other Bulbasaurs. Pikachu? Ash, must Bulbasaur truly evolve? Pikachu gazed at Ash, aware of Bulbasaur's inner conflict. Ash had previously encountered an item in the system shop that allowed for the manipulation of evolutionary forms. However, its use required the Pokémon to be at its final evolutionary stage, and the item was rather expensive, costing nearly 10 million points. Pika, is that true? Indeed. However, Pikachu, you must also train diligently. When Bulbasaur evolves into Venusaur, it too can mega-evolve. Pikachu suddenly brimmed with enthusiasm, swinging its iron tail to clear away the surrounding vine whips. Soon, the group discovered a spacious clearing dominated by a massive, withered tree. No wonder this was merely a rumor. The Bulbasaur clan has deliberately surrounded this area with vines to avoid disturbance. Brock observed in surprise at the towering wall of vines they had erected. The evolution ceremony of Pokémon is always solemn, especially in the case of a collective evolution like this. Due to its size, Ash's Bulbasaur stood out conspicuously among the gathering. As the pollen amassed, the once dead tree began to rejuvenate. Its withered branches sprouted anew, and within moments, the entire tree came to life, its leaves shimmering in vibrant crimson hues. Boom, boom. A series of heavy footsteps resonated from within the hollow of the great tree. What a magnificent Venusaur! They beheld a dominant Venusaur emerge from the tree's interior. Pokémon, dominant Venusaur. Type, grass poison. Gender, male. Level, mid-champion. Ability, overgrow. Potential, champion. Skills, various. As Venusaur stepped onto a tree stump, its voice grew increasingly powerful, and a soft glow enveloped most of the Bulbasaurs, heralding the emergence of the light of evolution. A single seed ignites a chain reaction, illuminating countless Bulbasaur with radiant light. Before long, many Bulbasaur undergo evolution. In stark contrast, Ash's Bulbasaur remains still, emitting only a faint glow from the seed on its back. Noticing this, Venusaur expresses its confusion. Dane, you are a dominant species, yet I have never encountered you before. Bulbasaur shakes its head, replying, Seed. I am merely passing by in search of the opportunity to evolve. Hey Ash, it seems your Bulbasaur is unable to evolve. Brock remarks, his brow furrowed. I believe I understand the cause. Please wait here. With that, Ash rushes towards Bulbasaur. Dane, Ash's sudden appearance causes the gathered Bulbasaur and Venusaur to tense up. I assure you, we mean no harm. That Bulbasaur is my companion. Ash explains using his aura. Seed. Bulbasaur exclaims excitedly upon seeing Ash. The power of the aura. Human, are you an aura messenger? Venusaur gazes at Ash in surprise. Hello, Venusaur. I wish to facilitate the evolution of my Bulbasaur. Could I kindly ask for your assistance? Ash speaks sincerely. Speak. I would like you to exert your dominant aura upon Bulbasaur. It, like you, is a special dominant Pokémon. I implore you. Venusaur glances between Ash and Bulbasaur, ultimately nodding in agreement. As the dominant aura is unleashed, the form of the majestic Venusaur transforms dramatically, and the newly evolved Ivysaur exhibit an even greater sense of reverence. Meanwhile, Ash's Bulbasaur experiences a slight pressure, yet the glow emanating from the seed on its back intensifies. It's working, Ash exclaims, increasingly confident in his hypothesis. He continues to address Venusaur. It appears the pressure is insufficient. Would you mind engaging Bulbasaur in a battle with your full strength? Venusaur, without hesitation, adopts a battle stance. Dane, bring it on. Instantly, the Ivysaur positioned between them retreat to the sides. Bulbasaur, use Leaf Tornado. Ash commands. Seed. Bulbasaur unleashes a flurry of leaves towards Venusaur. Unfazed, Venusaur effortlessly sways its colossal vines, dispelling the Leaf Tornado with ease. All right, Bulbasaur, let us counter with Vine Whip. The vines on either side of Bulbasaur extend forth, intertwining with Venusaur's vines. Given Venusaur's superior level and size, it easily overpowers Bulbasaur, dragging it several meters forward with its strength. Dane, with a powerful push, Venusaur charges forward. Bulbasaur, don't let it overpower you. Ash calls out, and Bulbasaur, undeterred, propels itself forward in response. The two heads collide, initiating a new struggle. Bulbasaur strains against the force, yet the light representing its evolution grows ever brighter. Seed. At last, following a surge of power, Bulbasaur was completely enveloped by the radiant light of evolution. Its form swelled once more, and the seed upon its back began to blossom into a budding flower, signifying Bulbasaur's transformation into Ivysaur. Thank you, Venusaur. Ash expressed his gratitude. Although Ash was unaware of the sacred artifact Venusaur referred to, he understood it surely held some benefits for his Ivysaur. Chapter 74, The Assessment Examination Center. Ash knew that this assessment was designed specifically for trainers studying at the academy, such as Sh Dai and her classmates. Hey, Misty, are you both certain you wish to take this exam? Ash inquired, observing the two as they registered their information. Of course, this exam sounds quite intriguing. Ash, aren't you joining us? Misty replied. Since you are both participating, I shall enroll as well, Ash resolved. His reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to join, but rather from his aura sensing the presence of an individual he had blacklisted nearby. He intended to play a prank. Indeed, the esteemed Pokémon Academy, where Sh Dai was enrolled, organized an assessment for students aspiring to compete in the court's conference. While a certain Hao was hitching a ride to undergo his trainer qualification evaluation, due to Ash's previous intervention, Hao had been placed on the Joy family's blacklist. The Joy family held considerable power within the alliance. In retaliation for her little happening, Miss Joy imposed restrictions on Hao's trainer qualification assessment, lowering the age limit from 20 to 16, and allowing him a mere 3 attempts. The first attempt was thwarted by the intervention of the dragon family, and now he was facing his second evaluation. The Joy family's rationale for imposing such limitations was straightforward. They deemed him unfit to be a trainer. Rather than squander years learning to be a Pokémon trainer, they suggested he find a job and conform to societal norms. After all, how could one who angered such a gentle Pokémon as Happiny ever be suited for the role of a trainer? Ash. The uncertain voice of Sh Dai rang out behind him just as he completed his paperwork. Sh Dai, long time no see. You're not here to take the exam for the court's conference, are you? Ash turned to ask. 6. Any problem with that? Sh Dai stated confidently. Having secured her qualification, Ash, still not qualified. This notion instilled in her a sense of superiority over Ash. So what if it's a qualification gained from an exam? In terms of actual battle experience, you're effectively at 0. You're still eons away from defeating me. Ash retorted with a hint of disdain. How infuriating. Sh Dai glared at Ash with indignation. You truly lack any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. How vexing. What else with that expression? Looking for a fight? I'm always ready, just afraid you'll end up in tears. Ash teased, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, certain that a single blow would reduce Sh Dai to a whimpering mess. Stupid Ash, I challenge you to a battle. Sh Dai declared, gripping Ash's collar and launching her declaration of war. A battle is fine, but could you perhaps let go? Ash replied, is Sh Dai not lovely? Indeed, this is certain, especially with the allure of a short skirt uniform. Yet, Ash is not one to be easily swayed. After all, a young man must also safeguard himself when venturing out. Humph. Shindai let out an irritable huff, realizing that Ash was as dense as a block of wood. Here she was, a girl unperturbed by the idea of closeness, while he, instead, seemed to recoil. Ash from Pallet Town, this is your badge. At that moment, a staff member from the examination center handed Ash a badge inscribed with the number 7. Thank you. Ash accepted the badge and pinned it to his chest. According to the rules, please store your Pokeballs here. The staff member reiterated. Pokeballs, you say? Very well. Ash produced several luxury balls, deciding against the use of Master Balls. Nurse Joy? Brock, glancing at a nurse passing by, unconsciously followed her. That is Nurse Joy from Shallow Red City. Her aspiration is also to become a Pokémon Master, Shindai remarked. The Nurse Joy she referred to had previously visited their school with her younger sister, leaving a lasting impression on Shindai. After all, during that visit, a mischievous boy had unwittingly provoked Nurse Joy's younger sister's Happiny, resulting in their school becoming notorious in the league, almost leading the Joy family to mistakenly believe they were instigating trouble. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared, attributed solely to that boy's antics. But they all bore such a striking resemblance that it was nearly impossible to distinguish which city they hailed from. Misty interjected. I can tell them apart. Brock declared confidently. He could recognize every Nurse Joy across the Kanto region at a glance. It was his unique skill. Ash and Misty instantly lost interest in the conversation. Suddenly, Ash spotted a rather unsavory figure at the door and said, I need to handle something. So you all chat for a bit. With that, he swiftly dashed out. At that moment, a certain Hao was feeling quite pleased. He held unwavering confidence in passing today's assessment. Yuding Shindai, and you lonely, just wait. I, Hao, will surely prove my superiority as a Pokémon trainer. Hao mused. Ever since the incident with Happiny, he had become the target of disdain throughout the school, bullied by trainers and facing periodic suppression from the student council, which sowed seeds of resentment within him. Even in his bitterness, he knew he must endure until he regained his status as a Pokémon trainer. Today marked the day he would reclaim that title, signaling the end of his miserable existence. While Hao reveled in his thoughts, Ash, following closely behind, was preparing to deliver a twist of fate. Poor fellow, it seems you shall never become a trainer in this lifetime. Ash bestowed upon Hao a half-year's worth of misfortune, convinced that during this final half-year, Hao would spend half of his time in the hospital. Thus, Hao would perfectly miss the assessment and could live as an ordinary person. What a splendid script this was. No sooner had the misfortune been cast than its effects began to unfold. Bang! Little Hao stepped on a banana peel and fell hard on the ground. Ouch! Who threw this banana peel? He exclaimed, clutching his backside with one hand while picking up the offending peel with the other, demanding answers from those around him. Just as he vocalized his outrage, a bird flew overhead and, with impeccable precision, dropped its droppings right into his mouth. What is this? Little Hao's mouth twitched as he seemed to taste the unwelcome substance, only to double over and retch violently moments later. This scene was captured in its entirety by Little Zhi, who was nearby. Chapter 75, The Laughingstock. As they walked, Little Zhi watched the recorded footage, unable to contain his laughter. Noticing his mirth, Little Xia asked curiously, "Little Zhi, what are you laughing at?" "It's nothing much. Just that the recorder seems to have captured something quite amusing," he replied. "By the way, Ache, I recall you often submit to a certain publication. Do they accept videos of human misfortunes?" Little Zhi inquired of the youth who had been filming. "Videos of human misfortunes? Yes, there is such a category. I heard the person in charge mention it. It seems to have originated from a child's mishap a few years back. The Pokémon League found it to have significant educational value and deemed it a wake-up call. However, as more media captured entertaining moments, the focus shifted from cautionary tales to humorous content." "Little Zhi, did you capture something extraordinary?" Little Che asked, intrigued. Over the past few days, he had noticed that Little Zhi's filming skills surpassed his own, and his equipment boasted superior clarity. "Take a look for yourselves," Little Zhi said, handing the recorder to them, allowing each to view it in turn. A few minutes later, the expression on Saint Dai's face was one of complex emotions. The video's protagonist was their school's unfortunate soul. A truly humiliating moment. The others felt a mix of astonishment and amusement. It was surprising to learn that such unfortunate souls existed in the world. "What do you think, Little Che? If you submit this, could it enhance your notoriety?" Little Zhi hoped to lend a hand to Little Hao. Considering the latter's aspirations as a trainer were now dashed, at least he could achieve a kind of fame as a laughingstock. That could work. "But since it was shot by you, Little Zhi, I would feel bad taking credit for it," Little Che replied. "It's fine, we're all friends here. If you feel uncomfortable, just treat us to a meal." Little Zhi waved off the concern. "All right, after you all finish your exams, I will treat you," Little Che promised, promptly making a copy of the video. Soon, the first exam commenced. "The first test assesses your grasp of Pokémon knowledge. Let us begin," announced the examiner from the podium. The first question was, "Is the length of a Lickitung's tongue twice that of its body?" As the first exam progressed halfway through, a person exuding a peculiar aroma burst through the door in a rather flamboyant manner. Indeed, this unexpected intruder was none other than Little Hao. Shortly after Ash's departure, a certain individual found himself in quite a predicament. After sampling a rather unpleasant substance, he sought to rinse his mouth, but on his way to the water faucet, he slipped on a banana peel and tumbled directly into a garbage bin. After a considerable struggle, he managed to climb out, only to encounter a small monkey-like creature clutching a bunch of bananas. Mistaking the creature for the source of his earlier misfortune, he felt a surge of anger and kicked it, resulting in the loss of the bananas. In retaliation, the monkey hurled him into an even more odorous trash receptacle. Emerging once more, he was mistaken for one of their own by a group of foul-smelling mud creatures, who dragged him towards the sewer. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally arrived at a classroom, yet fate had not finished with him. As he prepared to knock on the door, he inadvertently stepped on his own foot and tumbled in with a rather ungraceful roll. "Who are you? Do you not realize that an examination is in progress?" The examiner inquired sternly, pinching his nose. "Although there are no explicit dress codes for candidates, surely you cannot present yourself in such a state?" Suppressing his irritation, the individual explained, "I encountered a mishap while searching for the examination venue." The examiner produced a Pokeball. "Water Sprite, please assist him." Upon its arrival, the Water Sprite glanced at him with evident disdain, yet it could not defy its trainer's command and sprayed a jet of water to cleanse him. "Due to your tardiness, the first round of the examination has concluded, resulting in a score of 0. Therefore, you must achieve a score of 90 or above in the subsequent rounds to pass. Now, take a seat over there." The examiner gestured towards an empty chair. As he sat down, the chair collapsed beneath him, sending him sprawling onto the floor, his head striking the solid wooden desk behind him. Ouch! Witnessing his misfortunes, Ash could hardly contain his laughter, and the entire examination room erupted in giggles, even the examiner struggling to maintain composure. For the next several minutes, the unfortunate individual continued to encounter one calamity after another, distracting most of the candidates from their tests. Given that these mishaps were not deliberate on his part, the examiner had no intention of ejecting him. After all, supervising an examination is a rather dull affair, and who would wish to miss the entertainment? In the second round of the examination, candidates were to demonstrate their knowledge of Pokémon. Shadows and parts of the Pokémon would be projected, and they were required to accurately identify them. The first question appeared. What is this? That's a thunderball or a mischievous thunderbolt? He declared confidently. Fool. That's a Jigglypuff viewed from above. Ash scoffed. He had seen this image countless times. Ridiculous. How could a Jigglypuff be so round? He thought, brimming with disbelief. Indeed, that is a Jigglypuff viewed from above. The examiner confirmed. The second question followed. What is this? This is the eye of a Pokémon that has lost the will to battle. He confidently submitted his answer. Fool. The examiner asked which Pokémon it is. Not to write about eyes. Pay attention to the question, little brother. A young man clad in leather jeered. Instantly, the onlookers in the examination hall awaited the misfortune of Xiao Ruo. Chapter 76. The Withering Flower, a field of wounds from that moment onward. Any utterance from Xiao Ruo was met with relentless mockery. Ultimately, he did not disappoint the crowd, achieving a splendid score of 0. A remarkable feat that set him apart from the other candidates. Even Yu Tung Sidai, who stood outside the examination hall, felt a sense of embarrassment at the utter failure of their school's representative, who couldn't answer a single question correctly. Sidai began to contemplate how to expel this disgraceful fool from the school. After lunch, the real combat assessment commenced. Despite having scored 0 in the first 2 subjects, Xiao Ruo remained undeterred, as there still existed a theoretical chance of passing based on his performance in the practical examination. Xiao Zhi and his companions received their respective combat Pokémon from the examiner and quickly located the corresponding examiners for their assessments. The trio approached the test with a casual attitude, largely indifferent to their scores, as Xiao Zhi was simply curious to witness Xiao Ruo's impending misfortune. Xiao Zhi, it's time to begin, the examiner announced. Go, Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit, let us go. Pokeball, release. Xiao Zhi tossed out his first Pokeball, and from within emerged a Weezing. This can't be. Upon seeing the Weezing, Xiao Zhi was struck by a foreboding feeling, recalling that in the original story, the foolish one had indeed acquired a Pokémon from Team Rocket. Fire Spirit, unleash a flamethrower. Upon receiving the command, the Fire Spirit opened its mouth and expelled a torrent of flames toward the Weezing. Weezing, evade and use smokescreen. Weezing deftly avoided the flamethrower and released a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring much of the battlefield from view. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, Weezing stealthily approached the Fire Spirit. Xiao Zhi issued another command. Excellent. Weezing, now hit it with a double strike. Weezing lunged forward, landing 2 solid hits on the Fire Spirit, rendering it incapable of further resistance. An admirable strategy, but it is insufficient. Go, Thunder Spirit. Damn. Does the examiner possess only evolved forms of EV? Xiao Zhi thought to himself. Arbok, a purple serpent with glasses, materialized before Xiao Zhi. Thunder Spirit, move at high speed. Indeed, all of the examiner's Pokémon belonged to Team Rocket. Xiao Zhi felt utterly disheartened, convinced that the third Pokeball would undoubtedly contain a Meowth. Arbok, use Glare. With its eyes glowing a fierce red, Arbok fixed its gaze upon the approaching Thunder Spirit, which froze in terror, paralyzed, and unable to move. Now, unleash a poison sting attack. Xiao Zhi commanded once more. Arbok opened its mouth, unleashing a barrage of dense purple needles. The immobilized Thunder Spirit had no chance to evade, and by sheer fortune, it was struck by the poison. Realizing the precarious situation, the examiner attempted to order the Thunder Spirit to conclude the battle. Thunder Spirit, use Thunder. Arbok dig. Before the arrival of the thunder, a boar dug a hole and swiftly concealed itself. A boar, deal with it. Mud Bomb. After a flurry of attacks, the Thunder Sprite collapsed. The spectators were left in awe as 2 of the examiner's Pokémon were defeated in succession. Was Ash truly this gifted in the realm of trainers? Dai felt distressed. Ash effortlessly triumphed over the examiner's Pokémon using only the creatures provided by the examination, signifying that Ash's trainer level was at least on par with that of a gym leader. After all, those who serve as examiners at the special examination centers established by the League are usually close to or possess the level of gym leaders. Dai had previously participated in the exam, where she struggled to defeat the examiner's 2 Pokémon despite having a type advantage. And the final Pokémon even managed to overcome her with a 3-to-1 advantage. That battle made her acutely aware of the truth in Ash's assertion. Theoretical knowledge could never surpass practical experience. Equally disheartened was Xiao, who clutched the examination-specific Pokeball he had just received, casting a gaze at Ash filled with envy and resentment. At the same age, Ash had already become an outstanding trainer, capable of effortlessly dispatching the examiner's Pokémon. And Xiao? He had yet to earn his qualification as a Pokémon trainer. The stark disparity between them twisted Xiao's heart, and in a fit of anger, he flung the Pokeball belt in his hand, inadvertently striking a resting Nidalino beneath the shade of a tree. Though the impact was minimal, the insult was profound. Coupled with Xiao's own frustrations, Nidalino's anger intensified. Upon witnessing this, Xiao turned to feign ignorance of his action, but the seeds of hatred had already been sown. Nidalino erupted with unprecedented speed, launching a charge towards Xiao. Standing nearly 1 meter tall, Nidalino's horn was perfectly positioned to strike Xiao, who at 15 years old stood around 1.6 meters tall, right in a most sensitive area. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao experienced firsthand the meaning of the flower wilts as he tumbled to the ground in pain. In a frantic rush, Xiao darted into the center of Ash's examination arena, fortuitously colliding with the water sprite and a boar's skills. Oh no, the examiner had not anticipated such a turn of events. And with the skills already unleashed, he could do nothing but silently pray for Xiao to withstand the oncoming attacks. Of course, Ash had anticipated Xiao's sudden intrusion, yet he had no intention of intervening. After all, Xiao wouldn't be in mortal danger, perhaps just a few days in the hospital. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, Ash wished to keep his psychic abilities under wraps. He and Xiao were not well acquainted. He had once saved Xiao's life in the Johto forest, and Xiao had yet to express any gratitude. Why save him again? Ash feared that the debt of rescue would be too burdensome for Xiao to bear. Due to Xiao's rash interference, the battle between Ash and the examiner was abruptly halted. Nevertheless, even without Xiao's disruption, Ash could have commanded a board to easily defeat the examiner's Pokémon. Ultimately, Ash achieved a perfect score in the practical examination, coupled with full marks in the previous 2 subjects, making him the first candidate in this examination center to attain a perfect score. As for Xiao himself, he found himself in quite a predicament, suffering not only from a humiliating defeat, but also being unable to proceed with the subsequent examinations. The assessment center later contacted the trainer of Nidoking, seeking to verify the circumstances, ultimately discovering that the true culprit was Xiao himself. The instrument that provoked Nidoking's ire was the Pokeball belt provided by the assessment center. Upon understanding the full details of the incident, both the assessment center and Nidoking's trainer approached Xiao. In the end, Xiao was not only required to compensate the trainer with over 50,000 Alliance coins, but was also placed on the blacklist of the entire assessment center. Consequently, due to this incident, Xiao's final opportunity for assessment was revoked, with the justification being his poor temper, rendering him unsuitable to be a trainer. Chapter 77, The Red Lotus Gym. Having witnessed Ash's formidable strength, Shurdai ultimately refrained from battling him, instead concocting an excuse to slip away. Subsequently, Xiaoxia also chose to bid farewell to Ash and the others, embarking on his journey alone. In the days that followed, Ash and his companions continued their journey toward the port leading to Red Lotus Island. During this time, they encountered another duo from Team Rocket, Yamato and Kosaburo. After apprehending these 2 and sending them to the authorities, Ash transported the large flower belonging to Kojiro to Professor Oak's lab. On the same day, the 2 Pokémon eggs that Ash carried hatched. Due to the inherent traits of the Pokémon, Kecleon required prolonged periods of slumber, leading Ash to confine it within a Pokeball. Conversely, due to the stringent conditions for its evolution, Ash chose not to place Bakubi in a Pokeball, instead cradling it in his arms much like how Misty held her Togepi. Since Bakubi was found by Pikachu, along with its regular training, Pikachu now had the additional responsibility of caring for a young Pokémon. On this day, Ash and his companions finally boarded the cruise ship bound for Red Lotus Island. On board, they once again encountered Shigeru. "Ash, are you still lounging about?" Shigeru remarked, dressed casually as if on holiday. "You're the one who seems most relaxed. Have you finished your challenges at the Tokiwa gym? Just thinking of going on vacation?" Red Lotus Island is a renowned hot spring resort in the Kanto region, and with Shigeru's vacation attire, Ash could easily deduce his intentions. Indeed, Shaba is presently the most formidable gym leader in Kanto, second only to Sakaki, a former scientist of Team Rocket who had participated in the creation of Mutwo and possesses the prowess of a champion trainer. "Is that true?" Shigeru asked uncertainly, glancing at Ash. Before long, the cruise ship docked. "Ash, do you really know where the Red Lotus Gym is?" Misty inquired softly. Given that the entirety of Red Lotus Island was dotted with hot spring inns, with no sign of a gym in sight. Misty couldn't help but question whether Ash had been deceived. After a brief while, Ash found the disguised gym leader, Shaba. "Hello, Mr. Shaba." Ash greeted him. "Shaba? Young man, you've mistaken me for someone else. My name is not Shaba." He instinctively denied his identity. "Stop pretending, Mr. Shaba. I know you are the gym leader here," Ash asserted, leaving no room for denial as he unveiled the truth. "Oh dear, I've been exposed. Young ones, you possess remarkable discernment. Are you all here to challenge the gym?" Summer, no longer pretending, acknowledged. "It seems I am the sole challenger," Ash responded. Upon hearing that only one challenger was present, Summer felt considerably relieved. "Very well, follow me." Thus, the group trailed behind Summer, making their way to the inn he operated. Seeing that Ash had indeed found the gym leader, Gary could not help but join them. "Young man, now that you are aware of my identity, you may stay here for the night. I shall accept your challenge. The time is set for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before that, you must solve my riddle to locate the battle arena. Fail to find it, and the challenge shall be void. You may seek out other gyms instead. Pay attention. The battle arena is located where the Great Flood is above and the Great Fire is below." "No problem. I shall arrive punctually," Ash replied, knowing where the entrance to the arena was. Thus, for the remainder of the day, he indulged in a leisurely vacation. The following morning, Ash, "Have you truly deciphered the riddle?" Brock inquired. "I have indeed. What we enjoyed last night was the Great Flood. Come, the mechanism is this way." Cradling Togepi, Ash activated the mechanism of the hot spring. The spout shaped like a Gyarados sank, revealing a passageway before them. "Let us proceed." Ash boldly entered. As they descended, the temperature rose, and soon they encountered an iron door. Upon opening it, they beheld a battle arena suspended above a sea of lava, bound by 4 chains. "Oh, so the Great Flood refers to the hot spring, and the Great Fire signifies the lava," Brock concluded. Well, I did not expect you to truly guess it." Summer's voice echoed from across the arena. "Now, as per our agreement, let the gym challenge officially commence," Ash declared, stepping into the trainer's command position. "In the battle at the Flame Lotus Gym, 3 Pokémon may be used, and challengers may substitute their Pokémon. My first Pokémon is this one. Go, Ninetales." Pokémon, Ninetales. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, Gym Senior. Ability, Flash Fire. Potential, Near Champion. Skills, Mystical Fire, Sunny Day, Overheat, Fire Spin, Quick Attack, Flamethrower. Ninetales is it? Then it shall be you, Squirtle." Ash tossed out a luxury ball. What a large creature. Summer was taken aback by Squirtle's size. "Ninetales, use Fire Spin." Taking the initiative, Summer immediately issued the attack command. "Squirtle, utilize Water Gun." Although Squirtle's level did not advance as rapidly as Charmander's, it had reached the early stages of near champion rank, and with a type advantage over the Gym Senior Ninetales, it easily defeated Ninetales. A towering 2-meter-tall canine appeared on the battlefield. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Fire. Gender, Male. Level, Mid-Near Champion. Ability, Flash Fire. Potential, Champion. Skills, Flame Fong. Flash Fire Charge, High-Speed Movement, Flame Wheel, Jet Flame, Big Character Explosion, Charged Flame Strike, High Temperature Heavy Pressure, Sunny Day. Is it the Speedy Dog? Come forth, Fossil Pterodactyl. Chapter 78, The Crimson Lotus Badge. So, it's the Fossil Pterodactyl? What a lucky fellow. Deshagu has established a Fossil Pokémon Protection Zone. The local gym leader, Xiao Bo, possesses some insider information about it. Among those fossil Pokémon, the existence of the Fossil Pterodactyl is confirmed. Speedy Dog, unleash Big Character Explosion. Upon hearing the command, Speedy Dog emitted a massive fiery attack in the shape of a character. Fossil Pterodactyl, evade downward using high-speed movement, then counter with wing attack. The Fossil Pterodactyl dove rapidly, skimming beneath the fiery character and crashing into Speedy Dog at an astonishing speed. Speedy Dog, quickly burrow underground to avoid it. With swift motions of its forepaws, Speedy Dog dug into the ground just before the Fossil Pterodactyl's strike landed. Fortunately, Xiao Bo's gym did not skimp on quality. The battleground is over 10 meters thick. Otherwise, considering Speedy Dog's size, it would have been precarious to dig down without the risk of molten lava cascading down. Such quick reflexes. The Fossil Pterodactyl executed Earthquake, forcing Speedy Dog to surface. It slammed the ground with a mighty impact, sending shockwaves radiating outward from its position, compelling Speedy Dog, which was nearly beneath it, to leap out. The Earthquake moved doubles in power against an enemy in a burrowed state, and this time, Speedy Dog sustained significant damage. This fellow's Pokémon is indeed formidable. Xiaobo had never encountered a novice trainer like Ash before. The fossil pterodactyl performed admirably. Finish it off with Dragon Pulse. What a jest! Dragon Pulse is a move that even at full strength, Xiaobo wouldn't allow Speedy Dog to endure, let alone now that it is injured. If it were to take another powerful Dragon Pulse, it would certainly require a night's rest at the Pokémon Center. Presently, the entire Crimson Lotus Island boasts a thriving tourism industry, with the Pokémon Center perpetually bustling. He certainly did not wish to trouble Nurse Joy. Mr. Xiaobo, what will your next Pokémon be? What is the hottest flame in the world, the molten magma, and the fiery flames that move within it? Xiaobo posed a riddle. The hottest flame is not necessarily your Psyduck. I've decided my next Pokémon will be you, Charizard. Without waiting for the Psyduck from the magma to make its entrance, Ash released Charizard. Ah, what a clever lad. Psyduck, emerge. Pokémon, Psyduck. Type, fire. Gender, male. Level, early champion. Ability, flame body. Potential, semi-champion. Skills, flame punch, big character explosion, flame vortex, jet flame, sunny day. Upon seeing an equally matched fire-type Pokémon, Charizard's battle spirit surged. Psyduck, it seems your opponent can hardly wait. Go forth with Flame Punch. Charizard, do not be outdone. Let us also use Flame Punch. Two pairs of fists engulfed in flames collided fiercely, igniting an intense fiery skirmish. After several rounds of confrontation, it became evident that the Duckbill Fire Beast could not withstand the flames of the Charizard. The Charizard, even before its evolution, had consumed a considerable quantity of fire stones and adorned itself with the rainbow feather of Ho-Oh, elevating its flames beyond mere mortal fire. Although the Duckbill Fire Beast thrived in molten lava for years, its flames could not compare to those of the Charizard. How is Ash's Charizard seemingly stronger than Pikachu and Gardevoir? Grumbled Shigeru. Despite his inability to discern whether the Duckbill Fire Beast was a quasi-king or a true king, he was certain that this Duckbill Fire Beast, along with the previous Rapidash, far surpassed the gym level. This indicated that Ash's prowess was above the gym level, and Shigeru felt the widening gap more acutely with each passing moment. Ash's Charizard has already reached the king level, although it has only just entered this tier. Its strength is on par with seasoned kings, remarked Brock. Upon hearing this, Shigeru could scarcely believe his ears. Is that truly possible? Indeed, Shigeru. You must have heard of Mega Evolution, right? The two gems on Charizard represent the stones for its two forms of Mega Evolution, chimed Misty. Damn. Mega Evolution is nothing short of cheating. Shigeru fumed. He yearned for Mega Evolution stones, but they seemed exceedingly rare in the Kanto region, and he had yet to find one suited for him. His only Pokémon with potential for Mega Evolution was his ace, Blastoise, and a Scyther yet to evolve into a Scizor. Most crucially, the battle system for Mega Evolution had not yet been perfected. The powerful factions privy to its secrets could only discreetly collect Mega Evolution stones, as any large-scale accumulation would inevitably expose them. The common folk would bear the brunt of the ensuing conflicts among the great powers. Seeing the Duckbill Fire Beast injured, Shaber's expression grew somber. He had underestimated Ash's capabilities. Duckbill Fire Beast, create distance and unleash your flamethrower. The Duckbill Fire Beast delivered a powerful punch, forcing Charizard back, then retreated as it gathered searing flames in its mouth. Charizard, do not give it an opportunity. Charge in with Fire Blast followed by Thunder Punch. Upon hearing this, Charizard enveloped itself in flames and, with a powerful flap of its wings, surged forward at breakneck speed. The Duckbill Fire Beast clearly showed signs of panic as Charizard approached. The electrifying Thunder Punch struck the Duckbill Fire Beast squarely in the abdomen, forcing it to expel its gathered fire energy skyward. Although the punch landed solidly, it did not conclude the battle. However, the Thunder Punch left the Duckbill Fire Beast in a state of paralysis. Charizard, finish it with a final earthquake. Ash commanded decisively. Charizard understood. Grasping the Duckbill Fire Beast's arms with both hands, it ascended into the air, twirled twice, and then dove down, using inertia to slam the Duckbill Fire Beast into the center of the arena. Consequently, the Duckbill Fire Beast lost its fighting capability. Correct. Shaber patted Ash on the shoulder. A commendable target. With your strength, you might just prevail. Mr. Shaber, I will do my utmost, Ash replied earnestly. The Earth's very own Sakamoto, a gym leader of champion caliber, posed a formidable challenge. Without resorting to his ancient Dragonite and Zapdos, Ash truly lacked the confidence to secure a definitive victory against Sakamoto. 5 years ago, he still vividly remembered the transaction. However, summoning the dreamlike creature would significantly deplete Ash's alliance coin balance. For that fellow was not only a trickster, but also an insatiable gourmand. Chapter 79. Trade and the Flame Bird in the Volcano. This aura of wave, akin to what he sensed at the abandoned power station in Leaf Town with the Zapdos, unmistakably indicated the presence of a legendary Pokémon within the volcano of Red Lotus Island. Ash surmised that this must be the Flame Bird among the trio of birds, recalling that Professor Oak had once been rescued by it during a mountain expedition. At the inn at the foot of the mountain, Gary stealthily approached Ash and inquired, "Hey, Ash, do you have a source for obtaining Megastones?" Ash glanced at him skeptically, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "Just help me acquire a couple. No matter the cost," Gary implored. "Why not just ask your grandfather? There's no need to come to me," Ash responded, puzzled by Gary's request. He indeed had the means to extract Megastones through the system, but Gary clearly had Professor Oak as his backing, making his approach unnecessary. "I've already contacted my grandfather. The research on Mega Evolution is still incomplete, and even Professor Blatano from the Kalos region struggles to gather Megastones for research, let alone the Megastones for Blastoise or Scyther that I need," Gary explained. If it weren't for the difficulty in acquiring the necessary Megastones within a short time frame, Gary wouldn't have resorted to seeking help from Ash, his rival. Ash regarded Gary thoughtfully and mused. "I could help you obtain the Megastones for Blastoise and Scyther." "Really?" Gary exclaimed in delight. "In exchange, you must gather information for me regarding the sea deity Lugia, and you need to find me 2 more useful pieces of information on legendary Pokémon." Despite the fact that the Sinnoh League was still over 2 years away, Ash had to prepare for the task of capturing that deity. The task was mandatory, with penalties for failure, but the rewards were limitless, so Ash intended to capture as many high-tier legendary Pokémon as possible. Legendary Pokémon. You're not planning to capture them, are you? Gary eyed Ash with suspicion. Ash waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That's not your concern. Just get me the information, and I'll provide you with the Megastones." "All right, I'll get you the Lugia information in a few days." "Deal." After Gary departed, Ash began to take stock of his current inventory. He indeed possessed a fair number of Megastones, from the original starter Pokémon, with Charizard accounting for 2, one of which he had recently purchased from the system shop for 50,000 points, while the other 3 were system rewards. Additionally, he had Megastones for Gardevoir, Lucario, and Alakazam, all obtained as system rewards, along with a lucky find from Steelix and the currently dormant Megastone for the Night Sky Bird. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to draw from the lottery again, hoping to acquire more Megastones. As night fell, Ash entrusted Togepi to Misty for safekeeping and set off from the inn with Pikachu. "Pika? Ash, where are we headed?" He then threw out a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Charizard, come forth." Pika, has a new companion joined us? We'll see. If it is suitable, we'll employ the new partner." Charizard soared toward the distant volcano. Ash pointed to the most remote crater of Red Lotus Island. Roar! With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard ascended into the sky with Ash in tow. Before long, Charizard had brought Ash to hover above the volcano's mouth. Ash focused his senses and gestured toward a cave less than 20 meters from the lava layer, saying, "Charizard, do you see that cave below? Fly there." Charizard understood and descended rapidly toward the opening. Upon entering the cave, Ash didn't venture far before he discovered a hollow resembling a bird's nest. Inside the nest was a magnificent bird, ablaze with flames and nearly 2 meters tall. Pokémon Moltres. Type: Fire Flying. Gender: genderless. Level: Elite. Role: None. Ability: Flame Body. Potential: Level 2 Divine. Moves: Mystic Guard, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Roost, Origin Pulse, Sacred Bird Strike, Heat Wave, Overheat, Sunny Day, Blaze, Fire Blast, Flame Vortex, Flare Blitz. Final Impact. From its size, Ash deduced that this Moltres was not yet fully matured. A fully grown Moltres stands at least 2 meters tall. However, despite its immaturity, this Moltres possessed the strength of an elite-level Pokémon and a potential classified as Level 2 Divine, surpassing the Lightning Bird he had previously captured. "Moltres, I shall capture you," Ash proclaimed loudly. "Caw." Upon hearing Ash's declaration, Moltres emitted an angry cry, interpreting Ash's words as a deliberate provocation. "Charizard, Pikachu, I entrust this to you," Ash said. Pikachu, filled with determination to enter the fray, was met with Charizard's finger wagging in a gesture of reassurance, indicating that it would handle the situation. Pika? Pikachu questioned in confusion. Boom. Charizard thumped its chest and pointed to the mega stone around its neck, conveying its intention. Ash understood Charizard's thoughts and replied, "All right, I leave it to you, Charizard." Roar. No problem. Charizard unleashed a burst of flame into the air, confidently flying before Moltres. All right, Charizard, greet Moltres with Flamethrower. Upon Ash's command, Charizard released a torrent of searing fire toward Moltres, unfazed by the approaching flames. Moltres chose to confront the attack head-on with its own Flamethrower. Chapter 80, Capturing Moltres. Just as Charizard's Flamethrower was about to strike Moltres, the latter suddenly surged with power. With a thunderous boom, a fierce explosion erupted between the two Pokémon, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke that obscured much of the view. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Charizard and Moltres engaged in close combat, with Charizard firmly clutching Moltres' legs in a test of strength. Seeing this, Ash commanded, "Charizard, unleash Fire Blast." The flames of Charizard are far more formidable than those of the fiery avian before him. The close-range Inferno, a torrential blaze, is nearly impossible to evade, akin to a direct assault. However, unleashing such a powerful technique does come with its own risks for Charizard. Yet Ash is well aware that Charizard's resistance to fire exceeds that of the bird currently in front of him. Besides, how could the blaze ability be activated without sustaining some damage? Charizard unleashed a deep crimson torrent of flames in the shape of large characters, prompting the fiery bird to flap its wings desperately in an attempt to escape. Nevertheless, Charizard would not allow it to evade so easily. The Inferno struck precisely at the bird's abdomen. While this blow did not inflict mortal damage, it did bestow upon the avian a burning effect, leaving it with numerous scars. While Charizard also suffered considerable harm, the injuries ignited a fierce rage within the fiery bird. With a fierce glare, it launched a relentless assault upon Charizard, striking with its wings and beak in quick succession. The ferocity of the onslaught forced Charizard to relinquish its grip. "Are you all right, Charizard?" Ash inquired with concern. Roar. Charizard bellowed as it tilted its head back and exhaled a plume of flames, raising a finger to indicate that it was fine. "Then let us unleash the power of Mega Evolution," Ash declared, producing the evolution keystone. "Charizard, showcase our bond and evolve." At his command, the keystone erupted with an extraordinary luminescence, and the Mega Evolution stone adorning Charizard radiated a corresponding glow. The light intertwined, and Charizard's form began to emanate the brilliance of evolution. Its once orange-red skin transformed into a deep obsidian hue, with azure flames flickering from the corners of its mouth and trailing along its tail. Pokémon, Mega Charizard. Type, Fire Dragon. Level, Elite. Abilities, Tough Claws. Increases the power of contact moves. Dragon-S Fury. Dragon-S Fury. Resistance to fire and dragon-type damage is enhanced, and it becomes immune to attacks from fire and dragon-type Pokémon of lesser bloodlines. The power of its own dragon and fire-type moves is amplified, making it easier to inflict burn status on opponents. It can recover health while in flames. And dragon-type moves have a chance to silence foes. Gazing at the attributes displayed, Ash could not help but gasp in astonishment. The dual ability of Charizard post-evolution, Holy Flame, was already formidable in its own right, but now, with Mega Evolution, it had gained the dragon type, and Holy Flame had undergone an evolution as well. While the immunity to damage from fire and dragon-type Pokémon of weaker bloodlines may seem limited, the current Charizard possesses second-tier divine potential, equivalent to a bloodline of at least second-tier divine status. This means it is immune to all damage from fire and dragon-type Pokémon below second tier. Roar. Charizard let out a thunderous roar directed at the fiery bird, its resolve intensifying. Caw. The fiery bird was taken aback by Charizard's transformation, sensing that its flames could now overpower its own, and it felt an undeniable pressure emanating from Charizard. Indeed, this creature, a legendary beast of elite status, was feeling pressure from a Mega Charizard of intermediate status. Charizard prepared to unleash the Abyssal Inferno, the Abyss of Blazing Fire. The 5th-generation Fire-type skill envelopes the opponent in flames, inflicting a burning status. Charizard unleashes flames, encasing Moltres within, performing a spectacle of roasting the bird. The flames, potent enough to eclipse even magma, leave Moltres with no recourse but to endure the onslaught. Charizard, now use Dragon Claw to finish it. Ash commands once more. Charizard gathers draconic energy in its claws, forming two colossal azure energy claws, and flaps its wings, advancing towards the ensnared Moltres, striking fiercely with its claws. Upon seeing the approaching massive claws, Moltres finds itself bereft of time to evade, hastily resorting to its wings in a desperate defense. With a resounding thud, the gigantic claw slams Moltres to the ground. Seizing the moment, Ash hurls a Master Ball towards Moltres. Perhaps dazed by Charizard's attack, or perhaps rendered momentarily silent, the Master Ball merely trembles before emitting a successful capture sound. "I caught Moltres," Ash exclaims triumphantly, lifting the Master Ball high. Pikachu and Charizard join in his jubilant cheer. "Ding," the system announces, detecting the capture of Moltres and rewarding the host with 50,000 points, one rare candy, and a strand of sacred fire. Sacred fire, the primordial flame from a deity. Its absorption significantly enhances the purity of fire. Ding! The system notes that the host's points have exceeded 1 million, prompting an upgrade to version 20, estimated to take 24 hours. In version 20, the system will unlock an exclusive points shop, a wishing feature with points, and a designated item wishing function. Is this what 1,000,000 points looks like? Ash muses, momentarily forgetting his points balance, as he had primarily used league currency, leaving his points in neglect. Naturally, he remembers the system's rewards clearly. He still clutches a ticket for a legendary Pokémon lottery, which he intends to use after the Quartz Conference. As he currently has numerous baby-level Pokémon, the Pokémon drawn from the system are all in their initial states, and he lacks the energy to care for another infant Pokémon, at least until his current ones mature. "It's getting late. Pikachu, Charizard, let us go." Following his usual routine, Ash transfers Moltres to Professor Oak's lab and sends a message via Pokédex, requesting the professor to heal Moltres and conduct a checkup. At the Oak Laboratory, Professor Oak, eager to savor the culinary delights of the Team Rocket trio, receives Ash's message. Abandoning his bowl and chopsticks, he rushes towards the Pokémon transfer device. This sudden excitement leaves the researcher Shigeru, who has been mooching at the lab, thoroughly puzzled. He has never witnessed such enthusiasm from Professor Oak. Curiously, he picks up his bowl and chopsticks, following closely behind. When he sees Professor Oak retrieve a Master Ball from the transfer device, his bowl drops, his chopsticks fall, and he leaps excitedly beside the professor. Is that a Master Ball? Could it be? The trio from Team Rocket, trailing behind, soon came to a realization. "We missed the lightning bird. But we cannot afford to miss this one," Musashi whispered through clenched teeth to Kojiro and Meowth. Janeway glanced at the expression on the teleportation device and turned to Professor Oak. "Professor, what exactly is this Master Ball?" "Ash has captured another legendary Pokémon. He truly is remarkable," Janeway exclaimed in awe. "Another one caught by that brat." The Rocket trio seethed with frustration upon hearing Ash's name. If it weren't for Ash, they wouldn't be toiling away here, laboring under the watchful eye of Jengars during the day, only to be further exploited by that eccentric old man, Professor Oak, at mealtimes. Of course, in contrast, the two humans and one Meowth were enjoying a rather comfortable life, their figures noticeably rounder. Having gathered quite a bit of information and earned the commendation of Sakaki, let us now devise a plan to snatch that brat's Pokémon. You two need to work diligently over the next few days to complete your current tasks, and then we shall confront that brat and execute our plan. Meow. Chapter 81, Mega Evolution Stone Lottery. The following evening, after the system had completed its update, Ash promptly opened the system panel. Host Ash. Abilities, Aura Power, Super Rookie. Psychic Powers, Tokiwa Power. Titles, The Chosen One. Skills, Photographic Memory, Master Energy Block Creation, Advanced Pokémon Cultivation, Master Level Culinary Arts, Master Level Fishing, Master Level Screenwriting, Grandmaster Level Bagwazang. Master Level Lyric and Melody Composition, Top Tier Vocal Skills. Items, Legendary Pokémon Lottery Ticket 1, Rare Candies 38, Master Balls 9. Points, 1, 0, 39, 912. Alliance Coins, 100, 860, 404. Pokémon, Pikachu, Shinado, Beedrill, Milotic. Identity, Pokémon Professor, Near Champion Level Trainer. Already a Near Champion Level Trainer? How astonishingly swift. Gazing at the identity information displayed on the system panel, Ash momentarily lost himself in thought. How long had he been traveling? It seemed like it hadn't even been 4 months. Had he achieved in such a brief time what others might not accomplish in a lifetime? Lost in contemplation, Ash took a glance at the original interface only to find no changes, and then turned his attention to the interface that had been indicated before the system update. The new update primarily added a channel for points expenditure, with items in the points store being of significantly higher value. There were high-value products from the Pokémon world, such as randomly refreshed eggs with qualifications exceeding champion level, tokens of divine beasts, sources of divine powers, and characteristic alteration potions, as well as items from other worlds, including special talismans like the Misfortune Charm, life skills, martial arts techniques, and various high-tech products. As for the two types of wishes, they essentially functioned as lotteries, albeit with better odds than ordinary lotteries. This one had a guaranteed minimum reward and did not include the dreaded thank you for participating prizes. However, the cost of each wish was rather steep, with a designated wish costing 100,000 points and a regular wish 50,000 points. After considering his points tally, which exceeded 1 million, and recalling the deal he had made with Shigeru, Ash steeled his resolve and directly exchanged for the designated wish of the Mega Evolution Stone. Upon meticulous examination of the designated wish pool, Ash discovered that it contained the coveted skill finishing touch, though the odds of acquiring it were rather disheartening. Standing at a mere 0.0001 probability, the chances of obtaining other Mega Evolution Stones were similarly dismal. His expectations were modest. He merely hoped for a Blastoise or a Scyther. Ash did not anticipate obtaining a mythical Pokémon, as he only sought items he urgently required. The results yielded fragments: 13 for Gyarados, 3 for Mega Evolution Keystone, 2 for another Mega Evolution Keystone, 15 for Gengar, 1 for Beedrill, 9 for Alakazam, 7 for Glaceon, 1 for Scyther, 14 for Galade, and 4 for Mega Evolution Keystone. Oh, how splendid! Brother Zongzi, you truly are remarkable. Whatever I desire, you provide. Ash exclaimed joyfully. Although 9 of the items were fragments, the presence of a complete Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther in the lottery results made Ash beam with delight. The point-based lottery would not result in a complete loss, but rather grant item fragments. To exchange for a complete item, one needed to gather the requisite fragments. A single keystone required 100 fragments for redemption. The Mega Evolution Stones varied in quantity based on the Pokémon, with the most affordable, such as Beedrill, Shuppet, and Swablu, demanding 200 fragments, while the more prestigious starters required 500, and the higher tiers range from 800 to 1,000, all calculated based on their base stats. Ash noted that the cap for a single draw was 30 fragments, and one could also use points to exchange for fragments, albeit at a somewhat steep price of 4,000 points per fragment. Thus, the least expensive Mega Evolution Stone would necessitate 800,000 points. After spending 3 to 4 days on Fiery Island, Ash and his companions embarked on their journey to the Indigo Gym. Due to various circumstances, Blue had temporarily joined Ash's party. Ash, here is the information you requested regarding the sea deity, Lugia. It's hard to fathom that it has been spotted at the port of Leaf Town, Blue said, handing Ash an envelope. This intelligence was acquired from Professor Sakuragi, a colleague of Blue's father. Yes, this is the Mega Evolution Stone for Scyther. Your family should be able to assist you with the keystone. As for the other 2 pieces of information, I trust you won't keep me waiting long, Blue? Ash inquired, passing the Scyther Mega Evolution Stone to Blue. Rest assured, consider this a favor owed to you. I've already sent someone to gather the information you seek, and results should arrive shortly. However, Ash, you don't truly intend to capture them, do you? Blue asked. You'll find out soon enough. By the way, if the information pertains to Zapdos and Moltres, I no longer require it. I seek intelligence on other Pokémon, Ash clarified. He did not wish to capture the same legendary Pokémon unless absolutely necessary. What do you mean? Why disregard these 2? Blue's curiosity deepened. Well, if you have the time, perhaps you can inquire with Professor Oak, Ash replied enigmatically. Chapter 82, The Return of Team Rocket. At a certain Pokémon Center, a voice called out, "Hey, is that you, Ash? The 2 individuals you brought for work, along with Meow Meow, have completed their tasks and departed overnight, leaving behind a letter indicating their intent to seek you out." Professor Oak managed to contact Ash via telephone. Upon hearing the news of Team Rocket's departure from the research facility, Ash exhibited little astonishment and inquired, "Professor, is that project completed?" "Ah, indeed it is," replied the professor. "I have never encountered such a remarkable invention, a mere capsule that can not only accommodate vehicles, but also houses. The applications of this invention are exceedingly vast. In contrast, the gravity bracelet presents considerable limitations, as it is only suitable for a select few Pokémon for training, and its applicability for human use is rather restricted. By the way, regarding the production of that communication device, I have already contacted the Hoenn company to customize the necessary equipment. However, the construction of signal bases and communication satellites presents significant constraints. President Zivki has methods to resolve this, but their condition for involvement is a shareholding agreement with a profit split of 70-30 in your favor, with them receiving the smaller portion. While they will oversee the maintenance of the satellites and bases thereafter, Professor Oak elaborated. Professor, we cannot adapt mobile signals using the existing methods, can we? Ash asked. That is indeed possible, but such an approach would yield results akin to the current situation. The programs in your documents would be quite challenging to implement, requiring a complete overhaul, which is rather cumbersome. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? The professor cautioned. Given your current circumstances, Ash, it may be more prudent to focus on technology as the core and expand this venture, drawing in other regional alliances. This would facilitate communication among the alliances. The Kalos and Galar regions have already begun developing similar communication methods, albeit at a slower pace, Professor Oak suggested. Ash was open to pursuing research and invention. However, he acknowledged that everyone's energy is limited. With his identity as a Pokémon professor and his aspirations of becoming a Pokémon master while traveling, managing a company would be overwhelming. In Professor Oak's view, it would be more advantageous to wait for the profit-sharing arrangement. As Ash possesses core technology and holds significant influence as a Pokémon professor across various regional alliances, these alliances would be eager to collaborate with Ash, thus increasing the likelihood of securing his involvement. With this connection, as long as the management of the various regional alliances is not foolish, they will offer Ash a fair profit-sharing ratio. The crucial issue at hand is the lack of communication between the regional alliances, a challenge they all wish to resolve. The production line for mobile phones and the coding for various social media platforms that Ash provides could significantly address this issue. In truth, Ash did not desire to be overly involved. He simply aimed to generate sufficient income to support a multitude of Pokémon. The specifics of profit were of little concern to him. That is something I have contemplated for a considerable time. Those three individuals participated fully in the research and development. Naturally, their dividends will initially be deposited into a card opened in their names and will not be dispersed to them immediately. Ash is not as unscrupulous as one might think. The combined value of capsule technology and several related innovations pales in comparison to the worth of a single Mega Evolution Stone, which actually costs merely 50,000 points. The trio of Team Rocket, particularly Meowth's manufacturing prowess, is indeed the key to realizing this knowledge. Thus, providing them with a small share of the profits is not an issue. 35 points in total, with Meowth receiving a slightly larger portion of 5, given its pivotal role. Alright, I understand. You probably don't need molters that urgently, correct? Upon mentioning molters, Professor Oak's face broke into an odd smile. Professor, haven't you finished recording the data yet? I recall it has been nearly 10 days, Ash remarked. Indeed, after capturing molters on Fiery Island, Ash lingered for another 3 to 5 days before setting off to Evergreen City. By now, they had already traveled for 4 to 5 days. Is it truly taking that long? But Ash, the fact that you managed to defeat that molters suggests you must be at the elite level by now, Professor Oak speculated. Professor, Pikachu isn't even at the elite level yet. I'm merely at the peak of the semi-elite rank. Defeating molters was only possible due to Charizard's Mega Evolution, Ash clarified. Oh, Charizard? Wait. Did you just mention Charizard's Mega Evolution? Is it in that form? Professor Oak gazed at Ash with fervent interest. Recently, when he was contacted by Green, he had sought information from Dr. Bratano in the Kalos region regarding Mega Evolution research, but had not made significant progress. He never anticipated Ash could enable Charizard to Mega Evolve. This was new data that he was eager to explore. By the way, has Shinji made any new discoveries on the mountains behind Pallet Town? Ash inquired, curious about the ancient ruins there. The presence of 3 ancient Pokémon would significantly contribute to completing half of his mission. That's good to hear. Ash, are you planning to challenge the Evergreen Gym next? The gym leader, Daichi, is quite powerful and ambitious. You must exercise caution, Professor Oak cautioned. I will, Ash replied, confident in his own abilities. He would remain vigilant against the formidable Daichi. In Evergreen City, at the Evergreen Gym, boss, we have also gathered intelligence on Zapdos and Moltres, 2 of the legendary birds. Musashi reported, standing tall. Oh, the legendary birds? Do share, Daichi said, intrigued. With the completion of Mutuo, he was eager to test its strength against formidable Pokémon. And the legendary birds seemed like an excellent choice. Chapter 83. Mutuo Pallet Town? Ash. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Daichi felt a sense of familiarity with that name, but could not quite place it. Yes, boss. The trio left Daichi's office, harboring dreams of promotions and raises. One must admit, Team Rocket's flat management structure works quite effectively. Even a small team like theirs can directly contact their leader, Daichi, which is a significant advantage over other villainous organizations in different regions. As Ash had previously lent a Milotic to the Celadon gym, the Celadon sisters did not orchestrate any mermaid princess holiday this time. However, Misty still could not escape the fate of leaving Horsia and Stereo at the gym. Diverging from the original narrative, after Xiaoxia discovered the instructions for the duck god, she nearly compelled the creature to remain with her three sisters. Fortunately, its inability to swim saved it from such a fate. Today, their group finally arrived at the Tokiwa gym. Well then, who among you, Ash or Shigeru, shall challenge first? Brock inquired. I'll go first. Shigeru interjected eagerly. Are you certain you wish to take the lead? I must caution you that the gym leader, Sakaki, is no ordinary trainer. He is the leader of Team Rocket and possesses a Pokémon that is not listed in the Pokédex, Ash remarked somberly. He genuinely wished to encounter Mutuo, for otherwise, they would have to wait for Mutuo to send a message via its bulky companion to obtain the ticket to New Island, which would indeed be quite troublesome. The leader of Team Rocket? The trio gasped in astonishment. Brock swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure, and asked, Ash, is what you're saying true? Sakaki is the strongest gym leader in Kanto. If he is indeed the head of Team Rocket, it would have significant repercussions. Absolutely true. Not only Sakaki, but even Masakazu from the Leaf Gym and Mr. Aki from the Pink Gym are also members of Team Rocket. Moreover, Shaba from the Crimson Gym once assisted Team Rocket as well, though he later withdrew. Ash continued to divulge. Then I must challenge him first. A Pokémon not listed in the Pokédex would surely make for an intriguing battle, Shigeru exclaimed as he dashed into the Tokiwa gym, leaving Ash and Brock stunned in his wake. Ash, how did you come by this information? Xiaoxia inquired with curiosity. The professor informed me. I suspect the League will learn of these matters shortly, Ash replied, as was his custom, shifting the blame onto Professor Oak. It was always the case. Whether it was one accusation or two, it all fell upon him. Throughout their journey, he had offloaded countless responsibilities onto Professor Oak. After approximately half an hour, Ash and his companions arrived at the entrance of Tokiwa Gym. Addressing the two guards, Ash stated, Hello, I am Ash from Pallet Town, here to challenge the Tokiwa Gym. May I inquire if the gym leader is available? Inside the gym, Sakaki, who had just received an urgent call and was preparing to leave, learned of Ash's challenge and immediately reconsidered his plans. The call pertained to a significant incident involving Team Rocket. As the leagues of Kanto and Chengdu were preparing to take action against them, the news of Ash's impending battle reached the guards, who promptly opened the doors to the gym. Upon entering, they beheld Shigeru collapsed in the command area of the battlefield, unconscious. Shigeru, are you alright? Ash asked, gently patting Shigeru's face. Shigeru slowly opened his eyes and weakly replied, You were right, Ash. That Pokémon called Mutuo is indeed formidable. On the elevated platform, Sakaki recognized Ash's face, recalling how Ash had thwarted Masakazu's attempts to capture the legendary Zapdos, disrupted the Saint and Operation, and interfered with the plans of the Yamato duo. Previously, he had asked Aki to test Ash's abilities but had refrained from taking action against him, as Mutuo's project had reached a critical juncture, leaving him short on manpower. Hello there, Sakaki, Ash greeted with a smile, meeting Sakaki's gaze. Ah, young lad. It seems you possess quite the knowledge, Sakaki replied with a smirk. You have disrupted our Team Rocket operations on numerous occasions. Do you not fear for your life by confronting me now? Sakaki's voice was cold. By all means. Do give it a try, Sakaki. You exhibit remarkable courage. Let us pit your strongest Pokémon against my Mutuo in battle. After this confrontation, regardless of the outcome, we shall put an end to the enmity between you and Team Rocket. What say you? Sakaki proposed. I am indifferent, as the League is currently holding you accountable, came the reply. Very well, this gym challenge shall have no restrictions. Multiple Pokémon may be employed simultaneously. As he spoke, a hatch in the platform beneath Sakaki opened, and Mutuo, clad in restrictive armor, ascended slowly. The mere presence of Mutuo exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, a manifestation of its formidable psychic power and unique traits. Effective against all living beings. Pokémon, Mutuo. Type, Psychic. Gender, genderless. Level, Near Divine Peak, Level 1 God. Divine Role, None. Ability, Pressure. Qualification, Level 1 God. Skills, Disable, Psychic. Psystrike, Life Dew, Agility, Wide Guard, Origin Pulse, Psycho Cut, Mystical Shield, Future Sight, Power Swap, Guard Swap, Psycho Break, Self-Recovery, Future Sight. Description: this is an immensely potent artificial Pokémon. Note: the armor it wears restricts not only its power but also the enhancement of its intellect and capabilities. Charizard. Zapdos, come forth. Pikachu, join us as well. Ash commanded. Knowing that Mutuo's power was capped at the near-divine level, he realized it was time to exploit Pikachu's unique abilities. Perhaps a jolt from Pikachu could elevate him to the rank of a true champion. Pikachu's combat experience was extensive. He merely needed an opportunity to shine. Upon seeing Ash's lineup, Sakiki's expression shifted slightly. Child, where's your molters? I did not bring molters. This team is sufficient, Ash replied confidently. Zapdos has fully recovered and has not only regained its strength, but has also made slight advancements, inching closer to championship status. You also possess a Master Ball. Why not unleash it? Sakiki's gaze sharpened. He noticed the Master Ball at Ash's waist. Release it, and this gem will be lost to you. Chapter 84. The Unruly Mutuo. Sakiki, upon hearing Ash's words, felt insulted and immediately commanded Mutuo, eliminate those 3 Pokémon. Mutuo unleashed an immense psychic force directed at Pikachu and the others. Observing this, Ash's eyes glinted with a blue light, and a wave shield enveloped Pikachu and his companions, nullifying Mutuo's psychic assault. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Zapdos, unleash Thunder to cover Charizard. Charizard, use Crunch. Pikachu and Zapdos simultaneously launched astonishing electrical attacks towards Mutuo. In that moment, Pikachu's electric prowess surpassed that of Zapdos, while Charizard, shielded by the powerful bolts of lightning, soared into the air and opened its jaws to strike. As Mutuo observed the incoming assault, it calmly activated its protective shield. However, the once invincible barrier was shattered after being struck by 2 bolts of lightning, leaving Mutuo with an expression of astonishment. Charizard, let us showcase our bond. Evolve. Ash exclaimed as Charizard pierced through Mutuo's shield, prompting him to retrieve the Mega Stone and initiate Mega Evolution. In a radiant flash of evolution, Mega Charizard emerged resplendently. Charizard, Shadow Claw, with the spectral energy coalescing into 2 enormous claws on its darkened forelimbs. Mega Charizard unleashed a flurry of strikes against the astonished Mutuo. Is this your reliance, little one? Such power is insufficient. Giovanni remarked with an air of composure, commanding, Mutuo, use Stone Edge. The information regarding Mega Evolution had reached Team Rocket, and Giovanni, as the leader, was well acquainted with Charizard's transformed state. I command more than just a single Pokémon. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to shield Charizard from the onslaught. Zapdos, unleash Thunderbolt. Upon hearing the orders, Pikachu sprang into action, employing Iron Tail to shatter the stone edge projected by Mutuo, while Zapdos discharged a potent current, striking with precision during Mutuo's offensive pause. The fierce electric surge collided with Mutuo's restrictive armor, causing the electronic components within to overload, sending sparks flying. Despite Mutuo's struggle, the thunderbolt from Zapdos rendered it paralyzed, electric currents coursing over its surface. Observing this, Ash seized the moment to issue another command. Charizard, bite down again. Pikachu, leap atop Mutuo and use Thunder. Charizard opened its jaws wide, tearing away a significant portion of Mutuo's chest armor, drastically diminishing its effects. Following this, Pikachu unleashed a Thunder attack, causing the limiter atop Mutuo's head to short-circuit instantaneously. With the limiter's effect nullified, Mutuo fell to its knees in anguish, clutching its head as memories of its creation in Team Rocket's new island laboratory flooded its mind. The name Mew resonated deeply within its consciousness. In the process of its creation, Team Rocket instilled the notion of being a mere copy of Mew into it. Throughout the experiment, discussions of this concept echoed incessantly among the participants. Before Mutuo had fully formed, it had already begun to develop its own consciousness. The moment it became aware, it was no longer a mere substitute but a newly born, extraordinary Pokémon, though it remained oblivious to this truth. Team Rocket had shackled it with restrictive armor to suppress its thoughts and abilities, ensuring tighter control over it. Mutuo rise, Giovanni commanded, his brow furrowing. Yet Mutuo remained unmoved. Ash, displaying shrewdness, chose to halt his assault, hoping to engage Mutuo in a battle that might lead to its capture. Suddenly, Mutuo let out a piercing roar, resonating telepathically in the minds of all present. Sakaki's countenance darkened as he barked, "Mutuo, I am the one who created you. You must obey my command and eliminate those 3 Pokémon. You have no authority to command me." Mutuo retorted, "Humans only seek to enslave Pokémon for their battles. You all deserve to perish." Without the constraints of its armor, Mutuo's true power was fully unleashed, emanating a sense of overwhelming dominance akin to that of a first-level deity, instilling an inescapable dread. "Mutuo, you are mistaken. Among humanity, there indeed exists a faction that you deem despicable. However, a greater number regard Pokémon as companions and family. You ought not to impose the wickedness of Team Rocket upon all of humanity." Ash countered, "Damn humans." Mutuo's gaze grew increasingly frigid and merciless, its psychic energy intensifying yet again. With Sakaki's departure, Mutuo did not pursue him. Its sole desire was to locate Celebi and engage in a duel to determine who would be the true successor, thereby establishing a realm governed by Pokémon, free from human servitude. It cast a glance at Ash before soaring away at great speed. Noticing Mutuo's intent to flee, Ash exclaimed to Pikachu and the others, "Pikachu, let us give chase." With that, he leaped onto Charizard's back, pursuing Mutuo in the direction it had taken, much to the astonishment of Misty and the others. "Is this a joke? How could Ash possibly fly?" Gary lamented, raking his hand through his spiky hair in frustration. "I must report him. Ash is cheating. He is no ordinary human. Who can fly like that?" "Ash is straying further from humanity," Brock whispered. "Now is not the time for lamentation. That creature known as Mutuo is not something a human can confront. Ash's reckless pursuit could lead to peril." Misty urged anxiously. Boom. Just as the trio pondered their next move, the roof was blasted open once more, and a hefty figure descended slowly. A red-haired man clad in a cloak leaping down from the imposing creature. With his back to them, the man shouted into the gym, "Sakaki, come out and surrender. Your subordinates have already been captured." "Sakaki, who is that?" Misty and Brock exchanged glances, recognizing the figure as oddly familiar. "Oh dear, you arrived too late. Champion Drake. Sakaki has just fled," Gary exclaimed, covering his face in exasperation. "Is he truly the Drake of the Elite Four?" Misty asked incredulously, glancing at Brock. "Considering his hairstyle and that Dragonite, it seems plausible," Brock replied, albeit uncertainly. Logically, as gym trainers, they should be familiar with the regional champions. Yet neither Misty nor Brock held the traditional lineage of gym trainers. Brock had stepped in temporarily to assist while caring for his younger siblings, and Misty had taken to training only after her 3 elder sisters tarnished the gym's reputation. Chapter 85, The Slacker and Mutuo. "Who are you again?" Drake turned to Gary, momentarily unable to recall his name. "I am Oak," Gary replied. Xiao Mao was just about to introduce himself when Dodo finally recalled. "I remember now. You are that snot-nosed creature trailing behind Ash, the grandson of Professor Oak, whose name is either Xiao Mao or Xiao Kitty. I am not the Flying King. I am the Dragon King, you snot." Dodo mentally cursed at Ash. Before he met Ash, he was indeed the Flying King, but ever since, it seemed everyone had taken to calling him the Flying King. "By the way, what did you just say?" "Sakaki has fled." At that moment, Dodo remembered the purpose of his visit. He has long departed. "Oh right. Ash is pursuing a powerful Pokémon created by Team Rocket. You, the Flying King, should hurry and assist him." Xiao Mao exclaimed. "You encountered that artificial Pokémon?" Dodo could hardly believe it. They had swept through several of Team Rocket's large bases before discovering that Sakaki was indeed the creator of Team Rocket, and they learned about the organization using Muse genes to create a formidable Pokémon. Unfortunately, the members of Team Rocket had destroyed the data before their retreat, leaving their knowledge severely limited. Moreover, they had not fully investigated Sakaki's strength. Otherwise, Dodo would not have come alone. Meanwhile, driven by curiosity, he intended to follow the sensation towards the World Tree. On the other side, Ash, guided by the waves of Mutuo's aura, soon flew over the ocean. At that moment, Mutuo, walking ahead, sensed Ash's pursuit and found a remote, uninhabited island to pause. Before long, Ash arrived riding Charizard. "Mutuo, let us battle. If you lose, You will accompany me. If I lose, I will take you to find Mew, Ash declared. Upon hearing this, Mewtwo, filled with excitement, responded, Human, do you know where Mew is? Very well. Without hesitation, Mewtwo agreed. Ancient Dragonite, arise. As Ash unleashed the last Master Ball, the colossal figure of Ancient Dragonite appeared before Mewtwo. Detaching from Charizard's back, it hovered in the air, commanding, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Zapdos, employ Thunder. Charizard, use Fire Fang. Dragonite, perform Dragon Dance, and then unleash Dragon Voice. The trio of attacks aimed to buy time for Dragonite to build up its strength. Otherwise, Ash would indeed lack the confidence to defeat Mewtwo, a being of such elevated status. Even if Mewtwo had not fully harnessed that power, the gap in their levels remained significant. Mewtwo waved its hand, conjuring a robust shield that not only deflected Pikachu and the others' attacks, but also generated a wave missile, intending to thwart Dragonite's status accumulation. Observing this, Ash also crafted a wave missile, engaging in a clash with Mewtwo. Human, it was you who used this special ability to protect them within that building. Mewtwo recalled the mysterious barrier that had blocked its psychic powers during their battle in the gym. This is the power of Aura, which you may also understand as psychic ability. On the isolated island below, the onlooker was astonished by Ash's display of Aura. Pikachu, Zapdos, use Thunder. Charizard, unleash your Fiery Blast. Pikachu hovered behind Zapdos, simultaneously unleashing the Thunder skill. As the two powers merged, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the air crackled with thunder. Bolts of lightning surged towards Mewtwo, showcasing the true might of the storm. A single bolt shattered Mewtwo's protective barrier. This power feels somewhat unusual, Ash murmured. At that moment, Charizard's powerful flamethrower struck Mewtwo directly. Dragonite, now is the time to unleash Dragon Pulse. Empowered by the Dragon Scale and the resonating call of its kind, the ancient Dragonite unleashed a formidable Dragon Pulse. Sensing the imminent threat, Mewtwo decided to retaliate, executing a swift movement that grazed the edge of the Dragon Pulse, while its right hand emanated a chilling aura as it charged towards the ancient Dragonite. Pikachu, intercept it with Iron Tail. Pikachu valiantly swung its tail, executing a massive strike that halted Mewtwo's advance. Charizard, now use Shadow Claw. Zapdos, employ Electro Ball to block Mewtwo's escape. Dragonite, unleash Draco Meteor. Ash's series of commands overwhelmed Mewtwo for a moment, causing it to stagger back, accumulating numerous injuries. Dragonite utilized its powerful tail to force Mewtwo onto the island. Taking advantage of Mewtwo's momentary lapse in focus, Dragonite delivered a hefty blow, sending Mewtwo crashing onto the island. Excellent, keep the pressure on. Below them lay a desolate island. Ash had already used Aura to scan the area and confirmed that, aside from a certain curious onlooker, there were no other trainers or Pokémon present. Mew, peering into the pit shaped like Mewtwo, noticed Mewtwo shake its head and look upwards. The eyes of the two Pokémon met instantly. Mew? Mewtwo could hardly believe its eyes. Who are you? Why does your aura resemble mine so closely? Mew, filled with curiosity, inquired. Similar? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Mewtwo responded, its tone heavy, as an immense wave of psychic energy surged towards Mew. In that moment, Mew had entirely forgotten about the battle with Ash. It simply yearned for a contest of strength with Mewtwo. However, as a first-class deity, Mew effortlessly disregarded Mewtwo's psychic assault, covering its mouth with a smile. To Mewtwo, Mew's cheerful expression felt like a dismissal. Chapter 86, Close Combat with Mewtwo. Impressive psychic power, yet still insufficient. Mew twirled to face Mewtwo, seemingly waiting for it to present a surprise. Mew, it has been a long time. At that moment, Ash arrived with his Pokémon beside Mew. My emissary. You have come. Mew increasingly felt that choosing Ash as its emissary was a wise decision. His aura power had far surpassed that of the original Aura Guardian, bolstered by the blessings of the Johto Forest and Ho-Oh. Emissary. Why choose a human as an emissary? Mewtwo, witnessing the closeness between Mew and Ash, immediately felt displeased. It recognized the similarities between itself and Mew. With Mew being so intimate with humans, did that not render it a mere jester? There is no reason behind it. Ash is Ash, distinct from other humans. You have already matured into a powerful Pokémon and must learn to control yourself, Dream Eater remarked sagely. Indeed, with the strength of a level 1 deity, should it wreak havoc upon humanity, it could easily reignite the conflict between humans and Pokémon. Should such a scenario unfold, Dream Eater would undoubtedly become the nemesis of all divine Pokémon. This is a sight Dream Eater wishes to avoid, as it has already borne the weight of guarding the World Tree, leaving little time to wander outside, let alone engage in battles. Dream Eater disregarded the council and launched a high-speed star attack directly at Dream Eater and Ash. In response, Dream Eater calmly erected a shield. Not only did the high-speed stars fail to breach the shield, but they could not even cause it to tremble. Seeing this, Dream Eater concentrated psychic energy in its right hand, forming a razor-sharp blade to strike. The collision of the mental blade and the shield erupted in a cloud of dust, which signified that no harm was done. Dream Eater's assault had yet to penetrate Dream Eater's defense. Dream Eater, you cannot defeat Dream Eater. Continuing this way only invites humiliation. Why persist? Ash urged. Dream Eater, being a guardian of the World Tree, wields the power of divinity, with the combined strength of its divine status and the World Tree. Even 3 to 5 level 1 deities lacking divine status would struggle to overcome Dream Eater, let alone in its current state of nonchalance. Attempting to suppress it through elemental superiority might work in games, but this is reality, unbound by skill limitations. Dream Eater can utilize all skills except those exclusive to divine beasts, rendering elemental suppression nearly impossible. When Dream Eater faces Dream Eater, regardless of seriousness, it is akin to a father sparring with a son, one decisive blow after another. The only distinction lies in the intensity of Dream Eater's strikes. If earnest, Dream Eater would not even be able to retaliate and would be thoroughly overwhelmed. If not serious, Dream Eater might manage a few feeble attempts before being overpowered again. I refuse to believe it. Dream Eater was unwilling to heed the advice, raising its hand for yet another psychic assault. It seems that Dream Eater must first subdue it. Ash proposed. Oh, Ash, do you wish to capture it? Dream Eater inquired. I harbor such intentions, though it appears it harbors some misunderstandings about humanity. Fear not. As long as you wish to capture it, I believe that as the Aura Guardian, you can unravel its heart's knots and complete the battle you left unfinished. All right, Pikachu. Unleash Thunderbolt. Charizard, Dragonite, use Dragon Pulse, and Zapdos, deploy Thunder Cannon. With Dream Eater's endorsement, Ash felt no reservations and commanded his Pokémon to launch an all-out assault on Dream Eater. Meanwhile, nearly 200 kilometers away from Ash's location, the Flying Master Dodrio was aimlessly searching for Ash, entirely unaware of the direction in which Ash and Dream Eater had flown. Suddenly, Dodrio's ample form seemed to sense something, halting as it gazed toward the sea. Dragonite, have you located him? Dodrio inquired. However, it spread its wings in uncertainty, unsure if what it had sensed was indeed the one they sought. Oh well, let's approach and see. If it is not him, we shall enlist the aid of various members of the council for further investigation, Dodrio lamented. At this juncture, he could only pray that Ash's Pokémon remained unharmed. Otherwise, he would not only have to face accountability from the League, but also the potential reckoning from Professor Oak and others. Pikachu, shatter its barrier with Iron Tail. Charizard, seize the moment and deliver the final blow. With the assistance of Mew, Ash's righteous onslaught finally pushed Mewtwo's stamina to its limits. Pikachu thrived with each strike, and this battle not only propelled him to the champion level, but also elevated him to the mid-champion tier. The champion-level beast effortlessly cleaved through Mewtwo's shield. Seizing this opportunity, Charizard closed in and unleashed a flurry of blows, culminating in a devastating million-ton punch that sent Mewtwo plummeting into a pit. Ash, recognizing the opportune moment, attempted to capture Mewtwo. The Master Ball enveloped Mewtwo, shaking violently before erupting in a brilliant flash. Mewtwo, gasping for breath, glared at Ash with fierce defiance etched across its face. Still defiant, are we? Very well, allow me to deliver the final blow myself. Ash conjured a blue sphere, and with a firm stomp of his right foot, he propelled himself towards Mewtwo like an arrow released from a bow. Boom. The Aura Sphere detonated against Mewtwo's chest as Ash switched to close combat mode, executing a ferocious tiger claw technique. Mewtwo was bewildered by Ash's relentless assault. This human was exceedingly peculiar, wielding psychic-type moves with the ferocity that rivaled fighting types. Thus, began an epic showdown between man and Pokémon. Of course, in terms of physical prowess, Mewtwo could scarcely contend with Ash. The mastery of the 8 Extremities Fist, in both technique and force, was sufficient to outclass any fighting-type Pokémon, especially since Mewtwo was solely a psychic type. Had it been a Mega Mewtwo, Ash would certainly have refrained from engaging in close combat, for the psychic fighting duality would have posed a formidable challenge. Pokémon inherently possessed advantages over humans, and Ash never sought to invite unnecessary hardship upon himself. As for this battle, it was purely Ash unleashing a torrent of blows upon Mewtwo, whatever technique he found convenient. He unleashed it upon Mewtwo without reservation. Pikachu exclaimed, "This is it. Ash has truly gone beyond human limits." Roar. Charizard shared a similar sentiment, apprehensive that Ash might unleash such a barrage upon him, fearing for his own safety. Zapdos felt much the same as Charizard. Meanwhile, the ancient and colossal Snorlax remained unfazed, her sheer size providing her with confidence. She was no fool. With Ash's formidable background, was it not wiser to enjoy the spoils of companionship? Approximately 10 minutes later, Ash, gazing at the incapacitated Mewtwo, retrieved another Master Ball. Perhaps Mewtwo was intimidated by Ash's ferocity or had completely exhausted its stamina. The Master Ball captured it without delay, succeeding with a resounding thud. "Mew, thank you for assisting Pikachu and the others in suppressing Mewtwo's powers." Ash expressed his gratitude, holding the Master Ball containing Mewtwo. "We are friends. Mutual assistance is only natural. By the way, Ash, it has yet to fully acknowledge you. I will help seal away part of its power." As the ethereal notion stirred, the Master Ball in Ash's hand began to levitate, emanating a potent wave of energy from Mew. This energy was directed towards the slumbering Mewtwo within the confines of the Master Ball. Ash, glancing at the system panel, noted that Mewtwo's strength had plummeted from the rank of a divine entity to a mere peak in the elite category. "Very well, its power has been sealed. Ash, you may now utilize your own wave and the extraordinary abilities I have bestowed upon you to collaborate in unsealing its power, or alternatively, wait until it fully acknowledges you, at which point the seal will automatically dissipate," Mew elucidated. Ding. The system detected the host capturing the artificial Pokémon Mewtwo and rewarded him 100,000 points. 5 Master Balls, 5 rare candies, and 2 Mewtwo evolution stones. Upon hearing the system's reward notification in his mind, Ash nodded at Mew. "Yes, I understand." He was aware that despite capturing Mewtwo, it remained unyielding. Now, with Mewtwo's strength restrained at the peak of the elite, he could easily suppress it, and the system barely considered it a completed task. Sensing Mew's hesitation, Ash surmised that it was contemplating a leisurely escapade, and thus he tempted, "Mew, ever since our last parting, I have crafted numerous energy cubes tailored just for you. Would you care to visit my home?" Mew circled around Ash and inquired, "Is that true?" "Of course, it is true. We are friends after all." "Very well, I accept your invitation." With that, Mew transformed into the likeness of Pikachu, occupying the position previously held by the little electric mouse. Pikachu gazed at Mew in confusion, as if questioning whether it intended to usurp its place. Ash gently patted Pikachu, soothing it before placing it on his other shoulder. "At last, I have found you, Ash." At that moment, Dodrio arrived in a delayed manner. "Dodrio, what brings you here?" Ash queried, puzzled by its sudden appearance. "I heard from Professor Oak's grandson and your 2 friends that you went after the Pokémon created by Team Rocket. They feared for your safety and sent me to locate you. By the way, have you captured that Pokémon?" Dodrio glanced around at the remnants of the fierce battles that had transpired. Ash was not inclined to divulge the details of capturing Mewtwo to too many people. "Rest assured, I will remain in Pallet Town until the Indigo Conference commences. With Professor Oak present, Giovanni will not be foolish enough to confront me there. However, Dodrio, let me offer you a word of caution. Giovanni's strength is formidable. Do not underestimate him." After Ash finished speaking, he signaled Charizard to take flight. Inside the pewter gym, Misty and the others anxiously awaited Ash's safe return. Togepi, whom Ash had temporarily entrusted to Brock's care, joyfully waved at the distant speck in the sky. "What is that?" Brock followed Togepi's gaze, noticing the small figure growing larger. "That can't be the case. What if Champion Dodrio is merely dealing with an urgent matter?" Brock suggested. "That's not quite right. You are not familiar with him. Dodrio has a penchant for clashing with Team Rocket. Ash often mentions that Dodrio is either chasing after Team Rocket or going undercover within their ranks." Ash called out to the group while riding on Charizard. At that moment, Gary felt a sense of being superfluous. "Oh, Gary, you're still here?" Ash exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Huh, am I seeing things, or has Pikachu actually acquired a companion?" Misty noticed a yellow rodent perched on Ash's shoulder, presumably a new capture. Brock hesitated, as Togepi wriggled free from his arms and leapt into Ash's embrace. Togepi, I'm sorry to have worried you, Ash said apologetically. Pika Pika. Pikachu chirped in acknowledgement to Togepi. Mew looked curiously at Togepi. Ash, did you catch Mewtwo? Gary inquired. I did, what of it? Did you capture it? Guess. Ash replied with a mysterious smile. So that means you didn't catch it, huh? I knew it. That creature is far too powerful for you to defeat. Gary quickly deduced the incorrect answer. Ash had previously informed him over the phone about capturing Zapdos and Moltres, both of which were legendary Pokémon. The power Mewtwo exhibited seemed to surpass even Gary's grandfather's formidable Pokémon. Well, as long as you're happy, Gary remarked, not pressing Ash further on his speculation. Both Misty and Brock noticed a Master Ball strapped to Ash's waist, yet they chose not to confront him about it. Chapter 88. Return to Professor Oak's lab. The group arrived at Professor Oak's lab in merely 2 hours. At that moment, Professor Oak was preparing instant noodles in a beaker. Grandpa, Professor Oak. Gary and Ash's voices echoed from outside. Upon hearing them, Professor Oak discarded his noodles into the trash without a second thought and hastily tidied his appearance before opening a window for ventilation. He then slowly exited the lab, locking the door behind him. Downstairs, Brock, puzzled by the prolonged absence of the professor, remarked, "Is he not here? That can't be. Grandpa hardly ever leaves the lab." Gary replied, "At this rate, don't even guess. Professor Oak is undoubtedly indulging in instant noodles again." Ash sighed. Instant noodles? Misty and Brock exchanged bewildered glances. How could the renowned Pokémon researcher be reduced to eating instant noodles? Cooking them with lab equipment was a peculiar hobby of Professor Oak's. Before Ash could elaborate, Professor Oak descended the stairs, refuting, Hey, Ash, don't spread such nonsense. I have no such habit." "Professor, at least clean the grease stains off your coat before you deny it," Ash retorted playfully. Professor Oak, believing Ash, looked down to inspect his lab coat, only to realize he had been tricked. "Ash, you haven't changed a bit. By the way, I heard you defeated the Viridian Gym?" Professor Oak shifted the topic. "Oh, is that so? I thought your skills had reached such heights." Sakaki possesses championship-level prowess, a fact well known to Professor Oak. However, he remains blissfully unaware that Sakaki is the leader of Team Rocket. After all, Professor Oak is primarily a researcher and has merely heard of such organizations without significant interaction, apart from a few individuals. After expressing this, he turned to Ash and said, "By the way, Ash, your Pokémon is in the backyard. You should go check on it." "All right. And Professor, there's another one here. If you have the time, could you please conduct an examination?" Ash handed Professor Oak the Pokeball containing Mewtwo. Upon glancing at the Master Ball in his hand, Professor Oak silently acknowledged the remarkable talents of this child. As Ash and his companions made their way to the backyard, Gary curiously approached Professor Oak and inquired, "Grandpa, what Pokemon did Ash give you? You'll only know once you see it. Why don't you go check on the Pokemon you've collected in the backyard?" Professor Oak suggested. With that, he clutched the Master Ball and proceeded towards the laboratory. There was an air of mystery surrounding it, hinting that it might not be an ordinary Pokémon. Gary felt a twinge of jealousy, struggling to distinguish whether he was Professor Oak's grandson or if Ash held that title. Such differential treatment seemed unnecessary. Professor Oak hurriedly made his way to the laboratory, but halfway there, for the sake of caution, he returned to his room to grab one of his own Pokémon. Once in the laboratory, he eagerly opened the Master Ball. Upon its release, Mewtwo immediately displayed intense hostility, unleashing its psychic powers and preparing to attack Professor Oak. However, a towering figure emerged behind Mewtwo, exuding a formidable aura that even this powerful Pokémon could not fully withstand. A new psychic-type Pokémon. Ash, this child truly has extraordinary luck. A brand new Pokémon, here I come. Professor Oak exclaimed with a fervent, mischievous grin. The backyard of the Oak Research Institute was expansive. Upon arriving, Ash released all the Pokémon he had on him, emitting his aura to connect with those he had captured. As they sensed Ash's wave, they eagerly converged towards him. Throughout his journey, Ash had captured a considerable number of Pokémon, most of which were of exceptional caliber. Aside from the ancient Dragonite, Zapdos, Moltres, and Mewtwo, Ash possessed several Pokémon of elite level, including Pikachu, Gardevoir, Steelix, and Charizard. The remainder mostly ranged between Gym Leader and Quasi-Elite levels, with a couple of exceptions like Kadabra and Togepi, which were still considered baby Pokémon for the time being. Kadabra required an extensive amount of sleep due to its species traits, limiting its training time and consequently slowing its growth. Togepi had only recently hatched and, with Pikachu's protection, Ash was not planning to subject it to rigorous training just yet. Pokémon, Pikachu, level mid-elite. Pokémon, Gardevoir, level low elite. Pokémon, Milotic, level mid-gym. Pokémon, Pidgeot, level high gym. Pokémon, Beedrill, level high gym. Pokémon, Steelix, level low elite. Pokémon, Ivysaur, level junior elite. Pokémon, Charizard, level low elite. Pokémon, Wartortle, level junior elite. Pokémon, Zapdos, level high elite. Pokémon, Ancient Dragonite, level low demigod. Pokémon, Master Toxapex, level high junior elite. Pokémon, Ghastly, level intermediate gym. Pokémon, Shiny Riolu, level high gym. Pokémon, Dragonair, level junior elite. Pokémon, Dratini, level high exceptional. Pokémon, Tauros Leader, level low gym. Pokémon, Infernape, level high gym. Fury Punch, 13 times. Pokémon, Mook, level low gym. Pokémon, Jigglypuff, level high exceptional. Pokémon, Aerodactyl, level high junior elite. Pokémon, Togepi, level low exceptional. Pokémon, Moltres, level high elite. Pokémon, Mewtwo, level high elite, level 1 demigod. Chapter 89. The Team Rocket Trio takes action. Pokémon, Kingler, level high exceptional. His objective before the start of the Indigo Conference is to elevate the level of his existing Pokémon to gym level, ensuring absolute success. He does not believe that the will of the greater world can conjure a legendary Pokémon to thwart his quest for victory at the Indigo Conference. After capturing Dragonair and Dratini, both of whom are late bloomers among the pseudo-legends, Ash devised a training plan, naturally seeking guidance from Professor Oak, and then consulting his ancient Pokémon for further insights. He is confident that with this dual assurance, he can cultivate 2 potential champions. Listen up, everyone. Starting tomorrow, we commence special training. Our goal is the championship, Ash declared, addressing his Pokémon one by one with their respective training objectives. For Pikachu, the aim is to master the condensation of Thunder Armor by the time it reaches Junior Elite level. Pikachu had already begun to form the prototype of the Thunder Armor on its chest. As he finished outlining the training plans, over an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Once the Pokémon arrangements were complete, Ash finally found the time to inspect the results of the Team Rocket Trio's endeavors. Brock picked up a capsule, examining it closely, and inquired, "Ash, is this the storage capsule you had those Team Rocket guys create?" "It should be, Brock. Why don't you press the switch on the capsule and toss it out to sea?" Ash replied, somewhat uncertain, as this was his first encounter with the physical object. "All right." Brock pressed the switch and then threw it into the open space ahead. A loud sound echoed. With a sudden sound, a small house materialized before several individuals. "Incredible. It can really store a house," exclaimed Xiaoxia. "With this, traveling will be much more convenient," remarked Xiaojing, stroking his chin. He could already foresee that capsule technology would soon become an indispensable resource for trainers on their journeys. While Ash and his companions were engrossed in exploring the capsule technology, in the backyard of Professor Oak's lab, the infamous Team Rocket, 2 members and a Meowth, were peering through binoculars, fixated on Ash's Pokémon. "Fantastic. The little brat's Pokémon are all there. If we can catch them all this time, it's promotions and salary hikes for us." A shared vision blossomed in the minds of the trio. "All right, Meowth, quickly fetch our tools," demanded Musashi, her impatience palpable. Meowth responded with confusion. "Aren't the tools with you and Kojiro?" Kojiro, looking bewildered, turned to Musashi and Meowth. "Wait, you didn't bring them?" Musashi, suppressing her rising anger, inquired. "You didn't call for them. I thought Meowth had them," Kojiro replied innocently. "What do you mean I have them, Meow?" Meowth echoed the sentiment of innocence. "Ugh, are you two trying to make me get them?" Musashi unleashed her fury upon them with a furious punch, leaving both Kojiro and Meowth nursing swollen spots. Given Musashi's domineering nature, the duo could only remain silent. "Musashi, did you come prepared?" Kojiro asked curiously. "Of course," she replied, striding towards their dedicated flying vehicle. Meowth and Kojiro followed suit, only to discover a large net. "Is this really enough for the little brat's Pokémon? Just one net, and a subpar one at that?" Kojiro and Meowth began to waver in their resolve. They had finally ventured out for action and did not wish to become shooting stars once more. Musashi once again resorted to her furious punches, compelling Kojiro and Meowth to succumb to her pressure and launch the hot air balloon into the sky. For them, being blasted away by Ash's Pokémon posed no mortal threat, but Musashi's fists were another matter entirely. Upon witnessing Team Rocket's standard flying apparatus, Ash wore an expression of exasperation. These three are at it again, sighed Xiaoxia, throwing up her hands in defeat. Pidgeotto, go see off our old friends. Ash commanded his Pidgeotto, which was engaged in special training with a fossilized Aerodactyl. Pidge. Responding to the command, Pidgeotto soared towards Team Rocket's hot air balloon. Kojiro Meowth. Bring it down. Musashi directed her companions, as her Arbok was unable to fly, relying instead on Kojiro's wheezing and Meowth's weaponry. Seeing only Pidgeotto and no sign of Pikachu, Kojiro and Meowth breathed a sigh of relief, and through a silent exchange, decided to feign incompetence. Kojiro pretended to search for Weezing's Pokeball, while Meowth aimed and fumbled, failing to impede Pidgeotto's actions. With ease, Pidgeotto punctured a hole in the hot air balloon. Subsequently, with a powerful hurricane attack, Team Rocket once again transformed into shooting stars against the bright sky. After defeating Team Rocket, Pidgeotto radiated a brilliant light of evolution. As the luminosity faded, a majestic Pidgeot materialized before Ash's eyes. The Pidgeot joyfully flapped its wings and soared toward Ash with remarkable speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Pidgeot. Congratulations, Ash exclaimed, eager to stroke the bird's head. However, it was unfortunate that his newly evolved Pidgeot stood an impressive 2 meters tall. Sensing Ash's gesture, Pidgeot obediently lowered its head, allowing Ash to caress it. Pokémon. Pidgeot. Type. Normal flying. Gender. Male. Level. Low champion. Ability. Big pecs. Potential. Champion. Skills. Various. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the research lab. Mew, disguised as Pikachu and snacking within the lab, curiously glanced at the source of the commotion before returning to its meal. Upon hearing the noise, Ash immediately sensed trouble and dashed toward the laboratory. Soon, he found Professor Oak, covered in dirt, face-to-face with Mewtwo, who was in a standoff with the professor's bulky assistant. The assistant's right hand crackled with electricity, while Mewtwo gathered an aura sphere in its palm. Professor, what have you done this time? Ash knew without asking that Professor Oak's enthusiasm for research had inadvertently stirred Mewtwo's memories, resulting in the explosion. It's not like I was aware of such a new Pokémon and got overly excited without consulting it first, Professor Oak admitted sheepishly. Wait, Mewtwo? At that moment, Gary approached, astonished as he gazed at Mewtwo. Ash, how on earth did you manage to capture it? Didn't you say you couldn't? Gary glared at Ash with a look of reproach. I never claimed I couldn't capture it. You simply dismissed the correct answer too hastily, Ash replied, feigning innocence. Seeing Ash's infuriating expression, Gary gritted his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Calm down, Mewtwo. Professor Oak means no harm, Ash reassured Mewtwo. Humph. Mewtwo huffed, still somewhat temperamental. Ash turned to Professor Oak, explaining, Professor, Mewtwo was created by Team Rocket using Mew's genes. It has been in the lab since its inception, and Team Rocket conducted numerous experiments on it, which explains its aversion to the equipment. Ah, I see. No wonder this child is so resistant to the experimental apparatus. Professor Oak realized. I always wondered why this one was different. Other legendary Pokémon have shown no resistance to me. But it turns out it was all Team Rocket's doing. He had already been contemplating using Mewtwo to confront Darkrai, thinking that a level 1 Pokémon of Mewtwo's caliber could easily surpass several of Darkrai's legendary Pokémon. By the way, my mom called me a couple of days ago and mentioned a surprise, Ash said, feeling perplexed about this so-called surprise. He had even subtly inquired with Serena, learning only that this surprise was prepared by his cherished daughter, Shiny Gardevoir, with no further details available. Indeed, it is a delightful surprise. Professor Oak has thoroughly examined it, and you are sure to appreciate it in due course. A mysterious smile graced Dr. Oak's face. Ash was rendered speechless. It seemed that he alone was left in the dark regarding this so-called surprise, while everyone else was privy to the majority of the details. Ash, is your Dragonite capable of? Professor, let me first consult her to see if she is willing to cooperate with your research. Her strength surpasses that of your Dragonite by a considerable margin. The ancient giant, restored to the second-tier divine level, indeed eclipsed Professor Oak's champion-level specimen in prowess. Should the ancient giant refuse to cooperate and cause a ruckus similar to Mewtwo's, Dr. Oak would be in peril. A little while later, Ash and his companions departed from Professor Oak's laboratory, while the professor wore a look of regret. It was evident that the ancient giant was unwilling to assist in his research, to the extent that even a simple health check was deemed unnecessary. As they exited the research facility, Misty cast a worried glance back at the laboratory. Ash, are you certain that leaving like this won't pose any problems? Rest assured, Professor Oak is merely putting on a FAAD. He has numerous research topics to pursue. There are 3 ancient Pokémon slumbering in the hills behind Pallet Town. In a few days, we shall conduct specialized training there. Ash had meticulously planned for the training to take place in the hills. But for the next 2 or 3 days, he intended to stay home with his mother, Hanako, as he was scheduled to pick her up at the airport in the city of Jubilife. As for Misty and Brock, they would naturally be staying at Ash's home, courtesy of capsule technology, which rendered any concerns about accommodation moot. The following day, in the morning, Ash arrived early at Professor Oak's laboratory. Naturally, he would not walk to the airport to fetch his mother, so he sought the assistance of Professor Oak, who had both a vehicle and time to spare. Not to mention that Ash's mother had once been one of his students. Had it not been for his irresponsible father, who had long been out of touch, Ash speculated that his mother, even if not a PhD, would certainly be a leading researcher. After wandering through the laboratory without catching sight of Gary, Ash approached Professor Oak, who was enjoying breakfast. Professor, has Gary gone for specialized training? That boy took quite a blow from you. After you all left yesterday, he went off to train. Declaring his intention to secure second place and aim for first, Professor Oak replied, Ash, could you take care of the Mega Evolution Stone for the Scyther? Before leaving yesterday, Gary not only informed Professor Oak about the trade with Ash, but also tested the Scyther's strength. After Mega Evolution, it barely attained the level of a mid-tier elite. That's no trouble at all. By the way, Professor, have you encountered any obstacles in your research on Mega Evolution? Ash inquired. Not exactly an obstacle, rather. The Mega Evolution Stones are quite elusive, or when found, there are no compatible Pokémon or trainers. According to your hypothesis, Ash, Mega Evolution necessitates a profound bond between trainer and Pokémon, which eliminates a significant number of candidates. You are aware that many of the regional leagues are rather utilitarian. Many view Pokémon merely as tools. That certainly presents a dilemma. After discussing for a while longer, the two set off towards the airport in Jubilife City. 3 hours later, a multinational flight departing from Mier City and bound for J-Band City landed punctually. Ash and Professor Oak waited in the airport's reception area for approximately 30 minutes before they spotted Shinedo levitating a multitude of packages alongside Hanako. Upon seeing them, Ash raised his hands high and exclaimed, Mom, Shinedo, I'm over here. Shauna. Ash. Shinedo quickened her pace upon recognizing her long-lost caretaker, while Hanako shook her head with a smile at the child's enthusiasm. Mom, how was the Carlos region? Ash inquired. It was quite enjoyable. Far more bustling than the Kanto region. Professor, this is a gift that Selena prepared for you, Hanako said, handing over an item wrapped in blue paper to Professor Oak. Oh, Selena is indeed very considerate, Professor Oak praised. Professor, I feel like you're insinuating something, Ash remarked with a hint of melancholy. Is that so? Not at all. Professor Oak denied vehemently. Chapter 91, The Ralt's Egg. Welcome, Misty and Brock. It's a pleasure to have you. Hanako greeted warmly, while the three exchanged pleasantries. Shinedo rummaged through the luggage and produced an incubator along with a Pokémon egg adorned with green patterns on a white background. Shauna. Ash, this is a gift. Is this a Pokémon egg? Ash mused, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He activated his system to take a closer look. Pokémon, Ralts. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, male. Level, 0. Ability, Telepathy. Potential, Semi-Champion. Skills, Growl, Charm, Shadow Clone, Telekinesis, Magical Flame, Inherited. So it's a Ralt's egg. Shinedo, where did you acquire this? Ash inquired. This was obtained during an outing with my sister. Shinedo recounted the story of how they came across the egg. It turned out that poachers had set their sights on her and her sister. However, those poachers were inexperienced, and Shinedo swiftly subdued them. The Ralt's egg was pilfered from a breeding facility in the Sinnoh region by those poachers. Due to the risks and high costs associated with cross-regional delivery of Pokémon eggs in the Carlos region, those unfortunate individuals decided to deliver it themselves and subsequently targeted Shinedo and Kirlia. As is well known, shiny Pokémon are highly coveted in human society, making the two distinct Shinedo and Kirlia prime targets. Ultimately, this egg found its way into Ash's hands. As for the breeding facility that had been robbed, it soon went out of business after the incident. Shauna, where's Pikachu? Shinado then noticed the absence of the little yellow mouse at Ash's side. Upon hearing this, Shinado felt compelled to engage in special training as well. After all, the other Pokémon were diligently working, and it seemed rather inappropriate for her to be idle. It's not too late for you to train tomorrow. You've already worked hard enough today, Ash reassured. Shauna, but is that really all right? No worries. Pikachu and the others are merely warming up, while the true special training will commence in a few days. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, Pikachu and the others are energetically engaged in their training. The trio from Team Rocket, who had been sent flying just yesterday, has returned once more. During their stay at the laboratory, the three of them were not only working but also exploring the vulnerable defenses of the facility. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Jessie was much more cautious this time, inquiring repeatedly before entering the backyard. Meowth, did you bring the tools this time? Yes. Meowth replied, although it felt uncertain. Just yesterday, it had observed that Pikachu and the others seemed significantly stronger, and their preparations were primarily aimed at countering electric-type skills. In another room of the laboratory, Ash's Jengar peeked out the window, revealing a mischievous grin upon spotting three familiar faces. Consequently, it passed through the wall and made its way towards Team Rocket. At that moment, a yellow dog-like creature in the backyard sensed Team Rocket's presence through its aura. Meowth, have you noticed that the temperature here is somewhat different from outside? James whispered. Meowth stuck out its tongue to feel the air and pondered. Indeed, it is a bit cooler than outside. Jessie, noticing the two murmuring, reprimanded them. This is a forest, sunlight barely reaches here, so the temperature is certainly lower than outside. You two need to stop dawdling and get to work. All right, James replied, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the drop in temperature was related to a certain Pokémon he was familiar with. Above them, Jengar wore an eerie smile as it watched the trio. Meanwhile, on a tree to Jengar's side, Riolu stealthily approached, observing Team Rocket assembling a peculiar machine, and immediately sensed their ill intentions. Preparing to unleash a wave of energy, she formed an aura sphere, ready to send Team Rocket flying. Wait, they were good practice partners yesterday. They helped Pidgeot evolve. Just then, Infernape joined the fray. Riolu nodded in agreement. In a heartbeat, Infernape leapt down and unleashed a powerful flare blitz, obliterating the machine that Team Rocket had painstakingly assembled. Covered in smoke and with soot-streaked faces, Jessie and her companions glared towards Infernape. Cough, cough. Who dares to sabotage Team Rocket's plans? Jessie demanded. Double trouble, use tackle. James hastily threw a Pokeball, summoning Weezing. It charged forward, crashing into the remnants of the machine. Infernape, that seems to be one of that little brat's Pokémon, Meowth mused. Infernape taunted the trio, making a provocative gesture. Meowth, what did he say? Jessie asked. He said to bring it on. Today, he's going to make us wish we never crossed him, Meowth translated. How brazen. Go, Arbok, teach it a lesson. Jessie commanded as she released her Pokémon. Arbok. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a barrage of poison needles. Just then, an aura sphere came hurtling in, interrupting Arbok's attack. At this moment, Riolu descended from the heavens, appearing beside the fiery monkey. Above, Jengar displayed no inclination to engage. Instead, it produced a camera from an unknown source and began filming with telekinetic control. Different-colored Riolu Meowth, seize it, Musashi exclaimed, tossing Meowth towards Riolu by its scruff. I'm not good at fighting, Meowth protested, its face etched with reluctance, as it was not a battling Pokémon. Upon seeing Meowth willingly approach, the fiery monkey unleashed a furious punch aimed directly at Meowth's face. Bang! Curse it, Meowth, put in some effort. Before Meowth could react, Musashi hurled it once more. Chapter 92, The Forsaken Monkey and Lucario. No, Meowth cried, terror evident on its face as the fiery monkey's massive fist bore down again. Bang! Musashi, oblivious to Meowth's plight, shouted, Arbok, use glare. Meowth, regaining its composure, flailed its forepaws wildly. It managed to scratch the fiery monkey's skin slightly, which the fiery monkey perceived as an insult. Monkey? That wasn't intentional, it's all Musashi's fault. Meowth trembled, clutching its head, feeling the fiery monkey's wrathful gaze. The fiery monkey, however, paid no heed, delivering two powerful punches to both Meowth and Arbok. Following those strikes, a surge of white light enveloped it. Prior to this, Its accumulated Fury swipes had reached 13. After a night spent battling various nearby Pokémon in the research facility's backyard, it had stacked 3 more. And with the current 4, it had amassed a total of 20 Fury swipes. Is it evolving? Can the fiery monkey still evolve? Kojiru, who had some knowledge of Pokémon, was dumbfounded. To his knowledge, the line evolved from Monferno to Infernape. Yet this peculiar monkey was undeniably an evolution of the fiery monkey. This unprecedented Pokémon held even greater potential for capture. Go Arbok. Use Sludge Bomb and ignore that yellow-haired dog. Capture this strange monkey. Kojiru, where's your Weepinbell? Summon it quickly. Musashi was unconcerned with anything else. The unrecognized Forsaken monkey was far more valuable than that yellow dog. Meanwhile, Kojiru recalled he had another Pokémon. Go Weepinbell. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, Weepinbell clamped its jaws around Kojiru's head. All right, the enemy is over there. Let go of me. Kojiru struggled to free his head from Weepinbell's grip. However, having been confined to the research facility and lacking opportunities to command Weepinbell in battle, he had resorted to using Arbok from the onset of this conflict. Weepinbell, use Leaf Blade. Weepinbell spun its body, unleashing a flurry of leaves that darted towards the Forsaken monkey. The Forsaken monkey countered with a rapid star punch to block the incoming attack. With the absence of Weezing's interference, Lucario joined the fray. At this moment, Ash's other Pokémon also took notice of the battle and began to converge towards the scene. Lucario utilized Quick Attack to approach Victreebel, seizing one of its leaves and executing a magnificent shoulder throw, leaving Victreebel dazed. Weezing, use Smokescreen, commanded Jesse's voice. However, he soon regretted this decision. While the smoke could obscure the vision of other Pokémon, for Lucario, who could sense aura, it served as the perfect cover. Seizing the opportunity, Lucario unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting Meowth, Gyarados, and Victreebel amidst the smoke. As the flurry continued, Lucario began to emanate the light of evolution. Witnessing this, Jesse could only exclaim in exasperation, "Curse it! We must retreat! Pika Pika, Pikachu!" At that moment, a yellow figure surged forward from behind Team Rocket, crackling with electricity. Zap! In the wake of a crackling discharge, Team Rocket, along with their Pokémon, collapsed to the ground. Were paralyzed. Pika? Pikachu inquired, looking towards the newly evolved Monferno and Lucario. Both Pokémon shook their heads. They had evolved, and Team Rocket's Pokémon were of a considerably lower level, causing them little harm. Seeing both Pokémon decline, Pikachu prepared to launch Team Rocket skyward, as was customary. Monferno and Lucario hurriedly intervened, explaining the situation to Pikachu. As Pikachu absorbed the details, its expression shifted through various stages, ultimately settling into a mischievous grin as it faced Meowth. Pikachu, what are you planning? Meowth's heart raced at the sight of Pikachu's grin. Pika Pika Pikachu, I hear you're quite helpful with special training. We're offering you a chance to assist us. Assist with training? Meowth was bewildered. Pika 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 Pikachu, Ash is competing in the Indigo Conference, and we need your help to secure his victory. We want you to be our sparring partners. And no, we'll pass. Zap! Before Meowth could finish, Pikachu brushed against it, sending a surge of electricity enveloping Meowth entirely. We agree. Meowth capitulated, visibly shaken. Meowth, what on earth are you saying? What did you just agree to? Jesse quietly inquired, raising an eyebrow at Meowth. I agreed to assist the Little 1S Pokémon with their training. They claim it will help him win the Indigo Conference. And, during our last 2 encounters, we helped their 3 companions evolve, Meowth confessed, its expression troubled. Given the current circumstances, refusing would mean Pikachu would not let them off easily, while agreeing could very well infuriate Jesse. Just as Meowth feared, Jesse exploded in anger. What? Why would you agree to such a foolish proposition? James swiftly covered Jesse's mouth, saying, Jesse, look around us. Well, we will comply with your request. But you must provide compensation and injury benefits. Otherwise, we won't do it, Meow. Meowth articulated its demands. Pikachu did not ponder for long and readily agreed. For these individuals were easily satisfied. As long as they could assist in enhancing their strength, Ash would undoubtedly consent. With the agreement established, the special training would have to wait until tomorrow. Now, quickly take us to treat our injuries, Meow. Meowth asserted with confidence. Pika, follow me. Pikachu led them towards Professor Oak's laboratory. Ash's other Pokémon dispersed, but as they departed, each cast a lingering glance at the trio from Team Rocket. as well as at the newly evolved Monferno and Lucario. They were all contemplating how to seize the opportunity for special training from Team Rocket first. Chapter 93, Daily Life. The following day, Ash arrived at Professor Oak's lab accompanied by his shiny Gardevoir and a Larvitar egg. After exchanging a few words with the gluttonous Mew, Ash soon encountered 3 familiar faces from Team Rocket. Team Rocket, what brings you here? He inquired curiously. Huh, this is all thanks to your Pokémon, you little rascal. An irate Jessie retorted. Ash, further perplexed, asked, what has Pikachu done to you? Oh, Ash, you're here. It seems your 3 friends are here to assist with your special training. Pikachu brought them yesterday, Professor Oak explained as he emerged from the laboratory, followed closely by Monferno and Lucario. Pokémon, Monferno, type, Fighting Ghost, level, Intermediate Champion, ability, Inner Focus. Pokémon, Lucario, type, Fighting Steel, level, Intermediate Champion, ability, Inner Focus. Steadfast. Upon seeing these 2 Pokémon the previous evening, Professor Oak had become quite excited and had insisted they assist him with his research. Naturally, the focus of the research was on Monferno, as there was little left to investigate regarding Lucario. He merely recorded the data. So, it was you from Team Rocket who helped Monferno and Lucario evolve. Ash speculated. Indeed, little rascal. Since we have done you such a great favor, how much do you plan to pay us? James inquired, rubbing his hands together. After receiving a thorough beating the day before, although the medical supplies at Professor Oak's lab were potent, the machines they had damaged were valuable, and their funds were now depleted. If they continued to assist Ash's Pokémon with special training without any machinery, James could foresee a daily ordeal of injuries awaiting him. Money? As long as you can help my Pokémon enhance their strength, finances are no obstacle, Ash generously replied. After all, once the capsule technology company was up and running, he intended to share a portion of the profits with these 3. They would be none the wiser. He chuckled silently. Little rascal, you better keep your word. Jessie warned with utmost seriousness. Of course. Last time you helped me, I compensated you well. We are old friends. I would never deceive you. Once Ash had finished dealing with Team Rocket, Professor Oak turned to him and inquired. Ash, did you just say that Monferno's evolved form is called Infernape? Do you know its evolution criteria? Understanding the nuances of evolution in Pokémon, Ash explained. Infernape possesses a technique known as the Blaze Punch. Once this ability is mastered to a certain degree, Infernape will evolve into Chandelure. Professor, you recently conducted a health examination on Chandelure, so you should be aware that it embodies both fighting and ghost attributes. The Blaze Punch is a skill that Infernape acquires as it levels up, also being a ghost-type move, and its usage is limited to 20 times. Professor Oak, enlightened, remarked, I found it peculiar that Infernape, with its singular fighting attribute, would gain a ghost attribute upon evolution. However, he acknowledged, this understanding is merely superficial. Further research is imperative to reach a definitive conclusion. He then turned his gaze toward Ash, who, sensing the professor's scrutiny, quickly interjected, Professor, I currently lack the time for research, so. Very well, but I shall attribute this research report to you. Your discovery of Infernape's evolutionary form warrants recognition. We shall name it Chandelure. In the realm of Pokémon, the discoverer of a new species holds the right to bestow a name upon it. Hey, we were the ones who facilitated its evolution. Shouldn't the naming rights belong to us? Musashi protested, feeling aggrieved. She had initially intended to use this opportunity to express her loyalty to Sakaki, and she had already conceived a name for the new Pokémon, one that she believed would befit Sakaki's majesty. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Chandelure's gaze turned icy, fixating intently on her. Sensing the chilling intensity in Chandelure's stare, Musashi hastily tugged along Meowth and Kojiro, admonishing, What are you 2 dawdling for? We have work to do. Professor, this Pokémon egg containing Ralts is the surprise you mentioned the other day, isn't it? Ash inquired, showcasing the egg he held. Indeed, that is the very egg. However, Ash, are you certain it is Ralts? Professor Oak questioned. Earlier, he had learned of this egg when Buratano sought his expertise, uncertain of the egg's contents, leading to their mutual perplexity regarding its origin. I am certain, Ash affirmed. The Pokémon inside exhibits a wave response akin to that of a freshly hatched shiny. Regardless of whether it is Ralts, your experience in nurturing shiny will ensure that this child will soon become a significant ally. Professor, I aspire for it to evolve into Galade. Once they reached the backyard, Musashi finally exhaled in relief. Musashi, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking for a while, Kojiro timidly suggested. If it weren't for Musashi's stubbornness the previous day, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament. Knowing full well that Chandelure was not to be trifled with, she still chose to argue. Precisely. Meowth chimed in agreement. What do you both mean by that? Do you think I am the one dragging you down? Musashi's gaze turned icy, sending shivers down Kojiro and Meowth's spines. Not at all. My point is, Musashi, take a breather. Overextending oneself can lead to thirst, Kojiro hurriedly clarified, while Meowth fervently nodded in agreement. What are the three of you conspiring about? As Ash entered the backyard, he noticed the trio whispering among themselves. Upon hearing Ash's words, they immediately straightened up and defended themselves, exclaiming, "Nothing at all. If that's the case, you may want to prepare, as it's time to get to work." Ash instructed the members of Team Rocket. Turning his attention to the green-skinned toad basking in the sun, he ordered, "Venusaur, signal and gather everyone." Upon hearing Ash's command, the flower bud on Venusaur's back began to gather energy, and soon a concentrated burst of sunlight erupted in the air with a resounding crackle. Ash's Pokémon, upon receiving the signal, converged without a moment's hesitation. Pika Pika. Knowing Ash had arrived, Pikachu was the fastest, zipping through like a bolt of lightning. Shaman? Chapter 94, Sucker Punch Doll. Pikachu tilted his head at Shuppet, his face lighting up with surprise. Ash noticed that nearly all his Pokémon had assembled and said, "Pikachu, let's introduce Shuppet to the rest of the team." Pikachu nodded, leading the way in front of Shuppet, embodying the role of the older brother guiding a younger companion to meet others. After a round of introductions, Shuppet confirmed her status as the big sister within Ash's team. Subsequently, Ash devised a training regimen for his Pokémon, instructing the three members of Team Rocket to assist the Pokémon that had not yet evolved to their final forms, including Venusaur, Wartortle, Dratini, Dragonair, and Kingler. Given the trio's expertise in fostering Pokémon evolution, Ash decided to fully utilize their skills, assuring them that he would provide funding for the necessary training equipment. Once the arrangements were complete, Ash took Milotic, Jigglypuff, and Togepi with him, accompanied by Shuppet and Pikachu, leaving the research facility. Unlike his other Pokémon, Ash rarely sent Milotic and Jigglypuff into battle against formidable opponents after capturing them, which is why he chose to bring them along. Togepi, on the other hand, needed to build friendship to evolve. Not long after exiting the research facility, Ash encountered Misty and Brock, who had come looking for him. Just as the three were about to reunite, they all collided with an invisible wall. "What is this?" Ash inquired, instinctively reaching out to touch the wall, then glancing upward to find a strange creature resembling a clown gliding through the air. Pokémon, Sucker Punch Doll. Type, Psychic Fairy. Gender, male. Level, Gym Beginner. Ability, Technician. Potential, Elite. Moves, Pound, Telekinesis, Barrier, Yoga Pose, Comet Punch, Mimic, Psywave, Illusion Beam, Light Screen, Reflect, Substitute. Misty and Brock on the opposite side of the air wall also noticed the Pokémon above. "Shuppet, bring it down," Ash commanded. Shay. Shuppet enveloped the Sucker Punch doll with telekinesis, forcefully lowering it in front of Ash. Bari. The suction cup puppet gazed blankly at Ash before it, perplexed as to why Ash had appeared before it, given that it had already climbed halfway into the air. "Hello, suction cup puppet," Ash greeted, having confirmed through their shared gaze that this particular puppet was indeed the same one that had intruded into the home of the foolish creature in the original tale. "Bobbly bobbly. Greetings, human. How did you end up here, suction cup puppet?" Ash chuckled. "You see, the barrier you just created caused injuries to my friends. What do you intend to do about this?" The suction cup puppet stared at Ash in shock. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock, who had circumvented the barrier, stifled their laughter at Ash's antics. After a moment's contemplation, the suction cup puppet queried, "What is a nanny?" Gardevoir nodded in understanding and promptly teleported away with the suction cup puppet. Just as they departed, a blue-haired beauty rushed in, visibly disappointed to find the suction cup puppet had vanished. "Alas, I am too late," she sighed. Brock, captivated by her beauty, immediately fell into his infatuated mode. "Miss, you seem troubled. Is there anything I can assist you with?" The blue-haired lady glanced at Brock, who, sensing her gaze, began to offer his help. "Whatever you need. Feel free to ask. I'm here for you." "Not again," Misty exclaimed, tugging at Brock's ear to pull him away. The blue-haired beauty, named Akin, was the leader of a Pokémon circus, and her star performer was a suction cup puppet. However, due to her overindulgence, the puppet had grown accustomed to a life of ease, neglecting its training. With the circus performance imminent, the absence of the suction cup puppet jeopardized the show, prompting Akin to seek another puppet to motivate her own. Stimulating it could be achieved through various methods. Capturing another is unnecessary, Ash advised. Akin's suction cup puppet was a quintessential example of being spoiled, and Ash was adept at dealing with rebellious Pokémon. A swift reprimand would suffice. And if it remained obstinate, he had the ace in the hole, Team Rocket. There was nothing that the trio couldn't resolve, except capturing Pikachu or anything related to Ash. Under Akin's guidance, the trio soon arrived at the circus grounds on the outskirts of Viridian City. Peering through the glass of a cozy RV, they spotted a slightly rotund suction cup puppet, propping its head with one hand while feeding itself snacks with the other. Misty remarked, comparing the puppet that Ash had just befuddled to the one before them. This suction cup puppet is so plump. It's become so lazy. It's no wonder it is in such condition. Brock quietly concurred. It's my fault. I've spoiled it too much, making it overly willful. Ash, do you truly have a way to reform its bad habits? Akin's eyes sparkled with hope. There are indeed methods. But Miss Akin does not know if you are willing to allow your suction cup puppet to endure some hardship. Ash inquired. As long as it can correct its current bad habits, I believe it wouldn't mind. Then I shall take on this task. However, Akin, you must promise that you will not intervene until it recognizes its mistakes and amends its ways. No problem. With the performance imminent, Akin could only take a gamble. If this performance were to fail, it would not only undermine her own efforts, but also the diligent training of the entire circus and its Pokémon. Chapter 95, Completing the Task. After securing Akin's promise, Ash, accompanied by Pikachu and Togepi, entered the trailer where the suction cup puppet resided. Upon seeing an unfamiliar face, the puppet questioned, "Who are you?" Though it inquired, it remained seated, not even putting down the snacks in its hands. "I'm here to train you, you lazy sloth," Ash retorted mockingly. Upon hearing Ash's cutting words, the puppet froze, its gaze fixated on Ash. "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you. Just look at your current state. To call you a sloth would be an insult to sloths. With your appetite, why haven't you turned into a ball? That way, you wouldn't need to walk. You could simply roll around, which would be an improvement over your current predicament." "I'm not a sloth," the puppet protested. "Oh yes. Indeed, you are not merely a sloth. You are a lazy sloth. Have you even looked in a mirror to see what you've become?" The puppet, now infuriated, stood up to glare at Ash. Unfazed, Ash shot back. "What? Do you intend to strike me? Do you think you can actually defeat me?" Enraged, the puppet raised its hand, ready to unleash a blow on Ash. "Pikachu, teach it a lesson," Ash commanded. Pikachu complied, releasing a jolt of electricity that would leave the puppet paralyzed. "I understand that you have become rebellious due to Miss Akin's stringent training, coupled with her indulgence towards you. However, fret not. My upcoming modifications will teach you the true cost of rebellion. Now, immediately head to the training grounds, or else you shall go hungry tonight and find it difficult to sleep," Ash ordered. The puppet, stubborn, turned its head defiantly. Yet, it had encountered a formidable opponent. Ash was not Akin. While Akin's whip merely struck air and ground, Ash's fists were unforgiving. He swiftly performed a shoulder throw, pinning the puppet down and delivering a relentless barrage of punches. As the rain of blows fell upon it, the puppet begged for mercy. "I'm not a sloth." Ash stood up, brushing off non-existent dust, and disdainfully remarked, "Had you behaved this way from the outset, we could have avoided all this trouble." The puppet, now somewhat intimidated by Ash, pondered how its own trainer had never been this harsh. Why was this outsider treating it so? "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and get to training." Outside the vehicle, several onlookers, having witnessed the entire scene but not overhearing the conversation between Ash and the suction cup Pokémon, were filled with curiosity. They pondered what Ash had said to the creature that prompted such a fierce reaction. However, seeing the suction cup Pokémon obediently following Ash as they exited the vehicle, the trio approached him. "Miss Jean, for the upcoming training, your collaboration is essential. You will guide the necessary training for the circus performance, while I will ensure it obeys your commands," Ash stated to Jean. "Understood," she replied. The group then proceeded to the grand tent where the performance would take place. "Suction cup Pokémon, your next act will be a pantomime," Jean announced, producing her small whip, her expression shifting dramatically. In one moment she appeared as a caring older sister, and in the next, she transformed into a strict whip-wielding queen, the small whip cracking sharply in the air. Faced with Jean's sudden change, the suction cup Pokémon felt increasingly anxious. Having already experienced Ash's forceful demeanor, now it was confronted with the whip's threatening presence. Despite knowing that Ajin meant no harm, the underlying fear caused it to falter during training. Ajin's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment as she observed this. Seeing this, Ash turned to Pikachu and said, "Pikachu, give the suction cup Pokémon a little encouragement." Pikachu utilized its electric shock therapy once more on the creature. "Suction cup Pokémon, I just warned you that if you do not take your training seriously, the consequences will be severe. Consider whether you prefer my reprimands or Ajin's training," Ash declared, aiming to convey that he was more formidable than Ajin. This method was akin to stimulating the creature's instincts by introducing a new trainer. Albeit, Ash utilized two different trainers with contrasting approaches to illustrate who truly had its best interests at heart. The latter approach introduced a sense of competition to heighten its awareness. Upon hearing Ash's warning, the suction cup Pokémon contemplated briefly and began to engage earnestly with Ajin's training. Ultimately, Ajin was indeed its caretaker, and the circus provided it with far superior treatment compared to other Pokémon. Having its own vehicle, complete with lavish interior, and receiving all meals and accommodations, its life was quite comfortable. "Your method has been effective, Ash," Misty exclaimed. "It is not my method that succeeded, but rather the suction cup Pokémon coming to its senses under Miss Ajin's guidance. Nevertheless, her training approach is rather unsettling. Even humans would find it intimidating," Ash replied. After the training concluded, Ash explained the situation to Ajin, who acknowledged the need to refine her methods with the suction cup Pokémon. "Can this suction cup Pokémon really cook?" Misty and Brock asked, astonished as they gazed at the creature. "It's quite intelligent. It learns quickly after just one demonstration." Hanako chuckled. "Mom, does this mean the suction cup Pokémon will stay at home?" Hanako asked, surprised by Ash's words. Ash, don't you need it?" she inquired. "I haven't captured it yet. Since it responds so well to you, perhaps you should take it in. I have plenty of Pokémon stored in Professor Oak's research facility. They suffice for competitions and such," Ash remarked, revealing that his goal had been achieved. In the journeys that lie ahead, Ash has indeed contemplated capturing a few suitable Pokémon to keep his mother company at home. Chapter 96, The Ancient Jengar. After spending 2 days at home, Ash, accompanied by Brock and Misty, made his way to the back mountains of Pallet Town, this time with the intention of capturing the 3 ancient Pokémon. Shortly after entering the mountains, Zhenghui arrived to greet Ash, accompanied by several individuals clad in archaeological attire. "Ash, you've finally come," Zhenghui exclaimed, excitedly clapping Ash on the shoulder. Just a few days prior, he had led a team to a valley where they discovered a shallowly buried ancient relic. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the ancient Dragonite, he halted the excavations upon discovering the relic and secured the site, awaiting Ash's arrival. Over the past few days, the archaeological team had been pressuring him to resume the excavations, but Zhenghui managed to deflect their inquiries. However, they were not easily swayed, and sensing that Zhenghui was stalling, their impatience began to grow, for this was yet another momentous discovery in the history of Pokémon, and they did not wish to miss it. "Ash, allow me to introduce you to Dr. White. She is a prodigious talent, much like yourself, having deciphered Pokémon script at the tender age of 6, and is now a renowned archaeologist in the academic community," Zhenghui said, gesturing towards a young girl with blue hair. "Hello, Dr. White," Ash greeted politely, extending his hand. "So, you are the young Pokémon researcher Dr. Zhenghui spoke of. It is a pleasure to meet you," Dr. White responded, shaking Ash's hand amicably. "Our camp is over there. Ash, please, follow me," Dr. White invited, leading Ash and his companions to a campsite nestled within a small canyon. Nearby, an ancient bronze bell stood, accompanied by a stone altar beneath it. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Ash inquired, "Dr. White, Zhenghui, you haven't removed anything from that relic, have you? Since we were awaiting your arrival, we have not disturbed the contents of the relic. However, we have uncovered several items from other locations on the mountain that date back to the same era as that relic. Please, come inside," Dr. White said, lifting the tent flap. Inside the tent were several intricately designed Pokémon statues, the most striking of which was a golden spoon encased in glass. "By the way, Ash," Zhenghui and his team excavated a stone tablet inscribed with ancient information, Zhenghui remarked. Dr. White retrieved a deep brown stone tablet from the corner of the tent. "This is the one. Is this the Pokémon script?" Misty asked, gazing curiously at the densely packed characters on the tablet. "Dr. White, what does it say?" Brock inquired. Dr. White translated the inscriptions on the tablet. It is precisely because of the enigma that I wish to unravel it. I have heard from Dr. Jingwei that you possess considerable knowledge about the relics here, she said, her gaze shifting to Ash. Prior to their excavation of the relic, Jingwei had informed her of the potential dangers associated with it, and the beginning of the tablet's inscriptions corroborated this notion. Thus, she was willing to wait a few days for Ash. However, as time passed and Ash failed to arrive, she had initially planned to commence her work today, clearing the remaining ruins. In the event of danger, she could contact the Alliance for assistance. She possessed a certain understanding. The tablet bore inscriptions regarding two forces, which were, in fact, two Pokémon, and the power to quell the disaster referred to a specific Pokémon. As Ash approached the golden spoon, White immediately inquired, Ash, do you mean to say that this spoon is related to one of the Pokémon inscribed on the tablet? Indeed, it is connected. Though this is merely one of the artifacts, there exists another, far more crucial item. With that, Ash produced the spoon. Ash, do you know where the other artifact is located? Jingwei asked. It lies within the ruins adjacent to the camp, where two additional Pokémon await. The situation may become perilous. Jingwei, White, I suggest you retreat to a safe location. Once I have dealt with the three Pokémon, you may return to excavate the ruins, Ash declared, clutching the spoon as he ventured toward the ruins. Realizing that a fierce battle was imminent, Jingwei signaled for the archaeological team to withdraw temporarily. Meanwhile, Ash, holding the spoon, discovered the true seal of the ancient Hoopa, the Eye of Gold. Just one more? Ash murmured softly. He then unleashed his aura, scanning for the unique vibrations beneath the ground. A minute later, a faint smile graced Ash's lips. He had located the ancient Jengar. Pikachu, dig to the left of that great bell, at an angle. Shinado, keep a watchful eye on Pikachu. The creature below is rather restless, Ash instructed. In comparison to the ancient Hoopa, the seal on the ancient Jengar had begun to weaken, making it susceptible to absorption should a living being intrude. Pika, Shauna. With the collaboration of Pikachu and Shinado, Ash swiftly peered through the hole being excavated by Pikachu and glimpsed the space below. The area mirrored the one above, featuring an altar, atop which lay the token sealing Jengar. Sensing the external presence, the ancient Jengar ceased its concealment and shattered the rock wall to escape. However, due to its invisibility, the onlookers, including Misty, could only see three beads floating together in the air, accompanied by eerie large footprints below. As the ancient Jengar emerged, it sought to absorb Ash into its being, but protected by the aura, Ash was not so easily ensnared. After much exertion, the ancient Jengar, unable to capture Ash, relinquished its efforts, revealing itself and casting its gaze upward, causing the sky to darken. Pokémon, ancient Jengar, type, ghost poison, gender, male, level, semi-champion, level 2 deity, divine position, none ability, curse body, qualifications, level 2 deity, skills, dark glare, shadow punch. Song of Doom, lick, hypnosis, curse, nightshade, ambush, evil wave, shadow ball, destiny bond, dream eater, magic shine, spirit surge, hyper beam, ice punch. What a colossal Jengar. White and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Doctor, the patterns on that Jeng host seem remarkably similar to those on the Pokémon sculptures we unearthed. Chapter 97, The Ancient Hoodie. Shinai Duo Mega Evolve. Ash activated the evolution keystone in his hand. Pikachu unleashed Thunderbolt. The magical radiance of Shinai Duo sparkled, with Ash's protective wave guiding him. Pikachu darted forward, executing a close-range attack, which Shinai Duo mirrored. The two abilities, released at such proximity, inflicted considerable damage upon Jeng host. Having slumbered for an extended period, it was akin to the ancient Dragonite, both lacking the vigor of their prime. However, it was not merely a passive target. Jeng host raised its hands, conjuring two shadow balls to hurl at Pikachu and Shinai Duo. Quick to react, Pikachu and the others effortlessly evaded the assault. Pikachu, you all hold it back, Ash commanded, inserting a spoon into the gap at the center of the golden eye. As the two items fused, a powerful psychic force erupted from within the golden eye. Just a second before the force unleashed, Ash tossed the object away. With a flash of light, a colossal hoodie adorned with peculiar patterns materialized before Ash. Pokémon, ancient hoodie. Type, psychic. Gender, male. Level, near champion, level 2 deity. Divinity, none. Ability, psychic power. Talent, level 2 deity. Skills, Meditate, bind, illusion beam, telekinesis, teleport. Barrier, night shadow, substitute, reflective wall, psychic surge, destructive beam, magical radiance, yang inxio, guard, sleep, dream eater, fire punch. The emergence of ancient hoodie dramatically transformed the atmosphere of the entire rear mountain. Down below, at Professor Oak's lab, he gazed curiously toward the mountain's direction, recalling that Ash and his companions were up there. In the next moment, all of Ash's Pokémon, except those undergoing special training with Team Rocket, rushed toward the rear mountain of Pallet Town. Accompanying them was the gluttonous Lulzy, with Mew simply sensing the allure of fun at the rear mountain, prompting its dash forward. That is, Professor Oak's eyes widened in astonishment at the fleeting pink figure. No wonder Ash treated that peculiar Pikachu so well. It turned out to be a transformation of Mew. This realization ignited an inexplicable irritation within Professor Oak. Was he truly so untrustworthy? After all, it was Mew. And that rascal Ash was utterly incorrigible. Unlike Ash's Pokémon, who sensed a formidable opponent atop the mountain, Ash himself decided, "It shall be you, Mewtwo." To be on the safe side, Ash released Mewtwo. Upon emergence, Mewtwo cast a cold glance at Ash before taking a few steps forward to position itself between Ash and Hoodie. The reason for Mewtwo's disdain was clear. It felt humiliated by being bested by a mere human, thus maintaining its aloof demeanor toward Ash. Fortunately, the ancient Hoodie harbored no intentions of attacking Ash. Upon spotting its old adversary, the ancient Gungue, it seized two large iron spoons and delivered a sudden strike. Caught off guard, Gungue crashed against the rock wall. As it raised its head and realized Hoodie's treachery, it disregarded Pikachu and Sinnoh, opening its mouth wide and extending its colossal tongue towards Hoodie. After being licked, Hoodie instantly teleported behind Gungue, positioning the two spoons in a crossed manner to unleash a beam of illusionary light. Gungue, baring its teeth, gathered energy in its hands to retaliate with a shadow ball. The two attacks converged in midair, astonishingly merging and extending toward the heavens. The originally pitch-black sky, disturbed by these forces, revealed a peculiar space. Was this the otherworldly gate inscribed on the stone tablet? If this continued, it might become challenging to resolve. Ash decided it was time to intervene. He commanded Mewtwo, "Mewtwo, use Psychic Break to interrupt them." Mewtwo, with a disdainful expression, launched an assault on Gungue and Hoodie. A resounding explosion ensued, forcibly interrupting the clash between Hoodie and Gungue, while the slightly ajar otherworldly gate in the sky resealed itself due to the disruption of the skills. "This time, I shall capture you all at once, Dragonite, Zapdos, and Moltres, come forth." In a bid to swiftly conclude the battle, Ash unleashed all his Master Balls. Upon the emergence of the ancient Dragonite, its eyes glistened with moisture upon witnessing the two contemporaneous Pokémon before it. Ash truly hadn't deceived her. There were indeed companions from her era still in existence. Gungue and Hoodie, upon seeing Dragonite, were filled with confusion, as they had no recollection of any Dragonite residing in this vicinity. Pikachu, Thunderbolt, Dragonite, Hyper Beam, Moltres, Flame burst to attack Hoodie. Sinnoh employed Psychic, Zapdos, Thunder Cannon, Mewtwo, Starburst attack on Gungue. Ash swiftly issued his commands. The six Pokémon simultaneously unleashed their moves in a relentless assault on Gungue and Hoodie. Due to their size, Hoodie and Gungue had no chance to evade. They were struck directly by the onslaught of Pikachu and the others. Kikek, Gungue, feeling the pain coursing through its body, furiously retaliated with a shadow ball aimed at Ash. Observing from the sidelines, Mew appeared before Ash, creating a protective barrier around him. Prepared for defense but still waiting for Gungue's attack, Ash looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "Mew, what brings you here? I sense something interesting, so I came to take a look. Are you planning to capture those two?" Mew inquired. "Yes, I'm confident I can defeat them. By the way, Mew, please keep an eye on that large bell. There's a more troublesome Pokémon still asleep inside." Ash was reluctant to let Mew intervene, as he intended to see just how far he could push himself in this battle, which he had initiated. "All right, but Ash, do be cautious," Mew reminded. Showing concern for Ash, the brave wielder of Aura, recognizing his formidable capabilities, he has become more than twice as powerful as the Waveguide warrior he once encountered, possessing the strength of multiple deities. Rest assured, as long as the spirit within this grand bell does not emerge too swiftly, with Dragonite and Mewtwo by my side. Victory in this battle is assuredly mine, Ash declared with confidence. By the way, Ash, your other companions have also arrived. Mew pointed towards the direction of Professor Oak's lab, offering a reminder. Yes, I am aware, Ash replied.